Chapter 1. In the year 509 of the St. Mark's era, the city of Cosenza in the southern region, a boy infant with black hair and brown eyes was born into the noble family of Copofil, a lineage renowned for its martial prowess and deeply rooted in the local soil. Regrettably, 3 months prior, the previous head of the Copofil family met an untimely demise due to a falling out with the Grand Commander of the southern region, plunging the family into a state of anxiety and disarray. With the arrival of the new heir, however, a glimmer of hope began to dispel some of the shadows that loomed over them. The newly appointed head of the family, Tor Copofil, who was also the child's father, regarded the birth of his son as an auspicious sign for the family's resurgence. He named the child Dante, symbolizing a spirit of resilience and tenacity. This name not only reflected his aspirations for his son, but also embodied Torres' unwavering determination to revitalize the family legacy. On this day, the Copofil household bustled with a fervor and joy reminiscent of a festive celebration due to the arrival of the new heir. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a clandestine search operation orchestrated by the church had quietly commenced in the royal capital, one that would span a decade. At this moment, the swaddled Dante remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He was merely an ordinary infant. As Dante began to learn to roll over, the kingdom of Visconti was engulfed in a bloody conflict ignited by a struggle for the throne, which soon escalated into a full-blown civil war. In the early stages of the conflict, Dante's father, Tor, like other noble heads of the southern region, was forcibly conscripted by the Grand Commander, leading his family's forces, equipped with weapons, horses, and provisions, to join the Southern Coalition. The ambitious Grand Commander, leveraging the strength of the Southern Coalition, aimed his sights on the usurper Francesco Visconti, the erstwhile regent now seated upon the throne, who had instigated the royal bloodshed. The Grand Commander's strategy was straightforward. First, align with the anti-king faction to collectively oust the usurper. Afterward, it would be a matter of might determining who would ascend the throne. However, before the coalition could even venture beyond the southern borders, Tor, in concert with several families sympathetic to Francesco's faction, laid a trap and ambushed the Grand Commander en route. Driven solely by a desire for vengeance, Tor, upon slaying the Grand Commander, found himself unexpectedly thrust into the position of leader of the Southern Coalition by the reluctant Southern nobles seeking a new champion. Thus, the prodigious Tor Copofil stepped onto the stage of history. Without hesitation, having just vanquished the Grand Commander, he opted to join Francesco Visconti's camp. Overnight, the Southern Coalition transformed from anti-king to pro-king, altering the dynamics of the civil war dramatically. On this day, the family motto of the Copofil household was revealed to the world for the first time. When the wolf turns back, it is either to repay a debt of gratitude or to exact vengeance. The grim and unyielding nature of this phrase would echo throughout the ranks of the kingdom's nobility in the years to come. In the subsequent 2 years, Tor led the Southern Coalition with unparalleled valor, defeating numerous anti-king nobles and establishing himself as the foremost military force among the pro-king faction. Ultimately, the Southern Coalition triumphed over the combined forces of 2 powerful dukes at the banks of the Dark Tide River, securing a decisive victory. With the anti-king noble coalition rendered incapable of further resistance, they were compelled to surrender, thereby bringing an end to 2 years of civil strife. The usurper Francesco Visconti was thus legitimized as the rightful king. Tor Copofil ascended from the head of a minor noble family to the undisputed guardian of the South, joining the ranks of legendary commanders and emerging as the second greatest victor of the kingdom's civil war. At this juncture, Dante accompanied his mother, Aurora, within the military encampment. By the tender age of 2, he had already become the son of a duke and the heir to one of the 5 foremost families of the Visconti kingdom. Fate's generosity was indeed overwhelming. From a young age, Dante began to experience peculiar dreams, where he frequently journeyed to a wondrous and fantastical realm filled with extraordinary creations. In this realm, iron serpents roared beneath the earth, ferrying hundreds of people through the subterranean tunnels. In this realm, white iron birds soared through the clouds with their artificial wings. In this realm, vast honeycomb-like structures populated the city, where every dawn and dusk, people flowed in and out like bees buzzing about. In this realm, children gathered in spacious, brightly lit halls, listening to various teachers imparting strange and diverse knowledge. As a young child, Dante perceived nothing unusual about these dreams and found it challenging to articulate the images to his family. It was not until Dante turned 5 that his mother, Aurora, noticed the oddity. On this particular night, Dante and Aurora were enjoying the cool evening air in the courtyard of their estate within the inner city of the royal capital. The gentle scent of lavender wafted through the air, warding off bothersome mosquitoes while infusing the courtyard with an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. Mother, were the sun, moon, and stars in the sky? The inquisitive 5-year-old Dante gazed up at the night sky, his sparkling eyes radiating innocence and charm. Aurora, hailing from a minor southern noble family, had known Tor since childhood. In her youth, she had secretly formed an adventurers' party with her fiancé to explore the southern forests. After becoming the Duchess, she diligently filled the gaps in her childhood education, gradually evolving into a composed and dignified matron. After contemplating for a moment, she replied earnestly, "The Church teaches that the sun symbolizes the divine, and its illuminating rays embody the essence of divine power. The moon, in contrast, represents the Church itself, reflecting the sun's light without generating its own. The stars are akin to the angels and saints in the heavens." The Magical Academy posits that the sun, moon, and stars are perfect entities that transcend the cyclical changes of the earthly seasons and the birth and death of all things, existing as immortal beings. Astrologers believe that the positions of the stars conceal the mysteries of individual, family, and even national destinies, and interpreting these celestial alignments can offer glimpses into fate. Pausing for a moment, she smiled and added, "However, matters of fate are rather nebulous, and our family does not place much faith in such notions." The boy, feeling as though he were in a lecture from a tutor, expressed his frustration. "Mother, I don't understand, it's too complicated. The people in my dreams explain it better. They say the sun is also a star, just closer to our world, which makes it appear brighter and hotter, like a torch when it's near. It shines brightly and radiates heat, but from a distance, it resembles merely a candle." "Are you still dreaming about that world?" "Yes, I almost dream about it every week." "Would you share with me what you see in your dreams?" "Of course." At the age when he delighted in conversation, Dante eagerly began to recount his dream world to his mother. Unbeknownst to him, at some point his mother's fingers had begun to nervously intertwine. Once Dante concluded his tale, Aurora gently caressed his head and said solemnly, "Dante, promise me that you will not share this dream with anyone else." "Why?" She fell silent for a moment, then smiled. "The world in your dreams is enchanting. When you have younger siblings, we can compile your adventures into a storybook to gift them. This will be our secret agreement. All right?" "All right." Dante always remembered this promise with his mother, and it was not until many years later that he spoke of that dream to anyone else. He grew up in a life of relative tranquility, spending most of his days with his mother in the royal capital, gradually integrating into the social circles of the nobility, forging friendships with peers. As time passed, his dreams of that strange world became increasingly rare. His father, Tor, remained stationed at the distant stronghold in the south, resulting in infrequent reunions. When Dante turned 8, an event transpired that would irrevocably alter his fate. On that evening, Dante and his mother, Aurora, had just attended a noble banquet graced by the presence of the royal family. Under the escort of the guard, they were making their way back to the ducal residence in a horse-drawn carriage. As they traversed a dimly lit alley, the stillness was abruptly shattered by a piercing shriek. In an instant, a hail of arrows erupted from the right side of the street, slicing through the air towards the carriage and its protectors like a tempest. Moments later, a cadre of shadowy assassins surged forth from the darkness, brandishing glimmering blades, silently cascading towards their target in the center of the alley. "Enemy attack!" The shrill cry shattered the silence of the alley, plunging the scene into chaos. Within the carriage, Aurora pulled her son behind her, drawing a short sword from a hidden compartment. The blade's gleam reflected in her brown eyes, transforming her momentarily back into the anxious archer from her days in the adventurer's party. Regrettably, her husband, The knight who once wielded a great sword to shield them from all dangers, was not by her side that day. The Copperfield family's carriage was ambushed on the streets of the royal capital. The Duchess tragically lost her life, while the sole heir survived with injuries, thanks to his mother's sacrifice. The news spread like wildfire throughout the noble circles of the royal capital, momentarily overshadowing the ongoing conflict between the kingdom and the remnants of the Duchy of Urbino. His Majesty the King immediately ordered a thorough investigation into the matter and dispatched envoys to the southern stronghold to reassure Duke Copperfield. The Church, too, unusually voiced its stance on the secular strife, vehemently condemning such blatant violations of the Ten Commandments. Reactions among the other nobles varied. Some reveled in the misfortune, while others were filled with trepidation. Yet, on the surface, most maintained an aloof demeanor. The reason was simple. The nobility of the kingdom understood well that the Copperfield family had made numerous enemies. Nearly half of the nobles had suffered under the iron fist of the Southern Guardian during the Civil War 8 years prior, harboring varying degrees of enmity toward the Copperfield family. However, harboring hostility is one thing, yet possessing the genuine capability and determination to orchestrate a public assault without a hint of forewarning is an endeavor only the kingdom's most formidable powers could achieve. A little over a year ago, the Duchy of Urbino might have been able to do so. Yet now, with the royal capital fallen and the royal family nearly annihilated, it can naturally be ruled out. Thus, the mastermind behind this assassination is likely one of the remaining 4 noble families. All eyes are on the response from the Southern Guardians. Will this shake the defenses of the South? The kingdom's main forces remain trapped in Urbino, leaving the domestic military forces in a precarious state. Should the South falter and the foreign tribes invade, the consequences would be dire. Informants in the capital are fervently attempting to ascertain the situation in the South, while an 80-year-old boy, recently bereaved of his mother and left alone in the capital, seems to have been forgotten by the world. On the following morning, as dawn broke, the palace gates opened, and a carriage emblazoned with the Visconti royal crest emerged, accompanied by a retinue of guards, making its way directly to the residence of the Copperfield family. Upon arriving at the estate, the carriage was halted by the guards. A butler, polite yet distant, declined the visitors, citing that the young master was recuperating and that there was no one to attend to matters at home. Behind the butler, the guards' vigilant gazes were unmistakably filled with suspicion. At this moment, the Copperfield household was as taut as a drawn bowstring. However, could the royal family be so easily dismissed with a mere word? Negotiations fell into a stalemate. Not only could the two sides not reach an agreement, but tensions began to rise. The spies from various families looked on in confusion. How could the royal family possibly be at odds with the Copperfield family? Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, the carriage door swung open, and a girl of 8 or 9 years, clad in a gown of green velvet, leapt down. Her golden hair arched in a dazzling curve, resembling a flowing river of gold in the morning light. She approached briskly, a white lily clutched in her hand, and addressed the butler. "Mr. Butler, please allow me to see Dante. I can be of assistance." Giovanni, the butler, recognized her as Princess Alice. Glancing back at the carriage, he noted the interior was empty. She had come alone. Giovanni's expression softened, a warmth rising within him. He recalled the young master's sleepless night and the bond between this princess and the young master. Perhaps, indeed, Princess Alice could help him. Yet, the young master's safety was paramount. He replied solemnly, "Princess Alice, you may enter alone." Just as Alice was about to acquiesce, the captain of the guards abruptly interjected, "No, we must all enter together to ensure the prince's safety." Giovanni frowned, a man of social savvy. He immediately sensed something amiss. At this moment, the Duke's residence was at the eye of the storm. Given the circumstances, it was reasonable for the guards to prevent the third princess from acting alone. However, their tone and demeanor felt less like persuasion and more like prohibition. He sighed inwardly, remembering a year ago when the queen was still alive. Who would dare to disrespect the third princess then? Alice turned, her gaze icy as she regarded the guards. "Should anything happen to me inside, I will bear the consequences alone. You need not take responsibility." The guard captain's expression shifted slightly, seemingly irked that a mere child could see through his intentions. Alice, having spoken, ignored him and followed the butler into the residence. As she stepped into the side chamber, her eyes fell upon the corpse resting on the central long table. She paused, a chill creeping in her heart. Then, she noticed the boy huddled in the corner, knees drawn to his chest. Dante's head hung low, sunlight streaming in at an angle illuminating half of his face, while the other half remained cloaked in shadow. Nearby, an untouched plate of breakfast lay forgotten. The once confident, cheerful, and warm-hearted boy now seemed utterly devoid of spirit. Alice's fear dissipated in an instant, and she blinked rapidly, staving off tears. She approached the long table with deliberate steps, her gaze fixed on the deceased Duchess. Aurora Capafiel lay peacefully, silently upon the table, as if merely asleep. Yet, it was clear she would never awaken again. A profound sorrow enveloped Alice. She recalled her first visit to the Duchess with her mother when she was merely 5. At that time, she had just begun learning etiquette, and while attempting a curtsy, she inadvertently stepped on her own skirt, causing her to lose balance and nearly fall. In a moment of panic, she felt someone swiftly approach and firmly grasp her arm, a surge of strength supporting her. Turning to look, she saw a boy of similar age smiling at her, his grin radiating an inexplicable warmth. She stuck out her tongue at him, regaining her balance. Ahem! Her mother's gentle cough drew her attention downward, and she noticed a corner of her skirt was covered in dust. Embarrassment washed over her as she lowered her head. Suddenly, a bright voice shattered the brief silence. Is this our third princess? How adorable! She will surely grow into a remarkable beauty. A figure knelt before her, gentle fingers brushing softly across her face. She lifted her gaze slightly and beheld the visage of the Duchess. That face radiated sunlight and joy, alongside an emotion she could not comprehend at the time. Now, having endured the loss of her biological mother and the capriciousness of those around her, she understood that it was an expression of genuine affection and care. Yet, at this moment, the Duchess, who had inexplicably shown her such favoritism and concern, had also departed from this world forever. Alice felt as though she had swallowed a mouthful of strong liquor. Warm tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks, despite her earlier resolve not to cry. Alice delicately placed a pure white lily beside the Duchess and whispered softly, "Dear Duchess Aurora, thank you for your unwavering care. Your kindness and integrity surely have found you a place in heaven. Rest assured, Her final words were as light as feathers, spoken as if to the lingering spirit that refused to depart, yet also as a solace to herself. After a brief silence, Alice wiped away her tears with her sleeve. When she turned, her face bore an earnestness and gentleness capable of melting all. She thought to herself, "Now it is my turn to comfort you. Come into my embrace, dear sister," with a playful smile. Alice opened her arms and walked slowly towards the boy, who was already half shrouded in shadow as the sunlight ascended. As she approached, Dante suddenly looked up, as if roused from a stupor. However, upon recognizing her, the warmth of their previous closeness evaporated. Replaced by wariness, he swiftly stood and stepped back, as though confronted by a stranger. The soft expression on Alice's face froze, and her heart sank. How could he react this way? Was the mastermind behind the assassination she had cursed in her heart all night truly a member of her own family? An unnameable fear and doubt engulfed her, causing her to lose her composure in an instant. Following the assassination, Dante had rejected the assistance of guards and attendants. He changed out of his blood-stained garments, meticulously washing away the blood from his hands, face, and neck. Then he retreated to a side room. Sitting beside his mother's lifeless body, shedding many tears and reflecting on countless thoughts, his mother had died, and he would never again have a mother. Why had his first strike failed to find its mark against the assassin as she fought? If that initial blow had landed, would his mother still be alive? He had never slacked in his training. Why had it come to this? No, dwelling on such thoughts was futile. The heir of the Cofair family should not be this weak. Was this the price of being a duke's heir? A constant threat of assassination, with everything he held dear at risk of sudden collapse. His position felt like a castle built of sand. No matter how exquisite, what significance did it hold? Aurora was gone. and he would have to face the future alone. The overwhelming sorrow left him breathless. He could not tell how long he had been lost in thought when he suddenly sensed someone nearing. Dante lifted his head and saw Alice's concerned yet gentle face. As the girl approached, familiar feelings of nausea and anxiety surged within him. He quickly rose and stepped back. Alice, taken aback, halted in her tracks. After a moment of silence, Dante spoke. "What brings you here?" Alice steadied herself, suppressing the most fearful thought in her mind, and replied softly, "After hearing the news last night, I couldn't find sleep. As soon as the palace gates opened this morning, I rushed to see you." She surveyed Dante from head to toe and, feeling relieved, added, "Thank goodness. It seems the rumors of your injuries were just that. Rumors." Dante caught a glimpse of the white flowers beside his mother, then turned to Alice, noticing the unmistakable dark circles under her eyes, her weary expression, and her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders. Yet those cerulean eyes remained bright. In that moment, a sense of being somewhat filled stirred within his once hollow heart. Dante lowered his gaze and quietly murmured, "Thank you." Alice gauged the distance between them, approximately 3 arms lengths apart. She cautiously inquired, "What is wrong? May I come closer?" This time, Dante quickly responded, "I'm afraid not. I've developed some strange issues." He explained to Alice what had transpired after the assassination attempt. He had repeatedly washed away the blood from his body, yet the feelings of anxiety and palpitations remained with him. He could not tolerate even the slightest hint of uncleanliness, nor could he bear close proximity to others. Both would lead to unbearable tension, anxiety, and chills. Upon hearing his explanation, Alice first felt a wave of relief wash over her, followed by a pang of sympathy. Months prior, when her own mother had passed away, she had cried for days in Aurora's embrace and on Dante's shoulder, gradually releasing her pent-up emotions. Now, with Aurora's death before Dante, he had to endure it alone. She gently reassured him, "Do not worry. Since these symptoms appeared suddenly, they may also vanish just as swiftly. Even if they do not, we can seek the finest physicians to tend to you." Dante remained silent, still immersed in the sorrow of his loss, lacking the desire to speak. Observing his expression, Alice carefully ventured, "Did your mother leave you any parting words?" "Yes. She told me to live well and not to seek vengeance for her. If my father remarries a new duchess, I should not throw a tantrum." Those were her only words. Repeating those phrases, the scene replayed in his mind, and his voice caught in his throat. Alice felt a bittersweet pang of sorrow. She reminded herself that Aurora had succumbed to her injuries on the spot, leaving only 2 words for her own son. Remembering the kindness she had shown her was sufficient. However, in the next moment, Dante looked at her and said, "Those were not her last words at the banquet last night, when the crown prince deliberately spilled a cup of water on your dress. She remarked that Alice was a lovely yet unfortunate child and urged me to look after you whenever possible." A warmth surged in Alice's heart. That moment, she felt an overwhelming mix of happiness and sorrow. Indeed, her feelings had not been misplaced. The Duchess had always favored and cared for her. They fell into a moment of silence. Suddenly, Alice realized she had come to offer comfort. "I believe your mother was right. We are still young and need not dwell on thoughts of revenge. Your continuing to live well is her greatest wish." Dante did not respond, that he understood Alice's sentiment. Indeed, in his current state, he could do nothing. Yet, this sense of helplessness was also one of the reasons for his torment. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you?" Alice smiled, playfully sticking out her tongue and dramatically rubbing her stomach. "I've been waiting at the palace gates since dawn, and now I'm absolutely famished. Dante, will you join me for breakfast?" In the past, whenever she had pouted or acted cute, Dante would generally indulge her whims, regardless of their merit. Now, although he lacked the mood, he understood her intentions and saw no reason to refuse. Thus, they sat against the wall at a comfortable distance, a plate of food placed between them. They gazed at the pure white lily as they consumed their belated breakfast. Alice occasionally turned to Dante, initiating new conversations to gradually ease his burden. Dante listened more than he spoke, mechanically chewing on white bread, and is it true? The assassin who broke into the carriage was ultimately killed by you? You are quite impressive. Do not let your thoughts wander. Assassins are trained in killing from a young age. Even if he was injured, under normal circumstances, neither you nor Aurora would have been able to handle him. Surviving is no small feat. You should not feel guilty. Will you return to the southern region afterward? Oh, how I wish I could accompany you to the south. But alas, it is impossible. I have no desire to remain this wretched princess. If your father intends to remarry, it should be to the eldest daughter of Duke Rossi, right? I recall she has been living with your family for over 3 years now. Should you encounter any distressing matters, remember to write to me. In the following days, Dante secluded himself. Princess Alice, however, visited the Duke's residence daily. She was never absent, often providing companionship rather than consolation, sometimes listening, always present, gently applying her sincerity and kindness to his wounds, gradually helping Dante regain his spirit. On a certain afternoon, 1,000 well-equipped cavalrymen arrived suddenly at the royal capital, their hooves crunching upon the freshly fallen snow. Each knight rode a robust Patinoper warhorse, clad in a combination of plate and chain armor, with a crossbow and shield slung across their backs, and a long sword sheathed at their waists. The Patinoper, hailing from the southern realms, is renowned for its elegant appearance, exceptional strength, and endurance, making it not only suitable for equestrian displays, but also an ideal mount for heavy cavalry. Those who have graced the battlefield understand that when these 1,000 knights don their heavy armor, brandish their lances, and charge with full force, it will spell nightmare for any infantry division. The power they presently exhibit is evidently just a fraction of the full might of the Capafiel family. The Red Flame Knights, guardians of the southern realms, have made their first appearance to the world solely to retrieve the Duchess's remains and her heir, Dante. At the moment of parting, Alice unexpectedly stepped forward to embrace Dante. She felt the warmth of the embrace for but a fleeting instant before quickly retreating, smiling as she waved goodbye. Dante, here's what I have come to understand. Life will invariably present us with unreasonable storms. What we must learn is to dance in the rain. Before she could finish, she noticed Dante trembling on the ground. Clearly affected by her earlier action, Alice covered her face, her heels lifting off the ground in embarrassment. Oh, I am so sorry, I couldn't help myself. Not far off, a crow cawed loudly, as if amused by the scene unfolding before I this moment. Neither of them knew that this parting would last until their reunion 8 years later. When they finally meet again, the peculiar ailment afflicting the youth will still cling to him, while the girl will have transformed into the most radiant and sought-after Princess Alice Visconti of the Visconti Kingdom. 8 years later, in the year 525 of the Holy Mark, in the royal capital of Visconti. Dante, we are almost there. Dante opened his eyes to find himself inside a 4-seater coach emblazoned with the blood-stained emblem of a black wolf biting a longsword. Seated opposite a charmingly smiling noblewoman and her maid. The gently swaying carriage, the cacophony of voices outside, and the mild breeze of early summer morning made him feel slightly drowsy. "Forgive me, mother," Dante said softly, gently massaging his temples as he regained his composure. The Duchess, with a hint of indulgence, replied to her stepson, "It's quite all right, my dear. Thank you for accompanying me to the Mass so early in the morning." She clasped her hands, adorned in white silk gloves, and adjusted her slightly fatigued posture. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a loose-fitting red velvet robe, with her chestnut hair meticulously arranged in an elegant bun. Framing her gentle face, a pearl necklace graced her smooth forehead, accentuating her striking beauty and poise. Only when she smiled did the faint lines at the corners of her eyes reveal her true age. As they spoke, Dante pulled out a golden coin, idly toying with it as it skillfully rolled and leaped between his fingers, occasionally flashing beneath his palm. The young maid watched with rapt attention. The noblewoman chuckled lightly, saying, "However, Dante has reached the age for marriage and should engage more in social activities." The coin between Dante's fingers paused momentarily. "I assent that a bit premature. It's not quite suitable for me at the moment. While it is customary for nobles to marry earlier than commoners, with men typically marrying between the ages of 16 to 25, and noble women even earlier at 12, Dante had only just turned 16, and his ailment remained unresolved. Was his stepmother's visit to the royal capital merely to seek a suitable match for him? Duchess Selina Capafiel studied Dante, noting his dark short hair, brown eyes, tall stature, and the exquisite white-trimmed tunic he wore beneath a short black fur coat, finding him exceptionally handsome. As the only son of the Capafiel family, Dante had always been intelligent and decisive, refined and perceptive, with a demeanor suited for an ideal heir. Unfortunately, due to a certain incident in his childhood, he developed an irrational and uncontrollable obsession with cleanliness, coupled with a strong aversion to physical contact. This severely hindered his social interactions, preventing him from becoming a formidable knight capable of commanding armies like his father, Duke Capafiel of the Southern Realms, without sweating it out in the dust-filled training grounds. How could he hone his martial skills? Fortunately, this experience also bestowed upon Dante a maturity beyond his years, as he tirelessly sought to overcome his affliction through prolonged meditation and practice over the past few years. His condition had gradually improved. Perhaps, with time, he could return to normalcy. In a gentle tone, she continued, "It's not too late. The younger son of the Colonna family is a year older than you, and they're in discussions regarding potential marriage arrangements with several families. The daughter of the Minister of Church Affairs, Kalina, is even younger than you. Her son can already turn over." Dante replied, "Our Dante is handsome and well-mannered, with a knack for business. He is quite popular among young ladies." This. A hint of amusement crept in her voice. "During our visit to the royal capital, Ariana from the Rossi family has inquired about you several times. She is a lively and delightful girl." "Mother, you are already the Duchess of our family, no longer Miss Rossi," Dante interjected. The Duchess was momentarily taken aback, while the maid stifled a giggle. Selina shot Dante a playful glare with her lovely light green eyes, then suddenly feigned enlightenment, saying, "Oh, it seems our Dante has taken a liking to the third Princess Alice." Dante sighed and pocketed the coin that I have already explained to you just a few days ago. "My interest in the third princess stems solely from her remarkable transformation since childhood. Upon my return to the royal capital a few months ago, I could scarcely recognize her." That's so?" Selina mused, tracing her fingers over her ring as she recalled the tearful little girl from years past, contrasting her with the beautiful young lady, now surrounded by admirers, exuding confidence and grace at the recent court banquet. She could not help but nod in agreement. The change was indeed significant. However, whatever the reason, her stepson Dante's interest in the third princess was unmistakable, and it could not escape her notice. The third princess would also make a fine match for the Capafiel family. Moreover, she sensed a complementary dynamic between the third princess and Dante. In the future, when they jointly managed their territories, she would undoubtedly be a great asset. Selina glanced at Dante, who was now gazing out of the window at the passing scenery. As the only woman in the family, certain matters would have to rest upon her shoulders. For the sake of the Capafiel family's prosperity and legacy, she resolved to take action. Of course, her niece Ariana was also a fine candidate. Encouraging her stepson to socialize with young ladies of his age would never be a misstep. As the coach exited the bustling city center, the clamor of vendors outside gradually subsided. After traveling a short distance, they arrived at the square. Outside, the passers-by transformed into well-dressed nobles, clergy in gray and black robes, and variously attired commoners and street performers. But on Sundays, beggars and street children were not permitted near the square. Shortly thereafter, the carriage came to a halt before the grand entrance of the royal cathedral. The maid disembarked first, carefully assisting the Duchess onto the cobbled path of the square. When it was Dante's turn, he stepped down from the carriage without assistance, as the maid and guards instinctively refrained from aiding the young master, who preferred to avoid physical contact. Dante looked up at the main cathedral, where a massive red dome soared towards the heavens, resembling a crown atop the sky, surrounded by buildings that stood like wild grass beneath a giant tree. In the morning light, the sculptures and murals on the outer walls shimmered, every brick and arch a testament to the wisdom and labor of countless artisans. Before even entering the cathedral, the sacred and solemn atmosphere enveloped it. That moment, several young nobles approached the grand entrance, flanked by their guards. The foremost young man was none other than Andre, the younger son of the Colonna family, accompanied by Marco, the younger son of the Ferrero family. 7 years prior, Duke Colonna had vanquished the Duchy of Urbino and subsequently quelled several rebellions from the remnants of Urbino. Now enjoying great renown as the guardian of the Western realms, Andre was a skilled warrior, Distinguished among his peers, it was said that he had personally wielded a spear in battle against the rebels in the Western Front. Andre's appearance was strikingly handsome, though his deep-set eyes and unruly brows lent him an air of brooding intensity. Dante had encountered him a few times, but their families maintained a sensitive relationship, leaving little room for deepening ties. Duchess Capafiel, Lord Dante Capafiel. Good morning, Andre greeted, slightly bowing his head and placing his right hand over his heart as he performed a subtle bow along with Marco. Selina and Dante reciprocated with the appropriate noble etiquette. After exchanging pleasantries, Andre suddenly regarded Dante with a probing gaze. After the mass concludes, we plan to go hunting in the outskirts. Would you care to join us? My lord, Dante shook his head. Thank you, but unfortunately, I am not skilled in archery. Please allow me to decline. The world outside remains oblivious to the issues that plague Dante. They merely assume that following the assassination attempt, he has chosen to withdraw deliberately, perceiving him as an outlier within the aristocratic circles. Malicious rumors circulate, suggesting that he has been so frightened that he now only dares to cower within the confines of his home. Andre has yet to respond when a fierce-eyed knight beside him scoffs, asserting that the armies guarding the southern territories are renowned for their archery skills, questioning how it could be that one of noble lineage is not proficient in horseback riding and archery. Could it be that he holds my young master in disdain? The speaker is none other than Carlo, the captain of Andre's guard. A familiar wave of disdain surges within Dante, aimed at himself and stemming from himself, leaving no avenue for escape. Simon, the captain of the Kopfel family escort, steps forward, his voice low and rusted. You insignificant pawn, do you wish to meet your demise? Having personally slain several knights in the Battle of Darktide River, his tone carries an ominous weight. Carlo meets Simon's gaze with a challenge. Care to test that theory? In an instant, guards from both sides draw closer, gripping their sword hilts, and the air thickens with tension, silence reigning supreme. Andre watches with a cold smile, while Selina gazes at the towering bell tower of the cathedral, remaining silent and allowing her stepson to handle the situation. After a moment, Dante speaks. My lord Andre, our two families serve as guardians of the kingdom, each governing a territory that if we were to engage in a brawl over such a trivial matter at the cathedral's entrance, we would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule among the nobility throughout the summer. Others might even assume that our family's merits stem from infighting. For nearly a decade, the Kopfel family has defended the southern front against external threats, while the Colonna family has quelled internal strife in the west. Though both engage in warfare, the implications are entirely different. Andre immediately grasps the underlying message and furrows his brow in silence. Hunting is merely a pastime. Lord Dante holds no interest in it. We shall go ourselves, remarks Marco of the Ferrero family, who is equally reluctant to become embroiled in the dispute between the two families. Andre studies Selina and Dante, suddenly struck by an idea. And with a playful smile, he says, Ah, I see. Very well, I'll look forward to witnessing your prowess next time. With that, the group proceeds into the cathedral. As they reach the entrance, Carlo turns back to Simon, mimicking the gesture of drawing a sword, tracing an arc in the air. This is a knightly salute, a form of challenge or provocation before battle, also serving to display swordsmanship or as a gesture of respect. In this context, it is laden with hostility. This guard captain is out of sorts, Dante observes. Nobility typically resorts to underhanded tactics, rarely engaging in open conflict. It could be a pawn thrown out to test us. The Colonna family has long been at odds with ours. They cannot meddle in the southern territories, but you must tread carefully in the capital. Selina warns that in the next moment, a melody from a flute wafts through one corner of the square. Clear and gentle, akin to a spring breeze caressing the heart, capturing the attention of passers-by. The performer seems capable of conjuring a universe within the palm of his hand. Both Dante and Selina find themselves drawn to the sight of a man clad in a colorful tunic and black leggings, his face obscured by a silver mask, as he plays a wooden flute in the corner of the square. The notes are melodious and expressive, enticing onlookers to pause and listen. Dante, too, unwittingly closes his eyes to absorb the music, as if transported to a serene town in the northern reaches of the southern territory, enveloped by snow-capped mountains. Wandering through its streets, admiring sturdy wooden structures, charming pebbles by the lake, delicate wildflowers by the roadside, and the pure majesty of the distant mountains. The flute's melody acts as warm sunlight, gradually melting away the tension left by the recent aristocratic squabbles. The performer's skill is evidently far superior to that of an ordinary street artist, rivaling even that of the kingdom's court musicians. Suddenly, the tune shifts, becoming triumphant and stirring, akin to a black eagle's cry, soaring boldly towards the mountain peaks. Dante opens his eyes to witness, in an instant, gray rock pigeons and sparrows taking flight, startled by the sudden commotion, while a painted juggler, in the midst of tossing colorful balls, discreetly throws something else into tea that moment. The cathedral's resounding bells chime, crashing like a tidal wave against the eardrums and souls of all present. The sudden cacophony, coupled with the sharp pain from behind, sends a startled horse galloping forward, dragging along its companions and a nearby carriage. In a chaotic arc, the surroundings descend into chaos, amidst the cries of alarm and evasive maneuvers. An ornate colonna carriage collides with a wooden barrel of wine from a nearby vendor, sending one of its wheels spinning far away, while the barrel shatters repeatedly. When the crowd regains its composure, the colonna carriage lies overturned in a puddle of wine, emblazoned with the crown and pillar insignia of one of the 5 great families. As the square gradually settles, the pigeons and sparrows return to the cobblestones. The silver-masked man and the painted juggler pause briefly before resuming their performance. Yet the crowd's attention has shifted entirely to the rare spectacle of the mishap, with murmurs of disbelief echoing around. None paying heed to the performers any longer. Isn't that the Colonna family's carriage? How unfortunate to be damaged while parked so nicely on the street. Thankfully, there was no one aboard. That it is indeed unfortunate. But it could be worse. Such damage can still be repaired. That was the Colonna family's most lavish carriage, used exclusively for important events. Soaking in wine, it will surely be rendered unusable and must be reordered. Ah, the guards are coming to investigate. We should leave quickly and avoid any trouble. The guard's attendants advance to scrutinize the carriage and horses meticulously, and a mid-level gray-robed mage closes his eyes to sense the elemental fluctuations in the square, assessing whether any artificial manipulation has occurred. Yet Dante knows this is in vain. There has been no magical interference. Everything has unfolded openly before the public eye. Only he, with his honed eyesight and dexterity, discerns the underlying clues. Selina scoffs. It seems young Andre will be limited to horseback or light carriages for the next few weeks. I eagerly await the expression on his face when he witnesses this scene. Dante nods but refrains from engaging in the topic, stating, "Mother, you may proceed inside. I will join you shortly." With that, he approaches the silver-masked man, followed closely by Captain Simon. Selina watches as Dante strides towards the silver-masked performer before turning thoughtfully to enter the cathedral. As the performance concludes, the silver-masked man bows to the young noble before him, saying, "My lord, how may I assist you?" Dante meets the man's gaze directly, inquiring, "I have no taste for dark dealings. Who are you?" Simon, standing beside him, holds his breath, clearly taken aback by Dante's unexpected inquiry. His hand instinctively rests on the hilt of his sword. The silver-masked man remains silent for a moment, seemingly surprised that someone could see through their ruse. However, the lower half of his face reveals no sign of disturbance as he calmly replies, "My lord, I do not comprehend your words. I am merely a wandering street performer." Dante muses to himself that this is clearly not an inexperienced individual and that it will not be easy to deceive him. He lacks concrete evidence. While he could order the guards to detain the performer and his accomplices for interrogation, that would serve little purpose for him. His initial intention was not to pursue these mysterious individuals. Thus, Dante shifts his demeanor, as though the prior interrogation had never occurred, and smiles, saying, "Yet it is undeniable that this has been a splendid performance. The simple design, the interlocking coordination, the exquisite sense of rhythm, all have transformed this square into a stage for a magical display." Pausing briefly, he adds, "Moreover, I harbor a particular aversion to the Colonna family." The silver-masked man glances at Dante, noting the family crest emblazoned on his chest. "Though I do not grasp the meaning behind your words, I am pleased that you enjoyed my performance. The rhythm is the destiny that every note must follow. Should I earn your patronage, it would be my honor." Dante casts a glance at the round hat at the man's feet, which holds several coins, mostly copper, alongside a few gleaming silver OS. Today is a Sunday, and his performance has indeed been exceptional, yielding far more than the average street performer. If he wished, he could easily become a traveling artist. Dante chuckles very well. In the next moment, he rolls up his left sleeve, placing it behind his back, while raising his right hand to his chest, fingers splayed, as if pushing against an invisible door. The silver-masked man watches the young noble's smooth palm with a puzzled expression. In the blink of an eye, Dante's right hand flips over, grasping the air before tightening into a fist and presenting it before him. The silver-masked man instinctively steps back, yet Dante does not advance. Instead, he slowly opens his fingers, revealing a gold OS that appears out of thin air in the palm of his hand. The man in the silver mask could not conceal the astonishment in his eyes. He was merely a step away from his counterpart, yet moments ago, the latter had nothing in his right hand, his sleeves already rolled up, and his left hand persistently hidden behind his back. He could not fathom how the other had conjured a coin out of thin air. Dante smiled, his palm flipping once more, as a resplendent gold coin traced a graceful arc through the air, landing in the round top hat on the ground, standing out brilliantly among a pile of silver OS and copper coins. This magic trick was in fact quite simple. When Dante rolled up his right sleeve with his left hand, he seized the opportunity to wedge the coin between the joint of his right thumb and wrist, securing it with muscle, rendering it invisible from the perspective of the man in the silver mask. Then, as his right hand turned in a feigned grasp, he relaxed his muscles, allowing the coin to naturally fall into his palm. The key lay in nimble fingers, practiced movements, and an acute awareness of the audience's gaze. Though the silver-masked man could not discern the trick, he recognized it as an impromptu performance and understood the reason why the other could see through his own setup. Thus, he applauded and laughed, saying, "So you are indeed the magician of this square. Thank you for the demonstration." Observing the man's composed demeanor, Dante elevated his assessment of him further in his mind. Perhaps there would be opportunities for collaboration in the future. They ought to know who he was and where to find him when the need arose. With this thought, he turned and walked into the sanctuary. The silver-masked man watched Dante's retreating figure, lost in contemplation, the member of the youthful Copophile family. It must be him, mysteriously appearing and maintaining control over the rhythm of the conversation. Such behavior starkly contrasted the rumors surrounding him. Furthermore, the matter of collaboration he mentioned must be reported to the leader for a decision. As Dante entered the main hall of the sanctuary, the mass had yet to commence, and he hastily took a seat beside Selina. "Did you discover anything?" Selina inquired curiously. As Dante recounted the events that had just transpired, he surveyed the exquisite religious murals and sculptures adorning the interior of the main hall, most of which depicted the patriarch as a divine messenger, leading humanity in their struggle for survival against foreign adversaries. Covering the entire vast dome was the mural of the Last Judgment, depicting the moment when the divine would determine the fate of humanity. The artwork was vibrant, and the imagery lifelike, leaving viewers awestruck as they gazed upward. Dante was not a devout believer and seldom participated in church activities. Having received a comprehensive education as a noble, he had a wide range of knowledge, encompassing magic and various technological inventions. The more he learned, the less inclined he was to easily believe in the existence of deities, in the absence of verifiable evidence. The church's scriptures held no more weight in his mind than tales from storybooks. He acknowledged the church's role in guiding the populace towards unity and virtue, which effectively bolstered the cohesion of human society. However, the corruption and malpractice within the church had long been apparent. And despite amassing vast sums of gold OS annually, there was little to show for it, with even the church's military maintaining only a minimal presence. Low in martial prowess, yet high in status. The church was wealthier than nations. Moreover, the inherent conflict between royal and divine authority meant that when faced with a formidable monarch, it was remarkable that the church was not held accountable. Nevertheless, regardless of the dynastic changes, the church remained steadfast. Throughout history, monarchs preferred to confront powerful noble lords or engage in warfare rather than challenge the church, as if an ancient covenant existed between royal and divine power. There must be some underlying reason that Dante did not grasp. He speculated that it might pertain to the Holy Spirit army, allegedly originating from the church, but given his status, he could not glean further information. Perhaps only when he ascended to the dukedom would he uncover the secrets within. Theology was deeper than the sea, and the church's depths were even more unfathomable. Dante had little interest in religion. Thus he had resolved long ago to keep a respectful distance from the church. As the heir of the Copophile family, he would come to know what he needed to in due time. Though that day seemed far off, after Dante finished recounting the events in the square, Selina praised him, saying, "Indeed, Dante, you're quite the remarkable magician. I had no idea that magic training could have such an effect." However, her expression soon turned serious. "Though I do not know the true intentions of the other party, it seems they are targeting the Colonna family. The kingdom about to plunge into chaos once more. The Trans in the south have only just settled down. The Trans were an alien race inhabiting the shadow forest in the southern part of the Visconti kingdom. They possessed formidable strength and enigmatic abilities, making them a persistent threat to the kingdom. Duke Torri Copophile had long been stationed at the southern fortress to ward off invasions from the Trant armies. In recent years, the Trent's offensives had subsided, granting the southern region a rare respite. Though major upheaval had not occurred since the kingdom unified humanity's territories, the southern Trant offensives, the remnants insurrections in the west, and the ceaseless power struggles among families kept the kingdom from being entirely peaceful. Though most common folk remained oblivious to this reality. After a moment of contemplation, Dante spoke, "In truth, the identities of those behind this are not hard to deduce. Those aiming to strike at the Colonna family could either be remnants of Urbino or one of the other major families besides us." Selina turned her head, the amber candlelight flickering in her light green pupils. "Do not forget the royal family." Dante's heart tightened as the emblem of the Visconti royal family flashed in his mind. A monstrous serpent, adorned with a golden crown, devouring an adult man. He instantly grasped the meaning behind his stepmother's earlier words. The Visconti royal family, along with the Colonna family, the Copophile family, the Rossi family, and the Ferrello family, constituted the 5 most powerful families among humanity. Should the one who instigated the civil war to seize the throne and subsequently unified humanity's territories be the king himself, his objectives would not be trivial skirmishes, but rather a sweeping purge. In such a process, 1 or even 2 families among the 5 could face annihilation, while the mid-tier families would eagerly vie for the vacant positions, leading to a bloody struggle that time. Chaos would ripple outward like waves, spreading throughout the entire kingdom. Thus, the words he exchanged with the man in the silver mask earlier today, no, it mattered not. The discord between the Copophile and Colonna families was an open secret among the nobility, and one that the royal family was pleased to see. Since he had seen through the arrangements at the scene, it was only natural for him to express a modicum of interest. Regardless of whether turmoil would ensue, the Copophile family needed to play its role well, amassing strength and preserving itself. Dante slowly exhaled, regaining his usual composure. Selina observed the change in his expression with keen interest, her face revealing admiration as she instinctively raised her hand, almost reaching out to touch her stepson's black hair, only to suppress the impulse that moment. The choir's voices resonated within the church as the bishop and other clergy members entered the altar. The Mass had begun. The formal Sunday Mass followed a strict protocol, commencing at 8 in the morning and lasting approximately 1 to 2 hours. First, the recitation of hymns. Second, the reading and preaching of Scripture. Third, the offering of gifts by the faithful. Fourth, the reception of the Holy Communion. And fifth, the recitation of the concluding prayer. After the official proceedings concluded, the faithful could greet one another, engage in conversation, share blessings, or partake in confession. Naturally, it was preferable to confess in advance, as the Holy Communion represented the divine body, and the faithful were not permitted to receive it before cleansing their sins. They were also required to fast for an hour prior to receiving it. As the Mass progressed to the bishop's preaching segment, Dante began to feel drowsy once more. Suddenly, Selina gently called his name. Following her gaze, Dante saw a deacon in a brown robe standing beside him with a smile, and the words he spoke jolted Dante awake. "Lord Dante Copophile, please follow me. His Eminence the Cardinal wishes to see you." Selina was equally perplexed, but she merely whispered a few words and refrained from elaborating further. Dante followed the steward through a series of corridors. Entering the inner sanctum of the cathedral and passing by the clock tower, which housed the largest sundial in the realm, as he walked, Dante recalled pertinent information. The church was composed of 6 cardinal archbishops, each personally selected and appointed by the patriarch. 3 of them were stationed externally, overseeing all ecclesiastical matters in the southern, western, and eastern territories, while the remaining 3 resided within the cathedral, each responsible for a distinct domain. Every cardinal archbishop held significant power and influence. The prominent families relentlessly endeavored to place their direct and collateral descendants within the church, aspiring for someone to ascend to the position of cardinal archbishop and penetrate the core of the church's power. The church maintained an exalted status, refraining from meddling in secular affairs and likewise resisting any secular interference in its internal matters. Consequently, each cardinal archbishop underwent an extensive vetting process prior to their appointment. Once appointed, they were required to relinquish their surnames and familial ties, dedicating themselves wholly to the service of the church. At last, Dante was brought before an elderly man. The old man, with his hair and beard as white as snow, possessed bright, penetrating eyes, and was clad in a crimson linen robe adorned with exquisite lace at the edges. A small red cap sat upon his head, imparting an air of kindness, sanctity, and authority. The deep crimson hue, derived from dyes made from cochineal or madder root, showcased masterful dyeing techniques that ensured a uniform and fade-resistant color. This distinguished shade of red symbolized the cardinal archbishop's status, which is why they were often referred to as the Red Bishops. The old man brought his right hand's index and middle fingers together in a gesture of blessing, then regarded Dante with warmth and anticipation. "Good day, His Excellency Dante Copperfield. I am Guido. Good day." "Your Eminence," Dante replied, placing a hand over his heart and bowing in respect. Recognizing the old man's crimson robe, Dante understood his identity without further introduction. All clergy and members of the church's military forsook their surnames. Leaving the cardinals with only their given names, Guido smiled and remarked, "A dignitary wishes to meet you. Please follow me." Thereafter, Guido offered no further explanation, leading Dante deeper into the cathedral. Dante had grown numb. He felt no concern regarding safety within the cathedral. After all, he was merely meeting a significant figure of the church, which held little consequence for him. Instead, he diverted his attention to observe his surroundings. The architecture of the church's core was ancient and solemn, exuding an artistic beauty, with an abundance of greenery, yet devoid of the bustling clergy, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and peace. He also noted that the church's military patrolling the core area were predominantly accompanied by hunting dogs, which he suspected were Bracco and Griffin breeds. As he walked, Dante followed Guido into a vast garden. The garden featured a gazebo and a fountain, with Damascus roses, white lilies, irises, and violets swaying gently in the breeze, filling the air with their fresh fragrance. However, Dante's gaze did not linger on the vibrant flowers. Instead, he found himself irresistibly drawn to a young woman seated within the gazebo, engrossed in reading a parchment. She sat quietly amidst the riot of colors, seemingly suspended in a realm beyond the ordinary. The early summer sun filtered through the droplets of water cascading from the fountain, casting a dreamlike rainbow, akin to a graceful bridge, facilitating an unexpected encounter between him and her on that morning. Encounters are fate, friendships are choices, and love is uncontrollable. The young lady in the gazebo wore a cream-colored linen gown, her light brown hair cascading freely behind her. The neckline and sleeves were adorned with golden threads depicting the church's distinctive patterns. She eschewed the petticoats or undergarments typical of noble women, opting instead for a delicate golden ribbon tied at her waist, accentuating her slender figure. The gown flowed naturally to her ankles, swaying gently in the wind. Dante found himself captivated by her presence. Hailing from a prominent noble family, Dante had encountered many striking individuals. But the girl's pure and solemn aura was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. As Dante discreetly observed her, she seemed to sense his gaze, lifting her head to meet his eyes directly. Their gazes intertwined, holding for a few heartbeats, prompting a wave of embarrassment in Dante, akin to being caught in an act of indiscretion. Quickly composing himself, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement before averting his gaze to continue following the cardinal archbishop. However, the cardinal archbishop circumvented the flowerbed, proceeding directly towards the young woman along a cobblestone path. Irene set aside her parchment and rose to her feet, her gaze fixed intensely upon the young man, unwilling to divert her eyes for even a moment. Indeed, the sensation she had sensed was undeniably him. As he approached, the feeling intensified. Since the previous generation, the church had devoted considerable resources and efforts to seek him out, even at the cost of the previous leader's life during the search. Upon her succession, she had relinquished hope of continuing the perilous search for the preacher, only to find him standing before her, a direct descendant of one of the 5 great families. Cardinal Archbishop Guido brought Dante before the young woman, positioning himself to the side of the two, clearing his throat and introducing them in a voice as steady as a diplomat's. "Allow me to introduce His Excellency Dante, the eldest son of Duke Copperfield, and this is—" Lady Irene. It appeared that Irene had not heard Guido's words at all. She stepped forward, extending her right index finger to point at Dante's forehead. Startled by her entirely inappropriate gesture, Dante, who towered half a head taller than her, was taken aback, especially as her face loomed closer. Her pale finger nearly brushing against his skin, he felt a familiar wave of nausea and anxiety. Even a slight itch on the skin of his neck that he hastily stepped back, attempting to evade Irene's touch. Yet, the 2 members of the church's military behind Dante advanced, blocking his retreat. Hearing the footsteps closing in behind him, Dante dared not back away further and exclaimed, "Wait, first tell me what you intend to do." The young woman's strong reaction perplexed Irene. Did he truly believe she meant him harm in the heart of the cathedral? She felt a sense of incredulity and quickly reassured him. "We mean you no harm. Just a moment." This was the first time the young woman spoke, her voice soft and melodious. Yet, her continued pointing at Dante's forehead sent a chill down his spine. Due to his affliction, Dante was unable to engage in martial training, rendering him physically weaker than an ordinary person. Although he had attained the level of a mid-tier gray robe mage through guidance from esteemed mentors and years of meditation. Casting spells required prolonged preparation. In the current situation, he had no time to conjure a spell to in short. Dante, having come alone, was defenseless as he watched the girl's finger grow larger. A wave of nausea washed over him, and he felt an odd sensation as if something were touching his forehead. The initial encounter with this beautiful maiden, coupled with her affectionate gesture, would have seemed a romantic tableau under different circumstances. But for Dante, afflicted as he was, it felt akin to torture. He froze, his hands clenched tightly, his body and mind overwhelmed by discomfort and agitation, his stomach beginning to cramp. Fortunately, a warm sensation soon radiated from the young woman's fingertip to his forehead, then into his mind that he felt as though a shackle had been shattered by this warmth. And he sensed something new emerging in his consciousness, as if these fragments had always been there, just beyond his reach until now. Gradually, vivid memories and complex information surfaced in his mind, as if they were all personal experiences. Dante became immersed in this extraordinary state. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, he slowly regained awareness, finding only himself, the young woman, and the cardinal archbishop remaining in the gazebo, while the church's military had retreated to the entrance of the garden. Irene had already withdrawn her finger, now gazing at him with eyes as bright as morning stars, displaying no impatience for the moments spent waiting. Dante was suddenly reminded of unpleasant memories, yet he understood that while the young woman's actions appeared brash and impolite, the primary issue lay within himself, and she was unaware of his condition. It seemed that Irene's urgency was tied to something of great significance, and he too was eager to comprehend the events that had just transpired. Rubbing his temples to suppress his discontent, he inquired, "My lady, what exactly did you just do?" "Your Excellency Dante, allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm the church's saint, Irene, if my previous actions have caused any misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize." As she spoke, she delicately lifted the hem of her skirt with both hands, slightly withdrawing her right foot, bending her left knee ever so slightly, and leaning her body forward while maintaining an upright posture. Executing a standard curtsy. Dante observed that she performed a curtsy rather than the prayer gesture commonly employed by nuns. Immediately after, she picked up a nearby piece of parchment, pointed at two peculiar symbols, and inquired, "May I confirm once more, do you recognize these symbols?" Her tone rose slightly, akin to pebbles creating ripples on a tranquil lake. Dante gazed at the two still damp symbols, and their meanings naturally surfaced in his mind. "Field," he articulated in a language foreign to this world. "What does that mean?" he asked, referring to the land used for cultivating crops. Dante explained in the vernacular of this realm. Internally, he was far from as composed as he appeared, equally filled with incredulity. "Can you elucidate this for me now?" Irene found her composure and gradually regained the aloofness she had exhibited upon their first meeting. Of course. "You are the preacher we have been covertly seeking for many years. With your assistance, the Church stands a greater chance of fulfilling its true mission." Lacking the crucial foreknowledge, Dante could not comprehend her words and continued to inquire, "What does preacher mean? What is the true mission of the Church?" "A preacher is one summoned by my predecessor, a being from another world, destined to bring knowledge and transformation to this realm. You will gradually understand the specifics once you begin working for the Church." Dante was about to ask what it entailed to work for the Church, but Irene did not pause, continuing to address the second question that asks for the Church's mission. "Do you recall the fresco on the dome of the cathedral?" Dante recalled the grand mural depicting the Last Judgment, foretelling the fate of humanity at the end of days, where God would determine their survival. The mural was vibrant, the imagery lifelike, and it left him awestruck when he gazed upon it. He nodded in acknowledgement. Irene fixed her gaze upon Dante, and a sense of gravity and destiny emanated from her, causing the flowers in the garden to sway slightly. The mission of the Church is to safeguard the existence of humanity when the day of judgment arrives. She spoke with strength and dignity, unafraid of the future as she smiled. Irene's response regarding the Church's mission left Dante momentarily speechless. He had long suspected that the Church's proclamations of the end times, judgment and redemption, were merely tools to instill fear and encourage the masses to embrace faith. Could the end truly exist? It seemed Irene perceived his lingering skepticism and continued, "Your father is Duke Kofel, so you should be aware of the strength of the Treants. Beyond the Treants, there are other, more perilous races in this world. The so-called Day of Judgment signifies that should humanity suffer defeat, they would face a fate of bloodshed and slaughter." As she spoke, an indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes. "We are fortunate to be situated in a corner of the continent, currently only needing to contend with the Treant threat. The Treants, engaged in a two-front war, cannot devote their full strength to us. Yet, even so, we can only maintain a defensive stance. The primary reason is that, in terms of physical prowess and mastery of magic, humanity is at a distinct disadvantage compared to the other races that we cannot rely on luck for our survival indefinitely." Following this, Irene fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Cardinal Guido seized the moment to speak. "Indeed, that is why we were so eager to confirm when we found you, Lord Dante. This is undoubtedly the Church's most significant development in recent years, and the knowledge you possess is vital for humanity." Dante pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there a specific time for the Day of Judgment?" "No, it is merely a concept of religious significance. The actual timing depends on when the current balance of power is disrupted and when the strongest side is prepared for a decisive battle. It could be years or even decades or centuries. Clearly, this does not depend on us. That we recommend preparing for the worst-case scenario, say 10 years, so that if it truly comes to pass, we are not entirely unprepared." Irene answered, "How many people in the kingdom are aware of these matters?" "Not many. The king is naturally aware, but whom he chooses to inform and to what extent is not something the Church controls. We merely advise the secular authorities to manage the scope of dissemination. The vast majority of people, when confronted with an excessively harsh reality and overwhelming pressure, will only seek to evade it or even succumb to despair." Upon finishing, she regarded Dante silently, refraining from further words. Dante sought to alleviate his emotions through sarcasm. The Day of Judgment is indeed just a pretext. While it is not entirely false, it is heavily laced with religious embellishments. Suddenly being esteemed by the church's higher-ups was certainly a gratifying experience. It was notoriously difficult for them to arrange a meeting, let alone forge a close relationship. However, the unveiled truth of this harsh world and the weight of responsibility pressing upon him rendered his breath labored. Moreover, the saintly maiden, who was initially so striking and whose voice was delicate and melodious, had not uttered a single pleasant word. Her direct manner of speaking showed no regard for the listener's feelings. Dante felt that with each word she spoke, his mood darkened further, though, strangely enough, his capacity for acceptance seemed to strengthen that day. Wait, what exactly is the position of saint? I don't recall seeing any mention of it in the scriptures. Yet it seems familiar. He took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and addressed Irene and Cardinal Guido. Since this pertains to the well-being of humanity, I am personally willing to collaborate with the Church. However, my endeavors must not conflict with the Confidante family. Irene observed the change in his expression, surprised that this young man could so swiftly accept the harsh reality and responsibilities placed upon him. Expressing his willingness to shoulder the corresponding duties. Within the Church, some individuals, having long been steeped in its teachings, would often panic and struggle to maintain composure upon first encountering the truth. It appeared that his lineage was not entirely a liability. As an heir raised in a prominent family, he had been exposed to the subtle machinations of power struggles and displayed a resilience greater than most. Naturally, it would be preferable if the preacher were a commoner, directly inducted into the church to become a penitent monk, dedicating his life to labor within the cathedral. Irene pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and replied, "The first thing is to ensure your own safety before you complete your preaching and to keep the preacher secret." Dante was taken aback. What? What is strange about that? Your secular identity is quite troublesome. Are there not countless instances of nobles appearing cordial on the surface, yet engaging in deadly rivalries behind closed doors? If one day you were to disappear, it would be an immeasurable loss. By the way, why not remain in the cathedral until you inherit your family estate? The church can ensure your safety. By the time you're set to inherit, your preaching should be complete. Dante rejected her suggestion without hesitation. I apologize, but I must decline. The Confidante family is entirely capable of ensuring my safety, and I have other matters to attend to. I cannot remain in the cathedral indefinitely. Irene glared at him with an unkind expression for outright rejecting her good intentions. She fell silent, and Dante did not say anything further, meeting her gaze with composure. Cardinal Guido sensed the awkward atmosphere and hastily intervened. Of course, it is ultimately up to your will, my lord. We merely propose that you exercise caution in your future actions. May God bless you with all that is good. Dante expressed his gratitude to Cardinal Guido. Irene recognized that she could not impose her will upon him and reluctantly conceded, coldly stating, "I hope you truly understand the responsibility that lies upon you and do not find yourself poisoned or stabbed in the streets one day." After a pause, she added, "If you ever encounter danger, you may seek assistance at the cathedral." Dante mused to himself, what kind of chaos would necessitate the heir of one of the 5 great families to seek refuge in the cathedral? He understood that her intentions were genuinely good and thanked her sincerely. The second matter is to translate the selected important documents while teaching me this script, she said, gently stroking the parchment beside her. Dante had anticipated this and readily agreed. He also needed to organize the sudden influx of information in his mind. He inquired directly, "When do we begin?" "Sooner than you might expect. Rest early tonight and await notification." She suddenly flashed a playful smile, her charming dimples blooming like flower buds. Her delicate voice rang like morning bird song, lightly echoing in his ears. Dante was captivated by the girl's enchanting smile, a sight he had not witnessed since their initial meeting. However, it seemed that she quickly recalled something, her expression cooling rapidly as she questioned, "Moreover, what is the meaning of your presence? Why have you only come to the cathedral today for the first time? Being from one of the 5 great families, do you not possess even a shred of faith? Had you arrived earlier, our current predicament would undoubtedly be far more favorable." The saint looked upon him as if he were a heretic concealing a sacred relic. Fortunately, in this world, there exists but one religion, and Dante could scarcely be labeled a heretic. Otherwise, given her inexplicably troublesome nature, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for her to extract every ounce of value from him before sending him to the stake. Faced with the saint's inquiries, Dante felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him, but he had little fondness for the social intricacies of the nobility, largely due to his own circumstances, and had previously harbored no interest in matters of faith. Hence, despite having returned to the royal capital for half a year, he had yet to visit the cathedral. Had it not been for accompanying Selina, who had just returned to the capital, he likely would have postponed such a visit for another 6 months. Naturally, in the presence of the stern-faced saint, he opted for a more decorous and cautious mode of communication. Dante briefly recounted his past experiences, considering these to be no guarded secrets. The church could easily uncover them later. 16 years prior, Dante was born within the family territory of the southern lands at that time. The royal family was embroiled in civil strife, and his father fought valiantly on the front lines in support of Prince Francesco Visconti. 2 years later, Francesco ascended the throne, and the valorous Torre Coppophil was ennobled as Duke and Protector of the southern territories. When Dante was 3, he resided in the royal capital with his birth mother, during which time he frequently accompanied Aurora to the cathedral. After the assassination attempt at 8, he returned to live in the southern lands, only to come back to the capital 6 months ago. Irene fell silent upon hearing this revelation, as, that was the case. The previous generation had paid a considerable price to summon the prophet's birth. Yet, only he could sense and locate the prophet within a certain radius. Upon Dante's birth, the previous generation had searched discreetly in the capital for a year, but yielded no results. Subsequently venturing to the then-existing Urbino capital, they had quietly approached various districts in both the inner and outer city, even the grand estates beyond the city, yet still found nothing. They could only rely on luck in the remaining large cities. The vast majority of the world's populace is bound to the land. Commoners live their entire lives in a single location. Thus, the previous generation naturally prioritized seeking out places they had not yet visited, particularly those with dense populations. Little did they expect that the prophet would be born among the 5 great families, appearing alternately in the capital and the southern lands. After years of fruitless searching, the church reluctantly speculated that the still unawakened prophet had perished amid the turmoil of the Visconti throne struggle and the national conflict between Visconti and Urbino. Especially during the War of Annihilation against Urbino, numerous towns and villages were devastated, and countless refugees were either enslaved or starved to death. Subsequently, the previous generation was assassinated, and he took their place, becoming the sole individual capable of sensing the prophet. At that point, she had given up hope. Should he recklessly venture out in search of the prophet and encounter danger, it would be a far graver loss than merely losing the prophet. Irene wrestled with unspeakable emotions, and Dante sensed that he could not adequately handle this saint. Thus, their first meeting concluded, and the steward respectfully guided Dante out of the garden. Guido observed the expression on Irene's face, feeling a surge of pity for the girl he had watched grow up. However, certain responsibilities could only be shouldered by Irene, and no one could alter that moment. Irene casually inquired, "Guido, what are your thoughts on the prophet?" Guido reflected on the youth's earlier demeanor and replied, "Though young, he possesses a calm disposition. Quickly adapting to reality and bearing the corresponding responsibilities, he should be able to fulfill the prophet's mission. Thanks be to the divine grace." The elderly speaker had momentarily forgotten that Irene herself was merely 16 years old. He indeed surpassed the average noble in merit and exhibited a commendable caution. He had not fully entrusted us, preferring to cooperate with the church solely in his individual capacity, deliberately keeping his family uninvolved. Irene raised an eyebrow and continued, "Moreover, it's evident that he lacks substantial faith." This is a common ailment among the royal family and the great houses, Guido sighed. "The prophet's task is of utmost importance. Compile a detailed dossier on him and the Coppophil family for me." "Understood." The cardinal seemed to recall something and added, "By the way, this year's Feast of the Holy Body is in 2 weeks. The Holy Body procession requires your presiding presence, and that evening, at the banquet with the kingdom's nobility, you will be formally introduced into the social sphere. The detailed agenda for the celebration will be sent to you shortly. I understand." Irene responded calmly, her voice as serene as a tranquil lake. Meanwhile, Dante, accompanied by the steward, walked back towards the outer area of the main hall, occasionally reflecting on the conversation they had just had, while at other times allowing his thoughts to wander freely. Suddenly, a new memory surged within his mind. The resplendent world depicted in that memory, coupled with its myriad of chaotic information, left him momentarily unable to fully process it. More importantly, the modern mindset that accompanied it provided him with an entirely new perspective from which to view the world. Abruptly, he halted his steps, a spark of realization igniting within him. His peculiar affliction was nothing less than obsessive cleanliness. In that modern world, this was a condition that could be diagnosed and treated. With this thought, his heart raced, and an uncontrollable wave of elation surged from within that moment. The Mass had long since concluded, and the noble families had departed. Dante hurriedly exited the cathedral, eager to return to his residence and diligently devise a plan for his treatment. However, upon reaching the street, a sight nearly shattered his composure. It was something he had initially adapted to. Yet now, with the infusion of modern memories and thoughts, he found it utterly unbearable. His sole source of knowledge was experience. As a scientist, when Dante, now endowed with modern sensibilities, stepped onto the street, the sight of refuse and animal dung, coupled with the stench wafting from the drainage ditches, struck him like a bolt of lightning. To be fair, this was the plaza at the main entrance of the cathedral, a prime location in the inner city, already considered one of the cleaner areas of the capital. Yet the sanitary conditions of this era were woefully inadequate. There were no public trash bins. Refuse accumulated in a corner of the street, with municipal authorities sporadically dispatching workers to remove it. Before it was collected, the garbage often emitted a foul odor, attracting numerous rodents and insects, becoming a breeding ground for disease. Public restrooms were non-existent, and residents typically utilized chamber pots or open-air toilets, discarding excrement and wastewater directly into rivers or the street's drainage ditches. Most ditches were open and prone to blockage. Rainwater and wastewater were discharged together, often resulting in sewage flowing down the streets. Especially during the rainy and flood seasons, filth frequently floated along the streets with the rainwater, rendering the sanitary conditions beyond description. With limited funding, municipal authorities mandated that residents were responsible for cleaning the streets in front of their homes, yet due to a lack of strict enforcement and oversight, the edict was little more than a paper promise, relying solely on individual accountability. In this plaza, while the cathedral was affluent, the residents and shops were relatively well off. Even if the municipal hall neglected its duties, the refuse could still be cleared daily. However, the state of the drainage ditches and the refuse generated that day remained unmanageable. The populace of this era exhibited a profoundly weak awareness of sanitation, and municipal authorities lacked the necessary infrastructure. It can only be said that this world was exceedingly unkind to the cleanliness-conscious Dante. The days he had endured had truly been arduous, just as he had nearly adjusted. The sudden influx of modern thought today evoked an insurmountable sense of revulsion within him, causing his ability to accept the situation to plummet another notch, leading to his breakdown upon exiting the cathedral. Fortunately, at that moment, a carriage from the Coppofill family approached slowly, halting directly before Dante. The door swung open, revealing Selina's fair visage, her expression filled with concern. "What happened? Why do you look so pale?" "It's nothing. I accidentally came into contact with something dirty. I'll get in the car first." Once inside the carriage, Dante immediately retrieved a handkerchief and meticulously wiped down his hands, face, and neck, any exposed skin, with great care. Following this vigorous, cleansing ritual, coupled with a tidy environment and a hint of fragrance, he finally felt as though he had been revitalized. Selina, now accustomed to his peculiarities, breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing his recovery. "What transpired in the cathedral?" she queried, cutting straight to the heart of the matter without unnecessary preamble. Confronted with this question, he attempted to switch between the two modes of thought in his mind. He could not speak directly. First, he had promised the church confidentiality, and second, elaborating would only cause his parents undue worry. Currently, it appeared that assisting the church posed no danger. He could selectively share information that would reassure them. Original thought. His father likely knew part of it. In the future, my interactions with the church would inevitably increase, allowing for a slight revelation of relevant details. Modern thought. Dante organized his thoughts and said, I was introduced to the core area of the cathedral, where I met the cardinal and the saint. They conducted a unique ritual to affirm that I possess a certain distinct quality, one that pertains to the resistance against foreign entities. They extended an invitation for me to assist the church, to which I consented in my personal capacity, that I cannot divulge further specifics. Yet it should be devoid of peril, as the church does not wish for me to disclose the particularity I bear to anyone. What precisely the church's cardinal and the saint are involved in is something you cannot reveal to me either. Selina furrowed her brow at Dante, awaiting his response. The events have only just transpired, and I am still grappling with numerous uncertainties. For now, I can only convey this much. Noticing the growing discontent in Selina's gaze, Dante hastily added, "There is absolutely no need for me to engage in combat with foreign factions. The church is more concerned about safety than I am, even desiring for me to reside within the sanctum's core area." Selina scoffed, interrupting him. "You've come a long way, directly liaising with the church hierarchy now, and you have your own secrets." Dante replied earnestly, "Rest assured, my dear mother, I will exercise caution. If the situation becomes unfavorable, I will withdraw immediately, at which point I may require the family's assistance. The church has never interfered in worldly matters, and it would not do so merely because I am at odds with our kin." Selina's expression softened slightly. "You have grown up. Manage it yourself. You are the sole heir of our family. Regardless of who the adversary may be, the family will support you wholeheartedly." As she uttered this weighty statement, her demeanor remained placid, as if discussing a mere outing the following day. Then, with a playful tone, she added, "Even if your father has 7 or 8 illegitimate children outside, you remain my only child." Dante exhaled in relief. His stepmother's jest indicated that he had passed this hurdle. Nonetheless, he felt a swell of emotion at her words. Without her own offspring, she had embraced him as her own after the passing of Aurora, nurturing him with unwavering care. Over the years, she had spent more time attending to him than she had in the fortress with his father. Dante recognized how profoundly he had struggled after the loss of his biological mother, and how his subsequent issues with cleanliness had caused her considerable distress. He was far from being a suitable heir, yet she, born of noble lineage, had never uttered a complaint. Dante softly responded, "Understood. How about we revisit that mountain the next time we return to the Southern Territories? We could see if the waterfall is still there." A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Selina's eyes. "Going back. The last time my dress got soiled, my shoes were caked in mud, and I even lost an earring." Dante shot her an exasperated glance. Selina erupted into laughter, her bright, melodious chuckle reminiscent of birdsong in spring, infectiously drawing the young man into her mirth. That year, she had insisted on taking her young stepson, who had recently lost his mother, on a hiking trip. She had shooed away the maid and the guards, all the while mimicking her sister's demeanor, clapping and singing songs, upon reaching a waterfall that roared like thunder. The stepson had wept inconsolably. Having never been a mother, Selina awkwardly wrapped her arms around his shoulders, patting his back in a clumsy attempt to console him. Each time he pushed her away, she would only embrace him more gently, yet resolutely. The verdant mountains stood silent, the torrential waterfall quietly listening to his sobs and her song. That year, Dante was 8, and Selina was 23, without any blood ties. She had become his beloved mother. There is no singular way to achieve perfection as a mother. However, there are a million ways to be a good one, that a certain author. When Dante and Selina returned to the urban residence, it was nearing noon. The Copperfield family possessed 2 estates in the royal capital, one in the city and another in the countryside. The urban residence was a grand stone edifice located in the inner city. Besides its prime location, close to the palace and other dignitaries, it also served a defensive purpose. The structure boasted 3 levels, including an ornately decorated hall, a chapel, conference rooms, banquet halls, and numerous chambers. In the center lay a courtyard encircled by corridors and buildings, adorned with Selina's favorite roses, lavender, olive trees, and lemon trees. To the rear of the building was a training ground that Dante seldom utilized. During the season, the cool courtyard was the preferred locale for dining and leisure activities. At that moment, Dante and Selina were enjoying lunch in the courtyard. The meal consisted of rich chicken broth paired with stewed venison and a vegetable salad, with cream pudding for dessert and freshly baked white bread as the staple. Dante's modern thoughts collided with the medieval culinary offerings laid before him, generating a flurry of novel ideas. Although he could not entirely suppress these thoughts, he endeavored to maintain composure in Selina's presence, ensuring his demeanor revealed no signs of peculiarity. Each bite he took evoked a dual sensation of familiarity and novelty, while modern notions bubbled up like effervescent thoughts, some amusing, others trivial. What? How can one have a meal without rice? Is there no rice in this world? I must invent it first. Otherwise, how will I survive? Oh, this freshly baked bread is unexpectedly delightful. The texture is so soft, and the aroma of baked wheat. Can I slice it and spread butter? Let me try. Ah, it's divine. Another slice, please. This venison, is it from a wild animal? Could it harbor viruses? Oh, it seems I often consume it, so it should be fine. The texture of the stewed venison is somewhat tough, reminiscent of beef, yet lacking its flavor. Poor rating. Indeed, pork, beef, and lamb are the true delicacies. A vegetable salad is merely gnawing on raw leaves. Is there no stir-fried option? This chicken broth is quite good. Its flavor is far richer than that of mass-produced chickens. Oh, I need to bolster my close protection. When I was pinned against the wall this morning, I couldn't muster any resistance. That my physical strength is woefully inadequate, and the casting time for magic is too lengthy. Close combat is essentially off the table. Modern thought. Dante's hand momentarily faltered while slicing his meat. This thought seemed to hold some merit. Thus, he consciously toggled between both modes of thinking to consider the matter more carefully. This morning was an anomaly. I hadn't anticipated encountering a situation necessitating protection within the sanctum. Normally, when I venture out, I am accompanied by both overt and covert guards. Native thought, should an enemy plot an assassination, they would naturally target me when my protective detail is at its weakest. Therefore, I require a discreet guard who can provide timely protection when the moment demands it. Modern thought. This is precisely what the Blood Guards are meant to do. The Blood Guards are elite assassins trained by the Coppofield family. After Dante's assassination attempt 8 years ago, the family specifically cultivated a cadre of Blood Guards to remain concealed around important family members, providing protection if they are not close enough, as was the case this morning. They cannot assist. Due to their identities, they cannot accompany us into the sanctum's core area. More directly, I need an exceptional blood guard to masquerade as my personal attendant, ensuring that we receive protection in almost all circumstances. Ideally, it would be a female blood guard posing as a maid, as that would be even more discreet. The family had suggested this previously, yet I cannot tolerate close contact with others and am unaccustomed to proximity. I can avoid direct contact. My cleanliness obsession is not an insurmountable issue that I will systematically resolve this problem. The interplay between these two modes of thought reveals that the native thought is inherently conservative and cautious, while the modern thought, albeit occasionally erratic, often strikes at the heart of the matter with greater logic. To some extent, they can indeed complement one another. After careful consideration, Dante decided to adhere to the insights of modern thought. My dear mother, my condition has improved somewhat lately. If there are suitable female blood guards available in the family, could we have one pose as my personal maid to provide protection? Upon hearing this, Selina's face lit up with delight. Of course, I will see if there are any suitable candidates among the royal capital's personnel. If not, I can summon someone from the southern territories. It's been years since I've held Dante. I'm looking forward to it. I must write to inform your father of this splendid news. Dante sighed in resignation. That seems premature. I will do my best, sigh. I've waited for so many years. She feigned disappointment, letting out a dramatic sigh. In the afternoon, within another heavily guarded courtyard of the royal capital, dappled sunlight filtered through the layers of obscuring branches, casting mottled shadows upon the two individuals seated around a stone table. Antonio, having removed his silver mask, respectfully reported the morning's developments to the elegantly attired woman across from him. The wooden flute that had once cried out in the square, now hanging silently at his waist. Though he was not yet 30, his eyes bore the weight of experience. The deep brown hair harmonizes beautifully with the vibrant green eyes, evoking a sense of tranquility and warmth. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern the occasional glint of sharpness lurking within the depths of those irises. Leader, The operations for this morning have been successfully completed. The opulent carriage of the Colonna family has been destroyed in the streets. Well done. Let us prepare to proceed to the next phase of our plan. The elegantly attired woman toyed with a ring on her finger, the outcome already anticipated in her mind as she contemplated the next steps. During the operation, Dante, the heir of the Copophile family, was present in the square, that he has seen through our arrangements. She raised her head, her expression animated. Oh, he was able to see through it. What a pity I wasn't there. Rest assured, we have thoroughly verified. We were not followed. After Antonio and his subordinates left the square, they circled around both the inner and outer city, employing safe houses and other clandestine routes for counter-surveillance, ensuring that no traces were left behind before arriving here. I trust your capabilities. Your safe return indicates that the Copophile family has not taken any action. What did they say? Antonio recalled the youth's brilliance and that gleaming gold OS. Replying, he mentioned he also harbors no fondness for the Colonna family and suggested a possible collaboration should we have need of him. I believe. No, we must not engage with the Copophile family. The woman's voice was resolute. However, the Copophile and Colonna families are already at odds. Perhaps we could leverage each other's strengths for limited cooperation. The elegantly clad woman pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I understand your thoughts. But it is neither necessary nor appropriate. We could certainly operate with greater discretion. Why destroy the carriage in plain view? The intent is to lead the astute to surmise that something is brewing within the Colonna family, diverting their gaze towards them. If we involve the Copophile family, their long-standing rivalry is common knowledge. As long as no real conflict arises, no one will pay heed. Antonio opened his mouth, wishing to say more. The elegantly dressed woman waved her hand, interrupting. I have made my decision. Let us discuss the next steps of the plan. Antonio nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. In his view, the leader possessed more intelligence. With a clearer grasp of the overall situation, such a decision must surely have ample justification. Furthermore, the ultimate goals of the organization could not rely on others. That day was drawing near. With this thought, Antonio felt a swell of excitement. However, he quickly suppressed his inner fervor, striving to regain his usual composure. This moment. What he needed most was patience, unwavering patience. After lunch, Selina eagerly departed the estate to attend a gathering of ladies. Dante finally found himself alone, promptly beginning to organize the newly acquired information in his mind. Firstly, that memory stemmed from a technologically advanced alternate world, where the level of civilization, societal structure, and people's ideologies were entirely different from the current realm. Let us regard the owner of that memory as his past life and the technologically advanced alternate world as the future world. Although the future world too faced issues such as plagues, famine, localized conflicts, and nuclear threats, it was often ridiculed by locals with disillusioned comments about the world being a mere makeshift stage. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that the average standard of living in the future world was vastly superior to that of this world, and its military capabilities were formidable. Not only did it face no threats from foreign races, but it also drove many ferocious beasts to the brink of extinction or outright eradication. Another crucial point was that the future world lacked magical energy. All its civilizational achievements were built upon the foundation of science. This science encompassed not just the realms of physics, chemistry, mechanics, civil engineering, and computer science, but also sociology, economics, and management studies. To be proficient in baking, yet incapable of dividing the cake, is akin to confining an Olympic gymnast to landing on one foot. The elegance of a mid-air somersault is matched only by the tragedy of a flawed landing. The essence of the future world lies in the illuminated scientific technologies and theories that, in stark contrast, the current primitive world, aside from its magical aspects, is roughly equivalent to the level of the future world during its medieval period. Specifically, which century it mirrors. Dante reflected on the exquisite glassware, ceramic tableware, and silver cutlery at the dining table, along with the stone bridges within the inner city. And he surmised it was likely not earlier than the mid-medieval period. This world faced tangible threats of warfare. If one were to ascend the technological tree, it would naturally begin with advancements that could deliver justice and truth to adversaries. Collaborating with the church to lead humanity in crafting firearms and cannons, the The thought was indeed exhilarating. However, as a law-abiding citizen residing in a gluttonous nation, Dante had not touched a firearm since military training. Possessing no knowledge of gun structures or gunpowder formulas, he vaguely remembered that electrolysis could yield hydrogen and oxygen. But where was the electricity in this world? What purpose would hydrogen and oxygen serve? The owner of the past life memory had been a graduate in electronics from a prestigious university. Although it was an esteemed institution, he had ventured into sales at a well-known communication company after graduation. Having forgotten much of the specialized knowledge that it was improbable that he would possess the ability to recite high school textbooks from memory, even if he did recall the content of his university courses. To apply this knowledge effectively would require first igniting diodes, chips, multimeters, soldering irons, and associated programming software. Essentially, the prerequisite technologies. Most importantly, one must not forget the necessity of electricity. Dante gathered his scattered thoughts, recognizing that one of the drawbacks of modern thinking is its tendency to diverge excessively, often leading one's mind to wander across oceans. Never mind the pressing need for national revival. It seemed the church required my assistance in translating certain materials. I shall defer to Irene's guidance during our next meeting. Irene, during my recent conversation with Selena, I acquired further intelligence regarding this enigmatic saint. The figures of the saint and the Holy Son have never graced the church's sacred texts. Yet, every few decades, whether 20 or 30 years, or even longer, one of them appears among the church's upper echelons. Their status is transcendent, and years later, they mysteriously vanish, as if they had never existed. A theory suggests that the church has always had saints and holy sons in existence. Yet they typically remain concealed. Another posits that the church only selects a saint or holy son to address specific issues when the global situation undergoes certain changes, after which they retreat from the historical stage. Only the church knows the true reason. Such information is documented only within the annals of ancient noble families. When referring to ancient noble families, it certainly does not pertain to the Copophile family, which has only risen in prominence over a mere decade, but rather to Selena's maternal lineage, the Rossi family. Dante refocused his thoughts for the second time, deciding to commence his research with the issue of utmost importance to himself, his obsessive-compulsive disorder. He meticulously searched through the memories from the future world and discovered that this obsession was more a psychological ailment. While he could not recall the specialized treatments, he surmised that reliable methods for addressing psychological disorders might include the following. First, medication. This could be disregarded. Pass. Second, regular psychological counseling. Dante could attempt to implement self-hypnosis and emotional guidance. Third, gradual adaptation, transitioning from quantitative changes to qualitative ones. This should be the most feasible approach. Previously, Dante had practiced magic not only out of interest but also to compel himself to repeatedly touch various performance props, using his fascination with magic and the positive emotions from successful performances to combat the negative feelings associated with his disorder, yielding some success. Now, Dante could formulate a more direct and effective treatment plan. In the past, to address this rare affliction, his family had secretly summoned various physicians, even including healing priests from the church. Such priests were exceedingly rare, capable of performing miraculous feats in healing, detoxification, and exorcism, thus earning the title of healing priest. Regrettably, his ailment was merely a simple disorder, devoid of any curable aspects. Thus, the outcome of the treatment was, regrettably, of little consequence. Bound by the limitations of contemporary medical practices, he had been subjected to the trial and error of the prevalent bloodletting techniques and various herbal remedies. Fortunately, as the highly esteemed heir to the Duke, every physician who attended to him had been meticulously selected by Selena. No foolish practitioner would dare employ methods that could leave conspicuous aftereffects on him, nor would anyone resort to inhumane treatments akin to human blood bonds. Dante's personal experiences affirmed that while medieval bloodletting may not have effectively cured ailments, it also posed minimal harm. Reflecting on it now still sends shivers down his spine. The mere fact that he has survived to this day and is gradually inching closer to the correct answers can largely be attributed to luck. With diligence playing a lesser role, he must also show utmost reverence to his stepmother in the future. Once the general direction is set, even in the absence of awakened memories of the future world, it is highly probable that he will gradually return to normalcy. Today, he feels an enhanced confidence in overcoming his obsessive-compulsive disorder, as well as a fervent desire to resolve this affliction that has plagued him for a full 8 years, preventing him from living a normal life, thus subjecting him to endless pressure and a nightmare of self-denial. This moment, Dante possesses an unprecedented anticipation for his future. As a potential prophet, he has not acquired any extraordinary powers, at least none have yet revealed themselves. But he has attained what he truly desires. His affluent heritage has not led him to arrogance, nor has his debilitating condition driven him to despair. Today, the confidence of youth, once consumed by wildfires, begins to sprout anew. Illness is an integral part of life, yet we possess the agency to choose how we confront it. As a certain lady once said, everyone has their talents, but if you evaluate them by a fish's ability to climb a tree, it will spend its entire life believing it is foolish. After a scientist devised a comprehensive treatment plan for his obsessive-compulsive disorder, Dante felt an unprecedented sense of freedom, akin to witnessing the chains that bound him begin to fracture. His subsequent focus shifted to the study of magic. Recent events have instilled in him a foreboding sense regarding the kingdom's future, compounded by his experiences in the garden, igniting a fervent desire to enhance his abilities. For Dante, the most feasible avenue for rapid improvement lies in the realm of magic. The magical arts in this world can achieve remarkable feats. For instance, the commonly encountered fire magic proves effective against the trance. A low-tier black-robed mage can conjure fireballs around themselves, which, when guided by their magical energy and propelled by wind manipulation, can be hurled at foes, resulting in explosive impacts and searing burns. The highest-tier magic masters can incinerate magical beasts to ashes within moments. Mages are categorized into 4 tiers. 1. Black-robed mages, low tier. 2. Gray-robed mages, mid-tier. Dante currently occupies this tier. 3. White-robed mages, high tier. And 4. Archmages, highest tier. The classification depends on the total magical energy within their magical vortex, alongside their proficiency in corresponding tier spells and magical affinity. Through meditation, mages can condense their magical vortex and increase their total magical energy, but this total ceases to grow after the age of 20. Thus, the earlier one begins their cultivation, the higher their potential future limit as a mage. This circumstance leads to the fact that mages predominantly hail from noble or affluent backgrounds, as children from impoverished families struggle to meet basic needs, leaving them no time or suitable environment for meditation. Proficiency in spells corresponding to their tier depends on both effort and innate understanding. Even those with poor comprehension can eventually master spells through relentless practice. The former 2 aspects can be enhanced through experience, while magical affinity relies entirely on one's innate constitution, making it the most crucial indicator of a mage's potential. Magical affinity influences 2 factors: the speed at which spells are cast and the magical energy consumed during casting. Its significance is self-evident. Different mages exhibit varying magical energy expenditures when casting spells. For instance, casting a standard low-tier fireball spell may require one mage to expend 1 unit of energy, while another with poor affinity might need 1.5 units to in a starkly unfair twist. Those with high magical affinity can even slightly accelerate their casting speed in one-on-one duels among mages. The difference can be as stark as one mage having just summoned a fireball, brimming with confidence to strike, only to find that their opponent's fireball has already struck. The vast disparity brought about by magical affinity nearly determines a mage's output capacity and ceiling, essentially equating to their potential. Dante began meditating from a young age, and his total magical energy is commendable and steadily increasing, that he possesses both diligence and understanding. However, his magical affinity remains at an unremarkable level, a significant obstacle to his advancement. Transitioning from low-tier to mid-tier magic demands an increase in magical energy by over 10-fold, and the same applies from mid-tier to high-tier. With Dante's current total magical energy, he can barely cast a high-tier spell once in a pinch. While archmage-level spells are beyond his reach, the number of archmages is exceedingly rare. Currently, there are only a handful across the entire human realm, precisely because individuals with high magical affinity are so scarce. It can be said that every archmage throughout history has been a chosen one graced by divine favor. Dante closed his eyes and concentrated, entering a state of visualization. Within his mind, he sketched a gray stone tablet. And moments later, using his will, he inscribed an intricate magical array upon it. The patterns forming the array twisted and coiled like serpents, seemingly imbued with life, subtly undulating. Extending outward, the first circle comprised 6 equidistant pentagrams, each tip shimmering with a crimson light, symbolizing the fiery elements. The second circle encircled the pentagram formation, adorned with an array of complex runes that exuded an eerie, mysterious beauty, as if whispering to the natural world. The outermost layer resembled flames, clearly indicating the presence of fire magic. Once the magical array was complete, Dante drew energy from his magical vortex, infusing it into the tablet's patterns while simultaneously connecting to reality. This sensation was extraordinary, akin to wielding an imaginary key to attempt to unlock a door to reality. It was only at the very moment of turning the key that one could ascertain whether this fantastical key would indeed open the door. Dante heard a soft pop, and upon opening his eyes, a fireball, approximately the size of an adult's palm, hovered silently before him. Flames danced upon the fireball's surface, and Dante distinctly felt the temperature around him begin to rise. This was the rudimentary fireball spell that he sensed a profound connection between himself and the fire element within the fireball, while simultaneously continuing to supply magical energy to sustain its existence in combat. The next step would be to harness this connection to direct the fireball towards his adversary in this state. The fireball speed was not particularly swift, roughly equivalent to the pace of a falling leaf. Thus, in practical scenarios, mages typically utilize fire manipulation techniques to assist in guiding it. Though this still does not match the speed of an arrow, it could approximate that of a thrown stone. After assessing his magical energy consumption, Dante realized that for such a simple and commonly used spell, he had already mastered it, with a success rate exceeding 95 from the moment Dante closed his eyes to enter a state of visualization until the fireball materialized. A total of 6 breaths had elapsed. For a mid-tier mage, the casting speed is somewhat sluggish, especially considering that Dante has only recently ascended. Historical records of humanity note that the fastest casting time for a novice fireball spell is merely 3 breaths. The duration of casting has always been the greatest limitation for mages. Even as an archmage, a chosen one, releasing the most basic fireball spell requires 4 to 5 breaths. This interval is sufficient for an archer to shoot 3 arrows, or for an agile warrior to cover 50 meters and plunge a dagger into the throat of a mage lost in contemplation. For mid-tier and high-tier spells, the required casting time increases further. Thus, mages in this world typically serve as remote strike forces on the battlefield or within small teams, unleashing powerful attacks that exploit the enemy's vulnerabilities or continuously employing basic spells to disrupt their rhythm. Dante controlled the fireball before him, igniting a candle on the stone table, then severed his connection with the fire element within the fireball. The fire element, deprived of its magical sustenance, dissipated into the air like a stream without a source. Gazing at the flickering flame of the candle, Dante did not dwell on the fireball spell, but instead pondered another unrelated auxiliary spell, fire manipulation. Similar to wind manipulation, this spell establishes a direct connection with existing fire or wind elements in reality, allowing for relatively simple manipulation. Such direct elemental control does not necessitate the mental crafting of a magic diagram, nor the need to enter a contemplative state. Dante sought to uncover a point of entry into the essence of magic by contrasting the differences between the two. He fixed his gaze upon the candleless flame, projecting his thoughts toward the fire elements within, while a vortex of magical energy slowly rotated, supplying power. Approximately 4 breaths later, Dante sensed the first fire element acquiescing. Soon, the second and third followed suit until all the fire elements within the flame submitted to his will. Establishing a connection with the flickering flame, he then commanded the flame to rise, simultaneously drawing more magical energy from the vortex to infuse it into the flame. As the magic flowed in, the fire elements appeared to revel in a sumptuous feast, becoming more animated and lively, akin to mischievous sprites frolicking about. With the infusion of magic, the flame gradually expanded. Once it reached a size comparable to that of a novice fireball, Dante felt the fire element stabilize, losing their previous exuberance, while his magical expenditure diminished slightly. Upon careful observation, he noted that the fireball before him was indistinguishable from one summoned through the novice fireball spell. The fireball created through this method took longer to form than the traditional visualization of a magic diagram, had a similar magical cost, and its success rate remained to be investigated. As he gazed at the novice fireball, Dante suddenly grew curious about what would happen if he continued to infuse it with magic. Would it, without hesitation, the modern-minded Dante, imbued with a spirit of experimentation, pressed on? With the continued infusion of magic, the fire elements became animated once more, causing the fireball to grow larger, albeit at an accelerating rate of magical consumption. When the fireball reached a size surpassing that of a watermelon, Dante sensed the fire elements becoming exceedingly vigorous, slipping beyond his control, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the form of the fireball, which threatened to explode. Dante quickly stepped back, gradually severing the magical supply while maintaining a mental link with the fireball to prevent it from detonating in the courtyard. The fireball, now devoid of magical sustenance, began to shrink, ultimately reverting to a mere flicker before he deftly guided it back to the candle. Severing the connection just before it extinguished, he had initially thought that by continuously infusing magic, he could elevate a novice fireball into a mid-tier fire crow spell or a blazing arrow, but it appeared that such aspirations were not so easily realized. Modern thinking, such notions were indeed fantastical. The crafting of magic diagrams is a profound discipline, in the present day. The emergence of every new spell sends ripples through the mage community, etching the names of those who create corresponding new diagrams into the annals of history. Traditional thinking, experiencing a temporary setback in mastering mid-tier magic was one thing, yet conducting experiments is paramount to acquiring research data, and the insights gained earlier were quite substantial. Modern thinking, Dante no longer toggled between mindsets. Concluding his solitary performance, he conducted further trials, including simultaneously controlling two fireballs, arranging the fire elements in points, lines, and planes, and sending fireballs forth only to retrieve them again. After meticulously absorbing these experiences, he began to organize his current discoveries. Firstly, establishing a connection with existing fire elements to manually conjure a novice fireball is indeed feasible, though the efficiency still lags behind that of the visualized magic diagram. The size, magical expenditure, and stability of the novice fireball achieved a perfect equilibrium. This is precisely why previous scholars had explored and solidified this into a magical formula. Any deviation would disrupt the optimal balance, allowing successors to attain the most flawless fireball through the visualization of standardized diagrams. Secondly, attempting to bypass standard magic diagrams to directly mold mid-tier spells is exceedingly difficult and inefficient. Thus, it was prudent to temporarily abandon such efforts. Thirdly, maintaining the existence of a fireball requires a sustained expenditure of magic. Sustaining the connection with the fire elements also necessitates continuous magical expenditure, with the former being greater than the latter. Fourthly, establishing a connection with wind elements through wind manipulation is significantly faster and consumes far less magic than fire elements, as wind elements are ubiquitous, thus eliminating the need for magical sustenance to maintain their existence. Fifthly, every magical formula necessitates the visualization of a magic diagram. Two hypotheses arise from this. 1. Utilizing standardized magic diagrams maximizes the retention of predecessors' concepts, ensuring future mages can cast consistent spells, for instance, a fireball achieving perfect equilibrium across all dimensions. And 2. Only through the visualization of magic diagrams can one connect with reality, summoning elements that do not inherently exist, akin to conjuring a fireball from nothing. The magic diagram resembles the circuit diagrams from previous lives in specialized courses. As long as successors can accurately construct the diagrams designed by their predecessors, they can harvest a perfect sine waveform at the output terminal. This is indeed a remarkable invention, already hinting at scientific implications. Fire manipulation and wind manipulation merely establish direct connections with the existing fire and wind elements, allowing for relatively straightforward control, thereby negating the necessity for magic diagrams. The principles that can currently be summarized are these. Dante diligently recorded his findings, cross-referencing them with his previous memories, yet he found no immediate strategies to swiftly enhance his magical prowess. In this world, mages seeking to strengthen their abilities must ensure daily meditation and repetitive practice of their mastered spells. The former gradually increases their total magical capacity, while the latter guarantees their casting speed and success rate. As for magical affinity, that is innate and immutable, should he delve into the study of magic diagrams. Engaging a scholar in this field to impart knowledge is certainly feasible. However, the study of magic diagrams is an intricate discipline. Does he truly wish to invest extensive time into learning it incrementally? It would be far more beneficial to dedicate time to bolster his family's strength and recruit formidable warriors or mages. No, it is still essential to comprehend certain critical principles within the study of magic diagrams. He need not spend excessive time on it, but rather consult an expert with specific inquiries. Previously, he had merely utilized magic diagrams without gaining a comprehensive understanding, resulting in a significant gap in related knowledge. This is not an insurmountable issue for a mage, as scholars of magic diagrams comprise a small faction among mages, and the vast majority do not allocate time to study them. However, the current Dante, possessing a modern mindset, felt uneasy with merely knowing the how without grasping the why. He resolved to seek guidance from an expert, at the very least to acquire a foundational understanding and crucial principles within the study of magic diagrams. Raising his head, he realized it was already dusk. The dimming light obscured his vision, making it apparent that he would not have time tomorrow. With confidence, he took the first step. One need not see the entire staircase. One simply has to take the first step. The esteemed civil rights leader, Dante, returned to his chamber, where, beneath the flickering candlelight, he penned a humble letter expressing his desire to visit the Magic Society the day after tomorrow to seek counsel from an expert in the study of magical array diagrams. The missive was entrusted to a servant, who would deliver it to the family messenger, ensuring it reached the Magic Society by dawn the following day, whereupon the messenger would await a response before returning to convey the news to Dante. If all proceeded smoothly, Dante would indeed meet the expert on magical array diagrams the day after tomorrow. Given the status of the Cobofield family, such matters typically unfolded without a hitch, should Dante prefer to avoid the journey himself. He could easily invite the expert to his residence. However, he found himself restrained by the fact that he was not yet a duke, coupled with the reality that he was the one seeking assistance. Additionally, he harbored aspirations for a long-term collaboration with the Magic Society. Thus, he was quite willing to make the trip. The privileges of the five great families, despite the absence of emails or text messages. Their affairs seemed to proceed with remarkable ease, free from worries about educational pursuits, job prospects, performance metrics, or dowries, a modern perspective. Yet, while matters typically unfolded favorably, certainty was never guaranteed. Moreover, with benefits inevitably come burdens. To enjoy the resources of family also meant bearing its responsibilities. A traditional perspective, before dinner, Selina returned to the ducal residence, her countenance brimming with delight, as if she had accomplished something truly significant. Dante refrained from inquiring, fully aware that his stepmother would undoubtedly broach the subject during dinner. They dined in the courtyard, where the main course consisted of pork chops sourced from the southern Tuscan region. The pork chops were marinated with spices before being slowly roasted over charcoal until the exterior was perfectly golden and the interior remained tender and juicy. Exuding an enticing aroma, a sprinkle of salt completed this seemingly uncomplicated yet challenging classic dish. The charcoal-grilled pork chop before Dante was, without a doubt, expertly prepared. The marinade had permeated the meat just right, enhancing rather than overshadowing the inherent flavor of the pork, and the grilling technique was seasoned with expertise, ensuring even cooking. However, from the perspective of his previous life, the pork chop was slightly overcooked and the seasoning rather monotonous, lacking the rich flavors found in the barbecues of the future world. Indeed, it appeared that the variety of spices in this world was markedly limited, as the charcoal-grilled pork chop lacked both pepper and cumin. If only these two spices had been included, the dish would have been infinitely more delectable. Why was there such a scarcity of spices in this world? Dante, what are you pondering? Dante snapped back to reality. Apologies, my dear mother. I was merely contemplating matters from the church today. I guess there's something you wish to discuss. Dante shook his head, indicating that there was nothing at present, assuring her that, for now, the changes were predominantly positive. He offered a sincere smile, confident that, in time, his stepmother would recognize the improvements in him, and her worries would dissipate. That is reassuring. Please do not hesitate to share anything with me, Selina responded with an encouraging smile. She thought to herself that it seemed something significant had indeed transpired. Directly inquiring would not suffice, and she needed to investigate discreetly. Selina decided to shift the topic, her expression naturally radiating joy. Dante, tomorrow afternoon, I have invited the Duchess of Ferrero and the Baroness Rossi to the garden gathering, along with several young individuals around your age. You must attend as well. With that, she fixed her gaze upon Dante, her demeanor conveying a sense of determination, as if to say, I knew you would refuse, but this time I will compel you to join. Previously, Dante had indeed shied away from social gatherings whenever possible. However, he had recently acquired a strategy to confront his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and he could gradually embrace more social engagements. He did not wish to disappoint his stepmother, who was acting out of goodwill within her means. Very well, I shall attend. Selina paused momentarily, her prepared words caught at her throat. But soon, she beamed, exclaiming, it seems Dante has truly improved. There's a saying that wealthy bachelors are destined to marry. This is a universally acknowledged truth. And Dante, you are indeed a wealthy and esteemed bachelor. It appeared this was one of her premeditated arguments to persuade her son. Subsequently, she added with an air of mystery, I have also invited the third princess. Dante regarded his stepmother's expression and suddenly grasped her intentions, but he shook his head in resignation. I shall be quite busy in the coming days. Let us just say that I will attend as agreed. But wait, will it only be myself and a group of ladies? Of course not. There will be other gentlemen as well. Your mother always takes care of the details. Tomorrow, simply consider it an ordinary garden gathering and enjoy yourself with the young people. Very well, I have no objections to that. Indeed, I'm already looking forward to tomorrow's gathering. Selina's joy was now genuinely effervescent. There's one more matter. As the conversation shifted, her expression turned serious. Regarding what you mentioned at noon, I have found a suitable blood guardian. Oh, soon. A warmth surged through Dante. His stepmother had always shown great concern for his affairs. Yes, there is a reasonably suitable candidate here in the capital. You shall meet her after dinner. In the coming days. When you go out, she will accompany you, and while you are at home, she will undergo training as a maid. Selina recalled the details of the candidate and continued. She is 15 years old, originally a street urchin, taken in by the family at 7, began training as a blood guardian at 10, and commenced meditation at 11. She is now a novice mage, but has not pursued certification with the Magic Society and possesses commendable close-quarter combat skills. Understood. Dante mused, considering that she was even a year younger than himself, proficient in both martial and magical disciplines. Quite impressive, though he wondered about her affinity for magic. However, there is one matter you must heed. Selina's tone grew grave. Her character has certain flaws, and under specific circumstances, there is a risk of her losing control. Should she truly go awry, you must abandon her. Her voice turned cold as she concluded. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had fully descended, and a chill breeze swept through the air. Noticing the change in Dante's expression, Selina added, We have cared for her for so many years. We owe her nothing. Had we not taken her in, she would have perished from starvation. You may use her for now, and I will see if there are any more suitable candidates from the southern regions. If there are, I will arrange a transfer. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Dante inquired, What exactly is her situation? It is best if you do not delve too deeply. Simply remain vigilant. Her loyalty to our family is assured. Though Dante felt a twinge of concern, he understood that his stepmother's choice to withhold information must be for a reason. The blood guardian would be by his side in the future, and he would make decisions based on the circumstances as they arose. Thus, Dante nodded, Very well, I shall follow my mother's guidance. The gentle smile of a woman is the most exquisite curve in the world. After dinner, the two proceeded to a side hall, where shortly, the steward arrived with a young girl dressed as a maid. She wore a gray linen robe with long sleeves, slightly loosened below the waist for ease of movement. Her hair tied up and adorned with a light white scarf, presenting the typical attire of a maid. Her figure was slender, and one would not suspect her remarkable close combat abilities. The girl was strikingly beautiful. Yet her expression remained blank, and her silver-gray eyes, devoid of emotion, lent an air of rigidity to her otherwise lovely features. Upon entering, she awkwardly performed a curtsy. Indeed, her appearance was dignified and well-suited for a personal maid. Though her etiquette required some refinement, Selina offered her assessment and commanded, "Camilla, you shall temporarily serve as young Master Dante's personal maid, with the responsibility of ensuring his safety." The Duchess's words. The blood guardian, named Camilla, stepped forward. Fixing her gaze upon Dante, suddenly, her delicate, beautiful face broke into a gentle smile, her silver-gray eyes sparkling with life, as if a spring breeze had caressed the surface of a lake. She knelt on one knee, placing her right hand over her heart, bowing her head as she declared, "Young master, Camilla vows to protect you with her very life." Dante was momentarily taken aback, surprised by her solemn oath, through the sheer fabric of her scarf. He could faintly glimpse her fiery red hair. Reflecting on the past experiences of this girl, who was even younger than himself, he spoke softly, "Very well, I shall entrust you with this task, Camilla." Camilla lifted her head, revealing an even more enchanting smile, her rare silver-gray eyes seemingly imbued with color. From that moment forth, Camilla remained by Dante's side, always within a distance that he found acceptable, as he merged the memories of his previous life with the present experiences of the afternoon and evening. Dante discovered a newfound sense of belonging. Although his tolerance for unsanitary environments has diminished, there has been an improvement in his feelings of repulsion towards interacting with others. After all, in his previous life, he was an entirely ordinary person with a wealth of memories of engaging with others. Overall, this represents a positive transformation. Prolonged exposure to a filthy environment typically results in an increased tolerance, akin to how a newcomer to the countryside may initially recoil at the sight of dung by the roadside, yet become accustomed to it within a week. This is merely a natural physiological response. Conversely, the aversion to contact with others is a genuine psychological ailment, one that necessitates the attention of a mental health professional. By introducing a transient negative effect to mitigate a long-standing adverse effect, one could indeed reap considerable benefits. As for Camilla, after spending some time together, Dante began to grasp what Selina meant when she referred to certain character flaws. Camilla is undeniably an eccentric individual. Her usual demeanor involves quietly remaining near Dante, her hands clasped at her abdomen, her long sleeves hanging naturally, her expression blank as she gazes at him, appearing to be deep in thought, yet seemingly devoid of any specific contemplation. When Dante meets her gaze, she does not inquire about any needs. Instead, she merely offers her characteristic gentle smile, at times still maintaining her impassive expression, waiting patiently for him to speak or avert his eyes. Dante does not find her peculiar behavior off-putting. On the contrary, he finds it somewhat satisfying. Firstly, her quiet presence, devoid of any inclination to intrude or disrupt him, is of paramount importance to him. Secondly, any requests he makes are promptly attended to without hesitation. This indicates that her seemingly distracted demeanor does not equate to genuine distraction. Rather, it is a state of pure mental emptiness, where she harbors no thoughts. The distinction between these two states is significant. Who would dare employ a guard prone to distractions? It was not until she accompanied Dante to the bathroom that an unforeseen situation arose. The estate's bathroom features an exquisitely crafted bathing pool, constructed from sturdy wood and lined with copper to prevent leaks, spacious enough to accommodate several individuals simultaneously. The water for the pool is heated by servants in the kitchen and transported in large barrels to be poured into the bathing pool. Should one wish to soak leisurely, the servants continuously add hot water to maintain the temperature. Naturally, as a mid-tier mage, Dante could effortlessly employ water manipulation magic to heat the bathwater as well. The bathroom walls are adorned with marble murals, and intricately designed wrought iron chandeliers hang from the ceiling, their flickering candlelight casting a warm, gentle glow throughout the space. As Dante faced the bathing pool, he instinctively began to disrobe after a long day, It was not until he was in the process of removing his fitted shirt that he recalled the presence of another person behind him. He halted his actions and turned his head, only to find Camilla standing approximately 2 meters away, her expression as blank as ever, intently watching him undress. The embarrassment Dante felt surged within him like boiling water. Threatening to overflow, in this life, he had not been attended to by anyone since the age of 8, and in his previous life, undressing in front of a girl he had just met. What a perverse act. Camilla, please wait for me at the bathroom door. Of course, young master. Camilla gracefully walked to the bathroom entrance but did not leave. Through the steam rising from the pool, Dante could vaguely see her slender figure standing at the side of the doorway. Facing him, it was only then that Dante resumed undressing, washing his body with a bucket of water and soap at the edge of the pool. The soap, crafted from olive oil and wood ash, infused with lavender and rose, exuded a delightful fragrance. After rinsing off, Dante slowly stepped into the bathing pool. The water was initially a tad too hot, but after a moment of adjustment, it felt incredibly soothing. The pool water, enriched with herbal and floral essential oils, emanated a subtle, elegant aroma. He leaned back against the edge of the pool, eyes closed, hands resting atop the rim, relishing the comforting blend of warmth against his skin. Feeling a sense of buoyancy as the fatigue from his body dissipated swiftly. Reflecting on the earlier scene, aside from Camilla's somewhat rigid demeanor, the primary issue lay within himself. It is entirely normal for a maid to assist her master while he bathes. Indeed, it is not uncommon for nobles to invite maids into the bath for more inappropriate encounters, and such actions typically go unremarked upon. In this world. Despite the Church's scriptures mandating monogamy, nobles publicly adhere to these tenets, while privately treating marriage as merely a means of familial alliances and political alliances. It is far more common for couples to lack any emotional connection, with each seeking out lovers post-marriage, a well-known secret within the noble circles. This behavior is not exclusive to the aristocracy. Wealthy merchants face fewer constraints from the Church and may take multiple wives without repercussion. Historically, there was even a king who succumbed to severe mental illness, leaving his Queen Isabella to manage state affairs while contending with noble intrigues and power struggles. Under immense pressure, she took several lovers, including the king's brother, Prince Louis. During the king's illness, Isabella and Louis wielded substantial power, inciting the ire of the great nobles, ultimately leading to Louis's assassination and a split among the nobility, igniting a civil war that would last over 20 years. As Dante indulged in these contemplations, he suddenly sensed an inkling that he had forgotten something important about a secret organization. The Church's mission? Selena's arrangements? A magical experiment? Camilla. Today's events felt like a tangled mess. What sort of life was he living? Dante promptly abandoned the notion of continuing this line of thought. The universe is not only stranger than we imagine, it is stranger than we can imagine. Though Dante could not recall what he had forgotten, a sense of urgency washed over him. Extinguishing his desire to continue relishing the moment, he gazed at the swirling steam before him, steeling himself, and resolved to proceed with his magical experiment. First, he sought to establish a connection with the water element, which went smoothly. It was slower than the wind element, but faster than the fire element. Dante continued to pour in his magical energy while imparting the notion of expansion to the water element, feeling the drain on his magical reserves as the vapor he controlled transformed into a floating mist. Next, he used his will and magical energy to cool the mist, condensing it into a droplet the size of a thumb. He infused more magical energy, once again conveying the idea of expansion to the water element, observing as the droplet enlarged. However, this time, he sensed a rapid depletion of his magical energy. This unusual phenomenon piqued Dante's interest, and he suddenly conceived a bold hypothesis that was easily testable. Dante sprang from the water with a splash, quickly drying off and donning a clean set of clothes. Upon exiting the bathroom, he encountered Camilla. It then dawned on him that this young girl, having become his personal maid, needed to relocate to the servant quarters outside his bedroom. While he had taken the time to bathe, she had not had a moment's respite. Camilla, please fetch a glass bottle with a cork from the kitchen and bring it to my room. Then you may rest. I will need you to wait for me outside my bedroom in the morning. Camilla nodded but continued to follow Dante back to his room. Along the way, she relayed Dante's request to a passing maid. Upon returning to his bedroom, a short while later, the glass bottle was delivered, and only then did Camilla perform her curtsy and depart. Dante immediately set to work on his experiment. First, he prepared the necessary equipment, which included a double-pan balance and weights, items he already possessed in his room from previous magical preparations. The cork glass bottle would create an airtight space that a small amount of drinking water was also required. Indeed, the experimental apparatus was remarkably simple. The experiment commenced as Dante placed the cork and glass bottle on one side of the balance, and the weights on the other, ensuring the weights were slightly heavier than the combined weight of the cork and a bottle. Next, he gradually poured drinking water into the glass bottle, balancing the scale so that both sides held equal weight. After sealing the bottle with the cork, he created an airtight space within, returning the glass bottle to the balance. The weights remained unchanged, and the balance continued to hold steady. Dante felt a twinge of anxiety, yet his hands remained steady. Perhaps deep down he did not truly believe in his hypothesis, but he harbored a glimmer of hope. The next step was crucial. After counting to himself, Dante established a connection with the water element within the glass bottle, nervously infusing it with his magical energy while imparting the notion of expansion. He watched in astonishment as the liquid within the bottle visibly increased, causing the balance to tip, the bottles in making a soft thud against the table. The sound was faint, yet resonated in Dante's mind like a judge's gavel, striking his brow. After taking several deep breaths, he forced himself to regain composure and complete the experiment. He continued to channel his magic as the liquid in the bottle swelled. At long last, the cork could no longer contain the burgeoning force. With a resounding bang, it propelled itself against the ceiling before pitifully crashing back to the ground. Dante stared vacantly at the transparent liquid within the glass vial, his mind consumed by a singular thought. This is a small step for a man, yet a giant leap for mankind. Although the individual who uttered this famous phrase in the future world had not even adhered to proper grammar, at this moment, it was the only expression that could encapsulate the awe within Dante's heart. It truly is possible to create something from nothing. Has the realm of physics ceased to exist? Perhaps, deep down, Dante had harbored suspicions, yet his rational mind had always refrained from accepting such notions. He had been preoccupied with the idea that the elemental entities he summoned through the magic circle, fire, water, wind, were creations of the magical realm, fundamentally distinct from the substances of the real world. Yet now, he had come to the realization that the so-called water element was merely ordinary water, capable of being conjured from thin air through magical prowess. The veil of truth surrounding magic had been partially lifted, and from this revelation, a cascade of intriguing ideas began to emerge. Dante paced back and forth in his bedroom. Utterly exhilarated, he had initially planned to send a messenger to the Magic Academy with an invitation the following day, intending to visit the day after. Yet now, he could not bear to wait even a single day, yearning instead for swift answers to the questions swirling in his mind. Though it was against the norms of decorum, he resolutely decided to pay a personal visit the very next morning. That evening, overwhelmed by his discovery, Dante found it difficult to sleep, eventually drifting off after considerable effort. In a hazy dream, he found himself in a quaint stone building. Outside the window lay a dazzling blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, and a lavender field so beautiful it seemed otherworldly. The room was furnished with exquisite tables and chairs, and the walls were lined with towering bookshelves. The only discordant element in this elegant and tranquil setting was the stern figure of Saint Irene seated at the center of the room. In that moment, he finally recalled what he had forgotten. Earlier in the day, when he had inquired of Irene when he would begin assisting the church with translation and teaching her modern script, her response had been, "Sooner than you expect. Rest early tonight. Wait for the notification, that moment." Irene spoke, her voice still melodious, but her words piercing. You, indeed, did not heed my advice. After dinner, Irene had procured detailed information about Dante and the Capafiel family. With the Capafiel family's details on top, the Capafiel family, formerly minor nobility from the southern region of Cosenza City, had once faced disgrace when their ancestor, inebriated, offended the former southern commander, leading to their being dispatched as vanguards and ultimately perishing in the counteroffensive against the Traiant tribe in the year 509 of the Stigmata era. In that same year, Regent Francesco Visconti forcefully ascended to the throne, prompting widespread noble dissent. While the southern commander was en route to assault the royal capital, the current head of the Capofield family, Torre Capofield, allied with several other families to ambush and eliminate the former southern commander. Subsequently, through a blend of strategic alliances and military might, they consolidated the southern coalition, after Torre became a key supporter of Francesco Visconti. He engaged in warfare against the anti-monarchist noble coalition, demonstrating remarkable agility in battle, focusing on annihilating the enemy rather than seizing territory. In the year 511 of the Stigmata era, he confronted the combined forces of Duke Mangione and Duke Anjou at the banks of the Dark Tide River, achieving victory against overwhelming odds, fracturing their coalition and decimating their main forces. The Battle of the Dark Tide River proved to be a pivotal moment in Francesco Visconti's triumph in the Civil War, establishing the Capofield family as the preeminent family of the South. In the same year, Francesco Visconti eradicated all opposing forces, securing his position on the throne and appointed Torre Capofield as the guardian of the South. Subsequently, Torre became the commander of the Holy Spirit, safeguarding the southern fortress and repelling the incursions of the Traiant tribe. Note: rumors suggest that after Torre Capofield defeated the coalition of Duke Mangione and Duke Anjou, he secretly executed a significant number of surrendering knights to weaken their respective powers. In the year 517 of the Stigmata era, the former duchess and her heir were assassinated in the royal capital. In 518, Duke Capofield uncovered that the mastermind behind the assassination was the Mangione family, and he quietly led 300 elite knights of the Crimson Flame Knights to launch a nighttime assault on the Mangione family's castle, erasing their name from history. The power wielded by the Capofield family includes the Southern Coalition, with a standing army of 100,000, mostly stationed at the southern fortress, the Crimson Flame Knights, approximately 2,000 strong, serving as the elite private army of the Capofield family, and suspected intelligence and covert organizations. Confidential intelligence, accessible only to cardinals and above. Torre Capofield has recently fused with a high-grade spirit stone, currently holding the rank of a level 10 Holy Spirit Commander. Irene had previously only possessed a general understanding of the Capofield family situation, lacking in-depth details. Now, it appeared that while the Capofield family's history could be summarized succinctly, the accomplishments of Torre Capofield after assuming leadership were nothing short of dazzling. Not only was he renowned for his martial prowess, but during internal power struggles, he executed several strategic maneuvers with astonishing precision, revealing extraordinary acumen and courage. In contrast, his battlefield valor seemed almost trivial. Irene rested her left hand pensively against her chin, lightly tapping her cheek with her fingers, reflecting. Humanity is fortunate to have such a commander safeguarding the South. Yet such a person is also perilously dangerous. Irene turned to the second dossier, which naturally contained information regarding the preacher Dante Capofield, born in the year 509 of the Stigmata era in Cosenza City. With Torre Capofield as his father, Aurora as his biological mother, and Selina as his stepmother. In 512, he moved to the royal capital with his mother. In 517, he survived an assassination attempt protected by his mother Aurora, who later succumbed to her grave injuries. Following her death, Dante Capofield returned to the South, living in seclusion and rarely participating in social activities. In 524, Dante Capofield passed the examination at the southern branch of the Magic Academy, becoming a mid-level gray robe mage. In 524, he departed from the South, heading to the royal capital. Confidential intelligence, accessible only to cardinals and above. In 518, the Southern Cardinal received a secret request from the Southern Duke, dispatching a healing priest to treat Dante Capofield for symptoms of an uncontrollable and irrational compulsion for cleanliness, along with a strong aversion to physical contact with others. The treatment was unsuccessful. After perusing Dante's dossier, Irene found herself lost in thought, realizing he had such a past. Overwhelmed with excitement upon discovering the preacher, she acknowledged that her actions today had indeed been somewhat rash. Yet she bore no resentment towards herself. Should she apologize? Logically, She ought to extend a formal apology, yet she refrained from bringing it up, perhaps wishing to conceal his affliction from others. Very well, then. Considering the challenges he had faced in the past, she resolved to adopt a slightly more amiable demeanor towards him. You, indeed, did not heed my advice. Irene's voice remained melodious, though this time it lacked anger, infused instead with a sense of resignation. Very well. Come and take a seat. Dante had indeed forgotten the saint's instructions, and seeing her expression, it seemed she had been waiting for him for quite some time. Aware of his misstep, he steeled himself for a barrage of sharp-tongued reproaches. Yet to his surprise, Irene was unexpectedly agreeable this evening, leaving Dante feeling somewhat disoriented. Could it be that he was merely dreaming, thus creating this sense of unreality? Dante surveyed his surroundings and then glanced back at Irene, seated at the wooden table he mused. This feels so real. My thoughts are remarkably clear, and more importantly, the events unfolding align perfectly with her words from earlier in the day, confirming he was indeed not dreaming. Irene noticed that he remained still, seemingly lost in thought, and mistook his silence for confusion over her change in demeanor. Thus, she patiently clarified, "This is an ethereal space. I have transformed it to resemble a monastery. It serves as a confluence of two worlds, allowing access to knowledge from another realm. I could only enter here after locating you." At present, Dante's capacity for acceptance stands at the pinnacle of this world. Although Dante had numerous questions, he first sincerely apologized to Irene, explaining that he had not comprehended her earlier instructions. Additionally, he admitted that he had become so engrossed in his magical research that he lost track of time. The saint nodded, accepting his explanation. "Very well. Come and take a seat. Let us not squander time." Dante, after surveying the arrangement of the tables and chairs, opted not to choose the seat beside Irene, instead settling into the chair opposite her. Irene cast a glance his way, yet remained silent. As Dante took his seat, he felt a twinge of awkwardness upon realizing he was still clad in his nightwear. The sleep attire of a nobleman consisted of a long shirt on top, knee-length shorts below, and a robe that cascaded down to his ankles. The entire ensemble, from the inner layers to the outer, was loose and soft, emphasizing comfort conducive to slumber. In stark contrast, Irene was adorned in a well-tailored, light green gown, her light brown hair elegantly gathered behind her, exuding a refreshing and ethereal beauty. Facing the saintly figure before him in such attire, Dante felt a sense of impropriety, if not outright rudeness. His instinctual embarrassment gnawed at him, while modern sensibility found it somewhat fashionable, though he couldn't shake the sensation of his lower half lacking support, leaving him feeling a bit chilly. Irene, oblivious to his discomfort, handed him a piece of parchment, her voice laced with anticipation. "Take a look at this. I wish to concentrate our church's resources on developing this kind of weapon. Once we succeed, the foreign races will pose no threat." The parchment emitted a faint glow, and as Dante received it and glanced down, he was momentarily entranced. The paper displayed a vivid, colorful image. The lower half depicted two men and a woman, one Caucasian, one African, and one Asian, each striking a dynamic pose while clutching a futuristic helmet. The upper half showcased towering steel giants, reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic sci-fi aesthetic. At the top, a line of text read, "To combat the colossal beasts. We create giant warriors." Below, in bold lettering, were the words, "Pacific Rim." Dante, momentarily stunned, lifted his gaze to meet Irene's unusually serious expression. "Is this a weapon?" he queried, astonished. Irene, evidently displeased with his reaction, retorted, "Yes, you didn't know. Such weapons perform astonishingly on the battlefield." She casually placed the parchment on the table between them, then, surprisingly adept, pressed the play button, deftly sliding the progress bar to a combat scene. Both leaned in, tilting their heads at a 90-degree angle to observe the parchment. After only a brief glance, Dante shifted his gaze back to the focused, expectant girl before him, a playful quip bubbling to the surface, and he couldn't help but chuckle, feeling as though he had finally gotten his revenge on her. The entire scene was comical, but only when viewed from the outside. That Irene's expression turned icy, her gaze as frigid as a winter's branch encased in ice, where one might find a hapless insect frozen in place. Noticing her increasingly hostile demeanor, Dante instinctively sought to avoid joining the ranks of the frozen, He struggled to suppress his laughter, carefully explaining that this was merely a film from another world, a form of drama. The mechs depicted were simply figments of human imagination, non-existent even in that realm. However, he assured her there were indeed other formidable weapons that rivaled mechs in terms of combat efficacy, excluding their aesthetic appeal. Dante elaborated extensively, introducing her to the societal backdrop of the future world, including advancements in science, market economies, and the supremacy of entertainment, until she was convinced that such realistic portrayals were merely theatrical. Irene coldly remarked, "Those who indulge in pleasure will soon find themselves devoid of joy. It can only be said that the living conditions for humanity on that earth are excessively comfortable." Dante had initially assumed she was a person of high standing, difficult to engage with. Yet, Irene did not seem angered by his earlier jest. In fact, she appeared largely unconcerned. Instead, she began instructing him on how to materialize the knowledge medium of the current world within the illusory space. Dante successfully manifested a tablet, approximately 15 inches in size, easily held with one hand or propped up on the table, far more convenient than the parchment Irene had conjured earlier. He requested a moment to delve into the knowledge from Earth, to which Irene had no objections. Upon activating the tablet, Dante was pleasantly surprised to find a remarkably user-friendly interface, featuring modes such as anti-addiction, standard, senior citizen, and even a mode for the visually impaired, so considerate that he felt inclined to express gratitude. The interface's language was exclusively in Chinese. Selecting the standard mode revealed an extensive menu, including books, films, magazines, papers, TV series, music, documentaries, interviews, speeches, short videos, photos, artworks, games, software, among others, complete with a search function. Films occupied the second position. Yet Irene was unable to comprehend the Chinese language. Dante surmised that her various attempts inadvertently led her to the film section, where she had opened Pacific Rim, resulting in the earlier amusing incident. Knowledge is power, and science is the finest embodiment of that power. After a cursory examination, Dante discovered that the information within was exceedingly comprehensive, encompassing all disciplines from foundational textbooks to cutting-edge papers, journals, and lectures by experts. Such a wealth of resources could undoubtedly support an individual in becoming an expert in a particular field through self-study, or conversely, lead to a disinterest in learning altogether. However, the accessible content was confined to information available through civilian networks, naturally excluding designs for fifth-generation fighter jets. By the way, there was also a wealth of entertainment resources. Yet, Dante found it hard to fathom the scenario of watching films or series in front of the Saintus, deeming that segment unnecessary to pursue. After a brief search, Dante quickly located a beginner language learning software for Chinese, encompassing listening, speaking, reading, and writing. Perfect for a novice like Irene, he promptly opened the software and handed the tablet to her, instructing her to follow the program step by step. Irene was instantly captivated. Learning a language invariably begins with mastering basic pronunciations, such as initials and finals. The repetitive process of recitation and memorization can often be tedious. Nonetheless, Irene approached her studies with utmost seriousness, diligently adhering to the software's guidance. Her voice was delicate and layered. As Dante listened to her recitations, he felt no annoyance. Rather, he was touched by her earnestness and dedication, reminiscent of the atmosphere of diligent study shared with a desk mate in his previous life. The scent of lavender wafted through the window, bringing him a sense of tranquility and a long-lost feeling of companionship. In this nurturing ambience, Dante eagerly embarked on his own research, beginning with an assessment of the current state of human development. Through comparative analysis, Dante discerned that the present world's developmental level was challenging to define accurately. Some regions resembled the 15th century, showcasing relatively advanced windmills and water wheels, with armor having evolved into plate mail, and the dining utensils being exquisitely crafted. Conversely, other areas appeared to be stuck in the mid-Middle Ages, lacking paper made from plant fibers, gunpowder, and cannons, with the textile industry still reliant on primitive handlooms, resulting in exceedingly low efficiency. Considering the previous observations of certain missing spices, Dante speculated that humanity was confined to a limited corner of this world, lacking the extensive trade and communication found on Earth. which resulted in significant deficiencies in various fields. Overall, he concluded that this world's development could be roughly likened to the 13th or 14th century of his former existence, though Dante had some ideas for his next steps. He set them aside for the moment, as he was more urgently interested in understanding the causes and treatments of his obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Upon investigation, Dante identified that his condition stemmed from a psychological coping mechanism developed in response to the severe trauma he endured during childhood. Often, he would still relive the bloody scenes of the assassination at the age of 8 in his dreams, witnessing his mother, Aurora, perish in her attempt to protect him, her blood spattering across his clothing, hands, hair, and face. Regarding treatment methods, Dante discovered an approach suitable for himself, known as exposure and response prevention, ERP. The treatment was not overly complex. First, the patient needed to list the anxiety-inducing situations and rank them by severity, creating a hierarchy of situations. Second, exposure would commence with the least anxiety-provoking scenario. For instance, the patient could first be encouraged to touch a relatively clean object and refrain from cleaning it. Third, following exposure, the patient must endure the anxiety without engaging in cleaning behaviors, with the therapist guiding them to employ relaxation techniques and cognitive restructuring to cope with the anxiety. Lacking a therapist, Dante would have to devise his own methods. Fourth, repeated exposure and response prevention would continue until the patient no longer experienced significant anxiety in that particular scenario. Subsequently, a gradual progression towards higher levels of situational exposure is undertaken. Ultimately, when the patient has adapted to all the scenarios outlined in the anxiety hierarchy, a celebration of recovery may commence. Following this, patients can achieve improvement through self-monitoring, maintaining a healthy lifestyle, avoiding excessive stress, and steering clear of relapse. Research reports indicate that 60 to 80 of individuals suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder experience significant symptom relief after undergoing the aforementioned treatment. The intricate challenges that elude even the most astute minds at the pinnacle of the global hierarchy can be surmounted by ordinary individuals on Earth, provided they diligently engage with the therapeutic process. This exemplifies the profound power of science. As Dante meticulously organized the treatment plan, an overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through him. He exhaled deeply, as if the weight upon his chest dissipated along with his breath. His thoughts drifted back to the past, recalling the worries and concerns that had plagued his parents over the years. They had consistently accompanied and supported him, their hearts entwined with his struggles. Had his father known of his potential for recovery, many familial arrangements and decisions would undoubtedly have shifted. Over the span of 8 years, he had traversed a myriad of treatments. The so-called healers had offered no hope, leaving only profound disappointment. Herbal remedies gradually eroded his confidence and expectations. Bloodletting therapies delivered nothing but pain and weakness. This peculiar ailment loomed over him like an unyielding cloud, suffocating his breath and draining the vibrancy from his world. It not only gnawed at his health, but also silently influenced the trajectory of his life. Those moments of retreat, the buried self-doubt, and the lurking feelings of inferiority and timidity clung to him like a shadow. Challenges themselves were not to be feared. Rather, the most daunting aspect was the relentless endeavor with no visible change. Yet now, all of this would eventually fade away. Dante glimpsed the dawn of a new day. For the first time in 8 years, he felt a renewed sense of control over his destiny. "What troubles you?" inquired Irene, having noticed Dante's prolonged exhalation and sensing his unusual state. Dante regarded the curious young woman before him, and inexplicably, a desire to confide surged within him. "That I am afflicted by a rare condition stemming from a childhood experience. Proximity to others or exposure to unsanitary environments induces overwhelming anxiety and nausea. This psychological ailment severely disrupts my normal life and that of my family. However, I have recently discovered a treatment method and a glimmer of hope for recovery in a repository from another world." Initially, Dante's voice was barely above a whisper, his words carefully chosen as if he had never shared them before. Yet as he continued, his tone regained its normalcy, infused with a sense of anticipation. Irene listened intently, her eyes sparkling with an unidentifiable light. After a moment of silence, she softly responded. So that's why you reacted so strongly when we met this morning. Dante offered a wry smile. Indeed, but I cannot hold you accountable. Few are aware of my affliction. I apologize for my recklessness today. Irene's expression turned serious, her tone somewhat stiff. She had not formally apologized to anyone in quite some time, as typically only inept bishops would offer her apologies in her life. Yet Dante chuckled, sincerely stating, "No, I ought to thank you. Had you not found me, I might never have healed or become a competent head of the family. Your radiant presence, akin to a saintly light, has dispelled the shadows from my life." Momentarily caught off guard by his earnest gratitude, Irene, who had just been apologizing, felt a mix of emotions. However, upon hearing his final words, she nearly lost her composure. Adopting a teasing tone, she replied, "Let us skip the forced gratitude. You of all people lack any true faith. Do you think such a clumsy performance could deceive me?" Dante, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at being exposed for his lack of faith, laughed without shame. "I had no intention of deceiving you, which is precisely why I performed so clumsily. I hoped you might gradually perceive it, but I didn't expect you to catch on so quickly. Moreover, I can fulfill the role of a preacher without needing faith. I promise to diligently uphold the responsibilities of a preacher." Irene promptly sidestepped Dante's assurances, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Just don't identify yourself as a member of the church when you go out." Observing her intent to conclude the topic and return to her studies, Dante eagerly inquired, "Can we come here every night? How long can we stay? As long as the distance is manageable, we can enter the convergence point every night. However, I must enter first and then draw you in while you are in a sleep state. You typically arrive around 11, and I need to leave by 6 during our time in the convergence point. Our bodies can rest, but our minds will continue to expend energy. I recommend meditating to restore mental strength. It only takes 1 to 2 hours for a complete recovery." Dante was overjoyed if they could maintain this routine. It would nearly double his available time for research and contemplation. Meditation was already part of his daily regimen, thus requiring no additional investment of time. But he then asked, "Our primary objective is to acquire powerful weapons, correct?" "Indeed, the attacks from other races pose the greatest threat we currently face," Irene confirmed. Dante reflected. Earth's weaponry was founded upon scientific and industrial systems. They had now obtained the scientific knowledge, yet the industrial framework had to be established step by step. He formulated a clear plan to explain this to her later. He then inquired, "Aside from weapons, do we have any other goals?" Irene met his gaze and replied, "To enhance the prosperity of humanity and strengthen internal cohesion." This has been a continuous endeavor of the Church. Dante considered this alignment with the development plan for the industrial system to be fortuitous. He materialized a pendulum clock on the table and instructed Irene on how to read it. They agreed to continue their separate studies and reconvene at 5 to discuss their short-term plans. While Irene focused on language acquisition, the task of researching information about the modern world fell solely on Dante. Observing Dante's proactive and enthusiastic demeanor, Irene had no objections, only occasionally posing questions when she encountered difficulties in her language studies. Meanwhile, Dante eagerly immersed himself in the research of black powder, flintlock firearms, artillery, and papermaking. Weapons were Irene's primary objective, which required no further elaboration. Dante's interest in papermaking stemmed from his realization that the scarcity of paper represented a significant bottleneck in the development of this world. The absence of affordable paper would restrict the dissemination of knowledge and hinder large-scale education. Furthermore, animal hides, which could be utilized for protective gear or clothing, were being excessively repurposed for papermaking, a tremendous waste. Thus, the mass production of paper was prioritized on Dante's agenda. However, he soon discovered that while Kai Lewin had invented a relatively mature papermaking technique as early as 105 AD, the process was far from simple, with each step requiring careful consideration. First, the choice of raw materials must account for cost, processing difficulty, and their effect on the final product. Additionally, an alkaline substance is required during the papermaking process. The most accessible options in this world are lime water and wood ash water. Wood ash, the residue from burnt plant materials, can be readily purchased, though it possesses lower alkalinity and is less effective in the fiber softening and bleaching processes compared to lime water. Ultimately, Dante resolved to purchase limestone and commission a kiln to produce quicklime, subsequently mixing it with water to obtain lime water. Additionally, skilled artisans and equipment for papermaking were necessary. Starting from scratch was impractical, so acquiring a small workshop was preferable. Time flows particularly swiftly when one is in a state of flow. Thus, in this fulfilling yet serene atmosphere, they soon reached the appointed hour of 5. Irene had made commendable progress in her studies. After several hours of intensive learning, she had mastered the letters and basic pronunciations, even beginning to study simple Chinese characters, following the software's step-by-step guidance. Her language acquisition was important but not urgent. Consequently, after inquiring about her progress, Dante began to share his discoveries and thoughts. Irene adjusted her posture, hands clasped before her, intently listening to Dante's discourse. In that moment, Dante felt as though he were reporting to a high-ranking official. First, the most formidable weapons on Earth include nuclear bombs, aircraft carriers, missiles, artillery, fighter jets, bombers, tanks, and firearms, he began. Subsequently, Dante presented Irene with a selection of pertinent video materials, predominantly sourced from documentaries. Irene watched intently, brimming with anticipation. However, now that she had gained a certain understanding of Dante, she refrained from speaking impulsively and chose instead to wait patiently for him to continue. Noticing her lack of engagement, Dante cleared his throat and continued. However, these weapons are not feasible for us at present, as we lack the requisite foundational technology and production capabilities. Irene furrowed her brow and inquired, "Why is that? Once we comprehend the principles behind crossbows, we should be able to construct them. Similarly, understanding the methods for forging iron should enable us to create iron swords." Dante, having anticipated her questions, calmly elucidated. "Firstly, our database does not contain information on these advanced weapons. Secondly, these weapons demand high-quality materials. For instance, aircraft require materials that are both lightweight and sturdy, which we are currently unable to produce. Thirdly, the components of these weapons necessitate precision manufacturing capabilities that we do not possess. Fourthly, the production of the propellant or launching agents requires a mature chemical industry, which we also lack, besides the aforementioned points. There are numerous additional obstacles. The production of advanced weaponry requires the participation of multiple sectors, including mining, metallurgy, materials processing, mechanical manufacturing, chemical engineering, and electronics, each of which must be developed incrementally. I am not a weapons expert, so I can only explain to this extent. Dante's explanation was laden with neologisms absent in this world, making it a laborious task for him, and Irene grasped only a portion of it. Nevertheless, she understood the essence of his message, and a sense of disappointment welled up within her. Was it truly a delusion to expect immediate results? Were the decisions made by the previous generation misguided? After a moment of contemplation, Irene asked, "So your suggestion is that we should progressively advance each sector, developing corresponding technologies along the way?" "Indeed, your comprehension is remarkable. The Earth took approximately 6 to 7 centuries to evolve from our current level to the modern era. We are navigating this river by feeling the stones. If a ruler were to facilitate the reforms, perhaps it could take only 1 or 2 centuries to reach Earth's level of development. In this process, humanity will naturally thrive. The living standards of ordinary people will improve, administrative capabilities will strengthen, and internal cohesion will increase. This is your second objective, is it not?" Irene pondered that if they could save several centuries of development time, the immense sacrifices made in the past would at last yield their rightful returns. She finally felt a sense of relief, only to hear Dante continue with a hint of amusement. "Moreover, there are next-generation weapons that we can manufacture even now." More unfamiliar neologisms. Irene raised her brow, but for once, she observed an air of pride and confidence on the youth's face, akin to a fresh spring that slowly nourishes parched, barren land. "People may hear your words, but they will feel your attitude." A certain writer, Irene, rarely witnessed such self-assurance in the youth's demeanor. Although her time spent with this particularly irksome individual was brief, she discerned that Dante was not one to boast without merit. A faint smile graced her lips, and she could not help but feel a surge of expectation. Dante, no longer withholding information, began operating on the tablet, showcasing videos of flintlock guns, cannons, and explosives from a visual perspective. Irene could not discern how much stronger flintlock guns and early cannons were compared to longbows and catapults. In fact, they appeared more cumbersome and posed the risk of misfiring in inclement weather. However, she held a deep appreciation for the explosives. Upon hearing her evaluation, Dante mused silently. How dare she remain indifferent? When the finished products are created, I shall be sure to observe your face, capturing every frame of your delightful surprise. Clearing his throat, Dante explained, only once we produce them will you be able to witness the effects firsthand. Furthermore, what we seek is not the strength or perfection of the initial weapons, but rather to ensure we are on the right developmental path. This way, we will eventually be able to manufacture the most advanced weaponry. Irene nodded in agreement, accepting his reasoning. Dante continued, the first step is to secure control over the saltpeter mines, which are vital for black powder production. While it is possible to create artificial saltpeter beds to produce potassium nitrate, it is a cumbersome and time-consuming process. Thus, the optimal method is to seize control of the existing saltpeter mines. In that era, saltpeter was used as fertilizer for dye and medicinal production, and as a preservative. Hence, there is no need to start from scratch by exploring new mineral veins. Is it feasible to subtly control the saltpeter mines with the church's extensive reach across the human territories? Additionally, these plants, if found, would hold immense value. Dante proceeded to present Irene with images of essential economic crops, such as sweet potatoes, corn, cotton, and soybeans. He then inquired whether there was a way to bring the information back to the real world. After some contemplation, Irene concluded that it was not currently feasible, though it might be possible in the future. Dante felt a twinge of frustration. It appeared he would have to rely on his memory for the time being. Fortunately, he could enter this realm every night. For now, this would have to suffice. Dante had already considered the matter and resolved to maintain as open and honest a relationship as possible with Irene. Choosing not to conceal his plans, he stated, by the way, I intend to adopt Earth's methods and use plants as raw materials for paper production. This will not only significantly reduce the cost of paper and promote education and knowledge dissemination, but it will also allow us to utilize animal hides in more valuable ways. Irene regarded Dante thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand and lightly brushing her fingers against her fair cheek. Do you intend for the Cofier family to spearhead this endeavor? One can easily imagine it could become a highly profitable venture. Yes, I hope the Cofier family can benefit from this as well. However, I do not intend to monopolize this industry. To monopolize means to exclusively control this technology for unreasonable profit. My aim is to lower the price of paper in the market, allowing the Cofier family to earn a fair profit. You can also investigate this technology. If you find any signs of me attempting to monopolize the operation, you may involve the church in this industry at any time. Although I rarely concern myself with commercial affairs, I understand that once a particular merchant guild controls a substantial portion of product sales, they can establish industry rules favorable to themselves. Moreover, if they were to deliberately control the supply and sales channels of raw materials, new entrants, despite possessing the same technology, would find it exceedingly difficult to alter the situation. You certainly do not seem to be the one who rarely concerns themselves with such matters, Irene quipped. Disregarding his jest, address my concerns. Dante responded earnestly. We must cultivate mutual trust to walk steadily and far, which is why I've chosen to be transparent with you about my plans. Irene's left fingers tapped rhythmically on the table as she muttered to herself. It is quite troublesome for a preacher from a prominent family to negotiate terms. Miss Irene, I'm still present here, he replied. You might consider it from another perspective. The church does not interfere in secular matters. While you may invest and operate, it is impossible for you to personally oversee everything. There are numerous tasks ahead of us. Paper production is merely one of them. The Cofier family can serve as the church's ally in the secular world, allowing us to undertake many responsibilities that Dante's perspective had also shifted. Initially, when the situation was unclear, he was reluctant to involve his family. However, now that he recognized the immense opportunities presented by new technology and had developed a degree of understanding and trust with Irene, he found himself inclined to involve his family. In doing so, they could not only drive reform, but also reap corresponding benefits. This was his duty as the heir of the family, a responsibility he had previously neglected. Irene lowered her hand from her chin, leaning slightly forward, her voice imbued with authority. First, can you represent the Kofier family? Second, I am unconcerned with the Kofier family's perspective, but I am interested in your thoughts. A preacher is a representative of the church. For the first time, Dante felt the weight of authority emanating from the saintess, an intangible but palpable pressure that seemed to consume the air in the space, causing his breath to quicken involuntarily. Fortunately, Dante was not lacking in experience conversing with those in power. He reflected for a moment before responding. First, I certainly cannot yet represent my family. However, my mother is in charge of business matters. If I were to establish a venture on my own, she would respect my decisions. Second, I understand that the church may harbor reservations due to my status, although it will not be easy. We must gradually build trust that I sincerely wish to assist humanity in combating external threats. If humanity is defeated by an outside force, all will be rendered meaningless, especially since my family has always been on the front lines against such threats. This encapsulates my perspective. Irene remained silent, deeply contemplating her thoughts. Dante anxiously awaited her decision. Regardless of the church's designation for the preacher, he aspired to play a role beyond that of a mere foreign educator and translator. He yearned to contribute more, and he believed he was capable of doing so, that if a consensus could be established between them and they could take the first step, he was confident that a mutually beneficial outcome could be achieved. However, if she were to resemble the majority of those in power, suspicious, domineering, and excessively controlling, then, facing her, who held the reins of authority, he would find himself at a loss. Across the long table, Irene mused that the church's means of intervening in secular matters were currently limited. The prospect he painted was indeed promising, provided that he shared a similar ideology with the church and was willing to dedicate himself to the greater good of humanity. Otherwise, he would merely pursue his own selfish interests, ultimately leading to greater troubles. What kind of person was he? Lacking faith, hailing from nobility. Her impression of nobility was that they were greedy, hypocritical, and inherently driven by the pursuit of power and profit. She exhaled softly, raising her gaze, only to meet Dante's brown eyes. Typically, his expression was calm and reserved, but occasionally, one could catch glimpses of youthful vigor and sincerity, akin to the sweet kernel hidden beneath a hard shell. As was the case now, she fell silent once more. He, like her, was merely 16 years old, having lost his mother at a tender age and burdened by a peculiar ailment, yet he managed to retain his true self. At the very least, he had been actively cooperating with the church. The preacher is, in essence, another form of the chosen one, that if the church seeks a collaborator in secular matters, is he not a suitable candidate? At the very least, it is worth attempting. She lightly tapped her left fingers on the table, arriving at a decision. Very well, I can temporarily place my trust in you, as long as your actions contribute to the prosperity and cohesion of humanity. You may proceed. With that, she leaned back in her chair, seemingly alleviating a portion of her burden. Dante was struck by a wave of astonishment. Had she truly agreed? Moreover, the scope of this authorization was rather extravagant. Before he could fully process this, Irene suddenly donned a playful smile, her voice ringing like a gentle stream caressing her fingertips. However, if one day you or your father harbors ambitions of kingship, do be sure to inform me in advance. Dante was momentarily taken aback by her words. What had they initially discussed? Was it not about papermaking? How had it transformed into a rebellion? Was this truly a matter to be trifled with? Nevertheless, Dante dared not dismiss Irene's playful demeanor as mere jest. The last time she spoke in such a manner, it was during a serious discussion. He forced a smile, replying, "My father is far away in the southern territories. Even if he were to desire kingship one day, it is not something I would be privy to. I assure you, should I ever entertain such thoughts, you will be the first to know. However, I cannot fathom a circumstance in which I would wish to become a king present." Dante's foremost goal was to cure himself of his affliction and to become a competent heir. Nothing more. Even these seemingly unambitious objectives felt nearly unattainable to him before he entered the Holy Hall. Thus, he felt immensely grateful to Irene, genuinely wishing to assist her. Irene remained noncommittal, and the two parted ways to recall the information they needed to bring back to reality. Once they had committed their memories to mind, Irene concluded their meeting at the convergence point, and they returned to reality, where the clock had already passed 6, that regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, as long as the direction is correct, no matter how rugged and uneven, it brings one closer to happiness than remaining stagnant. After awakening, Dante swiftly rolled out of bed and emerged from his chamber. Feeling a sense of relief upon seeing Camilla standing by in anticipation, he instructed the retraction of the message delivery request and arranged for his family's commercial steward, Mario, to meet him in 2 hours. Following their meeting, he intended to visit the magical academy in the capital and requested that the coachmen and guards prepare accordingly. Magic was the greatest variable in this world. Dante would not allow himself to become complacent, believing that mere knowledge of firearms and artillery sufficed to conquer the world, neglecting the study of magic. After providing these instructions, he hurriedly made his way to his desk, fervently transcribing all the information he had mentally retained regarding papermaking and exposure and response prevention, ERP, therapy, as thoroughly as possible. By 6:30, Dante, drained of mental energy, nearly fainted as soon as he completed his notes. He wasted no time and immediately began meditating. At 8 o'clock, both his physical and mental strength had fully recovered, and he expressed his gratitude to Irene once more. At 8:15, just as Dante was finishing his morning routine and enjoying breakfast, Mario arrived. Mario, age 23, was born in the Southern Territories and had been groomed from a young age as a professional staff member for the Cobofield family. He possessed a natural curiosity for various goods, grains, leather, ores, ironware, and soap. As a child, his favorite pastime was to squat by the roadside, keenly observing the unloading of goods from merchant caravans. Having watched for long enough, the young lad could even deduce fluctuations in the yield of grains, fruits, and leather from the estate based on the year's climatic conditions, and more often than not, his estimates proved accurate. During his education, he showed no interest in martial arts or literature, but he found arithmetic and geography to be thoroughly engaging at the age of 15, when the teacher asked all the children to submit their desired career paths. He informed his father of his wish to become a commercial apprentice, with the aim of eventually managing bulk commodity trading. Initially, Massimo, who had risen through the ranks from a squire to a formally appointed knight, had intended to scold the young boy for his choice. However, just as he opened his mouth, he recalled the words his own father had once spoken to him in similar circumstances. "Have you thought this through? You might find yourself in a precarious situation one day." Of course, the future was uncertain. If he had truly made up his mind, he should pursue it, bearing the consequences himself. Upon seeing the determination in his son's eyes, Massimo realized there was no need for further inquiry. He sighed and ruffled his son's hair, saying, "I know you have an affinity for these matters. If you wish to pursue it, go ahead. Managing the Cobofield family's affairs won't leave you starving. It should suffice to support a family." Thus, at the age of 15, Mario seamlessly became a commercial apprentice without any additional interviews, as there were so few who chose the path of commerce. Today, Mario was already an experienced commercial steward, and he had long understood why his father had sighed and why so few chose the path of commercial administration. The reason was simple. There was no future in being a commercial steward for the Cobofield family. The work was plentiful, and the role often required one to be constantly on the move. The Cobofield family was renowned for its martial prowess. Those who dared to fight had ample opportunities for recognition and promotion within the ranks. For those who wished to avoid the sword, they could become estate stewards. Given the Cobofield family's vast territories in the southern lands, there was a constant need to hire numerous estate stewards for management. Estate stewards held a high status within their domains, enjoying a comfortable lifestyle with ample provisions, and once they had saved enough, they could even purchase their own lands to apply their knowledge. The life of a commercial steward, however, was far less appealing. The Cobofield family's commercial strength within the kingdom was exceedingly weak. The southern territories could largely sustain themselves, exporting only small quantities of grains, flax, and timber, while importing fabric and ironware. The demand for military supplies in the southern territories was immense, but that responsibility fell to the family head and the arms master. Even the commercial head had no say in the matter, as arms were not items that circulated freely in the market. After becoming a commercial steward, Mario was naturally not one to settle for the status quo. He harbored numerous ideas and had submitted several plans to the commercial head. However, the commercial head, being of advanced age, was intent on maintaining a steady course until retirement. Thus, he detested risk and refused to invest in new projects without clear returns. How could one develop new commercial ventures without risk? After Mario submitted his plan, it was naturally rejected. He revised it, resubmitted it, and once again faced rejection. After several rounds, Mario gazed at the proposal in his hands, now so altered that it bore little resemblance to his original ideas. Ultimately, he had no choice but to abandon it, reassuring himself that this endeavor had at least saved his employer some parchment and as a business manager. He resided with the Copperfield family, earning a monthly remuneration of 20 silver USS. This salary was sufficient for his family's needs. However, whenever his wife expressed a desire to acquire new utensils or purchase fabric for new garments, his voice inevitably dropped a few notches. There was simply no way around it. His monthly income was limited for additional income, such as supplier kickbacks. He dared not entertain the thought if the family were to discover such dealings. The Duke of Copperfield, who held the power of enforcement, could execute him without a second thought. Moreover, even if kickbacks were available, they would not offer him a mere errand-running manager. At the most, he might occasionally be invited for a drink to maintain basic relations. Sometimes, after a night of drinking, as he walked alone through the quiet streets, he would reflect on the decisions he made in his youth. He was uncertain whether they were right or wrong. He was indeed engaged in work that interested him. Yet, the daily grind of monotonous tasks felt somewhat disheartening, and life now was far from the ideal he had envisioned in his younger days. That spring, while tracking a shipment of chestnut timber sails in the capital, Mario received a summons from the future heir, young Master Dante, who was also in the capital. As he approached the young master with trepidation, fearing that his socializing with suppliers would have come to the family's attention and might lead to punishment, he was instead greeted with the proposition of developing a new business project and inquired if he had any ideas. He could scarcely believe his ears. After nearly 9 years as a business apprentice, was he finally being given an opportunity to showcase his talents? He chose to propose the cherry export project, which he felt most confident about and which was well suited for the season. The southern region, with its exceptional natural climate, was highly conducive to agriculture and fruit tree cultivation. Cherries, among the region's premium fruits, were classified into sour and sweet varieties. Sour cherries were small, bright red, with pale yellow flesh, tart, and clingstone, making them ideal for winemaking. In contrast, sweet cherries were larger, turning a deep purple upon ripening, suitable for direct consumption, boasting a delightful flavor that lingered in the memory of those who tasted them, thus making them a prized specialty of the South. Unfortunately, the cherry season lasted only 2 months in early summer, and their soft flesh made transportation challenging, preventing them from being exported beyond the South until now. To tackle this issue, Mario had previously discussed with carpenters and teamsters the best solution: custom-made carts. These carts would need to be taller than standard freight wagons, with straw laid on the bottom and walls. Cherries would be placed in the middle, with a layer of cherries covered by a layer of straw to prevent damage during transport. The top of the cart would be covered to create a cool environment, extending the cherry's shelf life. These carts could also later be utilized for transporting other fruits. The initial investment for this business plan would amount to approximately 40 gold OS. The most significant expenditure would naturally be the cost of customizing 6 freight wagons, followed by the labor cost for the pickers, as only the freshest and most visually appealing fruits could ensure the quality of the cherries. Lastly, expenses for the horses and drivers would also need to be accounted for. Mario was exceedingly honest. Although the cherries, farmers, horses, and drivers belonged to the Copperfield family, he still calculated these costs at market value. Thus, the greatest obstacle to cherry export had been overcome. Once transported to the capital, the market price would multiply several times over. Everything appeared perfect, save for the need for startup capital. However, a glaring flaw remained in the business plan, a potential risk that Mario could not deny, and the key reason the business manager was reluctant to adopt it. The most significant issue was the sales of the cherries. Being a fruit, cherries presented preservation challenges. A cart full of high-quality cherries could be worth a fortune, but perhaps just 2 days later, a cart of spoiled cherries would be rendered worthless. The long journey from the south to the capital, combined with various costs, would mean that only the nobility could enjoy such premium fresh fruit, and Mario had no sales channels within the capital. His original plan was to send one cart to the capital first, with the remaining 5 carts arriving 3 days later. During this interval, he intended to offer cherries for free to fruit merchants in the market for tasting, thereby establishing connections to the nobility through these merchants. Mario acknowledged that the initial phase of the project would carry certain risks and could even incur losses. Nevertheless, he believed that with his grasp of the transportation process and the cherry's unique flavor, he could gradually penetrate the capital's market, making cherries a favorite on noble tables. To his astonishment and delight, young Master Dante remarked that sales would not be a problem and that he could handle it. Indeed, the Coppofield family was among the kingdom's elite nobility. If the young master was willing to personally promote the product within noble circles, opening the market would be a mere trifle. Over the next 2 days, he and young Master Dante refined the details of the plan. Ultimately, Dante gave the green light to proceed with the Southern Cherry Export Initiative. For the subsequent 2 months, Mario tirelessly traversed between the South and the capital. Aside from attending to daily affairs, he dedicated most of his energy to the new plan. From the quality of the customized carts to the delivery dates, and from the quality of the cherries to the loading requirements. He meticulously monitored every aspect, treating this project as the most critical undertaking of his professional journey. At long last, the first shipment of cherries arrived successfully in the capital. However, Mario soon discovered that young Master Dante's approach to resolving the sales issue vastly differed from his expectations, exceeding them beyond measure. The young master had established a long-term partnership with the capital's merchant guild, which would assist the Coppofield family in initially accessing the noble clientele. Once the channels were established, the merchant guild would uniformly procure cherries from the Coppofield family, marking them up by 20% for sale in the capital. 20%, considering the guild's initial support in sales, along with the inherent risks and losses in the buying and selling process. These were terms Mario had never dared to imagine. The Merchant Guild was one of the kingdom's premier trading organizations, controlling a substantial portion of the kingdom's grain and fabric trade. Rumors even suggested a royal connection to the guild. Who would dare invoke its name without solid backing? From there, the process became straightforward. Accompanied by the Merchant Guild staff, Mario presented cherry samples directly to the doors of 7/10 of the capital's nobility. He engaged in warm and friendly discussions with the stewards responsible for food procurement in noble households, leaving behind samples for tasting. Subsequently, 30% of the nobles placed orders for these uniquely flavored fruits. With the nobility in such abundance, the 5 carts of cherries had been allocated before they even arrived, leaving further orders to be delayed until the next batch. As he counted the ever-increasing orders, Mario found himself overwhelmed with regret. The joy of success overshadowed by his thoughts. Had he known the young master's connections were so robust, had he known the nobility's demand was so vast, he ought to have commissioned 10 or even 15 carts. It was too late to change course now. The cherry season only lasted 2 months, and even if he placed a new order, it would be too late. He could only watch carefully over each process, striving to transport as many batches of cherries to the capital as possible, that if all the processes were well coordinated, he estimated that he could make a round trip each week. Each cart of cherries sold for 10 gold OS, with various losses bringing the cost per cart to approximately 3 gold OS. To by that calculation, running 6 carts would recoup the initial investment, and every additional trip would yield substantial profits. By the end of summer, if he harvested early and stored them in a cellar, he could extend their shelf life, potentially making 9 or 10 trips in total. One summer's venture into cherry exports could yield profits nearing 400 gold OS. Next year, he could expand the fleet, and leveraging the popularity of cherries in the capital, he could extend to the eastern cities of Haiyun and Shifan, where, apart from the nobility, many affluent merchants resided. With a monthly salary of 20 silver USS, where 1 gold OS equaled 25 silver USS and 1 silver US equaled 10 copper coins, his annual income amounted to 9.6 gold OS. The projected summer profits from this project equated to nearly all the wealth he could amass in a lifetime of labor. Mario felt an immense sense of fulfillment within him. Wait, something felt slightly amiss? As Mario busied himself with the supply of cherries, one morning he received a summons from Lord Dante. Upon arriving at the estate at the appointed time, he found Dante just beginning his breakfast. Upon seeing Mario, Dante smiled, expressing his high regard for this business manager. In the previous cherry export project, Mario had demonstrated his commercial acumen and meticulous work ethic. Good morning, Mario. Have you had breakfast? Would you care to join me? Mario politely bowed, replying, Good morning, my lord. Thank you, but I've already had my meal. Then let us have a cup of fruit wine. How have things been lately? Upon hearing Dante's inquiry, Mario excitedly responded, My lord, everything is proceeding as planned. The third batch of cherries will depart from the southern region tomorrow. The main issue remains the shortage of carriages. If only I had ordered 15 carriages from the outset. Alas, I am currently expediting the order for new carriages. Nevertheless, even with the current fleet, by the end of the cherry season, our total profit should amount to around 400 gold ounces. Truly an exhilarating outcome. Well done, Dante praised. Starting next month, your monthly salary will increase to 1 gold ounce. You may then hand over this project to another manager or apprentice, and you may choose who that will be. By the end of summer, if the total profit exceeds 350 gold ounces, both you and your successor will receive a bonus of 15 gold ounces, the distribution of which you may decide. Salary increase. Bonus. As Mario reveled in the excitement of these enchanting words, he was taken aback by the prospect of handing over the project that was yielding such golden results with great reluctance. His emotions fluctuated like the blades of a windmill. Thank you, my lord, but this project has only just begun to in the autumn. We can continue exporting high-quality grapes and the southern region's specialty figs, and even expand sales to the eastern region. I wish to continue this endeavor. Dante pondered for a moment before saying, Then you may delegate it to your apprentice, and you can supervise their progress. However, you must free up your own energy, for I have a more significant project to assign to you. Take a look at this. Mario hesitated as he took the parchment, wondering if there could be a project in the southern region more promising than exporting high-end agricultural products. Yet, as he read just a few lines, his heart began to race. The unheard-of art of papermaking. To think it was possible to produce paper using only materials such as flax, straw, reeds, and linden bark? He could hardly fathom it. If this could truly be realized, the low cost of plant-based paper would instantly transform the entire paper industry, and the Coppofield family would become the dominant force in the kingdom's paper trade. Compared to this grand commercial venture, cherry and fig exports were mere trifles, hardly worth mentioning. Breathless with excitement, Mario anxiously asked, My lord, is this paper-making formula genuine? Dante nodded affirmatively. It is absolutely genuine. Currently, only 3 individuals in the world are privy to this information, and you are the third. Unable to contain his exhilaration, Mario envisioned the emergence of a commercial titan. He would spearhead this unprecedented new project. Reflecting on the decision he had made, he wished to embrace that frail yet resolute boy from 15 years ago. Encouraging him loudly, You have made the most correct choice of your life. Persist. You must persist. Your future will surpass your dreams. The only path to achieving great work is to have a passion for what you do. Once Mario had calmed himself, Dante, while enjoying his breakfast, began to outline the more detailed arrangements. First, they needed to acquire a small paper-making workshop. The location was not necessary, but it was essential to purchase all usable tools and craftsmen, who would then concentrate on trial production at the estate outside the Coppofield family residence. Second, they needed to gather flax rags and scraps. The reason being that the initial steps of papermaking and spinning were quite similar. Both processes involved soaking harvested flax stems in water, then mashing them to separate the fibers while removing lignin and other impurities directly using flax scraps. They could save on preliminary procedures and swiftly validate the feasibility of the papermaking technique and the key processes involved in producing paper. Dante also provided some explicit requirements for the acquisition. They needed to obtain written quotes from at least 3 papermaking workshops, complete with the signatures of the workshop owners. Dante's previous life as a sales department head at a Fortune 500 company endowed him with abundant commercial knowledge and practical experience. He established seemingly simple yet rigid requirements at critical process nodes. While this might sacrifice some efficiency, it significantly reduced the potential for corruption. Overall, it was a necessary measure. Maintaining integrity and adhering to sound business ethics were expectations for employees. However, ensuring that employees understood what constituted ethical business conduct and designing processes to prevent loopholes were requirements for employers, thus protecting employees as well. Initially, Mario found these somewhat peculiar requirements difficult to comprehend. It was not until he stepped out of the estate and onto the street that he gradually grasped his lord's intentions. Remembering Dante's earlier statement, currently, only 3 individuals in the world know. And you are the third. He truly understood the implications of those words. Dante's understanding of business and his insight into human nature left him astounded. He silently admonished himself to avoid temptations and to keep a vigilant eye on his apprentices. Meanwhile, after concluding his discussion with Mario, Dante, accompanied by Camilla and a guard detail, ventured towards the Magic Academy's branch in the outer city. The Magic Academy resembled more of a guild for magicians. Its primary responsibility was to assess the levels of magicians, classify them, and propose various initiatives for their conduct, such as refraining from using magic for criminal activities or to manipulate others into forming cults. There were also amusing suggestions, such as refraining from using magic for mere tricks, which would tarnish the dignity of magicians. Additionally, guidelines for greeting fellow magicians were provided, if meeting for the first time. 2 magicians could introduce themselves while drawing their most proficient elemental form and their rank in the air with their fingers. For instance, a novice magician skilled in water magic could depict droplets and clouds. If they were at a distance, a magician could summon a gust of wind to blow towards the other, redirecting it just before contact to return to the caster, thus allowing the other to sense the magical fluctuations and ascertain the caster's position. This method of greeting, compared to calling out loudly, undoubtedly highlighted the identity and grace of the magician. However, all these initiatives remained merely suggestions, even if a magician were to engage in malevolent acts. The Magic Academy would not intervene. Lastly, the Magic Academy, as its name suggests, is an organization dedicated to the professional study of magical mysteries. Many magicians who dislike conflict and wish to avoid worldly disputes spend their lives within the Academy, engrossed in their research. The Academy's headquarters is located in Hyun City, maintaining a balanced distance from the Human Power Center, the royal capital. IT never engages in disputes, but rather provides essential services to magicians and occasionally proposes interesting initiatives, focusing solely on the study of magical secrets. Around 9 in the morning, Dante arrived at the entrance of the Magic Academy in the outer city. If one disregarded the emblem featuring books, a crescent moon, and stars, a casual observer might not recognize this ordinary stone building as the Academy's branch in the royal capital. After the attendants presented their visiting card, clarifying their identity and purpose, the staff of the royal capital branch respectfully ushered Dante and his party into the reception room. After a while in the reception room, however, no one came to attend to them. Dante felt a twinge of surprise, prompting an attendant to inquire once more at the reception desk that a young staff member returned with a helpless expression, providing no explanation. Instead, they led Dante, Camilla, and several guards directly into the inner workings of the Magic Academy. Soon, they arrived at a training ground. The area bore the scars of numerous divots, as if ravaged by some magical beast. Adjacent to the training ground, the middle-aged staff member who had previously received them was embroiled in a heated argument with a robust, gray-haired elder. Both were passionately engaged, their faces flushed, nearly on the verge of physical confrontation. Even from a distance, Dante could hear the gist of their quarrel. "Vice President, I want to say much more. Your usual indifference is one thing. But this time it involves members of the 5 great families, and you must intervene. What are the 5 great families? Isn't it just the same old matters of hiring tutors or bodyguards? You can entertain them according to the usual routine. Can't you see that I am engrossed in researching new magic? What new magic are you speaking of? Don't deceive me. How many years has it been since any new magic was discovered?" The old man, already somewhat flushed, became even redder. "I am improving existing magic. ISNT improved old magic considered new magic. How can one ever claim that magic is a deception? Let us not argue about this any longer. The other party specifically requests to meet with the scholar of magical arrays. Mr. Stefano has been running to the riverside every day to study water magic. No one has seen him. Now, you are the only one left in the society, and you must go meet them. Moreover, I've already mentioned that they have new discoveries regarding magic. Aren't you most interested in that? Upon hearing this, the old man became even angrier. I will not go. You are deceiving me again. Last time, you tricked me into attending some noble banquet, claiming that someone would fund my research project, wasting an entire evening of mine. And on another occasion, you lured me to a prince's birthday celebration, saying that the individual had great magical talent and wanted me to assess him, which consumed my entire day. Pure deception. This time, it was the middle-aged staff member across from the elder who turned red. The young staff member who accompanied Dante was also awkwardly twitching at the corners of his mouth, rooted to the spot as if his feet were planted. For a moment, he was uncertain whether to continue leading the guests over. What if the vice president, who only knows how to conduct research, says something foolish in front of them? With keen insight, Dante noticed their hesitation and approached the elder by the training grounds, alleviating the young staff member's dilemma. Upon seeing Dante approach, the two ceased their quarrel. The middle-aged staff member, who had just been arguing, felt a bit awkward but was more relieved upon seeing Dante. The elder, noticing the elegantly dressed, handsome young man approaching, immediately deduced his identity, feeling a sense of frustration that he could not evade. Some individuals appear in your life merely to remind you how easily deceived you are. Mr. Zhou, the true journey of discovery lies not in seeking new landscapes, but in possessing new eyes. A certain writer, Dante, stepped in front of the two, nodding in thanks to the middle-aged staff member before bowing to the elder. Smiling as he said, "Good morning. I am Dante Kofer from the Kofer family. It is a pleasure to meet you. I indeed have a new discovery regarding magic. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" As he spoke, he traced a pattern of flames and a pentagram in the air with his finger, indicating that Dante was an intermediate mage adept in fire magic. Upon seeing the design Dante created, the elder's demeanor visibly softened. The handsome and graceful young man ought to be a magician. Furthermore, Dante's words piqued his interest. Surprisingly, the middle-aged staff member's claims turned out to be true. "Good day. My lord, I am Samu Fontana, a scholar of magical arrays. What discovery do you have? Please share it with me." As he spoke, he traced a pattern of flames and a crescent moon with his finger, signifying that he was a high-level mage skilled in fire magic. The middle-aged staff member beside him, noting that Samu had concluded his introduction, promptly cleared his throat and added, "He is also the vice president of our magic society and the head of the capital branch." Gazing at the silver-haired, blue-eyed vice president Samu, Dante recalled having heard his name before. Samu Fontana, a high-level mage, had been rumored 5 years ago to be among the few most likely to be promoted to a magic tutor. Yet he remained a high-level mage to this day. Contemplating his fervor for researching magical arrays, Dante speculated on why he had not advanced. However, this was rather favorable for Dante, as he was here specifically to find a professional scholar of magical arrays. Thus, without further ado, Dante instructed Camilla to retrieve the scales and water bottle from last night's experiment, preparing for the experiment. Upon witnessing Dante's demeanor, Samu felt quite pleased, thinking the youth very much to his liking. He carefully observed as Dante conducted the experiment, and after a moment of thought, he grasped what Dante's discovery entailed, feeling no disappointment. Instead, he laughed heartily. "Young man, I believe I know what discovery you are referring to. Unfortunately, it is not a new revelation. Approximately 20 years ago, a mid-level mage who had committed a crime was imprisoned, and due to the negligence of the guards, he went without food or water for 4 days. Initially, he relied on the basic water sphere technique to replenish his hydration. Later, in a fit of boredom, he discovered that by using water manipulation to encourage the proliferation of connected water elements, he could obtain the same amount of water with significantly less magical energy. This was documented in the Society's archives. With a teasing tone, Samu inquired, "Are you hoping to utilize the same principle to proliferate gold elements?" I too had various dreams in my youth, so I can completely understand you. Research requires bold ideas that, if you haven't tried it yet, I can tell you the outcome directly. First, establishing a connection with solid matter is quite challenging. Second, proliferating gold consumes an immense amount of magical energy. Only a magic tutor could potentially induce observable proliferation of gold after exhausting their magical reserves. Dante felt a twinge of disappointment. He had initially believed his discovery could be recorded in history, only to find it had already been uncovered. However, he quickly reassured himself that on one hand, both water manipulation and wind manipulation are common spells, so it is entirely reasonable that someone discovered them first. On the other hand, his perception of this as a remarkable discovery was largely influenced by modern thinking, considering the creation of something from nothing as astonishing, while the people of this world had long since become accustomed to the wonders of magic and applied them in various aspects. Ultimately, the fact that the people of this world had not derived significant value from this discovery did not preclude him from doing so. Thus, he confidently stated, "I see. How embarrassing for me. If possible, I would like to inquire further with you, and no problem at all. However, I would like to ask you one thing first. Why are you attempting to induce proliferation of water elements in a sealed bottle?" Dante momentarily froze, not understanding why the other would pose such a simple question. It soon dawned on him that the people of this world regarded air as merely wind elements and were unaware that air actually contains moisture. Consequently, when conducting experiments on water element proliferation, they had never considered isolating the air in advance. Thus, he explained, because air itself contains water elements, if the experiment is not conducted in a sealed environment, it will be impossible to ascertain whether the additional water elements emerge from nothing or merely a gathering of other water elements present in the air. Samu furrowed his brow. On what basis do you claim that air inherently contains water elements? Can you provide proof? Dante pondered for a moment before replying. Firstly, human skin can perceive differences in moisture content in the air between humid coastal areas and dry deserts. Secondly, I can demonstrate it using this glass bottle and the water within. He first filled the glass bottle with about a third of water, then used water manipulation to create several ice cubes, which he added to the bottle. Before long, the walls of the glass bottle grew cold alongside the icy water inside, and water droplets appeared seemingly out of nowhere on the outer surface of the glass. Dante explained, when air comes into contact with the cooler surface of the glass bottle, the water vapor in the air condenses upon cooling, forming droplets that adhere to the outer wall of the bottle. Through this experiment, we can confirm the presence of water elements in the air, observing the water on the outer wall of the glass. Apart from Dante, Camilla, and Samu, the others present displayed expressions of either astonishment or bewilderment. Dante, already aware of the outcome, maintained a calm and confident demeanor. The hint of curiosity flickered across Camilla's typically expressionless face, though she merely glanced a few more times. Samu, however, appeared grave, contemplating for a long while before stating, "Your experimental design is quite clever, but it seems somewhat simplistic. It appears to prove that air contains water elements. Yet it may not be entirely sufficient. That I need to consider this further." Dante nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you may design additional experiments for verification. However, I am unequivocally confident in the conclusion that air inherently contains water elements." Samu looked at Dante, his eyes gleaming. "Indeed, I will conduct further verification. Should it be confirmed, you and this discovery may indeed be recorded in history." Dante had not anticipated that he might leave a mark in history due to this matter. However, given that he possessed knowledge from the modern world, could he not aspire for something more? To achieve greatness, one must strive for monumental deeds. Dante courteously expressed his gratitude, refraining from further discourse, and began to inquire. The magical elements summoned by the wizard through the magic circle immediately established a connection with their conjurer, becoming entirely under the wizard's dominion. "How is this accomplished?" Samu answered without hesitation. "The act of casting magic via the magic circle is essentially the wizard constructing the spell within the realm of consciousness, and then, through magical energy, bringing it into the tangible world. The moment the magical elements first arrive in the real world, they are at their most vulnerable and thus most amenable to connection. Therefore, all magic circles infuse a small amount of magical energy imbued with the wizard's consciousness into the summoned magical elements at the instant of their arrival, thereby establishing control over them." Dante felt he had grasped something of great significance. However, this was not the appropriate venue for meticulous contemplation and exploration. Thus, he merely noted this insight and continued his inquiries. What factors influence the range within which a wizard can connect with external elements? Samu regarded him with a curious glance. Your line of inquiry is rather niche. Even scholars of magic circles seldom concern themselves with such matters. IT is primarily influenced by mental prowess. A wizard with strong mental faculties can engage with wind elements hundreds of meters away. In contrast, a wizard of lesser mental strength can still connect with wind elements at least 100 meters distant. By the way, what do you think of the idea of greeting from a distance using wind manipulation? Quite creative, and it certainly carries the hallmark of a true wizard. Upon hearing Dante's response, Samu was elated, as though he had encountered a kindred spirit. Indeed, I once found it intolerable. In my day, wizards relied on loud shouts for greetings, which was exceedingly crude. What difference was there from knights clashing swords? Dante realized that this individual was not only an aged wizard, but also a true gentleman. Time passed swiftly, and after Dante posed several more questions, Samu provided precise answers to each. This allowed Dante to glimpse the mysteries of magic, dispelling numerous uncertainties while simultaneously igniting a plethora of imaginative ideas. He felt an eager impatience to commence new experiments. Therefore, Dante formally bowed to the intriguing Vice President Samu, expressing his gratitude, and prepared to take his leave. Previously engrossed in magical research and reluctant to meet others, Samu now proactively invited Dante to stay. Young man, I find you quite remarkable, possessing both bold ideas and clear reasoning at such a young age. You are already an intermediate wizard, that I can also see your keen interest in exploring the mysteries of magic. Would you care to become my student, stay with the Magic Society, and conduct research alongside me? The middle-aged staff member, who had just argued with Samu, was taken aback by this remark. Previously, the royal family had sought to have this old coot take the fourth prince as a student. Despite considerable persuasion and even offering to fund his research project, this obstinate old man had deemed it a waste of time and declined. Now, after merely a brief conversation with this young noble, he wished to take him as a student. Dante was equally surprised by Samu's sudden invitation. As the vice president of the Magic Society, Samu was a formidable figure, potentially on the cusp of becoming a magic tutor himself. It is worth noting that there are only a handful of magic tutors across the entire human realm, each a treasure to humanity and a personage to whom even kings must accord due respect. Moreover, Samu's profound expertise in magic circles made him an exceptional mentor. However, Dante's initial purpose for this visit was merely to seek answers to a few pressing questions and establish a foundational understanding of magic circles. He had never contemplated delving deeper into the subject, nor had he aspired to become a scholar of magic circles. Furthermore, based on his instinct regarding this old wizard, he sensed that becoming his student would likely lead to being dragged into extensive research, consuming vast amounts of time that he still had ailments to treat and matters such as papermaking, flintlock firearms, and artillery to attend to. There was simply no time to indulge his whims. Therefore, Dante politely yet resolutely declined, assuring Samu that he would return in the future to discuss magical matters. Upon hearing Dante's reply, Samu felt a twinge of regret but did not dwell on it excessively. He cheerfully acquiesced, inviting Dante to come by any time for collaborative research. Both parties left feeling quite satisfied. Dante had established a preliminary connection with the Magic Society, enabling him to consult experts on matters concerning magic circles. More importantly, he had conceived a rather intriguing idea and was eager to commence experimentation. Samu, on the other hand, had stumbled upon a novel conclusion awaiting further validation and had encountered an interesting and cultured young man. The two exchanged hasty farewells and hurried back to their respective pursuits. Witnessing this exchange, the middle-aged staff member wore a look of incredulity. It seemed this young noble had made a discovery at such a tender age, and the obstinate old man, recognizing his potential, was no mere coincidence. They indeed shared certain similarities. Meanwhile, within the inner city of the royal capital, outside the gates of the Royal Capital Merchants Association, Iron Crow Roberto, one of the most successful mine owners in the Randy Kingdom, disembarked from his carriage with a buoyant demeanor. At 47 years of age, Roberto had traversed the world since leaving home in his early 20s, seizing opportunities with keen insight to amass substantial profits. while also facing near bankruptcy on several occasions due to oversight and uncontrolled risks. After more than a decade in commerce, he had gradually unraveled the intricacies of business, evolving into a merchant who was both seasoned and audacious, simultaneously greedy and meticulous. His successes in the mining industry and his shrewdness in the marketplace had earned him the moniker Iron Crow among his peers. Today marked a pivotal clash in his commercial career, potentially his final one, that upon concluding this transaction, he would set forth to the west, to the city of galloping horses, where new challenges awaited him. Despite the significance of today's negotiations, he felt no tension. Indeed, he felt quite at ease. He had made thorough preparations, and the critical elements had been successfully completed days prior. He merely needed to reap the fruits of his labor. His opponent today, the Royal Capital Merchants Association, was a formidable adversary with deep-seated connections. Yet so what? Business has always been a contest of intellect, experience, and networks that he was acutely aware of both his own strengths and the weaknesses of his opponent. His greatest skill lay in amplifying his advantages while exploiting the vulnerabilities of his rivals to deliver a decisive blow. This confrontation held great significance in his commercial journey, and only a powerful opponent like the Royal Capital Merchants Association could afford him the stakes worthy of such meticulous planning over an extended period. Having visited the Royal Capital Merchants Association multiple times, Roberto could easily find the reception hall even without guidance from the staff. Everything appeared unchanged: the opulent tapestries, the fine oak furnishings, the elegant artistic sculptures. And the nominal president of the association, Sarah Aiello, seated at the long table. The sole difference was the presence of a stunningly beautiful young woman at the table, whose allure was impossible to overlook. She caressed a snow-white, long-haired creature with her left hand while holding a piece of parchment in her right. Engrossed in her reading, her demeanor exuded nobility and mystery, each movement embodying poise and elegance. Wherever she appeared, and whatever her activity, all eyes were irresistibly drawn to her. The pure white, long-haired creature lazily yawned before resuming its peaceful slumber. This breed, known for its luxurious fur, required regular grooming to maintain its elegant appearance. White is considered the color of the highest nobility, and the snow-white, long-haired creature before him was indeed a rare gem. Having meticulously plotted against the Royal Capital Merchants Association for so long, Roberto recognized that the young woman before him was the true master of the association, Princess Alice Visconti. After overcoming his initial astonishment, Roberto felt a surge of excitement and confidence. According to his experience, the appearance of the true leader of an adversary often signaled one of two possibilities. Either the protracted preliminary testing and negotiations had laid the groundwork, and the true leader would finalize the discussions, or the genuine leader had come forth to witness or sign the contract personally. Whichever scenario unfolded, it represented an ideal development for him. Roberto displayed a sincere smile and bowed with respect. "Ah, good day, Madame Sarah Aiello. It is a pleasure to see you once more." "Good day, miss. Your beauty astounds me. I presume you are none other than Princess Alice." "Is that correct?" Sarah rose and greeted with the standard decorum, while Alice merely nodded in acknowledgement before returning to her perusal of the documents in her hands. Roberto felt no offense. He was merely a baron on the verge of selling his lands. Once the deal was closed, he would lose his noble title, becoming just a wealthy commoner. Conversely, Alice was not only a member of the royal family, but also the most radiant among the king's children. Had she been male, the crown prince would likely have found it difficult to rest. It was already an honor for him to be in close proximity to the third princess, renowned as the Princess of the Dawn of Visconti. Roberto boldly took a seat before Sarah, his demeanor cheerful, yet his mind a whirlwind of excitement and composure. He had a premonition that today was the day he would ensnare his prey. Life, akin to a theatrical performance, relied entirely on one's skill in acting. With a hearty smile, Mr. Roberto addressed Sarah. "Sarah, we have been discussing for quite some time, and my people have collaborated with your merchant association for mineral exploration and on-site inspections that I have managed mining operations for over a decade. And I dare say no one in the Eastern Territories could manage those 2 iron mines better than I do. Please enlighten me. Are you genuinely interested in purchasing?" Sarah responded with a calm smile, recognizing Roberto's informal address as a sign of camaraderie, and she reciprocated. Roberto, We are indeed sincere in our intention to buy. The individuals we dispatched for exploration and inspection were all experts we employed. As we are newcomers to the mining industry, we must proceed with caution that we appreciate your cooperation thus far. Roberto responded with exaggerated enthusiasm. Of course, Sarah inquired. Let us discuss the price and payment terms. What is your initial offer? Roberto adopted a serious demeanor. Contemplating for a moment as if resolved, he stated, Well, to be frank, due to some personal reasons, I wish to sell these 2 mines shortly and relocate to the Western Territories. I can offer a discount, pricing them at 90% of the market value. He raised both hands, displaying 9 fingers, and continued. However, the payment timeline cannot be extended. Payment must be completed within 10 days of signing the contract. Leaning back in his chair, he calmly asserted, This is my bottom line. If you cannot accept, I would prefer to leave an overseer in the capital and slowly seek other buyers. Frankly speaking, your luck is quite fortuitous. Had I not been planning to move to the Western Territories, no one would be willing to sell such an established, resource-rich mine at a discount, one that generates stable profits annually. Despite Roberto's calm facade, a flicker of nervousness coursed through him at this critical moment. This was the allure of commerce. One could never fully control the outcome. However, he was convinced that for a powerful and ambitious merchant association from the capital, having conducted thorough investigations, it would be impossible to remain indifferent to such generous terms. Once intrigued, they would inevitably fall into his trap. Sarah chuckled softly, saying, Oh, it indeed sounds like a rare offer. Unfortunately, our association lacks operational experience in mining. We would prefer not to seek a discount, but rather to arrange for installment payments, deferring half of the final payment until 6 months after we take over. Roberto's heart raced. This was utterly unreasonable. Could it be? A displeased expression crossed his face as he replied, In any industry, the rule is payment upon delivery. What sense does it make to pay for a mine 6 months after taking possession? You have already sent people for on-site investigations. The mine is well managed. Even if you do nothing, there should be no issues. Sarah remained resolute. I'm sorry, but we must insist on this point. Roberto's face darkened with anger. Yet it gradually faded as he burst into laughter. No matter, let us conclude our discussion for today. Should you change your mind, do come find me if I have already moved to the Western Territories. You may contact my overseer. However, by then, the discounts will no longer be available. With that, he rose without hesitation and strode towards the hall's entrance. Sarah opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, a decisive voice echoed from the head of the table. Enough. Let us not squander our time. Roberto paused, his heart soaring with joy. What it had worked. He was fortunate to have maintained his composure. Slowly turning, he wore an expression of measured curiosity as he regarded the third princess. Alice smiled enigmatically, stating, Iron Crow, we shall finalize the transaction today, and payment will be made in full. However, the price will be 40% of the market value. Roberto was taken aback by her words. This was not the compromise he had anticipated, but rather a provocation. Impossible. This time, he was genuinely infuriated. Alice gently stroked her long hair, dismissively saying, Let us make a wager. The winner may compel the loser to perform a task that is not burdensome. Without waiting for Roberto's response, Alice rolled up a piece of parchment from the table and slid it towards him, saying, Take a look. That a sense of unease swelled within Roberto as he forced himself to remain calm, picking up the parchment to unfold it. Upon seeing the title, he could no longer conceal his expression. Agreement on the transfer of mining personnel. The parties have reached an agreement. The Iris Flower Merchant Association shall transfer the following mining personnel to the Capital Merchant Association. 300 miners, 80 rock drillers, 80 selectors, 100 transport workers, 50 smelters, processing and smelting iron ore, 20 supervisors and managers, 30 cooks and service staff, 30 carpenters and blacksmiths, repairing and manufacturing mining tools, supporting structures, and 20 guards and medical personnel. Roberto slumped into his seat, his plans completely laid bare. Having played the role of the eagle his entire life, he was ultimately blinded by its talons. A mature mine's value lies not only in its mineral resources, but also in its established management systems and the expertise of its personnel. In a world where mining tools are woefully outdated, The cultivation of skilled professionals is a hands-on endeavor, making experienced individuals exceedingly valuable. 3 months prior, during negotiations with the Capital Merchant Association for the sale of the iron mine and surrounding territory, an epiphany struck him. He could recruit a batch of novices, masquerading them as the original team and selling them along with the mine to the Capital Merchant Association. In reality, the original team would be sold to clients in need of new mining operations, thus achieving a dual profit. Naturally, the novices could immediately start working the mine, learning from the veterans as much as possible. This way, the newly acquired Capital Merchant Association would struggle to identify any issues in the short term. Given the distance between the capital and the Eastern Territories, and considering the Capital Merchant Association was still a novice in this industry, Roberto was confident that by the time they discovered the truth, he would have already relocated to the Western Territories. Upon arriving in the West, he would purchase land and pledge loyalty to the Western Lord, asserting that the Lord's Lord was not his Lord. Under such circumstances, even the royal family would find it difficult to bypass the Western Lord's authority to confront him directly. Ultimately, as long as he made minor adjustments to the contract's wording, deliberately omitting the qualifications of the accompanying mining personnel, even if the Capital Merchant Association discovered the deception, they would be left with no recourse. His plan had been progressing smoothly. Shortly after he announced the sale of the mining workforce, 2 potential buyers emerged. Among them, the Iris Flower Merchant Association from the Eastern Territories was the most eager, expressing that they had discovered new mineral veins and urgently required a complete mining team. Ultimately, 2 days ago, he sold the entire team to the Iris Flower Merchant Association at 40% of the market price, agreeing to transfer them in 2 months. The mining personnel had signed contracts with him as their lord, and now transferring them to the Iris Flower Merchant Association would incur minimal subsequent labor costs, as long as Roberto could finalize a deal with the Capital Merchant Association at 90% of the market price within 2 months. He would achieve a dual profit, gaining an additional 30%. This was his meticulously crafted plan, and after careful consideration, he believed he had minimized the risks. Firstly, he intended to sell the mine to the Capital Merchant Association while selling the mining personnel to the Eastern Association to prevent information leaks. Secondly, the Capital Merchant Association, having conducted thorough investigations, would naturally feel confident about the mine's management and personnel, and it was improbable they would suspect any foul play. Lastly, by the time the Capital Merchant Association ultimately uncovered the issue, he would already have a countermeasure in place, simply handling the qualifications of the mining personnel ambiguously in the contract. Roberto was convinced he had considered every angle. He simply could not fathom how he could have been discovered in advance. Beautiful women are captivating, but a stunningly intelligent woman is a lethal combination. Designer Roberto was utterly clueless as to how his plans had been exposed, yet he found himself devoid of the inclination to delve deeper into matters. For the pressing concern at hand was to navigate the imminent crisis. Although he had only calculated his opponent's intentions without successfully executing his plans, he remained acutely aware of the present reality. This was the royal capital, and his adversary was of royal blood. The third princess, in a fit of rage, could easily wield her power to imprison him, subject him to torture, and compel him to divulge the intricacies of his commercial deceit, ultimately confiscating his mines. Indeed, greed is a transgression outlined among the 10 Commandments. He now felt an overwhelming sense of regret, lamenting the grave mistake he had unknowingly committed. However, contrary to his expectations, the third princess displayed neither anger nor derision. She maintained a calm and composed tone, as if evaluating the merits of a dish presented by a prospective chef. Your plan, from conception to execution, possesses noteworthy elements. Had you not encountered us, you might have succeeded and extricated yourself unscathed. Even though we are aware of your schemes, had you not been so impatient at the concluding stage, reversing the order of your operations, it would not have been easy for us to exploit your vulnerabilities. Truly, it is a bold stratagem that if you had indeed managed to bring the royal family to ruin and escaped unscathed, the name Iron Crow would have become a legend in the kingdom's commercial realm. Upon hearing the third princess's praise, Roberto felt no joy. With a bitter smile, he confessed, "I was blinded by illusion. My assessment of you was that you possessed formidable strength and a resolute determination to enter the mining industry. While cautious, I believed you would ultimately acquire the iron mine. The Iris Flower Guild was exceptionally eager, practically unable to wait to deliver a deposit into my hands. This was my folly at this juncture. He comprehended the truth. His opponent had ensnared him in a commercial trap without the need to wield power against him. He had fallen short in the contest of business. The third princess, intrigued, inquired, "Now that your people have vanished, leaving only 2 vacant iron mines, what do you intend to do?" Roberto's voice was tinged with bitterness as he replied, "Your Highness, if you would still be willing, as previously mentioned, to purchase my iron mine and its surrounding territory at 40% of the market price, I would be immensely grateful. Coupled with the 40% from the Iris Flower Guild, he would effectively be selling the iron mine and its adjacent lands at 80% of the market value. This represented a significant loss, yet was far more favorable than the prospect of imprisonment." The third princess nodded, her tone unremarkable, as if orchestrating the fate of a candidate. "Very well, but there remains a wager. What I require of you is quite simple. Sign a confidentiality agreement, and then you shall leave the royal capital at once to reclaim your inheritance in the Western Territories." Roberto was taken aback. On one hand, he sensed that the Royal Capital's guild harbored secrets unknown to the outside world. On the other, he felt as though all his own secrets were laid bare before her. He bowed his head, murmuring, "As you wish." The third princess's deep blue eyes bore into Roberto's, as if engaging in a direct communion with his soul. "Iron Crow, you are neither an ordinary individual nor one capable of enduring solitude. One day, you shall return to the world of commerce, and that day will not be far off. When it arrives, you may seek me out at the Royal Capital Guild. Here, you will find many like yourself, working for me in the capacity of partners. This is the grandest stage, with ambitions so vast they border on madness, capable of accommodating your talents and aspirations. Now then, for the continuation of our dealings. You shall communicate with Sarah." Without waiting for Roberto's response, she waved her hand, signaling him to depart. As Roberto exited, he felt as though he had lost his very soul, utterly devoid of the ease and confidence with which he had entered. His mind oscillated between pondering how he had revealed himself and contemplating the third princess, who had maintained control throughout their encounter. Along with her final words, he could surmise the reason for his exposure. The Iris Flower Guild was likely under the sway of the Royal Capital's Guild. Yet, he dared not voice this suspicion or investigate further. Regarding the enigmatic third princess, he found himself utterly perplexed. Reflecting on her consistently composed demeanor, he understood one thing with certainty. He must never, under any circumstances, become her adversary. Her final words lingered in his mind. What precisely did the royal family intend to achieve by amassing such talent? What was that grand ambition bordering on madness? He felt an intense surge of emotion rising from deep within, causing his very soul to tremble. Fear, anticipation, exhilaration. These conflicting and potent emotions intertwined into a potent elixir, intoxicating him to work for her as a partner, to partake in that ambition so grand it bordered on madness. This thought, imbued with a fatal allure, ignited within him like an unquenchable flame. As he stepped through the doors of the Royal Capital's Guild, Roberto was struck by a wave of nostalgia, recalling his earlier arrogance and machinations. Feeling as though he had traversed through time. Once Roberto had departed, Sarah inquired, perplexed, "Your Highness, why would you choose to purchase the iron mine at 80% of its value? Under the current circumstances, we could easily pressure him for a lower price without resorting to our influence." Alice stroked her long-haired companion thoughtfully, responding earnestly, 80% is already a fair price. Should we press further, we would merely sow the seeds of resentment in his heart. Even with a confidentiality agreement in place, he might discreetly disseminate related information, causing us unnecessary complications. Sarah nodded in agreement. Indeed, were we to imprison him, the news of our acquisition would spread like wildfire, becoming common knowledge, which would not align with our plans. Alice continued, "At this juncture, he will willingly accept my terms, adhering to the contract with integrity. Once he resolve his own affairs, he will not settle for merely being a minor noble. He is likely to join our ranks. His capabilities are commendable, and he possesses ample experience in the mining industry. He would be a fitting choice as a partner in our newly launched mining and smelting enterprise." Sarah praised, "This trajectory indeed represents the optimal outcome." Alice revealed an enigmatic smile, declaring, "What matters most is that I relish achieving my objectives in this manner." Everything I conveyed to him was the unvarnished truth. Deceiving others through schemes or coercing them with power is far too mundane and would only create potential adversaries for myself. What I prefer is to subtly guide, implanting ideas within others' minds, allowing them to make their own choices. This way, they will be resolutely motivated to strive for what I desire, resulting in a perfect outcome for both parties. Upon concluding her thoughts, Alice clapped her hands together in delight, producing a sharp sound. The long-haired companion, roused from slumber, emitted a displeased sound and leaped off the long table. Why this time? It was nearing noon, and the morning light that had lingered near the parlor door had quietly retreated outdoors. The parlor remained bright, yet carried a hint of coolness. Sarah rubbed her temples and sighed. "Your Highness, while it's acceptable for you to share this with me, please refrain from discussing it with others in the guild." Alice leaned back in her chair with satisfaction, lamenting, "I am constantly pressured to engage in various tedious tasks. There are times I feel like relinquishing it all to sustain my existence. I must find some amusement. After all, I am not yet 17. I could see that moment. She bore none of the youthful innocence one might expect of her age. Her sea-blue eyes suddenly sparkled with anticipation, as if a thought had struck her. This afternoon promises an intriguing event. It has been ages since I last visited the Cappafield estate. I am truly looking forward to it." When Dante returned to his residence, he noted, according to the sundial, that it was approximately 10:30. In this world, ordinary individuals discern the time primarily by observing the sun's position and listening for the church bells. The church and prominent families construct sundials to obtain a more accurate measure of time. The largest sundial in the entire realm resides atop the bell tower within the sacred hall. Dante mused that he should seize the opportunity to study the mechanics of clocks, for the lack of precise time-keeping proved quite inconvenient. As he pondered, he made his way to the training grounds, instructing his attendant to procure flint, steel, and tinder. Flint is a high-carbon steel requiring sufficient hardness. Flint is typically a hard quartz mineral capable of dislodging fine metal particles when struck against steel, thereby generating sparks. Tinder serves to catch the sparks and ignite easily, such as tinder cloth, dry grass, or other flammable fibers. While he waited, Camilla approached Dante, inquiring, "Young master, do you wish to practice magic?" Dante was somewhat taken aback, as this marked the first occasion since their acquaintance that Camilla had proactively engaged him. "Yes, is there something on your mind?" he replied. Camilla, with earnestness, responded, "I, too, wish to train. I require a daily training regimen. Otherwise, my body will quickly become sluggish." Dante contemplated, acknowledging that he had indeed been negligent. Camilla was a concealed sentinel, and he needed to allow her the time necessary for training, rather than presuming she could perpetually guard him. After a moment's reflection, he spoke. "While I am at the estate, you may assign other blood guards to protect me, allowing yourself the freedom to arrange your time for training and meditation, that if I must venture out, I will endeavor to inform you in advance." Camilla nodded in gratitude before turning to depart. Observing her silhouette, Dante felt that Camilla always imparted a rather unique impression upon him. She appeared indifferent to many matters, lacking in enthusiasm. Yet from her recent display, it was evident that the monotonous and arduous training was something she truly valued. After acquiring flint, steel, and tinder, Dante recalled what Samu had said at the Arcane Academy. In the initial moments when magical elements first descended into the realm, they were at their most fragile and easily connected. Thus, all magical diagrams would channel a small fraction of the mage's consciousness-infused magical power into the elements at that moment of arrival, allowing for control over the summoned magical entities. Dante grasped the flint and steel, striking them together with haste. With a resounding bang, he witnessed a spark flicker briefly. He sensed the rapid birth and demise of the fire element. Yet, capturing the instant of the spark's emergence was no trivial task. Rather than feeling frustration, Dante found himself smiling, as it resembled the magical practices he so cherished. After nearly 20 attempts, he was fortunate enough to seize the moment of a spark's appearance, successfully establishing a connection with the newly arrived fire element. This process consumed only a minuscule amount of magical energy and was completed in an instant. Indeed, the nascent fire element was remarkably easy to connect with, or rather, to control. Whether summoned through magical arrays or generated physically made no difference. Dante observed the fire element he commanded with great scrutiny. Due to its minuscule quantity, it was nearly invisible to the naked eye. However, through the magical vortex, he could sense it clearly, by infusing magical energy and instilling a notion of proliferation. The spark transformed into a small flame, which then evolved into a standard fireball. Dante meticulously noted the overall expenditure of magical energy, which was slightly less than that required for the basic fireball spell. Moreover, the time taken to cast the spell, create the spark, and control the nascent fire element was almost negligible. Thus, with practice, the summoning time for the fireball could be significantly reduced. Of course, mastering the timing of the spark's appearance was essential. Should the success rate be too low, it would lack practical value. Suppressing his inner excitement, Dante resolved to take a brief respite. The motion of creating sparks with flint and steel was quite straightforward. However, the flying shards of stone and dust clung to Dante's hands, a torment for someone with his aversion to mess. Although his therapeutic strategy involved exposing himself to anxiety-inducing environments and intentionally managing his cleanliness urges, this had to commence from scenarios with the lowest anxiety levels. Continuing to practice would elevate him to the next tier of anxiety, which would contradict his therapeutic aims. After enduring this discomfort for a while longer, he began to cleanse his hands and the dust from his body. Suddenly, he noticed that Camilla had, at some point, changed into a set of lightweight, form-fitting attire and was practicing with a short sword not far away. Her movements were agile and graceful, demonstrating exceptional prowess in close-quarters evasion and maneuvering. Should Dante engage her in combat, the likelihood of making contact with her was nearly non-existent. Even when wielding a fireball, he could only hope to strike her in close proximity. Each of her attacks was swift and precise, with every thrust, slash, parry, and stab honed through countless repetitions, perfectly synchronized with her footwork. As an agile melee specialist, Camilla's appearance and abilities were exceptionally suited for the role of his personal attendant and covert protector. Speaking of her appearance, her figure, encased in the fitted attire, remained slender yet undeniably strong. Dante observed that this was primarily due to her naturally petite frame. Nevertheless, each of her strikes was filled with power. Had she been wearing modern world athletic gear, one would likely catch a glimpse of her taut, well-defined muscles during a full-force strike. In short, if Dante were to spar with her. Even with his slight advantage in hand speed from years of practicing magic, he would be unable to withstand her in close quarters for more than 5 seconds. Such was the plight of mages in one-on-one combat, particularly when facing agile warriors like Camilla. Moreover, she was not merely a melee expert, but also a novice mage. Dante, feeling a sense of helplessness, turned his gaze away from her and resumed his practice. After every 20 attempts, he found it necessary to pause for a brief respite to lower his anxiety levels. He felt no irritation or agitation. After all these years, if he could not calmly accept his affliction, he would have long succumbed to far greater psychological issues. Now, being able to enhance his own strength through practice while simultaneously engaging in a degree of therapy and adaptation filled him with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Camilla remained focused on her training, entirely oblivious to the happenings around her. She would only glance at Dante during her brief moments of rest. Thus, they continued their respective training sessions until noon. When Selena sent someone to interrupt Dante's practice, his arms were sore, and the areas gripping the flint and steel throbbed faintly with discomfort. Yet his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, a smile that could scarcely be contained gracing his face. At that moment, an orange-red fireball hovered quietly before him. Dante had achieved a 30% success rate in capturing the fleeting moment of the spark's appearance. Once successful, he could conjure a standard fireball within 2 heartbeats. According to the historical records of humanity, the fastest casting time for the basic fireball spell was 3 heartbeats, achieved by one of the most extraordinarily gifted geniuses in human history. What did this signify? It meant that Dante had emerged as the quickest fireball caster in history. More importantly, he had fundamentally enhanced the practical value of this spell, and he had not yet reached his limit. There remained room for further improvement. Dante had discovered the first breakthrough in the formidable fortress of magic. Wisdom was his weapon, and strength, his shield. Selina's reason for interrupting Dante's training was quite mundane. It was not the cliché D scenario of a stepmother sensing her stepson's imminent breakthrough and maliciously obstructing him. Rather, it was simply Selina calling her son to lunch. However, this was not part of the usual routine between Selina and Dante. During Selina's time in the capital, they typically dined together for dinner, but lunch was not guaranteed. Usually, if they could gather, they would. If not, it was of little consequence. Today, Selina had summoned Dante for a straightforward reason. Dante, come quickly for lunch. You haven't forgotten about the garden gathering we have planned for this afternoon, have you? After lunch, our guests will begin to arrive. I haven't forgotten, Dante replied, though he had become so engrossed in his training that he lost track of time and felt apologetic. By the way, I made some breakthroughs in magic. Selina, observing her son's eagerness to share, felt a mix of happiness and mild irritation. She had specifically waited for him to eat, only to find his heart elsewhere upon his arrival. Nevertheless, she noted that her son's spirits and demeanor had noticeably improved. He exhibited a youthful cheerfulness, a stark contrast to his previous gloom. Raising her elegant finger, she interrupted Dante, saying, "Stop, that we will discuss this tonight. It is getting late. Let us eat, and I shall introduce you to our guests as we dine." All right. Selina lowered her finger, delicately sipping her fruit wine before beginning her introductions. That's the eldest daughter of the contemporary Duke of Rossi. Her table manners were impeccable, and her comportment during meals was a sight to behold, regardless of how many times one might witness it. In contrast, Dante's father, Duke Torri Capafiel, hailing from a lesser noble lineage and having spent much of his life in military campaigns, was far more casual during meals. First, we have Princess Alice, who is of your age. You should be quite familiar with her, so I shall refrain from elaborating. She is one of my highly recommended candidates for marriage. Uniting with her could enhance our family's ties with the royal family, and she is undoubtedly among the most talented of the princes and princesses. She keenly observed her son's expression, hoping to discern something from it. Dante dined calmly, offering no response to her gaze. Selina, undeterred by his silence, elegantly chewed a tender, juicy morsel of beef before continuing. The second candidate is my brother Lord Rossi's daughter, Ariana, aged 15, and her mother, Lady Rossi, will also be joining us today. Ariana possesses a pure heart and seems to take a liking to you. She has been studying music since childhood and is quite talented. Ariana is your legal cousin, and I highly recommend her as a prospective bride. My brother is the next head of the Rossi family, and a union with Ariana would strengthen the ties between our families. Dante continued to focus on his meal, refraining from expressing any opinion. Internally, however, he felt a twinge of nervousness and shyness, as this was his first foray into such social gatherings. Adding to his discomfort was the presence of his stepmother and his childhood acquaintance. Alice, Selina proceeded. The third candidate is Giulia, the daughter of Duke Ferrero, who is 17 this year. Recently, the Ferrero family has expressed interest in introducing her to suitable marriage prospects, and her mother, Lady Ferrero, will also be in attendance today. I have met Giulia a few times. She is a remarkably composed young lady. Although the Ferrero family maintains close ties with the Colanas, this is not a significant issue. Marrying Giulia could also enhance our family's relationship with the Ferrero lineage. Goodness, the 5 prominent families of the kingdom had effortlessly gathered 4 of their number. Selina truly lived up to her status as the eldest daughter of the venerable Rossi family. Dante couldn't help but admire her. Mother, did you manage to organize this gathering in just one afternoon yesterday? You've truly been underutilized during your years in the Southern Territories. Selina chuckled. Silly boy, finding suitable candidates is not a task to be accomplished in just a day or two. However, this gathering did indeed begin to take shape after our conversation yesterday. Now, do continue to listen. The fourth candidate is Silvia Tenalia, who is your age. You should be familiar with the Tenalia family. Known for their ironworks in the Northern Territories, under her grandfather's leadership, they expanded their lands and rose to nobility. She is a well-mannered and charming girl, and indeed, all the other candidates are also quite attractive. Marrying Silvia would grant you access to her family's resources in the north, thus allowing you to avoid the complications that often accompany unions with daughters of major families. However, you may need to offer occasional support to the Tenalia family. Dante nodded in acknowledgement. Selina, herself an exquisite beauty, lavished praise on Sylvia, affirming her exceptional looks. Until now, Dante remained perplexed as to why Selina, with her impeccable background and beauty, had willingly followed her father without a name to her own. Selina's thorough introduction encompassed not only the candidates' backgrounds, but also the implications of each potential union for their family's future. Dante felt no aversion to this. He was acutely aware of his responsibilities as the heir to the family legacy. Selina did not impose any choice upon him, but rather thoughtfully selected commendable matches, allowing him the liberty to choose, which reflected the utmost respect and freedom afforded to him and many noble families. Decisions regarding the timing and choice of marriage are dictated by the parents, leaving the children with no room for dissent. Suddenly, Dante felt a disquieting realization. Why were all the attendees female? Was he truly the only male present today? He quickly inquired, "Mother, why are there only ladies here? Surely, I cannot be the sole male guest this afternoon." "Oh, there's no need to be anxious. Lastly, they're my brother Lord Rossi's twin children. Ariana's younger siblings, Lucia and Luca, aged 12, that Luca possesses considerable magical talent and has recently advanced to an intermediate mage. You two are likely to find common ground regarding magic. If all goes well, he will be the next head of the Rossi family. As for Lucia, she is a delightful child. Well, at 12, if you fancy her, you could even consider marriage." At this remark, a thought abruptly flashed through Dante's mind. 12 years old? Surely that cannot be legal. Just the thought of it feels utterly perverse, modern perspective. However, he quickly reassured himself that in this world, noble women can wed at the age of 12. It is no different from the medieval period of the future world, which is nothing to be surprised about. No one is forcing him to marry a 12-year-old girl. He simply needed to avoid falling into the trap of a sudden attraction later on. Such a scenario should not, and indeed would not, happen. In reality, Dante helplessly rubbed his temples, feeling that the afternoon's gathering would undoubtedly be anything but easy. Some individuals are born like resplendent summer flowers, never wilting or fading, captivating as flames. After lunch, Dante returned to his chamber, donning the new attire Selina had carefully chosen for him. When Selina saw her son emerge, her eyes lit up. Dante wore a finely crafted deep blue silk robe, its cuffs and hem embroidered with golden threads that formed intricate and elegant patterns, while the family crest, a long sword and a bloodied black wolf, was emblazoned upon his chest. The linen shirt beneath was as white as snow, providing a striking contrast to the outer robe. The overall cut was impeccably tailored, neither garish nor ostentatious. Dante's features were refined and handsome. Much of his previous gloom had lifted, revealing the youthful vigor characteristic of his age, a truly charming young gentleman. Selina expressed her delight with a few compliments, reflecting on how Dante's features were largely inherited from his sister, with a hint of their father's gallantry. If only his sister could see this moment. Feeling bashful from her praise, Dante urged his stepmother to adjust her makeup and hair before heading to the garden to wait. Before long, the butler approached briskly, announcing that the royal carriage had just arrived at the entrance. After a moment's contemplation, Dante decided to greet them at the door. However, halfway there, he spotted a woman adorned in a splendid court gown approaching. "Princess Alice, the third princess that I was just about to come out to greet you." Dante remarked with a smile, "You are still as eager as ever. You would often rush in unannounced as a child." Alice looked at Dante with a radiant smile, but offered no verbal response, merely raising her right hand gracefully, suspended before her. The afternoon sun cast a gentle glow upon her, enhancing her already fair complexion to a luminous glow. Her golden hair was styled in an intricate fashion, adorned with a delicate pearl net, revealing her delicate and fair neck. Coupled with Alice's noble and graceful demeanor, she appeared both dignified and enchanting. Dante momentarily lost his train of thought before his gaze fell upon her unloved right hand. This was clearly not an invitation for a handshake. He forced a smile and, adhering to etiquette, knelt on one knee, delicately grasping the princess's slender fingers with his right hand while bowing his head to place a gentle kiss upon them. Fortunately, the custom of kissing a lady's hand allows for an air kiss, making it more courteous. Otherwise, Dante would have found himself at a loss for how to proceed. However, his gesture, lacking the physical touch of holding her hand. Might appear to onlookers as an intentional act of distancing or disdain, which could be perceived as somewhat impolite. Yet, there was little he could do. This was the extent of what he could manage at present. Alice was well aware of Dante's predicament, so she did not take offense to in fact, her initiation of the hand-kissing gesture was her way of inquiring about Dante's current state. Once Dante completed the formalities and stood again, Alice teased with a playful smile, "Young Master Dante of the Capafiel family, you remain as shy as ever. How do you expect to marry?" Previously, Dante had exuded a subtle sense of timidity beyond the unavoidable responsibilities tied to family and lineage. He was reluctant to bear the expectations of others, even if they were trivial or well-meaning. This was one of the reasons he had shied away from social interactions. Yet now, gazing at his childhood companion, now a graceful princess, Dante suddenly felt an urge to rise to the occasion and shoulder the weight of expectations. For a moment, he found himself uncertain whether this impulse was influenced by modern thinking. He spoke earnestly, "Alice, I believe I have found a solution to my predicament that let's try again in a month." Alice maintained her poised demeanor, though her tone held a hint of amusement. "Really? Of course, we can try each time we meet." Her gaze remained fixed upon him, a blend of familiarity and subtle change evident in her expression. Dante felt increasingly uneasy under her scrutiny and blurted, "Shall we move on? I'll take you over now." Turning around, he noticed Selina had arrived nearby, observing them. Alice gracefully approached Selina, smiling as she spoke. "Good afternoon, Duchess. It is a pleasure to visit you once more." Selina warmly took her hand, replying, "Good afternoon, Princess Alice. How lovely it is to see that the child of yesteryears has blossomed into such a beautiful young woman. How is it that Dante has returned to the capital for half a year, yet has not extended an invitation to you? I recall that you two used to play together quite frequently." With a sigh, "I have waited and waited, yet his invitation has never arrived. He must have forgotten about me. Fortunately, you still remember me." Upon hearing this, Dante felt compelled to speak. "Although I have not invited you, I have visited you privately, and we have encountered each other on various occasions during these past 6 months. To say that I have forgotten you would be an exaggeration." Alice regarded him with a knowing expression, smiling without uttering a word. Dante reflected on the fact that his visit had been to discuss a collaboration on the Cherry Project. The other meetings had occurred only out of necessity. At large social gatherings, he could not avoid such events. Alice invariably drew the attention of the crowd. He would naturally refrain from approaching her, resulting in minimal interaction upon their subsequent meetings. Suddenly feeling a lack of confidence, he found himself at a loss for words. Celine observed their interaction with great amusement, affectionately pulling Alice further inside. As they walked, the two engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally glancing back at Dante and bursting into laughter. Witnessing this scene, Dante admired Alice. Though she had often played with him as a mere 8-year-old girl, what bond could she possibly have with Celine, who was then 25? Yet, observing her now with Celine, there was no evident divide between elder and younger. They appeared as long-lost sisters joyfully reunited. It seems that some individuals are inherently gifted in navigating social relationships. Alice, it seemed, possessed talents far beyond that. Soon, the trio settled in the courtyard, engaging in conversation until other guests began to arrive. The Rossi family was the second to arrive, with Lady Rossi bringing her 3 boisterous children. She was Celine's de facto sister, clearly born into privilege and raised in comfort. After marrying the heir of the Rossi family, she had successfully borne a son and a daughter. Aside from the children's somewhat unruly natures, it was as if they had never faced any hardships. Her demeanor and outlook were remarkably vibrant, her blue eyes radiating tranquility. Ariana, a lively girl, greeted her aunt, Celine, before running over to Dante. Calling out cousin, she complained about how long it had been since they had last met, mentioning the previous Rossi family gathering and his absence. Dante had not interacted much with her during his childhood. At that time, Celine had defied the Rossi family's opposition to accompany Dante's father, resulting in a strained relationship between the two families, while Dante did not dislike his youthful and vivacious cousin. He found it challenging to match her enthusiasm. He conversed with her while maintaining a discreet distance. The 12-year-old twins, Lucia and Luca, possessed the Rossi family's characteristic light green eyes, compared to the exuberant Ariana. They were much quieter, obediently following their mother and listening to the discussions between the two ladies and the three princesses. Shortly thereafter, Sylvia from the Tenaglia family arrived, presenting the Duchess with an exquisite gift, indicating her esteem for the invitation. Her mannerisms were appropriately dignified, that Celine's observation held true. Sylvia had refined features, and her soft, slightly wavy chestnut hair, combined with a somewhat shy expression, made her quite enchanting. Noticing her awkwardness amidst the influential figures of the five great families, Dante kindly invited her to join his side. This was not only a host's duty to care for the guests, but also a means to alleviate the burden of Ariana's chatter. As expected, the two girls of similar age found themselves with an abundance of topics to discuss, allowing Dante to contribute occasionally while Sylvia gradually relaxed, revealing a smile. After a while, the Duchess of Ferrero arrived with her daughter, Julia. With all the guests present, the gathering officially commenced. The social event was a collective endeavor, aimed at finding someone for whom one would willingly forsake the collective. Upon entering the courtyard, Mrs. Ferrero noticed that everyone had already gathered. She smiled, saying, "Apologies for our tardiness. I spent far too long helping this child get ready." The assembly instinctively turned their gaze toward Julia. She was adorned with elegant makeup and wore a splendid blue gown. Its hem held aloft like a flower yet to bloom. Her inherent grace suggested that companionship with her would likely be delightful and comfortable. Hearing her mother's words, Julia lowered her head in discomfort. Celine skillfully redirected the conversation. "Not at all. You arrived earlier than I anticipated. When Princess Alice arrived, I hadn't even finished styling my hair. Indeed, I made a point of coming early and found that Princess Alice was the first to arrive," remarked Lady Rossi, seemingly hinting at something. The royal family, known for their sense of superiority, typically arrived last at events. The palace has been stifling. I have recently grown bored at the Merchant Association. After receiving the Duchess's invitation, I eagerly anticipated this event and rushed over as soon as I was free at noon. Mrs. Ferrero jested. "Heavens, the Princess of the Dawn of Visconti is bored? How many young talents in the capital would line up for a chance to meet you?" Upon hearing Mrs. Ferrero's jest and the noble social circle's flattering title, Alice remained unperturbed, replying coolly, "That is naturally because those invitations are far more tedious. The Capifel family is quite different. I used to run over here daily as a child, playing until dark and then staying for dinner before returning to the palace." As she spoke, she began to chuckle, and her amusement was infectious, prompting laughter from those around her. Dante recalled the image of her, the noble princess, glowing with an ethereal light in the courtyard, finding the title rather poetic. Celine invited everyone to take their seats as the attendants brought forth an array of refreshments, fruit wines, honey mead, herbal teas, pastries, fresh fruits, and cheeses, exquisite and varied, allowing guests to choose as they pleased. Cherries, splendid. They're my favorite fruit this year," Lucia exclaimed, her demeanor charming. Beside her, her twin brother Luca coughed softly, as if reproaching his sister for her lack of decorum. Lucia playfully retorted, "What's the matter? It's not like someone at home hasn't been stealing them from me." Having been bested by his sister, Luca turned away, his face slightly flushed, avoiding her gaze. Lady Rossi watched her two hard-won children with affectionate indulgence, refraining from intervening. The gathering observed the twins' interaction with amusement, and Dante, recognizing the similarities between himself and Luca, gleaned further insight. Luca, as the future head of the Rossi family, held himself to expectations beyond his years, deliberately cultivating an image of maturity in every action. Unfortunately, Alice's exceptional talent rendered him an anomaly to others. Luca appeared as a child feigning seriousness, accentuating his youthful innocence. However, if he continued to strive, perhaps in a few years, he might indeed become the person he aspired to be. Dante regarded Luca with a sense of quiet encouragement. As for Lucia, she was always polite and well-mannered in conversations with others, appearing sweet and charming. Only with her brother did she intentionally tease him, making them seem like natural adversaries. Speaking of cherries, Celine proudly declared, "We have prepared an abundance of cherries today. Feel free to indulge if you fancy them." This year's entire cherry yield in the capital has been sourced from our family's estate, a venture initiated by my son Dante, and one that neither he nor I have meddled in. The assembly was taken aback. Among the 5 great families, Princess Alice was universally acknowledged as the commercial prodigy. Besides her, no one in the younger generation was known to possess such talents, let alone develop a brand new business project independently. Mrs. Ferrero, recalling the current enthusiasm for such fruits within the noble circles of the capital, sincerely praised, impressive, her status as a duchess, wielding a portion of the Ferrero family's influence, lent significant weight to her compliment. Dante added, "This is largely thanks to Alice. Without the support of the capital's merchant association, it would not have progressed so smoothly. I have prepared myself for initial losses." Alice smiled warmly. "This is a collaboration, not merely assistance. The merchant association seeks to profit as well. The southern region boasts abundant agricultural products, and selecting the finest for export to other major cities is indeed a promising plan that could be sustained over the long term. Upon my first glance, I sensed a high probability of success, which is why I was eager to collaborate." Upon hearing the approval from the third princess, Luca and Sylvia exchanged glances of admiration towards Dante. The former was motivated by his responsibility to manage the family business, which would inevitably become a crucial aspect of his future. Sylvia, hailing from a family of merchants, was acutely aware of the challenges and intrinsic value involved in pioneering a sustainable and profitable venture. After some time spent in conversation, primarily led by the 3 ladies, Alice would occasionally chime in. The 3 ladies were well aware that with their presence, the younger generation would find it difficult to relax. How could such a gathering truly unfold? Thus, Selina excused herself, intending to show the other 2 ladies the newly crafted carpet. Rising to depart, to her surprise, Alice expressed her desire to see it as well and stood up. Selina could not help but shoot her a disapproving glance, thinking, "What carpet? Sit down." Immediately after, she found herself chuckling. Alice, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "I genuinely want to see it." Her playful interruption brought smiles to everyone's faces, particularly easing the tension among those in the room who harbored their own secret thoughts. Soon after, the attendees began to feel a sense of wonder. Most were accustomed to the third princess's usual poise and elegance, but today they discovered her delightful and charming side, which was both playful and expressive. They also became convinced of her claim of having been close to the Cobofield family since childhood. Ariana gazed at Alice with starry eyes, while Julia could not resist stealing a few more glances at the third princess. Sylvia felt a bit disheartened, sensing she might disappoint her family this time. Luca, still too young to appreciate the presence of the opposite sex, was preoccupied with navigating the cherries before him alongside his sister. As the 3 ladies settled into the parlor, they recalled the earlier scene, still finding it amusing. Lady Rossi was the first to speak. "Alice, my dear, has far surpassed me in my younger years. I doubt Ariana could compare. Yet I feel her thoughts lie elsewhere. Her desire to join us was not merely a jest," remarked Duchess Ferrero to her age. "What could possibly occupy her mind if not matters of love?" Selina countered. "Who can say? Perhaps only His Majesty knows." Lady Ferrero seemed to insinuate that a few years prior, the Merchants' Guild of the capital had risen abruptly, unbeknownst to many, gaining control over a significant portion of the kingdom's grain production, transportation, and sales. They then ventured into the textile industry, gradually establishing themselves as one of the giants in that realm. It was only a year ago that the guild transferred control of the grain industry to the Minister of Agriculture, ensuring the royal family firmly held the reins over the nation's food supply. Coupled with the king's grand gesture of bestowing honors upon the third princess Alice Visconti, the upper echelons of the kingdom came to realize that she and the royal family were the true power behind the Merchants' Guild. The title Princess of the Dawn Visconti referred not just to Alice's beauty, but also to the moment she stepped into the limelight, leaving everyone in awe. Selina understood Lady Ferrero's intentions and smiled. "In any case, we have already agreed not to interfere in their affairs. That it would be quite entertaining to observe how the children develop." Lady Rossi jested. "You seem quite invested in your stepson." Selina replied nonchalantly, "Of course, he is not my own flesh and blood." The other 2 mothers paused momentarily before comprehending her meaning, bursting into laughter. The 3 ladies completely forgot about the splendid carpet. A biological child, regardless of punishment or reprimand, remains the closest kin, bound by blood. In contrast, A non-biological child requires sincere affection to bridge the distance. Each girl is like a book, capable of being read for a lifetime. After the three ladies departed, the atmosphere in the courtyard lightened considerably. Julia's transformation was particularly noticeable. Her expression and posture relaxed. Though still somewhat reticent, she appeared to be of a more easygoing nature. Dante, on the other hand, had always been afflicted with social anxiety. Though others might not immediately discern his discomfort, the experience of facing multiple potential suitors was undoubtedly unprecedented for him. During conversations, the gazes of the ladies, whether overt or subtle, frequently drifted towards him. Each time he spoke, all eyes would converge upon him, amplifying his unease. Fortunately, Alice's presence diverted some of the attention away from him, and if possible, Dante genuinely wished to kiss her hand in gratitude. He could forego the customary cheek kissing, as it was undoubtedly the most anxiety-inducing scenario. Next was Sylvia. After the noble lady's departure, she no longer felt as constrained and could naturally contribute to the conversation. The Rossi siblings were unperturbed, and with the elders gone, they relished the opportunity to engage in topics more favored by the youth. They began discussing recent events in the kingdom, new developments among prominent families, recent alliances, the incident involving the Colonna family's carriage, the upcoming Eucharistic festival, and new theatrical productions, among others. In an era devoid of newspapers and news broadcasts, this was how information circulated among the nobility. Dante mused that perhaps in a few days, during another gathering, mention of his foray into business and the Cobbofield family's alliance would arise. Such news would undoubtedly be of significant interest among the upper echelons of the kingdom. Explaining why Julia and Sylvia felt apprehensive, the events of today would surely be the subject of gossip among other nobles. As the atmosphere grew harmonious, the group began to share their lives and interests more openly. Alice recounted some anecdotes from the palace, detailing amusing occurrences from the business realm. When she mentioned an attempt to swindle the Merchants' Guild, which she exposed, resulting in their considerable loss, laughter erupted among the attendees. Ariana shared her experiences from a recent family trip and her insights into studying music, enthusiastically commenting on the kingdom's young talents. She ultimately proclaimed Alice as the kingdom's most beautiful maiden, while also acknowledging her cousin's exceptional looks, affirming that each girl present possessed her own unique beauty and charm. Her heartfelt and earnest praises garnered genuine affection from everyone present. Dante had no evidence to support his suspicion, but he harbored serious doubts about Ariana being somewhat enamored with appearances. Nonetheless, no one could possibly dislike her vivacious and candid demeanor. Even if she were indeed infatuated with looks, Dante found himself inclined to draw closer to her. Julia, having loosened up, also shared snippets of her life, expressing her fondness for horseback riding, theater, and dabbling in sewing. Then it was Sylvia's turn. She spoke of the scenic beauty of her northern homeland, revealing her passion for singing and archery, while also touching upon family business matters. She subtly indicated that the rebels in the Western territories were gaining strength, with the Minister of Military Affairs placing significant orders for iron weapons, imposing tight deadlines. Fortunately, the southern region had remained relatively stable in recent years, allowing her family to barely manage the production demands. Though her words hinted at flattery towards the Cobbofield family, her smooth narration in the current context felt quite appropriate. It was now Dante's turn, and he knew he could not avoid it. Furthermore, various rumors circulated about him in noble social circles, making this an opportune moment to clarify matters. He organized his thoughts and stated, "I'm not particularly fond of attending large social gatherings. I prefer to delve into business projects and practice magic and illusions." The ladies were quite curious about him, and before he could finish, one of the young ladies could not resist interjecting, "Illusions." Yet before she could complete her thought, an excited voice interrupted, "Magic! Cousin, do you also enjoy magic? This year I became an intermediate water mage. What about you?" "Cousin," Luca exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm, as if he had found a kindred spirit, "that I'm also intermediate. I excel in fire magic," he replied eagerly. "How wonderful! We can practice magic together. My mother insists that magic is only useful on the battlefield, and since I won't be going to war, it seems pointless for me to study it. However, I believe magic is a wondrous power that will only grow in importance. Don't you agree, cousin? By the way, How about we participate in this year's Chosen Ones competition together? I've been looking forward to facing off against other mages. Luca rambled on with excitement. The young ladies cast disapproving glances at the child who had so brazenly derailed the conversation. However, one could not disregard decorum and abruptly interrupt the future head of the Rossi family. At that moment, a small hand unexpectedly reached out from the side. Its owner was Lucia. With determination, she forcefully turned Luca's head back towards Dante, sprinkling cherries before her brother with a nonchalant demeanor, saying, "What are you discussing about magic? Next time, come over and chat slowly. First, enjoy these cherries. Once we return home, there won't be any left." This seamless series of actions was akin to a well-rehearsed performance, leading one to suspect that she had practiced on her brother countless times before. Luca's face revealed signs of struggle as he recalled that just 2 days prior, the last cherry in the house had been snatched away by his sister, and he had no idea when the next batch would arrive. These delectable morsels were simply irresistible, tart yet sweet, his favorite way to consume them whole. The moment the plump, delightful cherry entered his mouth, his tongue eagerly anticipated the burst of flavor. As his teeth broke through the skin, the tender flesh and sweet juice exploded within, enveloping his tongue in exquisite delight and filling his mouth with bliss. This marvelous sensation made him reluctant to swallow hastily. He wished to savor it longer. Yet his hand, seemingly beyond his control, reached for another. Thus, before he knew it, an entire plate of cherries had vanished mysteriously. Ultimately, the young boy's aspirations succumbed to the allure of culinary delight. Luca obediently joined his sister in indulging, relishing one cherry after another. The young ladies silently applauded Lucia in their hearts, thinking her an unexpectedly thoughtful young girl, their gazes softening considerably. The first to speak was Ariana. "Cousin, what is magic? Is it akin to a performance of tricks? Does it involve actual magic? It is similar to a trick performance, but devoid of juggling elements. I have considered incorporating magic into my performances, which should enhance their splendor. I'm still researching this," Dante replied. "That's splendid. Cousin, please perform for us. I'm utterly eager to see." Ariana exclaimed with a beaming smile. "Yes, I have yet to witness any. Do perform for me today." Alice chimed in. Although Yulia and Sylvia remained silent, their eyes brimmed with anticipation as they gazed at Dante. Even the twin duo, who were engrossed in cherries, slowed their chewing to curiously glance at Dante. That moment, a voice rang out from a distance. "It appears we have returned at the perfect time. Dante, please proceed to the reception room to prepare. We shall join you shortly." "It was Selena," her words carrying an air of finality, as she and the other two ladies smiled at Dante. Thus, all present simultaneously turned their expectant gazes upon him. If there were a system in place, one might wonder what rewards Dante would receive. This story lacks any such system, and even if it did, it would not pertain to Dante. Therefore, regardless of any accomplishments achieved, rewards need not be contemplated. Dante found himself in a situation akin to being placed upon a scorching grill. An magician relishes the thought of performing without adequate preparation. Yet, since he could not evade the circumstances, Dante adjusted his mindset and found a measure of confidence that a magician avoids unprepared performances. Thus, an exceptional magician should always be ready for impromptu presentations. With prior practice and some portable props, he could execute simple yet captivating magic on the spot. Moreover, this was Dante's home turf. He silently encouraged himself. "As a magician, you are a professional. Go forth." In the garden, after a brief period of casual conversation, the group received a servant's reminder that they could proceed to the reception room. Alice chuckled. "You seem quite confident. I thought Master Dante would want to rehearse a bit first." Selena smiled but said nothing, for she had always had faith in Dante. "Hurry, hurry. I am so looking forward to it. I can hardly wait." As she spoke, Ariana had already risen to her feet, and the trio from the Rossi family hurried off towards the reception room, their feet barely touching the ground. It was unclear who was leading whom. Ariana, her brother, or sister? Mrs. Rossi smiled, appreciating Ariana's spirited nature, having no intention of lecturing her. Girls who smile often tend to be fortunate, she mused. Much like herself, the others were intrigued, eagerly making their way to the reception room. In the center of the reception room stood a long table adorned with a black tablecloth. Not far from the table, 2 rows of chairs were arranged, shortly after everyone took their seats. Dante emerged from behind. Standing at the head of the long table, he had changed into fitted black pants and an open jacket. The once exquisite silk robe had transformed into a composed and capable attire, imbued with an air of mysterious authority. Initially, the audience assumed they were in for a common street magic performance. However, upon witnessing the elaborate setup and Dante's new appearance, they felt a novel sense of intrigue. Mystical, elegant, and filled with ritualistic significance. Anticipation swelled within them as they gradually immersed themselves in the atmosphere of the performance. Today, I shall present the invisible ball magic, the magician began with a smile. First, this is a wooden box containing 3 small balls. As he spoke, he shook the wooden box in his hand, allowing the audience to hear the crisp sound of the balls clinking together. He then opened the box, revealing 3 differently colored balls, carefully taking them out one by one and placing them on the black tablecloth. Blue, red, and yellow. He smiled, ensuring the audience could see clearly. Now, I'll make the balls disappear before your eyes. First, the blue one. With his left hand forming a fist, he placed a blue ball into his closed left hand using his right. Next is the red one, followed by the yellow. He methodically repeated the process with the remaining 2 balls, placing them into his left fist until it noticeably bulged. The audience stared at his left hand, puzzled. Given the balls' size, it should have been impossible to conceal 3 without a trace. All right, everyone saw clearly. Right? I have 3 balls in my left hand. Now, let us see if they're still here. As he spoke, he slowly opened his left fist. First, the red ball fell, followed by the yellow. When he fully opened his hand, it was empty. The blue ball had vanished without a trace. The audience exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend. Why had one ball disappeared into thin air? In truth, the blue ball remained. It was merely invisible to them. As he spoke, the magician casually pinched something invisible and placed it on the table, as if there truly were an invisible ball. Where is it? There is nothing there. Ariana could not contain her disbelief. Turning to her brother to ask, Luca, can magic really do this? No, there's no magic like that. I can assure you, Luca, a mid-level magician, furrowed his brow in confusion. The magician chuckled and continued his performance. This time, he picked up the yellow ball with his right hand, placing it above his open left hand. Releasing it, his left hand instinctively closed into a fist to catch the falling ball. Now, with the yellow ball, if we squeeze it tightly, it will vanish from our sight. As he spoke, he squeezed with his left hand. Then he opened it, and astonishingly, the ball had disappeared once more. Gasps of surprise rippled through the audience. This time, the magician's movements were simpler and more straightforward, lacking the complexity of the first disappearing ball. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the yellow ball vanished into thin air. The audience had never witnessed such a performance, their eyes widening in awe. Initially filled with anticipation and curiosity, their gazes now reflected astonishment and skepticism. The magician smiled again, saying, in fact, the yellow ball is still here. Can you see it? Saying this, he pretended to pinch an invisible object and returned it to the spot where the yellow ball had been. I can't see it. There's clearly nothing there. Yulia remarked in confusion. I can see it. I see it. Lucia cheerfully interjected. When Luca turned his puzzled gaze toward his twin sisters, she playfully stuck out her tongue, revealing that she was merely jesting. That moment. The magician teased, anyone who claims to see it should go see a doctor for an eye checkup. Laughter erupted among the crowd, while Lucia remained unfazed, laughing joyfully. Finally, he turned his attention to the red ball. The magician continued his discourse. Upon hearing his words, a profound silence enveloped the room. Not a soul dared to utter a sound, as every pair of eyes remained fixated on the magician's every subtle movement, eager to uncover the secrets concealed within the art of magic. This is the very allure of magic itself. Each performance represents a contest between the magician and his audience. The spectators are not merely passive observers. They are adversaries. Should they be bested, they will offer their applause with genuine sincerity. Yet if they feel deceived, they will express their disappointment with loud jeers. Thus, for the magician, victory is always doubly sweet, while defeat is an unbearable bitterness. Before them, The magician grasped a small red ball in his right hand, tossing it lightly before catching it effortlessly in his left. He clenched his left fist and rubbed it gently for a moment, then opened it to reveal that the ball had vanished once more. The audience could scarcely believe their eyes. How could the ball have disappeared so effortlessly in the span of 2 or 3 breaths? All under the intense scrutiny of nearly a dozen gazes, the magician, still holding the invisible ball, gently returned it to the spot where the red ball had originally rested. He pointed out the intangible balls on the table to the audience, blue, yellow, and red, asserting that they were all still present, merely hidden from view. "Now, I shall make them truly vanish," he declared, causing the audience to instinctively hold their breath. The magician placed the 3 invisible balls into the palm of his right hand, lightly blowing upon them and chuckling. "Now the balls have genuinely disappeared." It took a moment for the crowd to comprehend. Even seasoned spectators like Selena and the astutely clever Alice were no exception. Soon, expressions of disbelief surfaced as they collectively voiced sentiments of "impossible. You must be joking. You think to fool me." The magician feigned innocence, insisting, "It is true. The balls have returned to their original resting place." With that, he picked up a nearby wooden box, and, upon shaking it, the unmistakable sound of wooden balls colliding echoed forth once more. The audience gasped, a disbelieving speculation bubbling within them. Without further ado, the magician opened the wooden box to reveal the blue, yellow, and red balls, all quietly nestled inside as if they had never been removed. What the audience had witnessed seemed a mere dream, an illusion crafted by the magician. They erupted in astonishment. "No way. How could this be? Help! How is this possible?" Amidst the clamor, Dante bowed gracefully, making his exit with remarkable poise. Perhaps magic is indeed a deception, yet those who behold it find themselves immersed in a meticulously woven tapestry of dreams. Magic exists as an art form, conjuring illusions that lead the audience to believe in the impossible. Once the secrets behind it are unveiled, it ceases to be magic and reduces to mere technique. Following the performance, Dante made no effort to change back into his original attire. The costume change before the show was for ambience and ceremonial significance. Now his outfit remained entirely appropriate, albeit somewhat ostentatious. Not quite aligning with Dante's usual style, he simply descended from the stage and seated himself in the chair prepared for him by an attendant. Naturally, everyone was eager to discern the secrets behind his magic. Yet revealing them was out of the question. The allure of magic lies in the mystery and wonder it imparts upon the audience. As they witness the performance, they are enveloped in astonishment and confusion, witnessing what seems to be miraculous feats while remaining unable to comprehend the principles behind them. This sense of incomprehension and the unknown is the very essence of magic's charm. Should the audience's curiosity be piqued, and they continue to ponder how the magician achieved his feats even after the performance concludes, it serves as a validation for the magician. However, once the magic is unveiled, the audience's fantasies dissipate alongside the mystery. Thus, Dante refrained from explaining the secrets behind his art, merely affirming Luca's conjecture that his performance had nothing to do with actual sorcery. If anyone were genuinely interested in learning magic, he would gladly introduce them to his own mentor. Following the magical segment, it was time for the harp performance promised by Ariana. An attendant had already prepared the harp in the reception hall. The instrument, crafted from a single piece of premium oak, was adorned with exquisite carvings, and its strings were made of the finest gut, exuding a subtle sheen. The harp, though an expensive and unwieldy instrument, is perfectly suited for the elegant touch of a woman. Ariana stood, nervously sticking out her tongue at the audience. Encouraged by their applause, she smoothed her gown, lifted the harp, and gracefully settled onto the soft woolen carpet, positioning the harp between her knees upon the ground. The fabric of her gown, spread across the marble floor, resembled a blooming flower, with the hem's patterns reflecting the morning dew on the petals, while the slender young lady embodied the delicate core of the blossom. The sumptuous carpet served as the ideal backdrop for the girl. Finally finding its purpose, as her fingertips first brushed the strings, the entire hall fell silent. The melodious tune began to flow gently, clear and lively, akin to a mountain stream. The upper reaches babbled, the midstream gurgled, and the lower course flowed robustly. Ariana's hands danced gracefully across the harp strings, her movements light and elegant. It was a lively dance piece. Brimming with vigor, point one could almost envision a gathering of young men and women celebrating a ball under the moonlight in a forest. As the melody built in intensity, the dance reached its climax. Suddenly the girl sang out, "Dance, oh dance, my heartbeat, sing along, sing the song of friendship." The song rang out, friends opening their hearts in joyous laughter. "Dance, oh dance, my heartbeat, let's dance, let's twirl to this Sardinian dance." With nimble steps, they shared the beauty of youth. As the final note dissipated into the air, the girl lowered her gaze, her expression serene and focused, still enveloped in the atmosphere of the melody. Seated on the ground, cradling the harp, she resembled a woodland fairy. Soon, the fairy lifted her head, shyly smiling at the audience, transforming back into the vivacious and charming Ariana. The hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. Having been raised in the aristocratic tradition, Dante could discern that Ariana played the harp remarkably well, having perfectly captured the essence of the piece, though her vocal skills did not quite match the harp's excellence. Her naturally cheerful disposition lent itself to the performance. When she sang songs that resonated with her spirit, she effortlessly created a delightful atmosphere, drawing the audience into the song's essence. Subsequently, Sylvia approached Ariana, first praising her performance before engaging in a whispered conversation. Julia also approached the harp, seemingly intrigued, eager to try plucking the strings. That moment, Alice leaned closer to Dante and inquired, "When did you begin practicing magic?" "I had no idea before. About 3 years ago, I believed that I chanced upon a magic performance in the southern lands and was instantly captivated. So I asked the magician at that performance to become my mentor." "What are your thoughts on Ariana? She seems like a fine candidate for marriage." Dante cast a glance at Alice, replying, "Today is the first time I've truly interacted with her. She appears to be a lively girl. By the way, what did my mother discuss with you when we first entered?" "Oh, that was quite the moment. Your mother mentioned that you have feelings for me and asked if I felt the same." As she spoke, Alice gazed at Dante with her cerulean eyes. That Dante's heart began to race, pounding fervently. Fortunately, as a seasoned psychologist, he was adept at maintaining a composed facade, particularly when it came to managing his obsessive tendencies and controlling his facial expressions. In summary, he managed to uphold a semblance of tranquility. Just as Dante was about to ask how Alice had responded, he suddenly realized something was amiss. This was certainly not something Selena would do. While Selena enjoyed playful banter with him in private, she was a reliably dignified duchess when it came to serious matters. It is utterly inconceivable to jest about one's potential spouse's stepchild at the onset of a social gathering. She epitomizes the quintessential lady of the Rossi household, seemingly endowed with an innate understanding of what to articulate and what to withhold in varying contexts and among diverse individuals. While Ariana possesses her own merits, she evidently lacks this particular gift, resembling her mother more closely. Thus, the sole truth remains that the childhood companion before her is deceiving herself. Dante spoke in a calm tone. "Speak the truth." Alice scrutinized him for a moment longer before responding, appearing somewhat disheartened that she had not managed to deceive him. "Well, I didn't say much. Your mother merely expressed her concern regarding your infrequent participation in social events, worried that you might feel uncomfortable, and asked me to look after you a bit more. I believe your overall performance today was quite commendable. Though you spoke a tad less than usual, everyone has their own style in social settings, and that is perfectly acceptable." Dante, with a sense of self-awareness, replied, "Thank you, but I pale in comparison to you." The third princess smiled and remarked, "You have not uttered a single impolite or inappropriate word, which is already quite commendable to the beginning. You even noticed Sylvia's anxiety and proactively assisted her in acclimatizing. She must have formed a favorable first impression of you. By the way, your magic performance today was quite charming. Master Dante, how about this? For every time I kiss your hand, you perform a new magic trick for me. Seems fair, doesn't it?" Master Dante firmly declined. "Absolutely not. Do you think magic is as common as cabbages? Each trick requires meticulous planning and extensive practice. What a peculiar metaphor. Do you consider my hand to be akin to a cabbage, something to be casually kissed? Dante, you cannot be so stingy. A man must not behave thus." With that, Alice was amused by her own words, laughing joyfully. And for the first time in a long while, Dante found himself devoid of pressure in social interactions, experiencing a flutter of exhilaration instead. He mused that with Alice, he could engage in conversation for an extended period without feeling anxious. They returned to the courtyard and indulged in further casual conversation. Lady Rossi extended an invitation for everyone to visit the Rossi estate located outside the city 2 days hence to admire the flowers. The rose garden there is renowned far and wide, one of the kingdom's most famous floral attractions. Every May, when various roses bloom, the Rossi family hosts a grand rose night banquet in the garden, inviting nobility and luminaries from all walks of life. This tradition has persisted for nearly a century, with the kingdom's aristocrats taking pride in receiving invitations from the Rossi family. Some newly ascended nobles or affluent merchants initiate contact with the Rossi family months in advance, expressing a fervent desire to witness the splendor of the blooming flowers, hoping to receive an invitation. Even many nobles residing in other cities travel to the royal capital specifically to attend this banquet. The Rossi family's Rose Night is, of course, not merely an opportunity for guests to admire roses. Both hosts and guests are acutely aware of this fact. The Rose Night is renowned alongside the Royal New Year Banquet and the church's Saints' Day Banquet as one of the 3 premier social galas. To receive an invitation signifies that a family has officially entered the ranks of the kingdom's upper echelons of power. Nevertheless, the beauty of the rose garden is indeed genuine, and now is the season when the roses begin to bloom. Everyone readily agreed to the chance to preview the beauty in advance. As the group departed, Yulia quietly followed her mother, while Ariana joyfully engaged in conversation with Alice about topics of interest to young ladies. Sylvia politely expressed her gratitude to Selena and Dante for the invitation and hospitality. Finally, after the mother and son saw their guests off, Dante's first social gathering came to an end in the streets of the royal capital. Under the vigilant protection of the royal guard, a luxurious coach ambled along. The captain of the guard, Ivan Perlin, stood out as the most resplendent knight, towering and formidable, clad in full armor and draped in a crimson cloak. He serves as a loyal shield to his sovereign and a ferocious slayer to his foes at this moment. The third Princess Alice sat alone within the carriage, idly toying with the ring on her left index finger. In a contented mood, she reflected on the individuals and events of the gathering earlier that day. First, there were the members of the Rossi family, whom she was already quite familiar with, aligning with her previous impressions. The only surprise was a little girl, who was more interesting than her brother and might become a formidable lady in the future. Next, there was the Farrell family, skilled in intelligence gathering and scheming. In her view, they were not particularly desirable marriage prospects. Madame Farrell wished to marry her daughter to the Copperfield family to strengthen the ties between the 2 families, but Yulia seemed rather disinterested. As for Sylvia of the Tenaglia family, she was a gentle and simple-minded girl. The merchant association that Alice indirectly controlled had considerable dealings with the Tenaglia family. Thus, she would not be aware that Alice knew more about her family than she might imagine. Then there was Selena, a true woman of the Rossi family, not to be underestimated. Years ago, the assassination of the Duke of Copperfield and his heir was handled by the Duke himself, culminating in the annihilation of the Mangione family. For many years, both the Duke and Dante had placed their trust in Selena, indicating that she was likely not connected to that incident, even though she was the one who gained the most from it, transforming from an insignificant mistress into a powerful lady among the 5 great families. Finally, there was Dante, who seemed to exhibit some changes during their encounter. It was not merely the magic. Something must have occurred recently. There was no need to speculate on matters shrouded in uncertainty. It was simply a positive change. The smile graced her lips as she recalled the moment she had drawn him into conversation. She shook her head in mild exasperation, yet also with a sense of satisfaction. In that case, I can rest easy. I can find some amusement for myself to pleasantly pass the time. That evening, at the Copperfield estate in the inner city of the royal capital, Selena and Dante enjoyed dinner in the courtyard while discussing the events of the day. The courtyard was adorned with lavender incense, exuding a delicate fragrance while warding off mosquitoes. Dante, your performance today was commendable. I would rate you highly. You should spend more time with your mother and attend various social gatherings, Selena remarked with a smile. Stop, spare me. A gathering like today is already my limit. Do not forget, I still cannot engage with others or get too close. Very well. What did you think of the young ladies today? They were all quite pleasant. I found them easy to get along with. The girls I selected for you are, naturally, top-notch in terms of appearance, family background, and character. My question is, do you have a preference for any of them? Though responding directly to such a question felt somewhat embarrassing, Dante was well aware of his stepmother's inquisitive nature and had anticipated her inquiries. Thus he was somewhat prepared, having only just met 3 of them. How could one develop a preference so quickly? Ah, no love at first sight then? What about the 3rd princess? You have known her for quite some time. She has changed significantly since childhood, after returning to the royal capital. I have only met her alone once, and that was merely for business. Aside from the pleasantries everyone could hear, I do not know much about her now. Selina regarded him with an expression that Dante was reluctant to decipher. After a moment of contemplation, she finally said, "They are all exceptionally outstanding girls in every regard, and they have all reached the age of marriage. While they are willing to meet you, it does not mean they will wait indefinitely. You understand my meaning, do you not? Well, my illness has not yet been cured. I still require time. Did you not say your condition has improved recently? Keep up the effort, if there is anything the family can assist with. Do not hesitate to let me know that, of course. Do not rush. The royal capital was not built in a day. Gatherings like today will continue." Selina's words suddenly made Dante realize something. No one would wait for him indefinitely. The world does not pause for anyone. He had fallen behind for far too long and must exert himself to catch up. The world does not show tenderness to the weak. He silently resolved that it would all start from this very night. Suddenly, Selina leaned closer, as if sharing a secret, and asked, "Dante, what is it that you like about Alice? What do you like most about her?" Dante looked at his stepmother with a how tiresome expression. Resolutely silent. "Oh, so you do not like her. What a pity, for I can see that she likes you." A glimmer of cunning flickered in Selina's eyes. Dante suppressed the urge to inquire further, adopting a countenance that suggested disbelief at her attempts to deceive him, yet remained silent. Selina chuckled softly. Indeed, such a degree of pretense might suffice to fool others, but it was insufficient in the presence of her mother. With a sigh of resignation, Dante asked, "Why do you say that?" Selina, well aware of her son's inquiry, pondered for a moment before responding. "Alice feels a sense of relaxation and ease in our home, especially in your presence. This state typically arises only in the company of those closest and most trusted. Like me, I only speak so casually in front of you and your father. I would never do so in the Rossi household." Was she implying that her long-standing rapport with our family was the reason? What constitutes a home? It is the presence of people within a house that transforms it into a home. Is it truly me she wishes to be close to? Or is it your father? Selina's expression turned mischievous. Dante felt his heartbeat quicken once more. The world is not gentle with those who compromise. I shall never forsake my identity nor yield to anyone. Shun Chinya. Do you desire the sweat upon your brow or the tears beneath your eyes? Mr. Joe, what if your understanding of interpersonal dynamics is lacking? It is simple. Seek out an adept in social understanding to assist you. Where to find such a person? How can you ensure they do not lead you astray? Please resolve these minor issues on your own. With Selina by his side, these concerns posed no challenge for Dante. After their light-hearted exchange, he found his thoughts suddenly clarifying. The intricacies of a woman's heart seemed less perplexing. The wind spirit and moon shadow may assist you in combating tigers, yet the extraordinary Selina can aid you in navigating the grand matters of life. Reflecting upon his father, he felt a tinge of sympathy. It must be quite difficult for him to maintain his secrets in the presence of such a lady. However, his father was not an easy person to decipher. Lost in these thoughts, just before stepping into the bathroom, Dante suddenly remembered something significant. He turned to Camilla behind him and said, "Camilla, you need not follow me any longer. You should also attend to your own grooming. Once you're finished, come to my room." This will be the arrangement moving forward. Camilla glanced at him, unusually hesitant to comply immediately. Dante felt a flicker of curiosity. Could she possibly have misunderstood his intent? It seemed unlikely. Yet before he could speak again, Camilla silently turned and departed. Dante dismissed the matter and entered the bathroom to wash. The opulent bathroom and bathing pool were reserved for the master and mistress, Dante and Selina, who would alternate their use. As for Camilla, she utilized a wooden tub for her ablutions in her quarters. Should she wish for a more indulgent experience, she could soak in a larger tub, a privilege afforded to her as Dante's personal attendant. Though she would need to draw the water herself, heating it was a simple task for her, being a novice mage. Controlling the flames also served as practice for her magical skills. After a brisk wash, Dante returned to his bedroom. As he passed Camilla's room, he could faintly hear the sound of water. He seized a flint and steel and resumed his practice of the fireball spell in the outer chamber of his room. Time slipped away unnoticed until Camilla emerged from her room. Usually expressionless, she now wore an uncommon look of anxiety and hesitation. She first bowed deeply, then, with palpable nervousness, said, "Young master, I am a blood guard, not a maid. I do not wish to share your bed. I cannot bear a child." As she spoke, her fingers nervously clutched the hem of her dress. It seemed she had misunderstood. Dante sighed and replied, "Camilla, when you accepted the role of my protector, did no one inform you that I am not permitted to engage in physical contact?" Camilla's tension eased slightly, likely due to Dante's relatively gentle demeanor, which was not the furious response she had anticipated. After a moment, she replied, "Yes, I was advised not to get too close to you, at least to maintain a distance roughly like this." As she spoke, she extended her arm to demonstrate. Her gesture, combined with her pure silver-gray eyes, appeared quite endearing. To his surprise, she exhibited a somewhat naive quality, prompting Dante to chuckle softly. "Then what are you worried about?" Camilla seemed to awaken from her stupor, her previously tense body relaxing as a gentle smile graced her lips. Indicating her readiness to await Dante's instructions, he invited her to take a seat in the chair opposite him, with a small wooden table separating them. Reflecting on his therapeutic plan, Dante nervously produced a gold coin he carried with him and placed it between them, saying, "Pick it up and hold it." Camilla looked puzzled but did not question the peculiar request, complying without hesitation. Dante observed as the coin rested in her right hand, a hand that was soft and delicate, yet bore numerous scars from years of training. Taking a deep breath, he instructed, "That will suffice. Please return it to the center." Camilla set the coin down and withdrew her hand. Almost simultaneously, Dante extended his right hand to rest upon the coin. In that instant, he felt the familiar chill and restlessness wash over him. His right hand trembled uncontrollably. After merely a breath's time, he withdrew his hand as if he had touched a searing iron. This was the most basic level of anxiety, stemming from contact with an object recently touched by another. Now, Dante needed to restrain the impulse to wash his hands and find alternative means to alleviate his anxiety. He sought to divert his attention, focusing elsewhere, and therefore explained, "I am attempting to treat my affliction, gradually acclimating to contact with others. This form of therapy requires the long-term cooperation of another person. Can you assist me?" Camilla's eyes widened in realization, understanding the purpose behind Dante's earlier actions and the reason for his invitation. Her face brightened as she exclaimed, "Camilla is delighted to assist the young master. Please allow me to help you." She placed her right hand over her heart, maintaining her seated posture while bowing her head in respect. It was evident that her joy was genuine. Dante, too, felt his anxiety dissipate in response to her enthusiasm. "Then I shall trouble you, Camilla. Now, let us continue our practice. Please repeat the previous action." Thus, Camilla repeatedly picked up and set down the coin, while Dante continued to touch it. The exercise was monotonous, yet neither found it tedious. Beads of sweat trickled down Dante's forehead as he endeavored to manage his negative reactions and quell his anxiety. He endured considerable strain, both physically and mentally. Fortunately, Camilla consistently provided her unique warmth and encouragement, her silver-gray eyes lighting up with evident delight whenever she sensed Dante making progress. Initially, Dante intended to assume the role of therapist, employing relaxation techniques to cope with the anxiety accumulated during their practice. However, he discovered that Camilla naturally fulfilled a similar role. Though the practice was arduous, its effects were unmistakable. In their latest session, Dante was able to touch the coin Camilla had just set down for 2 breaths. Tests revealed that if Camilla placed the coin down for over 4 breaths, Dante could touch it afterward without experiencing negative reactions. The it seemed the attribute of recently touched lingered for only 4 breaths. Of course, the object needed to be clean. Otherwise, the dirty attribute would trigger a penalty. This meant that if Dante could persist in touching for more than 4 breaths, he could continue indefinitely, a significant advancement. During the session, Dante also discovered effective methods to alleviate anxiety beyond mere cleansing. One was to recall moments that brought him joy, such as the experiences of that afternoon. The other was to divert his attention. Thus, Dante began to inquire about Camilla's combat training and magical studies, also asking if she had any needs in her daily life. Camilla answered each question, expressing satisfaction with her current circumstances and revealing no particular desires. She merely inquired about Dante's schedule for the following day to better arrange her training. Sensing the time was nearing, Dante resolved not to be late again that evening and concluded their practice. He felt quite pleased with the outcome of their session. Having worked up a sweat, he needed to clean himself with a damp cloth, and he required a suitable change of attire before sleeping. He could not meet Irene in his pajamas tonight. Although she seemed indifferent to such trivial matters, she was, after all, a saint of the church, and he ought not to be discourteous. Camilla lay upon her bed, reflecting on the events of the evening. Her fortune had indeed taken a turn for the better. Being able to protect the young master was a task she had scarcely dared to dream of, and he had shown her great kindness. How wonderful it was! Ever since her arrival at the Kopfel family, everything had taken a positive turn. The young master's illness was exceedingly peculiar. What could be the cause? It must have persisted for many years, as she recalled hearing whispers of it shortly after she had become a blood guardian. Fortunately, it seemed the young master had discovered a remedy for his ailment. The fact that she could assist him was of paramount importance to her. The young master, as the heir of the Kopfel family, possessed everything by birthright, yet he worked tirelessly. She too must strive to grow stronger. Determined to fulfill her mother's wishes in the future, thoughts of strength crossed her mind. Camilla recalled the misunderstanding she had with the young master earlier that day, and she absent-mindedly rubbed her head. Alas, she was still too naive. Had it been her brother, he would never have misinterpreted the young master's words. Upon first hearing the young master's statement, she had been quite anxious, fearing that if she could no longer continue her training, her mother would be greatly disappointed. Night fell once more. She hoped to avoid any dreams that might plague her sleep. Curling up like a child, Camilla's slender frame appeared even more delicate in the darkness. Her skin seemingly painted in shades of gray and black by the night. She felt as though she had reverted to that filthy, frail, homeless child she once was. Nothing stirs a deeper sense of solitude than our secrets. Meanwhile, that night, the psychologist Dante found himself once again within the brick structure enveloped by azure skies, white clouds, and fields of lavender after drifting into sleep. This place eternally maintained the most beautiful season and the most temperate climate. So exquisite that it instinctively felt unreal. Dante quickly glanced at his attire. Fortunately, it matched what he had worn to bed. Raising his gaze, he spotted the church's Saint Irene observing him with a playful glint in her eye from across the long table in the study. "Good evening, Lady Irene," Dante greeted, placing his right hand over his heart in a gesture of respect. Irene returned to her usual solemn demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. "Good evening, Preacher Dante," taking his seat from the previous day. Dante initiated the conversation that I have arranged for the papermaking venture to be overseen by the family's commercial manager. I estimate that within 2 to 3 days, we will acquire a small paper mill to commence experiments on a new papermaking process. Irene nodded in response, sharing intelligence from the church. The medium to large nitrate mines are primarily concentrated in the north and east, with only one in the west and none in the south or central kingdom. Securing control should not pose a problem, though it may take 1 to 2 weeks. Preliminary experiments with black powder have already succeeded. The church's military possesses its own blacksmiths and forgers. We have selected a few to begin trials. Introducing an appropriate amount of carbon into molten iron to develop steel with greater hardness and strength, I have sketched the key components of flintlock firearms, and our craftsmen are currently devising methods for their construction. Dante could not help but marvel at the church's profound foundation, realizing the depth of its capabilities. Within a single day, they could ascertain the distribution of a resource, and within a week or two, establish control. Their astonishing execution, combined with the various talents and resources they possessed, rendered the church a truly invisible royalty. Dante sincerely praised, "The church's strength is indeed formidable." Of course, this is the result of generations of accumulation. Irene offered Dante a cautionary glance. "You are now one of the church. Be cautious of what you say in public." Observing Irene, who seemed to embody the role of a matriarch, Dante smiled. "Understood. You need not worry. I have never been fond of social gatherings, nor do I have the habit of spreading others' information for influence to know. Then what are the carriages belonging to those princesses and noble ladies waiting at your doorstep today?" Irene retorted with a hint of mockery. "That was a special circumstance." "Wait, how did you come to know of this?" Dante was taken aback, concerning the matrimonial prospects of the future heirs of the 5 prominent families. Before the ladies had even departed from his doorstep, the entire capital was already abuzz with various rumors and speculations. After sending their daughter to your home, the Tenalia family received several times their usual number of invitations from other nobles. "Are you underestimating your influence in the secular world?" She furrowed her brow. Dante remained silent, reflecting. Previously, he had instinctively overlooked the attention he received from the outside world, for such scrutiny only burdened him with pressure without offering any solutions to his dilemmas. Now, it seemed he would have to make some changes that re-entering the social arena. If he persisted in holding on to notions that were inconsistent with his identity, it would only serve to paint him as childish and ignorant. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sense of restlessness and frustration. His own situation was manageable, but if the women bore the weight of external pressures, how genuine could the feelings nurtured under such circumstances be, whether friendship or love? Irene regarded him, her tone softening, losing its usual severity. "Moreover, you are someone I have entrusted special attention to. As a preacher of the church, I understand, as you mentioned, my family is indeed urging me to consider marriage. However, this is merely a nascent endeavor. As you know, I must focus on healing my own affliction for the time being." "Very well. Take care of yourself." Dante noted an unusual hint of resignation in her voice. He was about to inquire further when she posed a question. "I asked the daughter of the Ferrero family a duchess." "Indeed, Miss Julia Ferrero is also present. You might consider marrying someone from the Ferrero family." Irene's eyes locked onto Dante's, her voice imbued with warmth. "Why?" Dante inquired, perplexed. Why would she show interest in his marital prospects? Why the Ferrero family? Did she know Julia? Information about the Ferrero family flashed through Dante's mind, adept in intelligence gathering and scheming. They had risen from a minor family to one of the 5 prominent families over a century, thanks to their keen insights amidst turmoil. Their family motto, "Everything for the family," seemed rather cold and unfeeling towards individual members. Their coat of arms depicted a fierce, 2-headed eagle, one foot clutching a palm leaf, with each head gazing in opposite directions. Regrettably, during the Visconti royal turmoil 16 years ago, the Ferrero family had remained an observer, achieving nothing significant, marking a considerable blemish in their history. Fortunately, during the Urbino extermination war 9 years ago, the Ferrero family adopted a proactive stance, becoming the second most significant contributors after the Colonna family, reaping substantial benefits. Following their triumph, the Ferrero family, once precariously positioned, regained its status as an indisputable member of the 5 prominent families. Nothing much. This is merely my personal suggestion. You are free to decide according to your own preferences. With that, she returned her attention to the tablet in her hands. Dante comprehended that Irene intended to conclude the discussion. Though questions lingered in his mind, he wisely refrained from pressing further, at the very least. He believed Irene's recent words were spoken with his best interests at heart. Otherwise, she would have had no need to mention them. Once articulated in such a formal manner, it was bound to arouse his curiosity and concerns. Yet it was clear she could not elucidate the matter for certain reasons. If one were to consider oneself a person lacking discernment, it is possible that they might develop an aversion towards her. Were it to be Selina or Alice instead, they would undoubtedly be adept at subtly directing their conversation to draw more attention to the Ferrero family without inciting excessive curiosity. Perhaps Irene is disdainful, or like oneself, lacks the talent in this regard, which leads her to express her opinions so directly. Dante speculates that the latter possibility is more probable. After all, if everyone possessed the interpersonal skills of Selena and Alice, this world would be quite formidable. Dante is not a person devoid of understanding. He does not harbor any dislike for Irene's approach, and he will thoughtfully consider Julia, although he instinctively feels that the likelihood of him and her becoming involved is rather slim. In the time that follows, Irene continues to follow the software to learn Chinese. Dante, on the other hand, dedicates approximately 2 hours to studying the essential knowledge and pitfalls of teaching Chinese to foreigners, as well as organizing the similarities and differences between Chinese and the languages of this world. Just as Dante anticipated, Irene, whose native language resembles the Latin language family, quickly encounters her first bottleneck in learning Chinese. The initial crisis in Irene's Chinese studies arrives swiftly, and Dante is keenly aware of it. Chinese is a language steeped in history and beauty, especially when reciting poetry rich in rhythm and eloquence. It prompts listeners to question whether the speaker is performing a song characterized by both aesthetic and rhythmic quality. Irene's voice, as previously mentioned, is delicate and layered. Despite her typically serious tone, it remains quite melodious. Strangely, when these two elements combine, the result is rather awkward. It is akin to succulent, juicy lamb chops paired with sweet, enticing chocolate sauce. Both are exquisite delicacies when enjoyed separately. However, dousing the lamb with chocolate sauce results in a culinary abomination of hellish proportions. Eventually, Irene finds herself unable to bear it any longer. Dante, what exactly are the 4 tones in Chinese? Why does your native language have such peculiarities? A rare note of distress colors Irene's tone. Prepared in advance, Dante responds almost without a moment's thought. Firstly, Chinese has 5 tones. The first of the 4th tone, along with a neutral tone to it, is not merely 4. Secondly, Chinese is a language with a limited number of syllables but a rich vocabulary. Different tones can imbue the same syllable with distinct meanings, enhancing the precision and diversity of expression. For instance, Tian and Tian share the same syllable but signify 2 different characters through their tones. Finally, tones confer musicality and rhythm to Chinese, making its recitation and oral communication particularly pleasing to the ear, especially when reciting poetry. Irene rests her chin upon her left palm, seemingly seeking support. Firstly, the 5 tones only serve to increase my frustration. Secondly, the language we currently use does not require tones to achieve precise and varied expression. Finally, do speakers of this language converse as if they're continually singing, constantly altering their intonation? Once mastered, such a language may sound beautiful, but how long must one train to attain proficiency? Moreover, speaking in such a manner continuously, does it not become tiresome? Upon hearing her words, Dante cannot help but smile faintly. Every language is distinct. Our current language also harbors numerous cumbersome rules, such as arbitrarily assigning gender to every object. We not only define the word house, casa, as feminine, but we also have to transform all preceding and succeeding adjectives and articles to their feminine forms whenever we mention it. What purpose does this serve? In contrast, Chinese boasts a remarkably concise grammar that you will come to appreciate as you progress in our current language. One must master tens of thousands of words merely to manage everyday conversations. Yet in Chinese, mastering just over 3,000 commonly used characters suffices for daily communication. Characters? Over 3,000. Are you referring to those things more complex than magical runes? Irene places her left hand on her forehead and closes her eyes. Dante is unable to contain himself and bows his head to hide his smile, that he recalls that, in some informal surveys on Earth, Chinese is deemed the most challenging language for foreigners, regarded as a hellishly difficult endeavor. This information, Dante decides, he must not disclose to Irene under any circumstances. Many foreigners who have studied Chinese for 8 or 9 years and resided in China still find themselves bewildered by the varied meanings embedded in the tonal combinations of Wokeo. You are still laughing. Irene, seated across from Dante, does not miss his suppressed mirth. My apologies, I suddenly thought of a joke, not a lie. By the way, all information from Earth is presented in Chinese. However, there are many other languages on Earth, including those closely related to your native tongue. Would you like to explore how to unlock other language options? Irene contemplates for a moment and inquires, what languages do you speak from another world? Chinese and barely sufficient English. You are the bearer of knowledge, with all information transmitted through you. For you, only Chinese allows for lossless transmission, so it is impossible to unlock other language options that I see. Dante shrugs. Irene perceives his demeanor as one of helplessness, as if to say that rather than gaze at her, he would prefer she dutifully engage in her studies. This familiar annoyance wells up within her. Why is this person's native language so difficult? It operates on a completely different system from the languages of this world. Moreover, why has he not mastered more languages? This forces her to invest countless hours into the seemingly bottomless pit of language learning, when she already has enough on her plate. Initially, she had planned to reach a level of comprehension within a month. But now, blaming him seems futile. She has no choice but to diligently study. Otherwise, the sensation of standing before a treasure trove yet unable to comprehend it would be more tormenting than learning Chinese itself. Once her vexation subsides, she understands that her grievances towards him are somewhat unwarranted. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at the church's misfortune. Being a bearer of knowledge is inherently fraught with such challenges. She can only sigh inwardly. Irene, tones indeed pose an obstacle for beginners. I have researched and found 2 methods that may expedite your mastery. Excellent. Please share. Irene's eyes glimmer with hope, akin to a lost traveler at sea who suddenly spots the beacon of a lighthouse piercing through the fog and tumultuous waves. Dante explains, first, the neutral tone is the simplest. It is pronounced softly and briefly. The first tone is a steady high pitch. The second tone rises from low to slightly higher. The third tone, in most cases, can be pronounced as a low tone, with exceptions to be learned later. The fourth tone descends from high to low, akin to how we say no in our language. This is a classic example of the fourth tone. Irene receives the chart Dante offers, finally grasping a semblance of the underlying rules. However, must each character be memorized with its pinyin, tone, writing, and meaning? Is there no way around this? Unfortunately, there is no alternative. Initially, you need not concern yourself too much with the writing. After all, your primary goal is merely to comprehend the materials, correct? The existence of polyphonic characters, such as the 4 pronunciations and corresponding usages of Zhao, need not be addressed at this stage. It is inhumane to teach second-year content to first-year students. And at this moment, Dante the teacher radiates a glow of humanity. Well, fine, but since I'm committed to learning, I ultimately wish to master Chinese completely. What is the second method? How do you fare with singing? As a saint of the church, I am naturally quite skilled. Irene regards Dante with a cool, devoid gaze. Unaware of her shift in demeanor, Dante continues to search for information. That's good. Listen to this melody. You may envision it as the third tone, first tone, third tone, and second tone of the sea breeze is gentle. You can sing along while feeling the differences in tones that in reality, the heights of tones do not need to be excessively high or low. High and low are relative concepts. Irene tries several times and discovers she prefers the second method. Yes, she sings while reading. She gradually grasps the differences in tones and pronunciation, her heart swelling with a subtle sense of achievement and joy. Listening to the young girl's melodic hum, Dante also smiles, as though savoring a long-lost delicacy. The main course is lamb chops seasoned with pepper and salt, and the dessert is donuts adorned with chocolate sauce. Truly, a harmonious world. Language serves as a cultural roadmap, revealing where these people originate and the direction they're destined to follow. As time progressed, the ancient monastery study once again fell into a serene silence. The 2 individuals embarked on their respective studies. Yailini resolved her momentary distractions and continued her immersion in the study of the Chinese language. Meanwhile, Dante persisted in his exploration of the manufacturing techniques for black powder weaponry, which posed a significant challenge for him. After all, he was truly starting from scratch in the realm of his previous life, where peace reigned supreme, who among the respectable would squander time on the intricacies of crafting firearms. In nations where every individual possessed a firearm, such places hardly qualified as proper states. So, what was the profession of his previous life? It was indeed formidable. He had been a sales director for a Fortune 500 company, adept at networking, identifying opportunities, bidding, project management, debt collection, organizing exhibitions, and delivering presentations. Skills of a high caliber that, in summary, it amounted to being utterly useless here, at least as far as Dante could discern. As the clock approached 5 in the morning. They concluded their studies. Dante, as per usual, placed the tablet between them, preparing to commence their discussion for the day. However, Yaelini interjected first. You mentioned that you found a method to treat your affliction. Could you elaborate on how you accomplished this? Dante, slightly taken aback, proceeded to explain in detail. Well, the treatment method is not particularly complicated. First, I list the situations that trigger my anxiety and rank them according to the level of anxiety they induce, thereby creating a hierarchy of scenarios. Then, I begin with the least anxiety-inducing situations. Yaelini supported her chin with her palm, her fingers occasionally tapping against her fair cheek as she listened intently to Dante's account. Dante observed that this was a habitual gesture of Yaelini's when she felt at ease. Sometimes, she would rest her chin firmly upon her hand, a behavior that surfaced more frequently when she was fatigued or distressed. So that was how it was. This was an illusory space. Would being close to me here cause you discomfort? Reflecting on his own feelings, Dante replied, It would, indeed, because my condition is fundamentally psychological, regardless of whether I am in an illusory space. If I am too close to others, I will inevitably feel anxious. Yaelini smiled and suggested, Then you can utilize this place for practice therapy. Come and sit beside me, at a distance you find acceptable. Here, the anxiety you experience will solely be mental and will not impose any additional burden on your physical self. Dante contemplated her words and realized that this could indeed serve as an excellent training opportunity. Since he experienced anxiety here, it would naturally yield some training effects. He could maintain a distance from Yaelini that induced slight but bearable anxiety, gradually reducing that distance over time. Training in this environment would also liberate him from physical fatigue and negative reactions, rendering it an ideal setting for his therapeutic exercises. However, this would certainly be beneficial for me. But would you be willing to assist me in this treatment? Wouldn't that be inappropriate for you? Dante hesitated. Yaelini nonchalantly replied, It matters not. We are merely illusory figures in this space that, if necessary, I could transform us into phantoms or even shield our senses, though that sensation would be uncomfortable for me. And, she continued, regarding Dante with a quizzical expression, Don't you find it odd that we've been tilting our heads in this manner? Previously, they had sat on opposite sides of the table. When examining the same document, they could only place the tablet upright between them, both leaning in awkwardly to view. It was quite inconvenient. If this were merely an occasional occurrence, it may have been acceptable. But in reality, they often spent extended periods together studying and discussing materials. Maintaining such a posture felt decidedly awkward, noting that the other was unperturbed and that it would benefit his treatment. Dante ceased his hesitation and comfortably seated himself to Yaelini's right. He chose a position that invoked a slight sense of anxiety, yet remained tolerable. Yaelini glanced at the evident distance between them, musing that this fellow had certainly endured a challenging existence. The moment he sat down, two starkly contrasting thoughts surged through Dante's mind. This feels reminiscent of sitting next to a classmate. How nostalgic. It's like being with comrades during the final year of high school. Modern thinking. There's a scent of lavender. It seems she truly adores lavender. Did she perhaps apply perfume before bed? Primitive thinking. What's the matter? Shall we begin? Yaelini inquired, observing Dante's sudden silence with curiosity. Dante rubbed his temples and lamented, Ever since I merged the memories of another world, I've acquired an alternative thought model that spontaneously generates various ideas. Sometimes it proves beneficial, yet at other times, it brings me distress. Yaelini pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I'm sorry. I cannot assist you with this. You are the first preacher of the church, and we have no experience in dealing with such matters. However, I believe it's not a significant issue, at least not one that poses a clear danger to you. Perhaps I will simply adjust. Moreover, it's not entirely adverse. Occasionally, the collision of these two thought processes can yield unexpected insights. Now, let us proceed. Dante positioned the tablet upright on the table before himself and Yaelini. Their posture felt much more natural, akin to watching a movie together, especially if snacks were present. First, we can further refine black powder through granulation, enhancing its combustion efficiency, stability, and loading performance. The specific method involves finely grinding potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur, then mixing them with water to form a paste. which is subsequently dried. Second, while developing steel, we can organize artisans to experiment with lost wax casting and sand casting methods. These two casting techniques will be frequently utilized when manufacturing flintlock firearms and artillery. As Dante discussed the first 2 points, Yailini quickly grasped their significance and agreed to initiate testing immediately. However, when Dante broached the topic of mass-producing flintlock firearms and artillery, he was unexpectedly met with Yailini's opposition. The new generation of weapons does not require mass production. We need only create the closest semblance of perfection. Dante was momentarily taken aback by her initial statement, momentarily failing to comprehend the implications of her second remark. What does it mean to not mass produce? How can we deploy them on a large scale in battle without mass production? Dante's eyes widened. Oh, you genuinely not know? Yailini's eyes widened in disbelief. They exchanged bewildered glances, the scene resembling a comical encounter between an ice penguin and a nocturnal bird, each astonished that the other, being a bird, could not fly. Dante was the first to avert his gaze, sheepishly admitting, I can surmise that it pertains to the secrets of the Holy Spirit army, yet you are aware that I never contemplated becoming the leader of the Holy Spirit. Thus, I never proactively inquired about this information from my father. Yailini observed the man beside her. The usual Dante was steady and taciturn, exuding a sense of maturity, yet harboring a palpable distance, embodying the demeanor of a polite but self-important heir of a noble family. Precisely the type she would never approach. However, as she grew more familiar with him, she realized that the true Dante was vastly different from his exterior. For instance, his distance was not born of arrogance, but rather a form of self-protection. Moreover, in this moment his eyelids lowered, his long eyelashes fluttering. He was undeniably a youth unaccustomed to interacting with young women. Yailini felt an urge to tease him that a playful smile graced her lips, her dimples flashing like a blue jay dancing upon a branch. Is that truly the case? Perhaps your utter lack of faith is what renders you indifferent to the church. You truly have had enough. Haven to you, can we not surpass this hurdle? Dante sighed. The Holy Spirit army is a secret of the church. Duke Cobofil should not have disclosed this to you. When the time is right, I will inform you. For now, we need not consider mass production. Once the new generation of weapons becomes widespread, I fear it will disrupt the current balance among humanity, leading to unforeseen consequences. Irene wore a serious expression, transforming once more into the solemn saintess she had been. 2 days had passed, and it was the day appointed for the rose viewing at the estate outside the Rossi residence. In the early morning, Selina savored her breakfast while perusing the parchment in her hands. The morning light cast a delicate golden hue upon her chestnut locks, and combined with her fair oval face and smooth forehead, she exuded an effortless grace and charm, resembling a masterfully crafted painting. Unfortunately, the scene was quite discordant. The beautiful lady did not languorously stretch her curvaceous form nor rest her hand on her cheek, yearning for her distant husband, but instead furrowed her brow as she scrutinized the documents before her, her fingers unconsciously twirling her long hair. Observing this, the maid and Joe, who had delivered the documents, stood in silence, hesitant to disturb the Duchess. Selina was engrossed in the intelligence provided by the Blood Knight regarding her son's activities the previous day. He rose at 6, meditated until 7:30. Unlike before when young Master Dante meditated in the afternoon, he had now done so every morning for 3 consecutive days, from 7:30 to 8. He attended to his morning routine and breakfast. Note: his food intake had noticeably increased. 3 days prior was the day Dante had accompanied her to the chapel for worship. Had that been the catalyst for this change? Selina took a bite of the goat cheese, pursing her lips as she noted that today's cheese tasted rather strong. T8. He practiced fire magic in the training grounds until noon. Note 1. The magic Dante practiced was unknown, resembling the basic fireball spell, yet the casting time was significantly shorter than that of the fireball. Note 2. During Dante's training, the Blood Knight Camilla was also honing her combat skills in the training area. Selina sipped her milk, the sweet liquid gliding over her lips and tongue, its rich flavor enveloping her senses. She was well aware of the implications of the new magic, but she could not yet assess how this discovery would affect traditional magic in the battlefield. To err on the side of caution, she instructed her son to keep it confidential. After a moment of contemplation, she commanded, From today onwards, young Master Dante is to seal off the training grounds during his practice. No one may enter except for Camilla. Joe replied, "Understood." At noon, young Master Dante invited Camilla to join him for lunch. In the afternoon, they remained together in the bedroom until 3 o'clock, after which Dante proceeded to the bath. Upon reading this, Selina pinched the bridge of her nose. She recalled the issues concerning Camilla and remembered her son's immediate rejection when she had questioned him about replacing his personal blood knight. A twinge of regret stirred within her. Choosing Camilla had been a temporary arrangement, with plans to replace her with a more suitable blood knight upon finding one in the Southern Territories. Unexpectedly, Dante had formed a rapport with Camilla, making any change difficult now. From 4 to 5 in the afternoon, young Master Dante engaged in magical training with the instructor Cosimo from 5 to 6. He met with Mario, the family's business steward, to discuss the acquisition of a paper mill. Note: Steward Mario had recently assigned all cherry-related business to an apprentice, devoting himself entirely to the new paper mill project. Selina bit into a slice of white bread smeared with rich butter. The creamy texture of the butter complemented the soft bread exquisitely, rich yet not overwhelming. With each chew, the nutty aroma gradually emerged, mingling with the butter's richness, creating a layered and lingering taste that, this would make for a delightful topic. On her way to the appointment in the afternoon, she could discuss the paper mill with him. Neither she nor her husband possessed a flair for business, and the Cobofield family's commercial strength was rather lacking. However, Dante exhibited a commendable talent for commerce. In the future, he could take on more responsibilities concerning the family business to see how far he could take it. With that thought, she continued reading. In the evening, Dante dined with the Duchess. After dinner, he bathed once more and then remained in the bedroom with Camilla until lights out. Upon finishing the last line of the document, Selina set the parchment aside, her brow furrowed in contemplation that in the past 2 days, her son had not ventured outside. Aside from his regular magical training and handling business matters, he had largely spent his time with Camilla, either in the training grounds or the bedroom. As for what transpired in the bedroom, the blood knights responsible for intelligence could glean nothing. Ever since their visit to the chapel, Dante's life had undergone a profound transformation. The root of all these changes lay in that day and was somehow linked to the church. Joe spoke up. "Madam, shall we summon Camilla? I believe she would readily divulge the currently missing information if questioned." Selina did not respond. Instead, she picked up a small ceramic cup containing a soft-boiled egg, tapping the shell with an egg knife to create a circular crack before gently prying off the top, revealing the egg white and yolk within. The egg white was tender, while the yolk was perfectly cooked, its outer layer set yet still runny inside. As she broke it open, she could see the yolk slowly oozing out with a silky texture. She scooped a spoonful and brought it to her mouth. The egg white was smooth and delicate, melting in her mouth, imbued with a subtle eggy aroma. The yolk was rich in flavor, carrying a creamy sweetness and a hint of luscious fat. The two melded together in her mouth, delivering a profound sweetness. Selina let out a delightful hum. Savoring this, her preferred method of egg preparation, a smile graced her lips, and a certain sparkle glimmered in her signature light green eyes. As if she were anticipating or plotting something. No need. This is perfectly fine as it is. Let young Master Dante handle it himself. In the capital, within a heavily guarded courtyard, scattered sunlight filtered through layers of obscuring foliage, casting dappled illumination upon the stone table. Unidentified tiny particles danced in the air, much like the buoyant spirit of Antonio at that moment. Having once donned a silver mask to perform in front of the chapel, he now sat quietly at the stone table, still bearing the wooden flute at his waist. On the surface, all seemed normal for Antonio. Only those familiar with him could discern his inner excitement through the occasional licking of his lips. At some point, a woman clad in finery had silently appeared, gracefully taking a seat across the stone table. Antonio rose and performed a courteous noble bow, to which the leader nodded in acknowledgement. "Speak. What matter necessitated your urgent communication?" Antonio produced an inconspicuous linen pouch, carefully opening it to reveal what appeared to be black granules within. "Leader, this is black powder, the core of a newly developed weapon by the church. Possessing incredible power, a single spark can ignite it, unleashing a fierce flame and explosion that will obliterate everything in the vicinity. With sufficient quantity, even a child could use it to demolish a wall that took over a decade to construct. There is a craftsman within the church who is one of us. He has been selected to participate in the black powder trials, and thus we have acquired its formula. Now, it belongs to us. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. The finely dressed woman had straightened her back at some point, fixated on the unassuming black substance, her gaze a mixture of fervor and apprehension. The air in the courtyard was thick with a stifling pressure, akin to the moment before a summer storm breaks. Regardless of whether people felt anticipation or dread, it remained indifferent. Once the wind ceased, it would rend the heavens asunder, pouring forth in a thunderous deluge, sweeping everything in its path. Secrets possess a natural inclination. They harbor their own consciousness, yearning to be unveiled, and they will find a way to transcend their confines. The finely dressed woman, her eyes ablaze, inquired, "What are the raw materials? Is the production process complex?" Antonio replied, barely concealing his excitement. "The raw materials are charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter. Aside from the latter, which is somewhat rare, the other two are easily obtainable. The production process is not complicated. However, according to the craftsman, they have only just received the formula and are attempting to improve it under the church's directives, seeking a more potent final product." "Saltpeter, you say?" The finely dressed woman fell into contemplation. "Shall we attempt to control some saltpeter mines? No. The church will undoubtedly take similar action, that if we suddenly intervene, it will only raise suspicion that we can purchase a batch of saltpeter under legitimate pretenses. Even if the church secretly controls all the saltpeter mines, as long as they wish to keep their secret, they must maintain normal transactions on the surface. Meanwhile, we will discreetly search for saltpeter veins in the Western Territories, developing our own supply channels. Yes, leader point, one more thing. The craftsman mentioned that the church has selected several artisans, yet only a small number are involved in the black powder project, while the whereabouts of the others remain a mystery, which is quite peculiar. What are your thoughts?" Antonio pondered. It is possible to divide into two groups, conducting the same research separately, or perhaps advancing multiple similar weapon research projects simultaneously, with black powder being merely one among them. "Yet that is astonishing," the elegantly dressed woman mused, saying, "The first scenario is implausible. Such a crucial new weapon as black powder necessitates utmost secrecy. It would be folly to gild gold or adorn lilies. Our ability to obtain this intelligence was merely fortuitous. As for the second scenario, even if it is astounding, it remains the most probable at present." Antonio expressed his concern. "Our artisans are equally incapable of discerning the circumstances of others." The elegantly dressed woman dismissed his worries. "It matters not. New weapon development can be concealed within the sanctuary, and once created, it must inevitably be tested outside its confines. During this time, we shall elevate the church's level of scrutiny to its zenith, closely observing the movements of the upper echelons. Moreover, we must pay special attention to any new actions from the church that diverge from the past. Chief, is it truly necessary to regard the church with such gravity? The church is not our target. Focusing our resources here will only diminish our surveillance on our true objectives. That it is necessary. My intuition tells me there lies a secret within that could influence the state of the world." The artisan remarked that the formula was suddenly provided by the church, which is utterly unreasonable. Antonio muttered, "Could there truly be a divine being? Is there genuinely an apocalypse?" The elegantly dressed woman shook her head and laughed. "If there were divine beings, how could this world be as it is? If it were indeed an apocalypse, what more would the church need to amend? Let us keep a vigilant gaze on the church. Time shall unveil the answers." She picked up the small pouch of black powder, her eyes ablaze as if to ignite the world. "Even if it were truly an apocalypse, now it rests in our hands, suggesting that the divine is indeed in our favor. Let us bring some shock to this world laden with suffering." Meanwhile, at the Cappafiel estate, within the inner city training grounds, an orange-red fireball floated quietly before Dante. With a mere thought, the fireball began to orbit around his body. Its speed was leisurely, even slower than a swallowtail butterfly, merely consuming the magical energy required to sustain it. Subsequently, Dante employed fire manipulation. Under the spell's influence, the fireball danced around him like a nimble sprite. darting up and down, left and right. The fireball's speed increased, and its control became more precise, displaying agility akin to a bumblebee. Camila, not far off, observed this scene, deep in thought, although the magical energy consumption had increased with the addition of fire manipulation. It remained within acceptable limits to last. Even in close combat, Dante had acquired the strength to contend. Dante dispersed the fireball, gazing at the bruises and scars upon his hands, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. It seemed he had pushed the intensity of practice a tad too far. Once sleek and fair, his hands were now marred with various hues of bruises, all from the relentless striking of flint over these past few days. There was no other choice. This training not only bolstered his strength, but also served as a remedy for his obsession with cleanliness, drawing him into its depths. Each day, he practiced until his magical energy was depleted, forcing him to cease. The fruits of his labor were indeed gratifying. He had achieved a success rate of 70% in capturing sparks, capable of summoning a fireball in less than 2 breaths, essentially acquiring practical value. Moreover, his obsession with cleanliness was steadily improving. Now, Camila could directly place a coin in his hand, although Dante still experienced restlessness and chills if he endured for 4 breaths of time. He could retain it without the initial urge to drop the coin as if burned. Dante, we're going to be late. He turned to see Selena, arms crossed, wearing a displeased expression as she regarded him. Ah, my apologies, I lost track of time. By the time Dante quickly washed up and donned the clothes his stepmother had prepared for him, he found Selena leisurely enjoying her lunch at the table. After training the entire morning, he was indeed famished, and as soon as he sat down, he began to devour his food heartily. Selena furrowed her brow, about to comment on table manners, but upon noticing the bruises on her son's palms, her words transformed. Don't be too hasty. Injuring yourself is hardly worthwhile. Understood, I have a firm grasp of the new magic now, and I can reduce the training intensity moving forward. Seeing Dante heed her advice, she smiled to be by the way. Dear mother, you are the eldest daughter of the Rossi family. You must be quite familiar with the Rose Garden. Moreover, when the grand rose banquet is held, you will surely attend. Is it not a waste of your time to accompany me today? As a prominent lady of one of the 5 major families, Selena indeed had numerous affairs to manage daily. Financial oversight, territorial governance, personnel appointments, dealings with other families, procurement expenditures, intelligence gathering and analysis, and so forth. Some tasks she handled alone, while others required discussion with her husband. Almost daily, carrier pigeons conveyed messages between the capital and the southern region. Ah, my son Dante is grown up, considering my needs. Indeed, romance is the finest fertilizer for growth, Selena remarked with a smirk. That joke is rather stale, but I've understood the importance of considering others long before. And I have never been in love. She sighed. You cannot be so earnest when conversing with young women. Dante smiled. Dear mother, you are still quite young yourself. Selena chuckled. Sharp retort. That was well said. Upon finishing their meal, they naturally rose simultaneously and exited the estate. Selena assisted a young maid into the carriage, but did not allow the maid to enter herself. Dante understood that his stepmother wished to discuss something with him. Once inside the carriage, Selena resumed her previous topic. In my childhood, I spent 30% of my time in the Rose Garden. I'm undoubtedly well acquainted with it. Dante inquired, then you, how could I possibly miss such significant moments in my son's life? Other matters can wait, she replied, her expression brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Although she spoke with a facetious demeanor, Dante recognized her concern about his prolonged absence from the social sphere, fearing he might struggle to readjust. Well then, I shall trouble you, he said, scratching his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. Selena cheerfully responded, the cultivation of an heir is indeed my most crucial duty. Accompanying my son on outings is also a form of relaxation for me. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Her tone shifted to one of seriousness. Tell me about the paper-making. Dante found this somewhat peculiar. When he had been busy with cherries, his stepmother had shown no interest. Yet now she seemed keen on paper-making. The origins of the paper-making technique were not easily explained, which was why he had refrained from mentioning it previously. He opted to omit the parts he could not elucidate, primarily conveying 2 points to his stepmother. First, The new plant-based paper-making formula stemmed from his collaboration with the church. He outlined his subsequent plans, which had garnered the church's approval. Second, his partnership with the church was progressing smoothly, with the possibility of more similar new projects in the future. Upon hearing this, Selina was left incredulous. Although she was not well-versed in commerce, she could envision the potential of plant-based paper, given the short time since Dante's association with the church. It was not surprising that they had concocted such a marvelous formula. The church had previously dispatched a cardinal and a saint to carefully invite Dante. It would be odd if they did not yield something substantial. What perplexed her was that anyone could see that plant-based paper was a golden goose, yet the church had allowed their family to take the lead. It was improbable that such fortune would simply fall into their laps. When had the church become so accommodating? For centuries, the church and the noble lords had viewed each other with suspicion, yet remained intertwined. They maintained a delicate balance, publicly harmonious while secretly wary and competing. Could it be that her husband had struck a deal with the cardinal stationed in the southern region? That seemed unlikely. The time frame was too short and lacked precedent. Over the years, the royal family and the church had allocated considerable resources to the southern region. Yet they would never provide more than necessary. They treated the Capofil family as a bulwark against foreign tribes while remaining perpetually vigilant against the southern duke's rise. Selina found herself entangled in confusion and asked, "The church handed you the formula without imposing any conditions, allowing our family to establish a paper-making workshop. The church did have some initial concerns. I fought for the current outcome, as for the conditions. The final consensus was that as long as it benefits the prosperity and cohesion of humanity, I am free to pursue it." Dante did not mention the second condition, that one must inform her in advance if they wish to become a king. It was evident that expressing such a notion would only lead to further misunderstandings, that Dante's words did little to alleviate Selina's confusion. Her son had promised the church, but could not articulate everything clearly, which left her with a throbbing headache. With a sigh, she conceded, "Well, it seems like a good thing overall, so I shall not stand in your way. Just be mindful of yourself." Dante nodded in agreement. In the midst of their conversation, she resolved to write to her husband about the recent events and her uncertainties, seeking his counsel. After all, how could she bear the burden of hair loss alone? He must take responsibility as well. Selina continued, "I have 2 points to make. First, the families of the craftsmen should also accompany us to the estate outside the city. Once the new paper is successfully produced, we shall relocate everything to the southern region to prevent any leakage of the formula. Second, after our success, we will claim that the formula was developed by our family-s craftsmen, and I will oversee the entire matter. Your occasional involvement is merely to cultivate the next heir." Dante, puzzled, inquired, "Why?" Selina shook her head with a smile. "Dante, you still have much to learn about the art of political maneuvering." She continued seriously, "Let me ask you. We are already one of the 5 prominent families, in the eyes of others. If we wish to advance further, what do you think we ought to do?" Dante grimaced. "Naturally, we would seek to replace the royal family. But we have no such intention." She laughed, saying, "During the Civil War, your father defeated nearly half of the nobility in the kingdom. He was remarkably skilled, and the current king is well aware of this. You may not wish to pursue such ambitions, but can you assure me that every descendant of our family shares your sentiments? Between families, it is all about interests and checks and balances. Promises hold no value." Dante fell silent, his mind drifting back to the assassination incident from 8 years prior. "In summary," she said gravely, "I support your pursuit of the third princess, but both His Majesty the King and the Crown Prince are inherently suspicious. There is no need for you to stand out excessively and invite unnecessary troubles." "I understand," Dante sighed. The intricacies of political strategy and reading people's hearts were never his forte, nor his inclination. Selina chuckled. "Why the sigh? Your father and I are still here, and you are far from taking over." "Indeed," Dante mused, "the family headship is a lifelong position, and even Ariana's father has yet to assume it. Thus, he need not fret over such matters now." Suddenly, she spoke with a mysterious air. "I have a solution that could spare you from these worries in the future." Dante recognized her playful demeanor, but could not suppress his curiosity. "Do tell, dear mother. Seek a girl who excels in these matters and genuinely loves you, and marry her." "I senti that a splendid idea." Dante pursed his lips, thinking that it was certainly not a serious suggestion, though it did possess a hint of merit. Tori had entrusted Selina with matters she excelled in while he remained stationed at the southern fortress, thereby maintaining the Kopfer family's dignity and influence among the 5 prominent families. With Selina bearing half the credit, Selina revealed, for instance, the 3rd Princess Alice. She is evidently adept in social graces and political stratagems. Do not be fooled by her usual composed demeanor. If she were to scheme against someone, her cunning would surpass mine. If you could win her over, you could delegate these affairs to her, and all you need to do is manage her. After saying this, she gazed at her son with a beaming smile. Dear mother, is it polite to speak of others in such a manner behind their backs? Moreover, it seems you possess a fair share of cunning yourself, Dante replied, unable to withstand her piercing gaze as he began to banter back. She laughed lightly, unperturbed. What of it? I maintain an impeccable facade as a duchess before outsiders. I only jest in front of you and your father, so do you not wish to bring the 3rd princess home? Are you not curious about her true self? The last remark made Dante involuntarily reminisce about Alice from their childhood. Initially, she had been a sweet, charming little girl who loved to follow him around. Yes, she occasionally revealed a mischievous side to those she was familiar with. When her mother faced calamity, her tear-streaked face, as she clung to him, was one of vulnerability, in need of protection. Emerging from the shadows, she had grown more sensible, resilient, and mature, becoming increasingly enigmatic. Upon their next encounter, she had blossomed into the kingdom's most radiant and sought-after 3rd princess, possessing unparalleled beauty and remarkable talent. The apple of the king's eye, she was the ideal child in the eyes of every noble family, the envy of young aristocrats, seemingly capable of achieving anything she set her mind to. Dante felt a pang of melancholy as he turned to gaze out of the window. Beyond the city, a vast expanse of wheat fields stretched endlessly. This season, the wheat heads were just beginning to ripen, a vibrant tapestry of green interspersed with golden hues, reminiscent of a maiden's tresses swaying gently in the wind. Stirring the heart of a youth, Selina observed the youthful visage of Dante, her gaze profound. She understood that her encouragement, or rather her provocation, might lead Dante to feel anxious or even wounded. Yet, that was precisely her intent. She thought to herself, as a stepmother, is it not reasonable for her to harbor a few ulterior motives? Dante gazed blankly at the golden-hued wheat fields outside the window. His emotions suddenly shifted to a slight despondency, and he became acutely aware of this change within himself. His obsessive tendencies had begun to be treated through modern methods, yielding some results. However, his mindset remained unchanged, still as closed off as before. Since the greatest restraints of the past had begun to loosen, it was only a matter of time before he completely shed them. Therefore, the feelings of inferiority and timidity from the past ought to be ruthlessly discarded. Hiding in the shadows and pushing away those who come close would only narrow his path. He should be more proactive in integrating into the world, with a family behind him, the church by his side, and the tools of modern warfare at his disposal. What was there to fear? Dante took a deep breath, toyed with a gold coin between his fingers, and gazed out the window, as if something was gradually crystallizing in his eyes. Outside the carriage, emerald waves of wheat danced with the warm winds of May, the tender wheat heads unfurling their silky hairs under the sun, resembling golden little fists clenched by newborns. This scene brimmed with vitality. As if heralding the promise of a bountiful harvest, Dante understood that he could no longer simply acquiesce to his family's arrangements, living under the protection of his parents. Now was the time for change. In the heart of the youth, the gloom dissipated and a quiet determination arose as the carriage came to a halt. Selina and Dante disembarked in succession. Dante lifted his gaze towards the rose garden, where a group of individuals stood at the entrance, facing him, and there among them was Alice, smiling in his direction. She was clad in a light and elegant white gown, the fitted bodice accentuating her graceful curves. The wide sleeves tapered at the shoulders, cascading elegantly, adorned with exquisite golden trims that exuded a simple yet noble aura. As they approached, Selina was the first to kneel in greeting, and Alice, adhering to etiquette, politely nodded in response. To the age of 12, she had been officially bestowed the title of princess by the king, by legal standards. Her status as a royal family member surpassed that of Selena. Then, under Selena's watchful gaze, Alice gracefully extended her right hand toward Dante, her face adorned with an expectant smile. Dante felt a twinge of awkwardness and glanced sideways at his stepmother, who appeared indifferent. Her expression neutral, as if utterly uninterested in the scene unfolding before her. Given his understanding of Selena, he knew she was likely reveling in the drama. Secretly amused, he admired her acting skills immensely. Dante returned his focus, kneeling on one knee. This time, he endeavored to bring his hand closer to hers within the limits of his comfort. Gradually, he inclined his head toward Alice's outstretched hand. Her fingers were long and delicate, her skin as fair as snow, with the tips gently curved, resembling a fine piece of art. As he drew nearer, a faint fragrance wafted from her voluminous sleeves, sending his heart into a flutter. Amidst the rapid heartbeat, Dante completed the hand-kissing gesture in accordance with etiquette, still a mere touch and a phantom kiss. After withdrawing his hand, he could not help but hope that one day he could confidently hold Alice's hand in greeting. As for kissing her fingers, his heart raced, and instinctively, he looked up at Alice, catching a fleeting glimpse of contemplation in her eyes. Sensing Dante's gaze, Alice turned to him, smiling as she said, "I was delayed today, attending to matters, but it seems you two arrived later than I thought." The three of them walked side by side into the estate, and before their eyes lay a vast expanse of blooming rose bushes, with flowers in red, white, pink, and yellow arranged in delightful disarray, a riot of colors that was simply breathtaking. They proceeded along the stone pathway, surrounded by a dense array of roses, as the wind blew. The branches swayed, giving the impression of drifting through a flowing sea of blossoms. Selena interjected, "It's all Dante's fault. When he gets engrossed in practice, he completely loses track of time, that if I hadn't called him, he might still be on the training grounds conjuring fireballs." "Ha, I can envision that scene," Alice replied. "Just earlier when I saw the injury on his hand, I was wondering what happened. Honestly." Alice cast a look at Dante that conveyed a sense of exasperation. Dante, feeling helpless, remarked, "All right, dear mother, you've already reminded me before we set out. I am aware," he sighed. "By the way, this rose archway is truly beautiful. It must be a new design for this year, right?" Ahead of them, an exquisite rose archway came into view, the left side adorned with white roses and the right with pink. They soared upward from either side of the path, intertwined beautifully to form a tall and magnificent arch. Perfumed with the fragrance of flowers, rich in poetic charm, Alice smiled, choosing not to press Dante further, and switch topics. "Do you train often? How about a friendly duel one day?" Selena immediately chimed in. "Sure, that sounds like great fun. However, Dante can be rather serious at times, and I fear he might not hold back, which could be troublesome for His Highness." Alice responded lightly, "No worries. Don't be fooled by my demeanor. I've consistently maintained my swordsmanship and horsemanship training. Even without a crossbow, I could easily handle two mid-level mages simultaneously." Alice spoke the most piercing words in the softest tone, tilting her head with a sweet smile directed at Dante. Who could possibly endure such a provocation? No one could, and Dante was no exception. Thus, Socrates could attest that he was quite inflamed with passion, but he gritted his teeth. "Alice, don't speak so confidently. Victory and defeat can only be determined through competition." She laughed joyfully. "Ah, your competitive spirit remains strong. That hasn't changed." Having said that, she effortlessly shifted the conversation back to the roses around them. She was well aware of Dante's predicament. If he was willing to engage in a duel with her, she would gladly seize the opportunity to gauge his current state. If he were unwilling, she would not press the matter, knowing that mages typically excelled in ranged combat. Surely, he would find it embarrassing to be easily defeated, as he had always been quite competitive in his youth. In truth, if it came to a duel, Alice was already prepared to go easy on him, ensuring that he would not suffer a humiliating defeat. As for the possibility of being bested by a mid-level mage, confident as she was, she had never even considered that notion. As they spoke, the trio had traversed several rose archways, each varying in color and shape. Strangely, the arches grew progressively smaller, making it feel as though they were navigating through a dense thicket. Upon reaching the final arch, Dante even had to slightly bow his head to pass through. After emerging from the last archway, they turned a corner, and the scene before them suddenly opened up. A vast square lay spread out, paved with pale gray stones, adorned with neatly arranged rose beds that added a touch of beauty without sacrificing order. The vibrant blossoms resembled the most splendid hues of paint against the gray-white stone canvas. If viewed from above, it would undoubtedly form a picturesque masterpiece. At the center of the square stood a gazebo woven from rose branches, quietly housing the ladies who had already arrived. Suddenly, among the crowd, Ariana rose to her feet, her flowing pink gown unfurling like a proud rose revealing its petals. She waved joyfully at the trio, her smile brighter than the summer SU in the as they approached. Ariana mischievously declared, "Princess Alice, cousin, you're late. We just unanimously decided that both of you shall face a punishment." Upon hearing Ariana mention the punishment for Alice and himself, Dante began to feel anxious. He thought to himself, what kind of punishment could it be? Surely it isn't something like staring at each other for 10 seconds or sharing a piece of pastry face to face. As this idea crossed his mind, a flicker of anticipation arose within him. However, he quickly suppressed that fantasy, realizing this was a formal noble gathering. Such antics were utterly impossible. Hearing Ariana's words, Alice gracefully responded, "All right then, what is this punishment? I do apologize for being so busy today. I might need to leave early. Oh no, please don't." Ariana did not wish for Alice to leave early. "Ariana," Lady Rossi interjected with a smile. "Let us not forget our manners." As the host of the day, Lady Rossi stood first. The others followed suit, rising to offer their respects before resuming their seats. Dante cast a glance around, noting that all the newcomers had arrived. Yulia, clad in a blue gown, sat quietly beside Duchess Ferrero, exuding a serene elegance, though slightly reserved. Sylvia wore a pale yellow gown, her white veil cascading gently, enhancing her beauty. Dante could tell that both had made a considerable effort in their appearances. Beside Sylvia sat Ariana in her pink dress, cinched at the waist with a delicate belt, radiating youthful charm. The twin siblings, Luca and Lucia, had been watching them intently since their arrival. Selena smiled. "We brought 2 baskets of cherries. Shall we indulge now?" Luca and Lucia exclaimed. "Wonderful. Let's eat now." Alice also presented a few bottles of wine produced from the royal estate to the host. After some pleasantries, Selena and Alice naturally positioned themselves on either side of Dante, maintaining a respectful distance. Dante felt a warmth in his heart as the earlier tension from his wandering thoughts dissipated. Once everyone settled, Ariana eagerly exclaimed, "Punishment! Punishment!" Upon hearing her, Sylvia and the others who were in the know exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Even the 2 ladies from the Ferrero and Rossi families wore expressions of anticipation. Dante inquired, "What kind of punishment? You all look so curious. I'm starting to get intrigued." Alice, sitting beside him, also nodded with interest. Ariana, with an air of mystery, replied, "Well, the punishment shouldn't be too light to be boring, nor too heavy to be inappropriate. It should relate to our theme, cough, and to us." Finally, it was Lady Ferrero who conceived this brilliant idea. "The punishment is that you must name 2 individuals in attendance whom you find most intriguing and wish to know better." Dante thought to himself, "Ah, I see. No wonder they all look eager for the spectacle. This is indeed closely connected to the theme of the gathering. How should I choose?" While Dante grappled with his thoughts, Alice spoke up with ease. "Oh, that's simple. The first would undoubtedly be Dante. Why? Your Highness, haven't you known Dante since childhood? Haven't you grown up together?" Sylvia asked. Hearing this, Dante's heart raced, and he nearly failed to suppress a smile. Silently applauding Sylvia's probing question, Selena turned to watch the 3 princesses with keen interest. Alice turned to Dante, beaming as she said, "Indeed, we grew up together. However, he has been away from the capital for 8 years, and upon his return, he has changed significantly that I wish to fill in the gaps of that time." Dante felt a flush on his cheeks, sensing all eyes on him and Alice. Meanwhile, Alice's gaze remained fixed on his face, her eyes seemingly ablaze with an astonishing light and warmth, making it difficult for him to maintain eye contact. Fortunately, Alice quickly shifted her gaze to the others, announcing her second choice. The second would be Luca. Before anyone could inquire further, she added, I am quite curious and eager about the future head of the Rossi family. Young Master Luca, I have high hopes for you. Luca's face turned slightly red as he stood to express his gratitude. Vowing to become an outstanding head of the family and continue serving the royal family loyally. Lady Rossi beamed with pride, her gaze tender and filled with love as she looked at her son. As the atmosphere gradually quieted, everyone's attention inevitably shifted to Dante. Although there was considerable curiosity surrounding the enigmatic third princess, the focus today was on Dante's sentiments. The crowd held their breath, awaiting the revelation of his answer. After regaining his composure, Dante stated, "The first choice is, of course, Princess Alice. The reason is similar to hers. Upon our reunion, I was astonished by how much she has changed, to the point where I could hardly recognize her, which naturally piqued my curiosity. Cousin, why do I feel like you've just echoed the princess's response?" Ariana pouted in dissatisfaction, and others displayed similar expressions, with only Alice and Selena maintaining their composure, seemingly having anticipated Dante's forthcoming words. Despite their discontent, the others patiently awaited Dante's continuation. Fortunately, he had been instructed to name 2 individuals. Otherwise, he might have been easily sidetracked. As everyone fixated on Dante, he unexpectedly recalled Irene's suggestion from 2 days prior. Perhaps this was an opportune moment to test Irene's recommendation of Julia. Moreover, after considering the perplexing advice from the other party, he found himself somewhat intrigued by Julia, albeit not in a romantic sense. Thus, he turned to Julia with a smile and declared, "The second individual is Miss Julia Ferrero." Upon utterance, astonishment swept through the crowd. Even Alice and Selena were taken aback. However, the most pronounced reaction came from Julia herself, her eyes widening and mouth agape in disbelief. "Why?" Ariana voiced the collective sentiment that, "Oh well." Dante faltered, having completely forgotten that an explanatory segment was required. He certainly couldn't admit it was due to the church's recommendation. What to do? He needed to elucidate without inciting unnecessary misunderstandings. In a moment of impulsive inspiration, he had unwittingly dug himself into a pit. At that moment, time seemed to freeze as everyone awaited Dante's explanation. Sweating profusely, Dante internally lamented, was this not the legendary question of doom? Had he still been the reclusive Dante of 8 years past, he likely would have faltered on the spot. However, now was different. The current Dante possessed modern thinking and memories. His gaze deepened as his mind raced, from the nascent life beneath the water to the youthful promise of the 3-year pact. And then to the blood-soaked battlefield, he had witnessed the evolution of many legendary figures. Taking a deep breath, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts, and he finally discovered a way to navigate this predicament. He lifted his gaze anew, cleared his throat, and stated, "In truth, there is nothing particularly special. I believe both she and I possess more reserved personalities, and perhaps we will find common ground once we become acquainted. I mean, as friends." As the last word fell, the air seemed to solidify instantaneously. Julia, the subject of the declaration, lowered her head, her hands moving stiffly, appearing utterly flustered. Selena wore a peculiar expression, while Alice furrowed her brow in contemplation. Sylvia displayed a complex demeanor. Ariana exhaled in relief, grabbing a handful of cherries and stuffing them in her mouth. Luca observed his elder sister's actions with a wary eye. Lucia found the reactions of the onlookers quite amusing. Ultimately, it was the Duchess Ferrero who broke the silence, cheerfully stating, "Ah, indeed, your personalities seem quite compatible. Friendship sounds splendid." The others chimed in, "Ah, yes, friendship sounds wonderful. We can all be friends." Dante was left perplexed, wondering if he had misspoken. The greatest issue in communication often lies in the assumption that communication has actually occurred. After the tense and exhilarating penalty round, the group settled into casual conversation within the gazebo. The vibrant rose garden in the square was beautifully arranged, and under the gentle breeze, the air was perfumed with the fragrant scent of blossoms, uplifting the spirits. One could envision that on the night of the Rose Festival, the square would be adorned with opulent decorations and artworks, with nobles gathering in droves, attendants bustling about, while the setting sun bathed the thousands of blooming roses in a golden hue. Even Dante found himself anticipating the evening's festivities after a brief chat. Lady Rossi mentioned that this year's Rose Festival banquet was being organized by her and her husband, yet they were currently troubled by a particular issue and sought the group's opinions. The Rose Festival has a history spanning nearly a century, celebrated as an elegant traditional event. The Rossi family has always contemplated introducing new elements, yet fears that such innovations might alienate guests have delayed any changes. This year, however, rumors have begun circulating among the lesser nobility and common folk, disparaging the Rose Festival as a lavish banquet of excess. These rumors claim that while turmoil stirs in the western regions of the kingdom and external threats loom in the south, the upper echelons indulge in pleasure, oblivious to the plight of the populace. The Rose Festival banquet symbolizes the disconnect between the elite and the commoners. Consequently, this year's Rose Festival must incorporate new activities that align with the original tone while addressing these rumors to dispel misunderstandings. However, the Rose Festival, by its very nature, is an elegant traditional event, fundamentally different from the rumor's portrayal. What sort of activities could simultaneously satisfy both requirements? Rumors are easily spread, but dispelling them requires considerable effort. Following Lady Rossi's explanation, the group grasped the current dilemma and its complexities. Dante began to speculate on the origins of the rumors. Firstly, the reality of the upper class indulging in pleasure while being oblivious to the struggles of the common folk was indeed present, a fact he felt particularly keenly with his modern sensibilities. Secondly, why was the Rossi family's Rose Festival singled out for attack? The answer was simple. Among the kingdom's three grand events, the New Year's banquet was backed by the royal family. Wielding supreme secular power, the Saints' Day banquet was supported by the church, governing the people's spirit and faith. Who would dare to slander the royal family or the church? In contrast, the Rossi family appeared to be a more malleable target. Lastly, the source of the rumors and those fanning the flames were likely a multitude of lesser nobles who had not received invitations. Their grievances had festered and finally erupted this year. Dante felt little sympathy for the Rossi family's plight. The annual Rose Festival was a grand event for the kingdom and a hunting ground for the Rossi family to reap benefits. The distribution of invitations alone presented significant opportunities for manipulation and profit. Thus, for the Rossi family, if they wished to continue profiting, they needed to address the challenges they faced. The pursuit of profit, whether by family or individual, bears a striking resemblance to the quest for survival resources in the natural world. It is never simple. However, the fact that the Rossi couple was encountering this dilemma in their first year of organizing the event was indeed unfortunate. Various suggestions for new activities began to flow from the group. Among those hearing of the matter for the first time were the Rossi siblings, particularly Luca, who was especially enthusiastic. Giulia proposed a theatrical performance. Aligning with tradition, Silvia and Ariana suggested a musical performance, also in keeping with tradition. Luca and Lucia proposed that Dante perform magic, which would surely captivate everyone. Dante was left speechless. These proposed activities could generally fit the atmosphere of the Rose Festival, but they would not address the rumors or eliminate misunderstandings. The dilemma troubling the Rossi couple was clearly more complex than that. Ultimately, it was Alice who presented a viable suggestion. She proposed, "I suggest that this year's invitation list include representatives of various professions, one or two from each, to participate as representatives of the common folk. Their first-hand experiences at the banquet could convey the true situation back to their communities, effectively curbing the spread of rumors." Upon hearing this, Lady Rossi's eyes lit up. She thought to herself that this was indeed a brilliant idea. By simply allocating 20 invitation slots, they could effectively dispel the rumors, a strategy well worth pursuing. The others were initially taken aback, but soon praised Alice's cleverness. The atmosphere of the gathering lightened considerably. Dante observed Alice's profile, once again puzzled by how that young girl had transformed into such an astute individual. How could she devise such a clever solution so swiftly? Had she awakened knowledge that transcended her time? Sensing the gaze beside her, Alice beamed at Dante and, in a voice only they could hear, asked, "Why do you keep staring at me? I see you have ideas too. Are you not going to share them?" Dante indeed had thoughts of his own. With his modern perspective, it was not difficult for him to conceive a worthwhile idea. While Alice's suggestion could quell the rumors, he believed that his idea could genuinely mend the rift between the aristocracy and the common folk. However, he was uncertain if his proposal would align with the practical realities. Therefore, he chose to wait until the end to hear everyone's thoughts first. Nodding at Alice, Dante then addressed the group. I have an idea. The Rose Festival could incorporate a charity auction. The 5 leading families could offer items of special significance for bidding at the banquet, with all proceeds donated to assist those in need. Nobles and wealthy participants in the auction would not only acquire the auctioned items, but also gain recognition on the bidding board, earning a reputation for their generosity. To this point, Dante paused deliberately, allowing everyone to comprehend and digest his words. In this world, some nobles and affluent merchants did engage in charitable acts. However, it is generally a matter of charity, donating funds for the repair of bridges and religious edifices. The concept of charity auctions is a novel idea for the nobility of this era. The first to grasp this notion was Alice, who displayed an expression of admiration and remarked, "What an intriguing idea! How did you come up with it? What are your thoughts on the auction items?" Upon hearing Alice's praise, Dante felt a lightness in his body. It just came to me suddenly. There are no restrictions on the auction items. The primary consideration is the preferences of the bidders, as long as it adheres to etiquette and fetches a high price. It doesn't necessarily have to be a tangible object. For instance, the opportunity to have lunch with Her Highness, the third princess, would undoubtedly entice all the prominent families in the capital to spare no expense in securing this chance for their talented youth. With that last remark, Dante himself couldn't help but smile. Alice shot him an amused yet exasperated glance. It's quite impressive that you thought of this. Well, it wouldn't be impossible if you accompanied me. Of course, no problem, he replied. That I asked for the proceeds from the auction. How do we allocate them to assist the needy? Dante pondered for a moment before responding. Every winter, many people in the capital perish from hunger or exposure. We could distribute porridge and warm clothing during the winter months. The clothing would be uniform in style, devoid of any embellishments, crafted from the most inexpensive materials to ensure they reach those who truly need them. That's a good idea. The capital's merchant guild has a textile industry. I can handle that, Alice said. However, this will require a substantial workforce to distribute the porridge and clothing that we could collaborate with the church. They have ample manpower and are willing to engage in such efforts. Indeed, the church is the most suitable choice. Why Mother has connections with a bishop and can reach out to them. At this point, Dante realized that, unbeknownst to them, their conversation had shifted from a group discussion to a private exchange, leaving the others unable to interject. Alice had noticed this earlier, but didn't mind. She relished the sensation of brainstorming ideas with Dante, reminiscent of their childhood games of house. However, as adults, their game would genuinely impact the kingdom. The others gazed in astonishment as these two swiftly resolved such a complex and unprecedented matter with just a few words. The thoughts of the others lagged far behind. They struggled to comprehend, let alone join the discussion. Luca's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at them. The young ladies, including Ariana, regarded Dante and found an inexplicable charm in his serious demeanor, reminiscent of the allure he had exhibited during his magic performance. Duchess Ferrero sighed softly. Selina gazed at her son with a tender and loving smile, mirroring the reaction of Lady Rossi from earlier. Lady Rossi was elated. Combining Alice's and Dante's ideas had filled her with confidence regarding the organization of the upcoming Rose Night. And Owen noticed that Camilla, who was nearby with other attendants awaiting instructions, suddenly focused her gaze on Dante when she heard a particular phrase he uttered. She tilted her head and stared intently at him, a faint smile beginning to appear on her face. Alice, accustomed to the praise, simply accepted it with an elegant smile, while Dante, having rarely experienced such attention, felt a mix of shyness and exhilaration. Soon, others began to join the discussion. Yulia asked, with 4 of the 5 prominent families present, "What about the Colonna family?" Lady Rossi replied, "We will formally send a letter from our family to explain the situation and invite them to collaborate." She then turned to the third princess, asking, "Should we extend a formal invitation for cooperation from our family to the royal family?" Given that the duchesses of the Capafiel and Ferrero families were already present, there was no need to inquire further. The third princess considered for a moment and said, "The king has been unwell recently, so it would be best not to disturb him. We can send a letter to the crown prince. He is likely to be interested and may contribute some valuable auction items." Agreed. When it came to royal matters, Lady Rossi's tone naturally became solemn. Eventually, the group concluded their discussion, and Lady Rossi would report the plan to her husband the following day. Once approved, they would promptly notify everyone else. This was merely a formality, as Lady Rossi believed the current plan was already quite perfect and the Duke would be unlikely to oppose it. Once the plan was finalized, everyone could take independent action. The young men and women present were all thrilled to be involved in the inception of such a meaningful event, with Luca particularly eager to make a significant contribution. Only Sylvia felt out of place. Her family, the Tenaglia, was a modest northern family that could not be compared to the 5 prominent houses. Clearly, it was not appropriate for her to proactively seek participation. Moreover, she lacked the authority to make decisions for her family. As a result, she felt excluded, believing that the excitement and enthusiasm belonged solely to others, as they were fundamentally different from her. That moment, she wore a polite smile, masking her inner disappointment and sorrow, hoping no one would notice her distress. Alice, perceptive as ever, detected Sylvia's emotional turmoil and quickly grasped her thoughts. She proposed, although the charity auction is organized by the 5 prominent families. Other families can also contribute auction items. The more auction items we have, the greater the funds we can raise, and the larger our impact will be. Of course, we must conduct a selection process for the auction items. As time is limited, this was a sound suggestion, and Lady Rossi readily agreed, stating she would introduce this arrangement when warming up the guests. Hearing this, Sylvia's spirits lifted. The Tenaglia family had built their wealth through commerce and had long aspired to ascend to the upper echelons of the kingdom. They would surely seize the opportunity to gain prestige through financial contributions. When she returned home to report on today's gathering, she would emphasize this point, allowing her to fulfill her father's expectations while also joining in with everyone else. Dante, sensitive to the dynamics, also recognized Alice's intent. Naturally, he spoke up, "Regarding the auction items, I have another idea that we could collaboratively create a set of ceramic tableware. Under the guidance of skilled artisans, it wouldn't be difficult, and the process would be quite enjoyable. We could make a dozen sets, donating 10 as auction items, clearly marked as limited editions crafted by our own hands, which would surely be popular. Each of us could also keep a set as a memento of our collaboration." "What do you all think?" Lucia exclaimed excitedly. "Wow, that's a fantastic idea. I can't wait to try it out." Selena chimed in, "It sounds intriguing. Even I want a set of ceramics as a keepsake." Alice also displayed a keen interest. However, Sylvia lowered her head, blinking rapidly, afraid to let her tears escape. In that moment, she felt as though the others genuinely considered her a friend. After finalizing the arrangements for Rose Night, everyone felt a sense of relief, akin to the satisfaction of solving a difficult puzzle. The 3 ladies suggested going to the estate for wine tasting, naturally separating themselves from the younger generation. As they departed, Selena cast Dante a meaningful glance, perhaps implying, "Take care of yourself." Dante, bewildered, thought, "What have I done to deserve this?" At that moment, the sky was clear and breezy, and being amidst the beautiful rose garden, the 7 young people were reluctant to sit idly. Ariana proposed flying kites, and with the pleasant weather this year, the spacious square of the rose garden was indeed suitable for it. Everyone readily agreed. The attendants went to fetch the kites, while the Rossi siblings retrieved their individual kites. Dante suggested taking a stroll in the square, but Sylvia, still affected by her earlier emotions, preferred to sit quietly for a while longer. Yulia appeared somewhat shy, and both politely declined Dante's invitation. Thus, Dante found himself fortunate enough to have some time alone with Alice. The two meandered aimlessly among the various colored rose beds, enjoying the summer breeze and the faint floral fragrance, relishing a long-awaited sense of relaxation and contentment. Suddenly, Alice seemed to recall something, tilting her head with a radiant smile and exclaiming, "Master Dante, I didn't expect that your interest would lie with Yulia." Dante finally understood the meaning behind his mother-esque gaze as she left, lamenting that he had realized it too late. He carefully observed Alice beside him, noting her composed expression, seemingly teasing him as usual. Without any hint of misunderstanding, he let out a sigh of relief, recognizing her keen intellect and that his honesty had been appropriately interpreted. Deeming it normal not to have misunderstood, with a wry smile, he replied, "For various reasons, I am indeed interested in Yulia, but not in a romantic sense. Alicia gently relaxed her brows. So that's how it is? That's good to know that I feel that Julia is not a suitable candidate for marriage in your case. Dante's curiosity was piqued. Oh, why do you say that? It's just my intuition, she replied with a smile. But to speak ill of a lady based solely on feelings is hardly polite. Dante jested. I've completely forgotten. You are now the illustrious third princess of the kingdom, a prominent figure among the younger generation. Second only to the crown prince, not the one from years past. She licked her lips, her gaze fixed upon him. I cannot pretend not to hear disparaging remarks. Dante paused for a moment, only to comprehend her confident statement, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Alicia also broke into a radiant smile as she traced the outline of Dante's somewhat unfamiliar face, his eyebrows like swords, slanting towards his temples, brimming with vitality, inherited from his father, his lips well-defined, often adorned with a polite smile that exuded warmth, reminiscent of Aurora, refined yet sharp, concealing determination and courage within, even hinting at a touch of mystery. Just like his magic and today's performance, bit by bit, she recovered familiar shadows from his visage. Alicia, what's wrong? She suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing she had been lost in thought. Blinking, she chuckled lightly and said in a relaxed tone, It's nothing, only that your transformation is even more significant than I anticipated, making you a bit inscrutable. Yes, that's so. I'll take it as a compliment. Dante mused, gazing at the charmingly smiling Alicia, when a thought suddenly struck him. He tentatively inquired, Oh, clever Princess Alicia, could you enlighten me on who would be the most suitable candidate for my marriage? Dante's voice carried a slight dryness, akin to questioning a magic mirror about a matter that could lead to either happiness or despair. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Some wicked stepmother. Upon hearing the question, Alicia momentarily froze in surprise. Then, as if to shake off a distraction, she shook her head with a hint of a helpless smile. Young Master Dante, to ask me about marriage candidates, you truly do not regard me as an outsider. Since you have brought it up, allow me to ponder. She crossed her arms, her exquisite, fair face turning serious, and a contemplative glimmer appeared in her azure eyes. Firstly, Ariana would be a fine choice. Her character is innocent and lively, and she evidently holds a fondness for you. The Rossi family is also well matched with yours. Secondly, Sylvia is worth considering as well. Her beauty is something even I must genuinely commend, and her nature is gentle and amiable. Moreover, her family is engaged in the iron trade, which will be beneficial to your governance of the southern territories. Hearing such earnest responses, Dante could only smile wryly. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural. Even if she genuinely harbored feelings for him, it was unrealistic to expect a noble princess to reveal her heart simply due to a casual probing from him. Perhaps he was a tad unrealistic. Thank you. I will give it serious thought. After exchanging a few more light-hearted words, Dante noticed Alicia had suddenly fallen silent. He turned to look at her, only to find her eyes closed, chin slightly raised, inhaling the floral fragrance in the breeze, her expression one of relaxation and contentment. The afternoon sun cast a golden glow upon Alicia's stunning visage, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, a beauty beyond compare. At this moment, her loveliness belonged solely to Dante. It was then that he understood what Selena had previously mentioned about Alicia becoming relaxed and at ease in his presence. In truth, he likely felt the same way. After a few breaths, Alicia opened her eyes, her azure gaze sparkling, seemingly in good spirits. Dante felt a sense of healing wash over him and smiled, asking, Do you have a fondness for roses? Well, I don't particularly love them, but I certainly don't dislike them either. Do you remember what flower our mother cherished the most? She inquired, gazing at Dante's face. The iris. The two had lost their mothers in the same year. And speaking of this brought a hint of complexity to Dante's expression. Indeed, Alicia replied nonchalantly with a smile, My favorite is the iris with purple petals and yellow veins. Dante recalled that it was a rare variety. A stunning combination of purple and gold, particularly flamboyant. He looked at Alicia's radiant smile and said earnestly, Indeed, it is a particularly beautiful flower. Alicia's eyes shimmered with a certain warmth as she remarked, What I truly wish to convey is that if they were to see us now, they would surely be pleased. Dante understood her meaning and murmured, "Yes, perhaps they would." For a moment, both fell into silence, quietly savoring the warmth and tacit understanding flowing between them. Time slipped by, until suddenly, from the center of the square, Ariana's clear voice rang out. "Cousin, Princess Alicia, come and choose a kite." Dante smiled, remarking, "She truly does not regard us as outsiders. She could easily have sent a servant, yet she insists on calling out herself." The third princess commended, "That is Ariana's style, and it is precisely what makes her endearing." Upon returning to the pavilion, they found the three Rossi siblings already holding their respective kites. Ariana's kite was shaped like a harp. Luca's kite bore an enlarged emblem of the Rossi family, three golden lilies forming a whirl of flowers, while Lucia's was adorned with a long-legged turtle design. This gentle and endearing creature from the East Coast was beloved by both young and old alike. On the stone table lay numerous kites of various shapes and sizes. Julia and Sylvia had yet to select, clearly waiting for the third princess and Dante to return before choosing together. In this world, kites were crafted with specially treated linen or cotton for the sails, while the frames were typically made from lightweight yet sufficiently strong willow or pine wood, and the lines were fashioned from linen. After a brief look, the group quickly made their selections. Alicia opted for the largest kite, nearly as tall as Lucia, a classic diamond shape. She was brimming with enthusiasm, seemingly in remarkably good spirits today. Julia selected a small knight-shaped kite, while Sylvia chose a medium-sized kite in the shape of a snowflake. Finally, it was Dante's turn. He contemplated carefully. Small kites were easy to launch, but had limited height due to their small sails, while larger kites were more challenging to get off the ground. Ultimately, he settled on a medium-sized diamond kite, having no other intention than that its classic shape was simple and practical. With their kites chosen, the seven of them made their way to a more open area of the square, eagerly commencing their activities. The initial moments were fraught with mishaps, yet filled with a joyous atmosphere. "Hey, step aside, step aside. Our kites are all tangled together." "Sylvia, hurry to my left. My kite has drifted to the right of yours." The lines are getting intertwined." Julia was unusually engaged in the fun. My kite is soaring." "Wait, why has the wind changed?" Ariana always seemed to be having the time of her life. "No, come back. The Rossi family shall never fall." Luca ran backward with the line, nearly causing a crash with Lucia had she not dodged in time. "Luca, watch where you're going. Don't just run around," Lucia exclaimed, exasperated. The wind in the square was quite strong, and Dante had little trouble getting his kite aloft. He glanced around and noticed everyone was thoroughly engrossed in their play. The ladies were all dressed in light, flowing dresses, which did not hinder their movements at all. Their delicate sleeves slipped down their wrists with every action, revealing their elegantly shaped forearms, particularly Alicia, with her chin slightly raised, her slender and graceful neck fully exposed, her arms raised high, showcasing skin as smooth and white as winter's first snow. It was indeed a splendid day for flying kites, and Dante found himself momentarily unable to divert his gaze at if sensing his attention. Alicia turned to him, beaming, and gestured with her eyes for him to look up at the sky. Following her gaze, Dante looked up to see the enormous kite steadily soaring above, dancing in the wind. Suddenly, a court lady approached the third princess, softly reporting something. Moments later, Alicia nodded, her expression unchanged. She stepped in front of Dante and, with a hint of regret, said, "Young Master Dante, I must take my leave now. Let us meet again next time." Dante's face reflected reluctance. "So soon?" As Alice beheld Dante's expression, she broke into a radiant smile. Handing over the spool of string for the large kite into his hands, with a cheerful tone, she urged, "Do not be disheartened. Here, take this, and make sure to enjoy it for me." Reluctantly, Dante accepted the spool, grateful that, with Camilla's assistance over the past few days, he had undergone a form of therapeutic training for such situations. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to accept anything from another's hands. Not even from Alice. Alice turned to depart, bidding farewell to the others. Dante watched her retreating figure, graceful, self-assured, and astutely intelligent, her beauty capable of quickening one's heart for a lifetime. When in her company, he felt no pressure. Instead, A sense of inexplicable ease and reassurance enveloped him that if he could truly bring her into his home, he would undoubtedly be the happiest of men. Suddenly, he recalled his conversation with Selina, and no one would wait for him indefinitely. The world never paused for anyone. In that moment, he felt an intense urge to act, to strive for what he desired. After Alice's departure, the wind continued to blow, and the kites held by the 6 individuals danced in the sky. However, Dante had replaced his original kite with Alice's, not for any other reason than that he had promised to enjoy it on her behalf, and a promise must be honored. Yet, the winds are ever fickle. Without warning, the easterly breeze transformed into a northern gale. The kites, once soaring high, suddenly dipped low, as if about to plummet. The 6 individuals became flustered, scrambling to reel in the lines and reposition themselves. The kites twisted and turned chaotically in the air, some even rolling in circles. Abruptly, a heart-shaped kite and a massive one crossed paths before their respective owners could react, one veering left and the other right, their strings entwining. Coincidentally, the smaller kite, akin to a mischievous puppy, began to tumble wildly in the air, causing the 2 lines to intertwine. Despite their owners' frantic efforts to disentangle them, both kites ultimately fell to the ground. Ariana and Dante's eyes met, both registering the other's comically distressed expressions, and they simultaneously erupted into laughter. Together, they went to retrieve the fallen kites, first following the strings to the knot, and amidst a flurry of activity, they managed to unwind the tangled threads. Ariana's joyous laughter echoed intermittently, and Dante found himself enchanted by her vivacious spirit, deeming the experience thoroughly delightful. As they gathered the strings, they approached the spot where the kites had landed. Ariana's kite had not soared as high as Dante's and was quickly located. However, after picking it up, she did not continue to play, but instead accompanied Dante to retrieve his kite. As they walked, she suddenly expressed a hint of regret, saying, "Oh, cousin, it is a pity that when we were younger, aunt and grandfather were not on good terms, and our families seldom interacted. If only we had known each other back then. We could have played together often." Dante recalled his childhood, when Selina insisted on following their father, even if it meant becoming a mistress. Duke Rossi deemed Selina a disgrace to the family name and severed all ties, treating her as if she had never been born. Unexpectedly, fate proved capricious. With Aurora's sudden passing, Selina later became the indisputable Duchess of Coppofield. Duke Rossi, recognizing his misjudgment, sought to mend relations, and gradually, the families rekindled their connection. If only he had grown up alongside this lively and charming cousin. A smile unconsciously graced his lips as he replied, "Indeed, had we grown up together, we would surely have amassed many amusing memories akin to today." "Yes, that is exactly what I was thinking." Ariana clapped her hands in delight, forgetting that she still held the kite and spool. Ouch! The wooden spool lightly struck her finger, prompting a pained gasp as she quickly checked the kite for any damage. Once assured it was unharmed, she exhaled in relief, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as she said, "Ah, this is a kite I made myself. It took me 2 days to craft." "2 days?" Dante questioned, perplexed as to why making a kite would require such time. "Surely, you did not weave the fabric by hand." Ariana awkwardly explained, "Well, the first one wouldn't fly, and the second one spun around. This is my 3rd attempt." Dante, ever the master of expression, nearly faltered, managing only to emit a vague sound. "I seem to have digressed. What I meant to say is that my younger siblings are more than 3 years my junior, and we seldom have the chance to play together. Having you as my cousin is truly wonderful." Dante nodded in agreement. "I am equally delighted to be connected as cousins through our mother." Upon hearing his response, Ariana's eyes sparkled with delight, her expression utterly endearing. In their conversation, they reached the spot where Dante's kite had fallen. After a brief inspection, he found it to be in good condition. He turned to call for his cousin to return, only to find Ariana standing before a patch of red roses. A touch of shyness colored her voice as she called out, "Cousin." "What is it?" Dante inquired, puzzled. Before he could finish his question, he watched as Ariana lightly twirled on her toes, her ample skirt blossoming like a pink rosebud before him, each petal unfurling to reveal her youthful, vibrant charm, only to gradually wilt back into stillness. The transformation from bloom to decay unfolded in but a brief moment, yet Dante vividly recalled the most exquisite scene. A lively young maiden blooming under the summer sun, casting a backdrop of countless radiant red roses into mere embellishment. "Cousin, am I beautiful?" Ariana asked, her gaze slightly lowered, clutching the harp-shaped kite she had crafted. "Beautiful," Dante answered truthfully. "Do you like me?" The blush on her cheeks was unmistakable. In that instant, it felt as though the wind and time itself had been siphoned away, leaving only the sound of their voices. "What I mean is, if you feel the same way about me, perhaps we could try to meet alone in the future." Ariana's face was a mixture of anticipation and shyness, a surprising contrast to her normally exuberant demeanor. After a brief silence, Dante, feeling as though he had committed a faux pas, lowered his gaze and said, "I apologize, but I already have someone I care for." Ariana's expression dimmed, her earlier excitement withering away. She hung her head, responding with a soft, "Oh." Moments later, she turned to leave, eager to escape the situation. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, "Wait, Ariana." She did not turn but paused in her tracks. Dante continued, "What I said earlier was sincere. I'm truly glad to have met you and cherish having you as my cousin. I hope we can continue to be family." Ariana offered no reply, merely lowering her gaze as she departed, clutching the kite. Dante stood silently for a moment, sighing deeply. What had he just said? Even he struggled to comprehend the sentiments he wished to convey. If only it had been Alice in that moment. She would surely have articulated the most fitting words to ease the awkwardness and perhaps even offer comfort. As Dante returned to the central square. The three ladies had also returned, and the group resumed their light-hearted chatter in the pavilion. "The wine earlier was delightful. You all must try it," Selina remarked. Lady Rossi generously added, "Everyone has been a great help today, particularly Dante and Alice. Please take a few bottles home with you." Lady Ferrero chimed in. "Oh, your face seems a bit flushed. Did you perhaps drink too much?" Lady Rossi denied it. "No, I haven't. It must be the sun." She then turned to Ariana. "Ah, why is your face also a bit red?" Ariana replied, "Well, I should be the one sunburned, mother. You haven't been in the sun this afternoon." Lady Rossi retorted, "Oh, how could you say such things?" Laughter erupted among the group, creating a joyful atmosphere, save for the two who had just retrieved the kites. Ariana, usually so vibrant and full of life, now wore a more subdued expression. Dante, though less overtly affected, spoke less and appeared troubled, his thoughts drifting as he absorbed the conversations around him. While others remained oblivious, Selina soon discerned her son's unusual demeanor. After a brief period of idle chatter among the guests, she glanced at the clock and decided it was time to take her leave. Observing her departure, the others also felt it was time to bid farewell. Thus, the gathering in the rose garden came to an end. Once in the carriage, Selina turned to face Dante. This moment, the carriage contained only the two of them, mother and son. With a warm smile, she inquired, "So, what has transpired?" Dante regarded the seemingly unconcerned Selina with a wry smile and recounted in detail the events of the afternoon involving Ariana. After listening intently, Selina expressed her confusion. "Is that all? I had thought you had proposed to the third princess and had been rejected." "Propose?" Dante's expression became blank. The sudden conjunction of that term with her name struck him with an inexplicable force. "Indeed, do you not intend to propose to her?" She leaned forward slightly, her face alight with curiosity. Well, Dante felt his cheeks flush. Fortunately, after being teased by Selina so often, he had learned to respond in kind. "Mother, we are discussing your niece. Let's not stray from the topic." "Very well, I understand." Selina relaxed against her seat, speaking with ease. "There is no need to worry about Ariana. The Rossi family will handle it well. You will still be cousins, and the relationship between our families will remain unaffected. The Rossi family will manage." "Indeed. What is the Rossi family's motto?" "The more friends one has, the fewer enemies one faces." Dante replied, "Correct. Maintaining good relations with all parties is a tradition of the Rossi family and the very foundation of our existence. Mediation, networking, and negotiations are the Rossi family's forte. If we cannot handle such a minor matter without damaging our relations, how will your parents inherit the Rossi legacy?" Dante found her reasoning sound, yet he still wished to take some action. "I still feel somewhat uneasy. Is there anything we can do?" A gentle smile graced Selena's lips. Indeed, our Dante is a good boy. Who was it that recently remarked you were no longer a child and of marrying age? Well, what can I say? I've watched you grow up, and I still remember how you looked as a child. Enough of that, Selena interjected. Just interact normally with her. Perhaps invite her and her siblings to meet. If you truly wish to do something, you could consider giving her a small gift. That is a splendid idea, Dante thought, his mind brimming with possibilities. Selena continued. Ariana may have gathered the courage to approach you after hearing you express fondness for Alice and Julia. She is indeed a brave girl. Indeed, Dante perceived Ariana's actions today as far bolder than his own. He also found himself quite fond of her lively and genuine character. However, the image of her anticipation fading when she faced rejection lingered in his mind, leaving him concerned that a rift might develop between them. Dante asked with concern, how will the Rossi family handle this? Can the relationship truly be restored to its former state? Looking at Dante's face, Selena suddenly understood that her son desired more than a superficial restoration of their relationship. He yearned for genuine friendship. Though this was an unexpected turn of events, it was not unwelcome. After a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, the Rossi family will counsel her to mend ties with you. But this will only be a fade. The awkwardness of today and the disappointment of unfulfilled expectations will remain like a sharp thorn between you. Only by completely removing this thorn and establishing a new relationship can you truly return to your previous state, or even deepen your friendship in the future. Dante was perplexed. Why must it be friendship? We are relatives. Should it not be familial affection? You share neither blood ties nor common experiences with her. Where then lies the familial bond? You must start as friends. Trust me, this is the right approach. Her conviction was palpable, and a hint of mystery danced in her smile. Dante humbly sought guidance. Then how do we remove this thorn and rebuild our relationship? Selena chuckled. Dante, the dynamics between people are both wondrous and intricate. Your relationship on the surface is that of cousins, yet deep down, she harbors feelings for you, while you initially wish to remain distant. Now, you desire to be true cousins. The disparity in your thoughts and desires is bound to lead to a rupture. It was merely a matter of time. However, addressing it openly is beneficial. A friendship can be more stable and equally intimate. I will share a few fundamental principles with you. How to implement them is for you to ponder that on the road to the capital, within a lavish carriage adorned with the emblem of 3 golden lilies. Lady Rossi rested with her eyes closed. The youthful and vivacious Ariana was unusually quiet, resting her chin on her hand as she stared vacantly at the street outside. Lucia noticed her elder sister's unusual demeanor and sighed. Suddenly, she brought her fingers together and, with remarkable intensity, poked Ariana in the side, akin to a hunting eagle. Startled by this unexpected attack, Ariana leapt like a frightened rabbit, her earlier thoughts scattered. Hey, Lucia, what are you doing? You know I despise that. I called you twice, and you didn't respond at all, Lucia replied, raising her hands innocently to, oh, is that so? My apologies, I suppose I was lost in thought. Luca glanced at his twin sisters, thinking to himself that Lucia hadn't called Ariana at all. She was merely deceiving her. Sister, your hair is a bit disheveled. Let me fix it for you, Lucia offered kindly to, oh, that would be lovely. Thank you, Ariana responded, turning her back comfortably and tilting her head slightly to allow her silky, chestnut hair to fall toward her sister. Indeed, sister, your hair is truly beautiful. It feels so delightful to touch. By the way, what are you thinking about so deeply? Ariana lamented. Sigh, I asked my cousin if I was beautiful, and he said I was. When I asked if he liked me, he said he had someone he liked already. Alas, I have disappointed the family, and my cousin is so handsome, especially when he is serious. He has such charm. Lady Rossi had been attentively listening to her daughter's conversation and offered comforting words. It is all right. Ariana, having the courage to ask is commendable. It is good to know the other person's feelings early on. You're legally cousins, and you can still spend time together. I support you and Lucia in forging a closer bond with Dante. The Copperfield family is a friend of the Rossi family. Lucia interjected, absolutely. Being cousins is the best. Just enjoy good food and fun together. Marrying him would only place you in the middle of familial complications between him and your own family. Lucia, Lady Rossi chided gently. Lucia chuckled mischievously. Well, he did say he liked having me as his cousin. We could still spend time with him and watch him perform magic tricks. Ariana began to regain her spirits. Lady Rossi smiled. Dante is the heir of the Copperfield family. He indeed has the freedom to choose whom he wishes to court. Ariana, you are my eldest daughter. You too can select your future spouse, as long as it is from among the candidates the family presents. All right, mother, you must help me choose wisely that I desire someone handsome, charming, and gallant, with a good temperament, and preferably someone who is engaging in conversation. Though Ariana felt a twinge of disappointment, not knowing how to face her cousin, at least for now, she had returned to her lively self, happily chatting with her mother. Meanwhile, Lucas suddenly appeared sullen. Lucia, noticing her brother's demeanor, asked curiously, "What is wrong with you? Have you been rejected too?" Luca turned his face away. "No, come on. Tell me. I'll help you figure out," Lucia urged. Luca muttered, "Lucia, sometimes I think you would be more suited to be the future head of the Rossi family. You are clever and excel at making friends." Lucia laughed. "My dear brother, although our family motto is the more friends, the fewer enemies, not every head of the Rossi family has been adept at making friends. Moreover, you possess talents that I do not." "What talents?" Luca's eyes widened. "Well, eating. Though I consume faster, you always end up eating the most cherries." Lucia stated seriously. "That I won't talk to you anymore." Luca pouted. "Huh. All right, don't be upset. My beloved brother, in all seriousness, having a clear goal and working diligently towards it is your true talent. As long as you persist in your efforts, who can claim that by the time you reach the age of 20, you cannot be as exceptional as Princess Alice?" Luca pondered for a moment, realizing that he had heard that Princess Alice was once an ordinary little girl, gaining prominence over the past few years. But what must he do to achieve such excellence? "Lucia, sometimes I simply cannot comprehend what adults are saying, nor do I understand why they suddenly laugh or become angry. What must I do to become as outstanding as Princess Alice when I turn 20? This is undoubtedly not an easy task, but you still have ample time. You could pay attention during meals, not merely focusing on eating, but also listening in on the conversations of the adults. You might sit beside your parents while they chat, asking questions about anything you do not understand. And you could interact more with Princess Alice, gradually learning how she speaks, acts, and thinks." Luca's eyes sparkled with excitement. But upon hearing the last sentence, his small face wrinkled in concern. "How can I have more opportunities to interact with Princess Alice? She never attends ordinary invitations or gatherings." "Silly brother, if you maintain a close relationship with your cousin, you will naturally have the chance to see Princess Alice. Have you not noticed that she has never turned down an invitation from your cousin?" Luca felt as if a light had dawned upon him, gazing at Lucia with admiration. It turns out that being friends with his cousin brings so many benefits. Looking at his twin sister, he asked, "Sister, you are so impressive. What do you wish to do when you grow up?" "As for me," Lucia said, stretching comfortably and leaning back in her chair, "I simply want to enjoy my life until I turn 18, then marry someone who is not unpleasant to look at and easy to please. After that, I wish to continue enjoying life. Each day should be filled with delightful food, fine clothing, and engaging company, living joyfully and beautifully, just like our mother. That is the future I desire." The young girl appeared utterly content, resembling a long-legged sea turtle basking in the sun on a pristine beach. Perhaps in the future, she would meet someone she wished to love or find something worth striving for. However, at the age of 12, she was quite satisfied with her life plan. Maybe, as a daughter of the Rossi family, her wishes could indeed come true. A luxurious carriage adorned with the Ferrero family crest was making its way back to the capital. The Ferrero crest featured a fierce, two-headed eagle, each head scanning its surroundings while clutching a palm leaf in its talon. Inside this carriage, a conversation of an entirely different atmosphere was unfolding between mother and daughter. Ever since hearing Dante's thoughts about her daughter, the Duchess of Ferrero had been in high spirits. She gazed at Yulia's serene and beautiful face, smiling as she said, "Yulia, you have done well." Upon suddenly receiving her mother's praise, Yulia's heart began to race. She nervously glanced at her mother, then lowered her eyes, hesitating as she asked, "Mother, what do you mean?" "Of course, I am referring to today's events. The heir of the Copperfield family has expressed clear feelings for you. Starting tomorrow, you shall arrange to meet him alone and finalize the engagement as soon as possible." Yulia fell silent. The Duchess of Ferrero sensed an unsettling premonition rising within her and frowned. "What is it? Are you unwilling?" After a brief pause, Yulia, as if steeling herself, gradually lifted her head, her face resolute. "Mother, I do not like him, and I will not marry him." The Duchess's expression darkened, struggling to suppress her growing anger. "Why? I can see that you do not dislike him." Yulia nodded. "I do not dislike him, but I do not like him either, and I am unwilling to marry him if you are unwilling to marry him." "Then why did you agree to participate in the social gathering in the first place?" "I fought for opportunities for you, arranged everything, and took time to accompany you each time. Now that he has feelings for you and success is within reach. You say you do not wish to marry him. Do you think this is merely a child's game?" Her daughter's capricious and irresponsible words finally ignited the Duchess's fury, causing her to vent her anger like a shrew. "I am sorry, mother. It is my fault." Yulia lowered her head, turning her gaze away, shame written across her face, but no hint of regret. She slowly suppressed her anger and regained her composure. The Duchess understood her daughter well. Although Yulia appeared gentle and indifferent to most matters, it was only because she did not care about them. When faced with something she valued, or once she made up her mind, she would become astonishingly stubborn. Refusing to yield no matter the circumstances, the Duchess spoke as calmly as she could. "Yulia, you are already 17. You must eventually marry. Dante Coppophil will one day be the protector of the southern territories, and his wife will be the Duchess. Moreover, after several encounters, I can attest that his looks, character, and abilities are quite impressive, entirely contrary to the rumors. Ariana and Sylvia both clearly hold him in high regard. And even the three princesses are willing to befriend him. Is he not good enough for you? What kind of person would make you fall for him? Do you wish to marry the Crown Prince?" The Crown Prince was extraordinarily handsome, in his 20s, and already married. The last remark was, of course, said in anger. Yulia lifted her head, her lips moving slightly before she muttered, "I truly do not like him. I am sorry." The Duchess's patience was wearing thin, her expression turning serious. "Yulia, this matter was originally just my idea, a desire to help you find a good husband. But now, the family has a clear opinion, and you must find a way to secure the engagement." Yulia looked astonished. "How could this happen? Even I do not know the reason. However, regardless of the cause, you must obey the family's command. You do remember what our family's motto is, do you not?" Her tone turned cold that Yulia's shoulders trembled as she murmured, "Everything for the family." As the carriage turned a corner, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, yet she felt no warmth. On this day, Yulia felt unprecedented sorrow for being born into the Ferrero family. In the evening, at the Coppophil family's inner residence, the lush courtyard was bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, and the air was fragrant with hints of lemon and lavender. Servants moved silently in and out of the courtyard, clearing the marble table of its dishes, replacing them with fresh fruits, and pouring drinks for the two individuals. The flickering candlelight gradually became the main feature of the courtyard as night fell, that a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness, that a pair of non-blood-related mother and son sat at a marble dining table, clad in light silk garments, savoring the tranquility and luxury of the moment. Camila and another close maid stood not far away. Suddenly, Selina recalled something and spoke. "By the way, what is going on with Yulia? Why have you suddenly taken an interest in her?" Dante, curious, replied, "Oh, you are only asking now. I thought you would inquire as soon as we left the estate. What is there to ask? You do not like her. It is merely curiosity stemming from reasons I am unaware of." She took a disinterested sip of her wine. Dante admired her perceptiveness. "Exactly. I forgot to mention that the saint of the church has recommended my marriage to Yulia without providing a reason, which has naturally piqued my curiosity." Selina's expression darkened. "Does the church intend to meddle in our family affairs?" Dante quickly clarified, sensing his stepmother's misunderstanding. No. She mentioned it was merely a suggestion. I will make my own decision." Her expression gradually softened, and she earnestly advised, "Dante, you are to become the head of the family. Remember, the marriage of the heir is typically decided by the family head." Sometimes the heir may decide, but absolutely no outside influence should dictate it. Dante nodded earnestly. In moments like these, he would feel the weight of his father and stepmother's long-held positions, realizing how much he still lacked in comparison to them in terms of thought and experience. After a moment of contemplation, Selina shook her head. I cannot think of a specific reason either. Perhaps the saint has known Yulia previously, or there may be other factors we do not understand. Suddenly, she asked with interest. By the way, the three princesses must have inquired about Yulia. What was their reaction? Dante recounted their conversation and his later inquiry to Alice about suitable marriage candidates. Selina chuckled. You are being overly optimistic. Do you expect them to directly suggest that you choose yourself? Dante awkwardly ruffled his hair, uncertain of what he had been thinking at that moment. Well, her reactions and responses were quite appropriate, with not a single flaw to be found, consistent with her usual demeanor, Selina mused. However, I can't shake off this inexplicable sense of strangeness. What do you mean? Dante asked, perplexed. I can't quite articulate it. I just feel this way. Well, she continued, if it were so easily discernible, she wouldn't be the genius third princess. The most crucial matter at hand is, a smug smile graced her face. Dante, have you made up your mind to pursue her? Faced with Selina's incisive inquiry, Dante took a deep gulp of the fruit wine in his glass and sighed. I do indeed like her. Yet there are countless admirers among the kingdom's nobility. I can scarcely touch a finger to her, and even if I were to pursue her, I would likely face rejection. The remnants of Dante's innate self-doubt combined with his rationality to yield an exceptionally pessimistic forecast, which now stood as the greatest obstacle to his forward motion. Selina regarded him with profound intensity for a moment before suddenly speaking with utmost seriousness. Indeed, you shall contend with fierce competition. The third princess possesses a distinctive allure that ordinary noble women cannot hope to rival, and those pursuing her stretch from the capital to the western territories. Your family's illness cannot assist you. You must devise your own means. However, Dante, when it comes to lineage, character, and talent, you are by no means inferior to others. Moreover, you have known each other since childhood, sharing profound experiences that have forged a unique bond. Why do you believe she would never choose you? Dante fell silent. Yet the warmth within him gradually intensified. Selina stoked the flames further. She is of your age, and in no more than a year. She must marry, that if you do not pursue her, are you content to watch her wed another? The heir of the Colonna family has been relentlessly courting her. Dante felt as though he had been struck with a heavy blow to the forehead. To see her marry another? The Colonna family. They are the rivals of my own. If she were to become the Duchess of Colonna, and one day our families went to war, I would have to stand against her. I can absolutely not accept such a fate. The decision nearly slipped from his lips, but a final hesitation lingered within. Our current relationship is incredibly close, almost like family. If I were to pursue her and fail, would it not mirror the situation with Ariana, ultimately damaging our existing bond? A graceful smile adorned Selina's face, yet her words cut deeply. Since you have developed feelings for her, but cannot bear the thought of her marrying another. Your original relationship has become nothing more than a facade. Its collapse is merely a matter of time. Just as the flowers in this courtyard flourish vibrantly in summer, they will desolately in winter. And winter, indeed, will come. The courtyard fell into an extended silence, while in the distance, Camilla and the young maid, though unable to hear the conversation, seemed to sense the palpable tension. Selina's maid lowered her head. Striving to render herself inconspicuous, Camilla, on the other hand, regarded Dante with a stoic expression. After a long pause, Dante finally spoke with resignation. Mother, I realize you are filled with mischief. I must ponder this further. Selina laughed, as if flattered by the compliment, the sound of her melodious laughter somewhat alleviating his inner turmoil. She gently reassured him, of course, you have time. First, handle matters with Ariana, and, in the meantime, gather some experience in dealing with young ladies, as you are still quite lacking in that regard. Patience is key. One cannot rush a hot porridge. Understanding this principle, Selina shifted the topic. By the way, are you aware of the curse within the royal bloodline? This subject piqued Dante's curiosity. Oh, is there such a thing? Indeed, it is a royal secret, known only to ancient families who have uncovered and documented relevant information. After taking a leisurely sip of her wine, she continued, according to the records of the Rossi family, every member of the Visconti family possesses remarkable beauty, yet most harbor peculiarities, with many being profound thinkers and a few exhibiting mild to moderate madness. Are they truly all peculiar? What kinds of peculiarities? Dante's inquisitive nature was ignited, yet unease crept in, fearing answers he did not wish to hear. According to the Rossi family records, the majority have some eccentricity, as if cursed, and these peculiarities vary widely. Some obsessively collect gloves of different materials, amassing over 1,000 pairs by the time they pass. Others possess bizarre fetishes, while some only consume food they have raised or harvested themselves. Living in complete self-sufficiency, and, astonishingly, many enjoy long lives. There are those who must change outfits 5 times a day, becoming irritable if they miss a single change. These are considered mild. There are more terrifying cases, such as a man who frequently changes wives and a woman who must treat others' wounds daily. Well, that's not too terrifying, is it? Selina displayed a mischievous smile. The first case, those who marry that man often meet with untimely deaths within a year. He then immediately remarries, endlessly repeating this cycle. I believe you can guess how his wives have perished. As for the second, that woman would daily cut into living flesh and carefully tend to the wounds. Initially, it was small animals, then servants, until finally her parents isolated her, leaving no further news of her. Dante felt as though he were listening to a horror story. He swallowed hard and asked, "And what of the king?" Selina's smile vanished, her expression turning grave. He likely harbors an extreme lust for power. Upon the death of his brother, the former king, he, as regent, coldly murdered his brother's 2 sons, both just over 10 years old, the very next day. Furthermore, to annex the duchy of Urbino, he would sacrifice his own flesh and blood. Hearing this, Dante's expression grew complex. In short, one can never be too cautious around this king, Dante remarked. What of the first prince and the fourth prince? The fourth prince is still quite young, so it is difficult to ascertain much. However, rumors suggest he has recently become obsessed with woodworking, sleeping with pieces of wood each night. As for the first prince, Selina leaned in, beckoning him closer. Dante complied, and she whispered 2 sentences. After hearing them, Dante felt a chill wash over him. The incredibly handsome first prince, renowned as the most beautiful man in the capital, had. Selina wore a satisfied smile. The joy of sharing gossip was both exhilarating and delightfully simple. And what about Alice? His voice trembled with equal parts anxiety, curiosity, and concern. Selina smiled mysteriously, but offered no reply. Dante discerned his stepmother's old habit resurfacing, growing impatient. "Mother, stop teasing me and tell me already." She laughed. "Haha, it's not that I'm trying to tease you. I simply do not know that shouldn't you be the one who knows the most about our enigmatic third princess? This is a question I wish to ask you as well." She took a leisurely sip of her wine, observing her son, who first appeared stunned, then fell into contemplation. Dante recalled his childhood encounters with the third princess and the instances from this year, but could not pinpoint any peculiarities worthy of mention. In her youth, she had been quite ordinary and normal, occasionally throwing small tantrums or charmingly pouting to win her requests. As she matured, her demeanor in public was flawless. The third princess epitomized nobility, grace, beauty, and genius. In private, she was relaxed and natural, her emotions and moods openly conveyed. Dante couldn't help but smile. "I can't think of anything. Perhaps she is an exception among the majority. Moreover, even if she possessed minor eccentricities, what of it? To outsiders, my own affliction might also be considered a severe peculiarity." Selina regarded him with an expression that clearly conveyed, "You are in trouble." Unable to withstand her gaze, Dante threw up his hands in surrender. "I genuinely cannot think of anything." "What do you believe?" Selina gently swirled her wine glass, hesitantly suggesting, perhaps her unusual enthusiasm for business is her quirk. Or maybe her peculiarity is deeply concealed, imperceptible to outsiders. Or, as you mentioned, she may truly be a fortunate soul blessed by the divine. Dante nodded, feeling that Alice was so perfect. How could she possibly harbor any oddities? Suddenly, Selina grinned playfully. Perhaps it is an eccentricity of that nature. She may not even realize it herself before marriage. Dante sighed in resignation. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to bathe. I have healing practice this evening. And no sooner had he spoken than Selina's smile vanished, her gaze sharpening into something serious. First, answer me one question. Since accompanying me to the chapel, you have had no contact with the church. I have arranged a social gathering for you. It is all planned for the future. Could you tell me when the holy maiden of the church recommended Yulia to you? The pressure in her gaze descended upon him like a sudden summer downpour, overwhelming him entirely. Dante felt as though he were drenched to the bone, with no means of escape. Confronted by Selina's probing inquiries, Dante opened his mouth slightly, yet found himself utterly unable to respond. He had never anticipated that she would be so perceptive. A seemingly innocuous statement of his was immediately discerned by his stepmother as problematic. There was no possibility of explanation. He need not even consult Irene to know that the secrets of the mysterious realm and knowledge of other worlds were the utmost confidential matters that must never be disclosed to outsiders. With no other recourse, he could only resort to the tactics of his childhood. Channeling Alice, I am truly sorry, mother. I cannot divulge anything at this moment, but I promise to inform you the instant I can. All right. After uttering these words, he lowered his head slightly, his face a portrait of sincerity and the guilt of having to keep secrets from his family. Selina, choking on her wine, coughed and replied, All right, just remember what you promised me. Dante was astonished. His stepmother had actually fallen for this ruse. Why had he not discovered her susceptibility sooner? Selina patted her chest, taking a moment to regain her composure. Suddenly, though she was not old, a spark of realization ignited within her. She fixed her gaze on her son and remarked with a smile, Ah, quite clever. You connect with my heart, yet play tricks on me. Dante shivered. It seemed this tactic was not universally applicable. Eventually, after Dante had managed to placate Selina, she coldly laughed and remarked, It may be overlooked by me, but should anyone else discover it, the secrets between you and the church would be exposed. I need not guess to know that would inevitably lead to dire consequences. Dante nodded earnestly. Thank you for your warning, mother. The slip this time was undoubtedly due to the deep bond he shared with his stepmother, rendering him unguarded. However, the fundamental reason lay in his own lack of necessary vigilance. He silently vowed within himself never to commit the same error again. Finally, Selina could not help but admonish him once more. Dante, there are no free lunches in this world. Do be cautious. After Dante departed, she sat quietly alone in the courtyard for a while, at times revealing a satisfied smile, while at others, furrowing her lovely brows. Her plans concerning Dante appeared to progress smoothly, yet the enigmatic matters surrounding the church continued to unsettle her. She rose and made her way to the study, where she penned a letter in veiled language detailing recent events, seeking the Duke of Confier's opinion on two matters. First, regarding Dante's pursuit of the third princess, she expressed her support and inquired about the opposing view. Second, concerning Dante's collaboration with the church. She expressed her disapproval and sought the opposing stance. Upon completing the letter, she summoned Bloodguard to Chiao, instructing him to dispatch it via the most reliable messenger pigeons to the southern fortress. Observing the rare seriousness etched upon his mistress's face, De Chiao understood the importance of the matter and solemnly accepted the letter, promptly arranging for its delivery. That evening, under the cover of night, 4 messenger pigeons simultaneously took flight from the capital. 3 carried false letters to shield the one bearing the truth as it soared toward the south. The following morning, Camilla, curled up like a child, awoke from her slumber. She lay there for a moment, wiping away the tears at the corner of her eyes before sitting up. Clad in her maid's attire, she filled 2 basins with water, using one for her own washing and carrying the other to the outer chamber of Master Dante's bedroom. After completing her morning meditation training, she retrieved her breakfast of dry bread, oatmeal, cold cuts, and milk from the kitchen, as the personal maid to the Bloodguard and the young master. Her breakfast was far superior in quality and quantity to that of ordinary attendants, as the young master's breakfast was still being prepared. She did not return to her room, but instead quickly finished her meal in the kitchen alongside the other servants. Subsequently, she found herself idly waiting in the kitchen, entering a state of expressionless calm, her mind empty. Throughout the duration, no one approached her to strike up a conversation. Before becoming the young master's personal maid, Although Camilla had a peculiar disposition, she was in the bloom of youth. With a striking appearance, her agility in the training grounds resembled that of a lithe and powerful female leopard, garnering her considerable admiration from many guards and blood guards. However, without exception, all suitors who expressed their affection were met with her unhesitating rejections. Camilla held no interest in such matters, merely finding them bothersome. Fortunately, the strict regulations of the Cofier family, led by the battle-hardened Duke of the South who governed his household akin to military discipline, ensured that no one dared harbor ill intentions toward her. Since becoming the young master's personal maid, those troubles had ceased, and she was thoroughly content with her current responsibilities. Once the young master's breakfast was prepared, she returned to the outer chamber of his bedroom with the tray. It was not long before the young master emerged from his meditation, with the adjustment to his daily routine. The kitchen had also altered its meal preparation schedule to ensure the young master could enjoy a steaming hot breakfast. While the young master dined, the estate's steward arrived, discussing a multitude of matters that she could not comprehend. She only recalled the young master mentioning that he wished for the family of the paper craftsman to also move into the estate, along with some other requests that the steward happily accepted. The young master was truly remarkable, possessing knowledge of so many things. It was akin to having an elder brother, yet even such an erudite young master bore his own burdens. Life could be exceedingly arduous. She vividly remembered the troubled expression on the young master's face during their conversation with the lady last night. After concluding his meeting, he did not head to the training grounds to practice that marvelous fire magic as usual. Instead, he began to wander the estate. It seemed he strolled aimlessly, occasionally pausing at certain spots, such as a small room, beneath a large tree, or in front of a clearing. In these places, he stood silently, as though observing the immediate surroundings while his gaze appeared to drift far beyond. Suddenly, as if recalling something, the young master turned to her and said, "Camilla, you may head to training first. We shall be going out this afternoon to the estate outside the city." Camilla did not inquire further, merely nodding before turning to leave. She arranged the preparations for the young master's afternoon outing, delegating her responsibilities to her fellow blood guards temporarily before changing her attire to commence her daily training. On a May morning, the air still bore a hint of chill. However, she engaged in high-intensity combat training, and before long, her clothes were drenched in sweat. Each training session pushed her body to its limits. Curiously, the more exhausted she became, the more serene her mind felt. Only by reaching the limits of agony could her taut spirit find some relief. Fortunately, her rationality prevailed, reminding her that overtraining could ruin her body. Otherwise, she might have already collapsed from fatigue on the training grounds. 2 hours swiftly passed, and Camilla completed her training for the day. Having just finished, she was soaked in perspiration, with beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and neck, saturating her clothing and causing the fabric to cling closely to her form. Her complexion glowed with a healthy flush. Her breathing quickened and slightly labored, as her chest rose and fell rhythmically. Strands of hair, dampened by sweat, clung to her cheeks. She instinctively raised a hand to wipe the beads from her forehead, presenting a figure that was both fatigued and brimming with vitality, bathed in sunlight. Her fiery red hair distinctly radiated youth and health. After training, Camilla, adhering to her recently formed habit, prepared to cleanse herself. She was acutely aware of the young master's fastidiousness, and as a result, she now bathed twice daily, feeling as though she had never been so particular before. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Today, the young master would be in the estate. Perhaps she could indulge in a hot bath this morning. Without hesitation, she set about the task, and before long, she found herself luxuriating in a steaming bath. As a novice mage, she could easily heat the water using magic, but such an idea had rarely crossed her mind before. Camilla's shoulders gradually submerged into the water, the warmth enveloping her body, with wisps of steam rising from the surface, permeating the air. She gently closed her eyes, her face reflecting relaxation and satisfaction. Suddenly, she became aware of the fact that perhaps she had been living too comfortably of late and was beginning to grow complacent. Such a situation is indeed unsatisfactory. One cannot bear to disappoint one's mother. She abruptly rose to her feet, droplets of water cascading down her form, revealing the overlapping bruises and scars. remnants of the injuries sustained throughout the years of executing missions and rigorous training. These marks served as invisible shackles, binding this young maiden day and night. When Camilla found Master Dante, he was seated on the ground against the wall in a secluded side chamber, an uncommon sight. With a countenance reflecting a blend of reminiscence and contemplation, she chose not to enter, instead standing quietly at the threshold, observing him. As her initial trepidation gradually faded, and her silver-gray eyes regained their serene composure. After lunch, Camilla accompanied Dante in a carriage to the estate outside the city. Master Dante visited the temporary workshop of the papermakers, engaging in conversation with the craftsmen, who expressed their excitement and gratitude for his personal visit and for the opportunity to partake in new technologies. During this time, Camilla remained closely by his side, ensuring his safety against unforeseen events. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. Subsequently, Master Dante began to meander through the estate, with Camilla following closely behind. He ventured into the study, where an array of books awaited, and to her surprise, a cabinet contained a few children's toys. He then explored the woodshed, muttering a few words to himself, seemingly reminiscing about a time when it resembled a small wooden castle. He wandered into the garden, abundant with a myriad of flowers, and plucked an iris, which he held on it throughout. He ascended a small hill behind the estate, where a towering oak tree stood, its trunk harboring a hollow. As they approached, a fox darted out from the tree, standing before the hollow, which offered a perfect vantage point over the entire estate. He softly remarked, "So much has changed. One day, everything will transform." Suddenly, he turned to face Camilla. The dappled sunlight filtered through the lush foliage of the oak, casting a mosaic of light upon them. Dante's face, caught in shadow, concealed his true emotions and thoughts within the dimness. Camilla, initially lost in thought, regained her focus, gazing at him with a gentle smile that he inquired, "Camilla, if there was something you must do, yet it bore a high likelihood of failure, risking something profoundly significant in your life, would you still pursue it?" Camilla tilted her head in contemplation. Reflecting on her ultimate aspirations, she replied without hesitation, "Indeed, I would." He continued, "However, if you were to procrastinate, you could maintain everything you currently possess. Even if it is merely superficial, it is still beautiful and worthy of cherishing." Camilla struggled to comprehend this notion, nor did she wish to delve into Dante's thoughts. Recalling her moment of weakness earlier that morning, she resolutely asserted, "Procrastination only begets weakness, and weakness leads to failure. That I shall prepare with utmost diligence, and when the moment arises, I will act upon what must be done at that moment." Camilla's eyes radiated unwavering determination and resolve. Dante regarded her for a while before finally breaking into a smile. "That sounds quite commendable. You are braver than I, Camilla." "Thank you." He turned once more to gaze toward the estate, a tumult of emotions swirling in his eyes. Camilla, feeling a tinge of shyness, lowered her gaze, surprised that the master had just praised her. Indeed, her chosen path felt righteous. The two young souls remained oblivious to each other's innermost thoughts, yet they encouraged one another in their own unique ways. Upon Dante's return to the inner city estate, holding the iris in hand, he found Selina already partaking in dinner. She looked at her son seated across from her, the iris resting on the table, and smiled. "Why the swift decision? I thought you would ponder for a few more days." Dante met her gaze without flinching, jesting, "Today, I gained a measure of courage from Camilla." She nodded, non-committally replying, "And what else?" "You are correct. The current relationship is fragile and will inevitably change. That it is far better to take the initiative in altering it than to passively accept the change. Moreover, if Alice truly harbors feelings for me, perhaps she, too, is awaiting my proactive step. If she does not, at least I can understand her sentiments and work together to forge a new relationship." Dante's demeanor was calm, yet Selina, familiar with him, perceived a deeper conviction behind his words. She praised, "Well said, your thoughts are quite clear. Such determination is sufficient at this juncture." However, Dante self-deprecatingly chuckled, "Behind this resolve may lie selfishness and greed, as I am the one initiating this change unilaterally." Upon hearing this, Selina let out a hearty laugh, followed by a contented sigh. "You are our only child. How could I rest easy if you weren't a little selfish? It is natural to possess desires at your age. It is a good thing that a person devoid of desires is akin to desiccated Libyan ham. She felt invigorated, as half of her plan had already been accomplished. It feels as though we are concocting some nefarious scheme. Surely we're not plotting something dreadful. I do not know. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. She winked playfully, before regaining her composure and adding, a relationship is between two individuals. Since your thoughts have shifted, you must candidly communicate that to the other. She scoffed, feigning ignorance while your thoughts have changed is merely evasion in my eyes. Dante nodded. Since he had made up his mind, he naturally harbored similar sentiments. Deep within, influenced by contemporary thought, there lingered a hint of fantasy regarding rescuing a princess from peril. Why just a hint? Because he found it difficult to envision Alice as one of those frail princesses awaiting rescue. Nor did he see himself as a valiant hero wielding a sword to vanquish foes and dragons alike. What do you intend to do? Selina inquired. First and foremost, I shall seek counsel from my mother, who possesses successful experience. Dante beamed with pride. Selina, amused, retorted, can pursuing a woman be equated to a woman pursuing a man? In the early morning, for carrier pigeons departed from the royal capital, en route to their destination. The southern fortress, meanwhile, faced an imminent and explosive conflict. Thick clouds loomed low, as if to engulf the entire fortress, weighing heavily on the hearts of the Allied troops stationed there. Even the novice soldiers, stepping onto the battlefield for the first time, understood that the sound of torrential rain was the battle cry of the Traian army preparing to strike that on the southern wall of the southern fortress. Atop the command tower, Duke Torri Coppofiel observed the advancing enemy forces through the arrow slits. His expression grim, a T-37 years of age, his beard resembled rust, and a prominent scar, reminiscent of a lightning bolt, ran vertically from his brow to his nose. This scar was a souvenir from the Battle of Dark Tide River, where he had pierced an enemy knight's chest with his sword, only to have the formidable opponent retaliate with a dagger, driving it into the gap of his helmet, leaving behind this iconic mark. Had that knight managed to strike just a half-inch deeper, the kingdom might not have had the title of Southern Guardian. And the one standing in this command tower today would not be him and his subordinates. The air grew increasingly hot and humid, signaling the impending deluge to the edge of the shadowy forest. 3 battalions were arrayed in a triangular formation on the open ground. To the forefront stood 2 battalions of brown-skinned Trants, towering at the height of an adult male, their brown bark tough as iron, featuring a bizarre, abstract face, an all-too-familiar front-line combatant among the Trants. Their favored method of attack involved wielding agile, slippery roots to infiltrate the vulnerable areas of their foes' bodies, their eyes, noses, and mouths, twisting and burrowing deeper until they reached the brain. The corpses of the deceased were preserved remarkably well, yet none would desire such a torturous and humiliating demise. Behind them were the densely packed Trant archers, resembling humans in stature and features, yet with pale green skin and vine-like tendrils adorned with leaves sprouting from their heads. Armed with longbows and clad in garments woven from bark and other plant materials, their eyes glimmered a deep, eerie green. Each green Trant among the ranks was a skilled archer, favoring poisoned arrows to strike down their adversaries. Duke Torri understood that the enemy forces revealed thus far were merely the vanguard. Only when the torrential rain commenced would the main forces of this assault emerge from the shadowy forest. He turned and resumed his seat in the command tower's sole iron chair. Addressing Frank, the commander of the Crimson Flame Knights, "Frank, you shall lead this engagement, and I will not employ my innate abilities to assist you." The assembled individuals, including Francis, the vice-captain of the Crimson Flame Knights, Diego, the Blood Guard leader, and Akil, the white-clad guardsman, were momentarily taken aback by his words. Suddenly displaying an expression of excitement, Diego licked his thin lips like a snake. Frank, with his resolute visage, wore a troubled look and half-jokingly remarked, "Boss, this time I also wish to command without life-size oversight. Her leadership is no better than mine." The other white-clad guard, Lythsia, had donned her white cloak for less than 3 years. Though her keen intuition had yet to grasp the current situation, Frank's unusual suggestion instinctively alerted her to the fact that it boded ill. She replied coolly, "I am a guard, not a commander." Frank attempted to plead, practice a bit more. Who knows when you may be needed to lead? Lythsia offered a warm smile. If you can defeat me, I shall agree to your request. You may even propose more outrageous demands. That Frank's complexion darkened, as if he had swallowed a fly. The command tower was suddenly filled with a buoyant atmosphere. Tori observed this scene with a smile. These individuals were seasoned warriors, bonded by a deep camaraderie. However, the decline in the tree folk's aggressive onslaught over the years had led the veterans in the army to become somewhat complacent. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds echoed. It began to rain. The laughter dissipated, and everyone promptly shifted into a combat-ready posture. Frank approached the arrow's slit. With the messenger standing behind him, he saw the gaps between heaven and earth filled with pouring rain, while the tree-like creatures in formation swayed, stretching their twisted roots toward the sky, as if engaged in some unknown dance. The two opposing sides on the battlefield waited in tacit agreement for a moment. The rain continued unabated, showing no signs of relenting. Frank thought to himself, "It is coming." Even he, seasoned as he was, could not help but feel his heart race. Indeed, a resounding and fierce, beastly roar erupted from the shadowy forest, leaving nothing else in the world but that singular sound, making it unimaginable what kind of monster could emit such a terrifying growl. Following the roar, formations of simian monsters emerged from the shadowy forest, halting at the flanks of the tree-like army. The simian beasts were tall and slender, their arms hanging low, muscles brimming with explosive power, their long claws and sharp teeth glinting dangerously. Subsequently, two groups of giant frog monsters appeared slowly. Guided by the tree folk, they were already the size of catapults, and on their backs, they bore massive flower buds entwined with vines. The weight of the buds forced the giant frogs to leap in small increments, causing nearby trees to sway with each landing. Ultimately, the two teams of giant frogs positioned themselves on either side of the tree folk archers. The tree-like creatures and simian beasts nearby trembled slightly, attempting to distance themselves from the giant frogs. Occasionally, a giant frog would flick out its long, sticky tongue, and with a blue shadow flashing, a hapless simian beast or tree-like creature would be ensnared within its gaping maw. After the giant frogs, no new forces appeared. The tree folk army maintained its formation, slowly advancing. It was a combination of black-claw apes and giant bud frogs. Frank commanded, "Lord, remain as the reserve. All other Holy Spirit commanders summon mid-tier armored spearmen, mid-tier ice mages, longbowmen, mid-tier fire mages, and catapults in a ratio of 3:1. Using formation 4. On the broad, sturdy city walls, a rookie soldier, facing the opposing army, was incredulous. Sweat and rain mingled on his brow, and he felt a pang of nausea in his stomach. Before entering the battlefield, Igor had indeed heard of the tree folks' terrifying offensive capabilities, but the greater number of black-claw apes before him was evidently stronger. Their robust bodies combined agility with strength, their glistening claws serving as natural weapons of death, and those terrifying giant frogs could swallow a black-claw ape whole. Yet, on their side, there was only a sparse defense. Fortunately, there were the towering, solid city walls. The southern stronghold was the fruit of generations of the kingdom's toil. At this moment, the enemy approached the effective range of their archers, the giant frogs, under the guidance of the tree folk, halted, crouching down. Meanwhile, the other battalions continued to advance, entering the range. Amidst the sound of rain, Igor heard the command from the left flank of archers. "Draw arrows." A series of light tapping sounds followed, akin to a multitude of small stones cascading from the sky to the ground. "Draw bows." A chorus of bowstrings being tautened resonated, like a tempest sweeping through branches, stirring a carpet of yellow leaves. "Release." The sound of bowstrings snapping erupted instantaneously, accompanied by a buzzing as arrows pierced through the rain curtain, reminiscent of a swarm of bees buzzing past one's ears. Along the lengthy city walls, with each command to release, waves of arrows shot forth like a multitude of locusts descending upon the tree folk army. Igor stared in awe at the scene, his heart swelling, even feeling the weight of his shield lighten slightly. This was the army under the Southern Guardian's command, renowned for their prowess in both mounted and ranged combat. After the first volley was unleashed, approximately 70% of the arrows successfully struck the enemy formation. In such inclement weather, Hitting distant moving enemies with such accuracy was nothing short of remarkable. Only the archers under the Southern Guardian could achieve such a feat. Igor's hands clenched tightly around the edge of the city wall, his eyes fixated on the battlefield below, assessing the impact of the first wave of arrows. In the distance, the giant frogs remained beyond the arrow's range, unharmed, crouched on the ground as if preparing for something. The black-claw apes, with their rough hides, bore 2 or 3 arrows embedded in them. While this would hinder their movements and agility, the pain would only serve to incite their ferocity. Only a few unfortunate black-claw apes were directly struck in vital areas, collapsing to the ground. The tree-like creatures, with their naturally hard bodies, were impervious to arrows, and the archers simply bypassed them, concentrating their fire on the more vulnerable foes. The losses among the treefolk archers were the most significant. Although they were equipped with wooden shields, their bodily resilience was merely comparable to that of an ordinary person clad in leather armor, and the wooden shields could not provide full protection. Under the careful targeting of the Southern archers, they suffered over 10% casualties. Nonetheless, in the face of such losses, they displayed no fear as the rain of arrows ceased. The treefolk quickly lowered their wooden shields, continuing their advance. Once they entered range, they would launch a deadly assault on the exposed defenders atop the city walls. Igor could not help but feel anxious. He silently reassured himself that this was merely the first wave of arrows. There was nothing to worry about, and there were still the Holy Spirit troops. Suddenly, a series of thud-thud sounds would colliding echoed from several places on the wall. Moments later, several massive stones, accompanied by a whistling sound, tore through the rain curtain and crashed down with unstoppable momentum, rolling forward after hitting the ground. Although the catapults were not particularly accurate, the results were remarkable. The first 4 stones launched saw 2 completely miss. One grazed the edge of the tree-like formation, and one struck directly in front of the black-claw apes, rolling over them and crashing into the territory of the giant butt frogs. Toppling one of the crouched giants, where the stones rolled, tree-like creatures lay motionless, while the black-claw apes along a straight line sustained broken limbs and shattered bones, blooming into blossoms of blood amidst the rain. The formation of the black-claw apes began to waver. Many, witnessing the grim fate of their kin, hesitated, causing their ranks to become disordered. Igor could not help but cheer with a clenched fist. Unfortunately, before he could revel in his joy, another resounding and fearsome roar emanated from the shadowy forest, causing his eardrums to ache. With this roar, the wavering formation of black-claw apes steadied itself, continuing its steady advance. The front line had now crossed more than half the distance of the human archer's range. At this moment, a series of thunderous bang-bang sounds erupted from the territory of the giant butt frogs. Igor looked over to see that, unbeknownst to him, the sky was filled with a dense mass of red objects, flying toward the city wall at a seemingly leisurely yet rapid pace. The sight was reminiscent of the wind god scattering the petals of an entire springtime bouquet upon the stronghold, creating an oddly beautiful spectacle. For a moment, he was left in a daze. Suddenly, his right calf was sharply kicked. He instantly regained his senses and turned to the right. There, their captain was half-crouched on the ground, tilting his large shield high, completely sheltered behind it, assuming the most standard defensive posture. He scolded, "Newcomer! How dare you daydream on the battlefield? Didn't you hear the command?" Igor silently cursed himself and immediately assumed a standard defensive posture akin to that of the captain to his right. With 2 shields fitting together seamlessly to his left, another shield-bearer drew closer. Before long, a formidable wall of shields was erected in mere moments, allowing a group of mages to swiftly squeeze beneath its protective embrace. It was the duty of Igor and his fellow shield-bearers to safeguard these powerful yet vulnerable spellcasters. Not far to the left, a contingent of archers had also taken cover behind the battlements, expertly balancing wooden shields atop their heads, clearly well-trained. Suddenly, a young mage squeezed between Igor and an experienced soldier, nervously flashing a smile at Igor, who noticed a prominent cloud-shaped birthmark beneath his left ear. Igor forced a strained smile, on the verge of uttering something when a tremor surged through his hand, accompanied by a series of thud-thud-thud sounds emanating from his shield, a sensation lighter than that of an arrow. He glanced behind him to see a slender, conical object about the size of a palm, landing nearby. Nourished by the rain, its tips sprouted tendrils at a visible speed, frantically seeking crevices and soil along the wall, while delicate vines unfurled from the other end. Noticing Igor's gaze, the young mage spoke in a somewhat bookish tone. That is a vine-type seed of the giant bud flower, capable of launching over 200 seeds at once. This is my first time witnessing it. I've only read about it in books. Once these seeds burrow into the earth, given ample water and nutrients, they can grow into thick, astonishingly long vines within 20 breaths. Unfortunately, they can only survive for a day at most, likely the price of their accelerated growth. However, the giant bud flower can launch various types of seeds, and astonishingly, they can even plant the giant bud flower on the backs of blue-tongued giant frogs. The captain, whose attention waned at the mention of books, interrupted, "What good is it to speak of such trivialities? A giant bud frog can only carry one type of seed at a time. Once this wave passes, recruit, follow my lead, and yank those seeds out to throw them down." Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Not far away, a mage was frantically touching the back of his neck, where a rapidly growing seed had embedded itself. "Don't move," shouted a nearby shield-bearer, swiftly grasping the writhing seed with his left hand and yanking it out with a violent tug, causing a spray of blood. A gaping, thumb-sized wound was left on the mage's neck. Upon witnessing this, the captain, brimming with bravado, chuckled darkly. "Didn't the books tell you? They can use flesh and blood as sustenance, if not removed promptly. They will drain a person dry." And Igor's expression turned vacant, fear etched across his face. The mage with the cloud-shaped birthmark looked equally terrified, yet fascinated. That moment, Igor suddenly felt the tremors in his hand cease. The captain slightly shifted his large shield, squinting through the exposed gap to observe. Moments later, he shouted, "Stop, comrades! Quickly clear away these damn things. If you can't pull them out, use your daggers to sever them." The shield-bearers dropped their comrades, employing their right hands to pull and their left hands to slice with daggers. Just then, orders from the mages arrived. "Ice mages, seal the outer wall with freezing spells. Do not conserve your mana. Hurry. Fire mages, stand by." About half of the mages swiftly closed their eyes to concentrate, including the somewhat bookish young mage, as Igor mechanically began to sever the grass-like seeds. He mused, "So they're ice and fire mages. How wonderful it is to witness the power of group magic firsthand. Such a rare spectacle. But why must they use freezing spells to seal the outer wall?" A wave of inexplicable anxiety washed over Igor as this sudden thought troubled him. He slowly rose to his feet and looked over the battlements, only to discover that the Blackclaw apes had forsaken their orderly formation. Charging forward like a tide, as swift as galloping steeds, he rushed to the edge of the wall and peered down at in that instant, his heart tightened painfully. The nearest Blackclaw ape was nearly at the wall, and most critically, thick vines had inexplicably begun to dangle from the outer wall. They twisted and intertwined, lush with foliage, coiling up like massive serpents, nearly engulfing every inch of the wall, as if intent on swallowing the entire fortification. The vine seeds launched by the giant bud frogs were not merely a nuisance to the defenders. They were a meticulously crafted linkage between different troop types, paving the way for the Blackclaw apes to ascend the walls. Igor's complexion turned ashen, resembling curdled milk in its ghastliness, that a profound sense of despair surged within him, as if he could foresee the impending calamity. Igor turned his grim visage toward his allies. The 7 or 8 ice mages were still deep in concentration, and it was unclear how long they would need to prepare. But could these few truly encase this stretch of wall and ice? On the other side, the archers were forced to allocate half of their arrows to the Blackclaw apes. Although it was difficult for them to hit their targets while charging, it was certainly preferable to the hidden Blackclaw apes concealed within the vines. Just as Igor felt his stomach churning with anxiety, the captain suddenly yanked him back. The captain, initially poised to chastise the new recruit, halted upon seeing Igor's expression, instead patting his shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not. We certainly cannot hold them alone. The Holy Spirit Army is the main force. Most importantly," the captain's face radiated admiration, "we have Lord Toll." At that moment, Igor noticed the previously vacant rear half of the wall, now filled with hazy, ethereal figures that had appeared without his notice. Those figures gradually solidified, as if coming into existence from nothing. slowly materializing into reality. Within mere moments, the spectral shapes took form. They were nearly indistinguishable from ordinary humans. Yet their features remained indistinct, their bodies emanating a soft, white glow, a singular hue, even extending to their equipment. Their numbers far surpassed those of the human defenders, encompassing mages, spearmen, archers, and even a siege engine radiating white light not far off. Without exception, they wielded exquisitely crafted gear, exuding an aura of battle-hardened coldness. Amid the downpour, they were enveloped in a layer of white light, pure as a dawnlit chapel beneath a snow-capped mountain, yet powerful like the legendary heroes of epic tales. This was the Holy Spirit Army. Upon completing their summoning, the Holy Spirit Army sprang into action as if suddenly endowed with souls within robust forms. Most of the Holy Spirit mages immediately began to concentrate. The Holy Spirit archers lined up in swift, orderly formation before the wall, moving in unison without command to nock arrows, draw bows, and release their projectiles with a clean, fluid motion, akin to a textbook demonstration. The seemingly intangible longbows vibrated softly, resonating with an exquisite rhythm and beauty of strength that it was as if they were born solely for archery, with naught else to occupy their lives. Even a layman like Igor could discern that their archery skills far surpassed those of the Southern Realm's defenders. How could this be? The captain clapped the new recruit's shoulder with fervor, eyes alight with excitement. Pay close attention to the combat movements of the Holy Spirit Army. Rather than saying we are here to fight, it would be more accurate to say we are here for practical training. Yet as he concluded, he could not suppress a low sigh. With the addition of the Holy Spirit Army, the casualties among the Blacklaw apes and the Tree-Men archers escalated rapidly. The Southern human archers already had a 70% success rate in hitting the enemy lines. Now that the distance had diminished, their accuracy soared, coupled with the sheer number and superior skill of the Holy Spirit archers. The Tree-Men archers found themselves in a dire predicament. Struggling to advance on the other front, a considerable portion of the Blacklaw apes remained at the foot of the wall, unable to scale the vines. And they too were met with a rain of arrows, their bodies torn asunder like weeds swiftly harvested. The Tree-Men army swiftly adapted. The tree monsters and Tree-Men archers halted their advance, rapidly dispersing to establish firing positions against the defenders on the wall. The tree monsters stood upright, extending their roots like a massive wooden shield, shielding the Tree-Men archers entirely, leaving only openings for shooting and observation. Though the Tree-Men archers had yet to reach their optimal shooting range and faced a natural disadvantage shooting upwards, their precise archery still posed a threat to the defenders on the wall, compelling the human archers to refrain from shooting recklessly. Meanwhile, the Tree-Men responsible for controlling the giant butt frogs were desperately urging the beasts to prepare for another wave of seed launches. As the Blacklaw apes climbed to about halfway up the wall, the effects of the Ice Mage's freezing spells began to materialize. A bone-chilling cold rapidly froze the vines atop the outer wall, the ice extending to envelop large swathes of vines, ultimately forming a smooth ice surface. This moment, the torrential rain has inadvertently become an ally of the freezing spell. From a distance, the upper edge of the city wall appears as if it has been brushed with a vivid white line. While the ice layer continues to expand slowly, gradually widening, the black-clawed apes ascend into the frozen area. They are compelled to expose their bodies, embedding their sharp claws into the smooth ice surface. Struggling and painstakingly making their way upwards at this juncture, they resemble targets. The arrows of the Holy Spirit archers, shot from close range, are sufficient to pierce through the skulls of the black-clawed apes. Those struck down lose their heartbeat and breath within mere moments, their muscles relaxing as they fall, their lifeless bodies occasionally convulsing involuntarily during their descent. Despite their vast numbers, a few of the black-clawed apes managed to breach the line of fire, successfully approaching the city ramparts. However, awaiting them is not only a rain of arrows, but also the lethal thrusts of the Holy Spirit spearmen. The spears thrust downwards with precision, timing, and force so exquisite that none of the approaching black-clawed apes can escape their fate. In an effort to create opportunities for the black-clawed apes, the Tree-Men archers desperately release arrows in retaliation, yet they, like the giant toads, become targets for the catapults. The human catapults have changed their ammunition, shifting from singular massive stones to multiple medium-sized rocks, raining down a barrage of stone projectiles upon the enemy. The human archers have ceded the most perilous positions to the Holy Spirit archers. The Holy Spirits, undaunted by death, gradually dissipate upon sustaining fatal injuries, only to be promptly replaced by others of their kind. In an instant, the black-clawed apes find themselves unable to ascend the city walls, their ranged forces faltering, while the Treeman army is utterly suppressed, the air filled with the furious roars of beasts from the shadow forests. At long last, urged by the Treemen, the giant toad battalions erupt with a series of thunderous roars. In the downpour, the battlefield seems to turn upside down, as if the earth itself is striking the heavens. The human offensive momentarily wanes, the fragile mages retreating behind the shield-bearers, and the archers compelled to conceal themselves, leaving only the Holy Spirit spearmen clad in chainmail to steadfastly defend the walls against the black-clawed apes. The attacks of the vine seeds do not distinguish between friend and foe. Once pierced, the black-clawed apes too are subject to the draining of their flesh and blood. However, their physical fortitude is greater. As their claws slice through, they sever both the vines and their own flesh. Spurred by pain and the chaotic atmosphere of battle, the black-clawed apes become increasingly ferocious, ultimately leaping onto the city walls to engage the Holy Spirit spearmen in close combat. Suddenly, the air above the battlefield becomes tumultuous, and a swirling current gradually takes form. As time progresses, a funnel-shaped vortex pierces through the heavens and the earth, its rotational speed accelerating, a magical vortex of wind conjured by a mage of the highest order. The frenzied cyclone ruthlessly sweeps across the battlefield, at its base. Everything caught within is torn apart. Even the sturdy bodies of the Treemen are effortlessly shredded into fragments in the center of the vortex. The vine seeds suspended in midair are completely swept away to the top of the cyclone. The dense clouds are also torn asunder, allowing the summer sunlight to pour through the breach, as if the gaze of the divine has been cast upon this place. Determining the outcome of the battle, the rain ceases. The fire mages, long eager to unleash their power, enter a state of deep focus, as the heat in the air begins to brew, finally allowing the fire magic that counters the Treemen to make its appearance. This is the might of meteorological magic. At the opportune moment, a single spell can alter the tide of battle. With the angry roars of beasts resonating through the forest, the Treeman army halts its advance. Retreating in an orderly fashion, the Treeman commander has decided to withdraw. Observing this scene from the command tower, Frank feels a pang of regret. He had not anticipated that Sir Ace Viante would be able to successfully cast the wind vortex spell amid such a downpour. As a wind mage, Ace's success rate in casting the wind vortex spell during rain, with the cooperation of 3 high-ranking mages, is approximately 50%. Had he known that the spell would succeed today, Frank would have certainly increased the number of Holy Spirit fire mages. This way, even if the enemy commander retreated decisively, he could have inflicted significant losses on them. However, matters on the battlefield are fraught with uncertainty. It seems that fortune is on his side today, allowing for victory at a lesser cost. Suddenly, Frank's gaze sharpens as he notices movement in the shadows of the city wall. There, 3 squads of Holy Spirit cavalry are charging forth with rapid strides, emerging from their cover like tigers lying in ambush, launching a deadly surprise attack on the retreating enemy. Were the Holy Spirit troops summoned? Was it while the wind vortex had drawn all attention? This move undoubtedly captures a brilliant opportunity in battle. The question is, he never issued such orders. Who is silently orchestrating the Holy Spirit forces? The Holy Spirit cavalry, rushing forth like tigers unleashed, charged with the force of thunderclaps. Clad in heavy armor, their intricately decorated edges glinting, their capes billowing behind them, the cavalrymen are a sight to behold. Their steeds, equally adorned in armor, exhale heavily, their hooves thundering against the ground like war drums. 2 heavy cavalry units advance like a torrent of steel, their momentum unyielding as they bear down upon the retreating Treeman archers. Meanwhile, another light cavalry unit maneuvers around to close in on the enemy's rear, like a dagger piercing toward the enemy's flank. The heavy cavalry, in a rapid charge, swiftly draw their bows, unleashing 2 rounds of precise shots, the arrows raining down upon the ranks of the Treeman archers, catching the retreating foes off guard and sending many crashing to the ground. After 2 rounds of fire, the heavy cavalry stow their bows and raise their lances, charging forth with all their might. In the face of the cavalry's assault, the Treemen tasked with protecting their archers turned defiantly, their roots extending like living wooden hands, seeking to ensnare the charging cavalry. As the two forces collide, most of the cavalry deftly pivot their mounts at the last moment, angling their lances to thrust directly into the Treemen's bizarre visage. Some lances slip from the knights' hands like fish, leaving behind gaping wounds on their foes. Others remain lodged, with the knights pressing down and releasing their grip, effectively pinning the Treemen to the ground and a few cavalrymen, leveraging their powerful charge and heavy armor, brazenly break through the obstructing Treemen, slightly adjusting their stance before accelerating once more to pursue the green Treemen archers. Only a few of the horses' legs become ensnared by the Treemen's roots, tumbling to the ground, rolling amidst the chaos of the battlefield. The clash between the two sides unfolds in an instant. The heavy cavalry breaches the Treemen's defenses with astonishing swiftness, delivering crippling blows while maintaining their speed to continue the pursuit of the green Treemen archers. Behind the galloping Holy Spirit cavalry, fire magic erupts in a cascade of flames, coloring the clouds red. Torrents of celestial fire rain down upon the ground, igniting the enemy and painting the knights' gleaming armor in vivid hues of crimson and black. This scene is imbued with a violent beauty, stirring the blood. Such is the power and romance of the knights, as they, with their frail human forms, wielding steeds, equipment, skill, and courage, can crush monsters with a powerful yet graceful poise. Upon the city walls, the human defenders can hardly contain their excitement, erupting into thunderous cheers. Long live the human race. Hail Lord Tory. The wretched wooden beasts retreat to the forest. The morale surges with the cheers, igniting the passion and confidence for battle within the hearts of every defender. Frank realizes in his heart that the one directing these Holy Spirit cavalry is none other than his enigmatic superior, whose command style is both orthodox and unexpectedly brilliant. At this moment, Tory stands at the command post, gesturing to Frank, who is positioned as his aide. His judgments are astute and his actions decisive, quickly discerning the enemy's tactics and determining the composition of the Holy Spirit forces. Tory nods slightly, his tone laced with appreciation, before aptly pointing out an issue. However, your command style is overly cautious. For instance, the complete absence of summoned Holy Spirit fire mages has led to a limited counteroffensive. Moreover, the timing of the Holy Spirit troops' engagement was premature. The young men in the army have not faced real crisis, and thus do not gain the necessary experience. Tory's tone is calm, his analysis incisive. Among those present, aside from Diego, who oversees the Blood Guard, everyone else listens intently, absorbing experience from each piece of guidance. Seizing the moment, Frank poses a question that has been lingering in his mind. Boss, for over a year now, the Treemen's offensives have not only diminished, but have also specifically targeted the first rainy day of each month to launch their attacks. Typically, their assaults are merely minor annoyances, following an almost unbelievable pattern. This does have tactical rationale, as rain benefits them. Yet from a strategic viewpoint, this rigid approach poses limited threats to us, as if they're merely using us for training or simply fulfilling a monthly routine. Tory gazes somberly at the green Treeman archers, who are gradually being overtaken, their slender forms akin to fragile wheat being swiftly harvested by scythes under the lances and swords of the heavy cavalry. UVE thought of these things quite well. However, you have overlooked certain aspects. They have not introduced any new siege tactics for over half a year, which also implies that they have not deployed any new troops into the siege battles during this period. The current combination of troops and tactics is something we, who have battled the Tree People for many years, have thoroughly grasped. Coupled with the predictable rhythm of their assaults, we find their offensive strategies increasingly manageable. Upon hearing this, several individuals in the command tower changed their expressions. Some appeared grave, while others furrowed their brows in contemplation. Frank hesitantly inquired, could it be that they are deliberately feigning weakness to make us complacent? Tory replied with a sardonic smile. Only the commander on the opposite side knows the truth. Regardless, we have not squandered the past year. We have stockpiled considerable resources and trained a greater number of battle-hardened soldiers. As he gazed at the leading Holy Spirit cavalry, a sharp glint ignited in Tori's eyes, reminiscent of spring thunder on a rainy night. Whether it is a deliberate act of weakness or a fa-ade of strength. Speculation is futile. Let me test the waters at that moment. A dozen pursuing cavalrymen split off, seamlessly entering the shadow forest, heading straight for the location for which the mighty beast roar had emanated. The trees in the shadow forest were not densely packed, yet they towered into the heavens, their grayish-white trunks appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. The heavy canopy woven from branches and leaves almost entirely obscured the sunlight, casting the forest floor into a perpetual gloom, with a layer of dry leaves resembling a silent carpet blanketing the ground. The heavily armored cavalry slowed their pace, cautiously maneuvering their steeds through the woods. The iron hooves of the warhorses crunched upon the thick layer of dead leaves, producing a deep rustling sound that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding silence. They approached their target location along the predetermined route. Inching closer, suddenly, through the eyes of the Holy Spirit Knight, Tori spotted 4 floating red orbs, both bizarre and imbued with a sense of peril. The Holy Spirit Knights were undaunted. More accurately, they were devoid of any fear under Tori's command. Instead, they accelerated towards the source of the red light. Abruptly, a violent inhalation emanated from the red light, followed by flames thicker than tree trunks and icy blasts surging towards the heavy cavalry. The searing flames gradually melted the knight's armor, while the frigid frost froze both knight and steed in its chilling grasp. In an instant, half of the dozen cavalrymen that had entered the forest were annihilated. As the flames erupted, Tori beheld the scene before him. The 4 floating red orbs were bloodthirsty eyes, belonging to 2 enormous dragon heads. The phrase here be dragons historically marked uncharted and perilous territories on medieval maps. Upon recognizing the colossal dragon heads, Tori's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the legendary dragonkin? No, if they were true dragons, why remain grounded in this forest, which would hinder their movement? Under his command, the remaining Holy Spirit Knights did not retreat. Instead, they raised their lances and charged towards the enemy. In the midst of their charge, a massive tail swept down from above, striking one cavalryman and his steed to the ground. The immense force dented armor, shattered bones, and the Holy Spirit Knight dissipated into specks of white light. The remaining Holy Spirit Knights pressed forward until they could discern the true form of the beast, a colossal brown lizard with 2 heads, its size dwarfing even the giant bullfrog. From the gaping maws of the giant lizard, one could glimpse flames flickering within, while the other emitted a frosty tongue. Perched atop the giant lizard were 2 tree people. One, an elder with a calm demeanor and dark green vines that had faded to a dull hue, and the other, a robust figure adorned in fitted wooden armor, his eyes ablaze with fury. The remaining 6 Holy Spirit Knights fearlessly charged at the 2-headed giant lizard. The beast opened its bloody maw, striking like lightning at the foremost 2 knights. One knight skillfully dodged by maneuvering around a large tree, narrowly escaping the attack, while the lizard's head, having bitten through the tree, let out an enraged roar. The other knight, unable to evade due to the terrain, was seized in the lizard's jaws, his armor pierced by the lizard's sharp teeth. The giant lizard's neck thrashed violently, casting the Holy Spirit Knight aside, who crashed into a distant tree. The younger tree person spread his arms wide, gathering green light before him. Moments later, a series of wind blades materialized directly in front of one knight, slicing towards the unprotected legs of the steed. The knight leapt from his mount as it was being attacked. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 knights charged to the giant lizard's front, utilizing their momentum to drive their lances into the creature's forelegs. The scales shattered, and deep crimson blood flowed forth. The forest echoed with a roar that blended intense rage and agony. After the battle concluded, the Holy Spirit-like cavalry dragged a giant bullfrog ensnared in nets back to the fortress. The guards marveled at the creature, which was comparable in size to a catapult. This giant bullfrog was indeed the one toppled by the catapult, the initial target of the light cavalry, the Holy Spirit heavy cavalry. However, had suffered significant losses due to the enraged two-headed giant lizard, leading to the end of their summoning. The two-headed giant lizard was a new type of beast never before seen on the battlefield, and was currently the strongest known magical creature. With size and strength akin to that of legendary dragons, Francis, the vice-captain of the Red Flame, chuckled as he gazed at the giant bullfrog. It is indeed our first capture of such a magical beast. Those bee scholars will undoubtedly be thrilled and lose sleep for days. Diego scoffed. You dare criticize others? Just days ago, when the church mentioned new weaponry would be available next month, who was it that pestered the bishop for information? Hey, you are not wrong. But why were you entirely unaware of the church's development of new weapons beforehand? Francis retorted. Diego maintained a stern expression. The church has never been a primary focus for us. Frank redirected the conversation back to the battlefield. Sir, do you believe the tree people are deliberately feigning weakness or merely pretending to be strong? Tori closed his eyes, gently pinching the bridge of his nose. His emotions inscrutable to others that it was neither. The enemy was holding back but lacked the strength to alter the course of the battle, their intentions unclear. However, the man lifted his gaze, fixing it ahead with a cold and self-assured expression. A hint of chilling madness in his tone. Regardless of what the enemy does, my plans will not waver. Even if we lose the southern fortress, I shall reclaim it upon my return. For a moment, the air seemed to stagnate, and those present fell into a daze, unable to respond. The fortress represented generations of the kingdom's efforts, a bastion against the tree people, if it fell, allowing the enemy to surge forth. The southern region would suffer immeasurable losses. The white-clad guard, Achilles, was the first to snap back to reality. He placed his right hand over his chest and bowed slightly. Your will is my sword. My lord, the others quickly followed suit, pledging their oaths, each having their own resolve. After bowing, Frank bitterly smiled. I shall exert every effort to defend the fortress. Tori smiled. I believe in you. The atmosphere relaxed, and the others began to jest with Frank, teasing him about missing out on the exciting spectacle that moment. A guard knocked and entered, presenting a letter sealed with wax and bearing the crest of the Capperfield family. Tori opened it on the spot and read. It was a letter penned by Selena on lightweight sheepskin. Using veiled language and their shared cryptic expressions, she briefly recounted recent events concerning Dante and inquired about Tori's opinions on two matters. First, regarding Dante's pursuit of the third princess. Second, concerning Dante's collaboration with the church. The man's expression darkened as he read, and he again pinched the bridge of his nose in distress, saying, Frank, you and the others attend to the aftermath of the battle. Diego, you stay. Frank and Francis, curious at Tori's rare demeanor, chose not to inquire further and complied. Remaining behind were Diego and the white-clad guard, Achilles and Lysexia. Tori asked, how much longer until they launch their attack? Diego replied, a hint of mockery in his eyes. It could be 4 months, or perhaps sooner. They're already growing impatient. Tori nodded and instructed, let our men proceed to the royal capital in batches. Remaining discreet so as not to attract attention, the lady and young master should also increase their guard. Should we consider sending the lady and young master back to the southern region early? Since they are about to act, they may disregard the nobility's protocols. Diego narrowed his eyes. The man recalled the contents of the letter and shook his head, saying, no need. Let us wait a little longer. In less than 3 years since Li Xia became a member of the White Cloak Guard, the years have passed with tranquility, merely requiring her to confront the assaults of the Tran clan. Unlike others, she has yet to endure a true test of life and death alongside her comrades. Suddenly, upon hearing the ominous arrangements, her countenance shifted slightly as she contemplated the implications. Tori turned to her and remarked, Li Xia, our forthcoming adversaries are not the foreign tribes, but those within the kingdom, that if you wish not to partake, you need not. She blurted out, I want to participate. Diego scrutinized her, leaving no detail of her expression unnoticed. The man inquired further, you hail from nobility. Should you not consider your family? If we fail, we may all perish. Li Xia articulated each word with precision. I want to participate. Tori, with a hint of self-deprecation, replied, do as you wish. It is regrettable. If we fail, I had hoped you would discreetly look after Selena and Dante. She huffed, Lacking any noble demeanor, do not involve me with such matters. Tori ceased to engage with her. Taking up a quill and a piece of parchment suitable for carrier pigeons, inscribing his response. The first query, I reserve my opinion. The second query, if Dante consents, I agree. Deep within the shadowy forest, a battalion was returning to the depths of the woods. Upon the back of a two-headed giant lizard, a middle-aged treant named Yuji was inquiring of the elderly Mu. Their language was gentle yet profound, akin to the soft rustle of moist winds caressing verdant leaves. Imbued with an ancient, untamed allure, Yuji, in treant tongue elderly Mu, this battle is utterly meaningless, merely sacrificing our seeds and troops without cause that Li Mu. In treant tongue the beasts persist in the forest, and we are but driving them to the battlefield, depleting the strength of humanity. The leaves must endure long years to grow into branches. Their sacrifices will yield new seeds for us, Yuji. I fail to comprehend why. If we are to attack, we do not exert our utmost effort. What significance lies in entangling with the puppets of humanity, merely damaging their walls? Limu, we apply moderate pressure upon humanity, ensuring they do not dare to assault the forest, yet feel capable of managing the situation. Thus, they will incite internal discord themselves. Humanity is indeed such a twisted race. Other matters you shall understand in due time. The highest form of military strategy is to outwit the enemy, followed by diplomacy, then the military, with siege warfare being the least favored. In the morning, at the inner residence of the Coppofield family. Outside Dante's chambers, Camilla silently extended an invitation. Her left palm faced upwards, resting gently on the table, her expression radiating warmth and encouragement as she gazed at Dante. The night had brought rain, yet the morning shone with brilliant sunlight. The air imbued with a refreshing scent of greenery. The cleansed morning light filtered through her hair, rippling in her silver-gray eyes. The 15-year-old girl, in the bloom of youth, possessed an unconscious charm. It was precisely this unknowing innocence that radiated an irresistible allure. Captivating the soul, that a person typically indifferent now revealed a tenderness more precious than gold in the presence of her unique existence, an image reminiscent of a masterpiece, were an artist devoted to their craft before her. Inspiration would surely ignite, transforming the moment into a timeless work. Conversely, were a common 16-year-old youth across from her, his heart would undoubtedly race, parched lips and bubbling thoughts reflecting rosy scenes, awakening all the beauty of youth. Alas, across from her stood the peculiar Dante. I could see this moment. Dante, his heart raced, his lips dry. The gentle and innocent girl before him evoked images of the most fearsome beasts from the shadowy forest in his mind. Once he had been unable to withstand the delicate touch of the ethereal saint from the church, akin to a tragic hero struck at his Achilles' heel. Yesterday he had failed to grasp the dainty hand extended by the talented and beautiful princess, akin to a foolish donkey with a carrot dangling before him. Finally, today was the fateful day, the moment when all would be reversed. That Dante's soul cried out, "Now, at this place, let me break through my limits." In reality, Dante trembled as he extended his right index finger, with the determination to push a boulder to the mountaintop, approaching Camilla's palm at a tortoise's pace. The gap closed, until it vanished entirely. Camilla felt a slight itch in her palm, as if a tiny insect had landed upon it. Her gentle expression remained unchanged, though her right eyelid twitched involuntarily. Dante, having forgotten how long it had been since he last made direct contact with another, aside from the incident with Eileen, closed his eyes to feel the warmth, softness, and the faint texture. It resembled the tender leaves of spring, still quivering with life. No, what am I thinking? He withdrew his finger as if shocked. Feeling a tumult within his abdomen, overwhelmed by a blow his body could not bear, the curtain falls crossed out. Despite the initial failure of Dante's endeavor for human contact, he bore no discouragement. At the very least, after so many years, he had made his first active contact, and he had not retched. This was the magnificent culmination of his previous training, step by step, for the second attempt. Dante had devised improvements. He took a deep breath, his tone imbued with determination and confidence, as if he had conceived a cunning ploy to infiltrate the city. "Camilla, let us try once more." "All right," Camilla nodded. This time, she subtly switched to her right hand, while her left palm still felt a bit itchy. Once more, Dante trembled as he extended his right index finger, akin to a valiant warrior hiding within a wooden horse. Inching toward Camilla's palm at a snail's pace, the two approached closer, like a hesitant butterfly landing on a petal. But Camilla's gentle smile remained, though her left eyelid twitched involuntarily this time. Dante closed his eyes, striving to focus his thoughts that in a summer rose garden in full bloom, he gently plucked a rose petal, soft to the touch. Indeed, rose petals are soft. Warm, yes, that is the warmth left by the morning sun. The fine textures, the program halted. Parsing error. Current sensory information cannot establish a mapping with the target. Dante opened his eyes, withdrawing his finger with the speed of a rabbit leaping, panting heavily as if he had run a race without rest. Progress. The duration of contact felt longer than before. Previously, it had been a fleeting moment. Now it stretched to 2 moments. Rapid progress indeed. His devised method had proven effective. Initially, he imagined the sensation of contact as that of an inanimate object his body would not reject, thus lowering the negative response that on the other side. Camilla also retracted her right hand, discreetly rubbing her palm beneath the table. This moment, she felt immense regret. Overwhelming regret. Oh no. Both hands now felt itchy. Had she known, she would not have switched hands. At least one side wouldn't be itching. After a moment of contemplation, Dante softly called out, "Camilla." She snapped back to reality, looking up at him. "Let's try once more." Dante displayed an expectant expression. "All right." She offered another gentle smile, resembling a pure and kind angel. "This time, could you use the back of your hand?" Camilla's smile froze upon her face. The pure and kind angel endured trials she should not have had to face. For the third attempt, Dante nervously and solemnly extended his right index finger, slowly approaching the back of Camilla's hand. Camilla maintained her gentle smile, now imbued with a sense of sanctity and solemnity. As if embodying the essence of art, akin to an angel descended from a renowned religious painting, the two drew ever closer, like a dragonfly delicately perched upon a lotus stem. Camilla closed her eyes, her face adorned with a smile of indifference. Dante could not witness this scene. He too closed his eyes, striving to run a simulation in his mind, in a summer rose garden in full bloom. He gently touched the petal of a beautiful rose. Cool. It was the breeze imparting a touch of chill to the petal. Smooth. The texture of the petal could be described. A bit hard. How could that be? The imagined world shattered with a resounding crash. He swiftly withdrew his hand, enduring a wave of shivers, and opened his eyes to behold a delicate and charming hand resting on the table. Its slender framework was evident, devoid of excess flesh, allowing the contours of tendons and bones beneath the skin to be faintly discerned. Dante slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten this detail? Human palms are typically fleshy and soft to the touch, while the backs of the hands possess a thinner layer of flesh, particularly in women, making the underlying tendons and bones easily perceptible. The palm bears unique lines, while the skin on the back is smoother. This realization struck him. He suddenly froze in place. What on earth am I studying? An analysis and practical examination of the tactile diversity of a 15-year-old girl's hands. Research on the tactile sensations of underage females. Insights from genetics and cutaneous biomechanics. It feels as if I am conducting some sort of perverse study, if I do not rein in this madness. Camilla might one day address me as Big Brother, might she not? Young Master Dante. Suddenly the girl across from him softly called out. He jolted, gazing blankly at Camilla. Dante, puzzled, inquired, "What is it?" Camilla was caught in a dilemma, torn between her thoughts. Ultimately, she resolved to continue assisting young Master Dante with his treatment. Since becoming his personal guard, her training had increased, her living conditions had improved, and she had encountered no danger at all. Yet, she had not accomplished anything substantial. She merely followed Dante around each day, her skills in serving tea and water far less refined than those of the other maids. The only way she could assist him was through the matter at hand. "You haven't reached your limit yet, Camilla. You can do this." She fixed her gaze on Dante with determination, stating, "It's fine, young master, let us proceed." Dante felt a twinge of confusion, yet he did not dwell on it. With eager anticipation, he asked, "Camilla, Could you switch to using your forearm? This time, I shall be able to endure for a longer duration. Huh, what's wrong? As Camilla's face began to fall, Dante finally noticed her unease. Under Dante's prodding, Camilla finally expressed her feelings to her. Dante's tentative fingertips felt akin to a flying ant landing on her skin, the gentle caresses reminiscent of the tiny creature scurrying across her flesh. Merely listening to her description made Dante feel a slight itch. Eventually, Camilla concluded, "Actually, young master, you could use a bit more pressure. You could also just slap my hand." I will try my best." Dante's face flushed slightly. To alleviate the awkwardness of the moment, he queried, "Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known, I would naturally have tried to avoid causing you discomfort." She gently shook her head. "It's all right. I can endure it. I am delighted to assist you." Young master, a warmth surged within Dante, as if a pure white swan had gracefully descended upon the lake of his heart, creating ripples of emotion. Over the course of their time spent together, he had gained some understanding of the girl's mannerisms and habits. However, he remained entirely ignorant of the deeper aspects of her character. He was filled with curiosity regarding many of Camilla's peculiar behaviors. Seizing the opportunity of the day, he decided to ask, "Why are you particularly kind to me? Moreover, when we first met, why did you kneel and pledge to protect me?" A fleeting look of confusion passed over Camilla's face. But after a moment, it seemed she relinquished her contemplation, gently shaking her head and revealing a tender smile as she softly replied, "Because I am grateful to you. I like you more, and I wish to remain by your side." Young Master Dante, for a little longer, in her silvery gray eyes, there was no hint of shyness, only warmth. That if Dante had not misread the situation, there seemed to be a touch of attachment as well. Dante's breath caught in his throat. Before him, Camilla appeared so ethereal and dreamlike, so beautifully enchanting that she seemed poised to vanish like a bubble in the next instant. The sound of cicadas echoed outside, their relentless noise making it difficult to find tranquility. Dante understood that no one could simply disappear into thin air in this world. Yet he could not help but repeatedly reflect on Camilla's words from earlier and her unusual behavior. It was not until he obtained 2 iron rings crafted from inspiration a few days prior that he finally quelled his curiosity, redirecting his focus to the task at hand. The 2 rings gleamed in a dark silver hue. Devoid of any adornments, their surfaces deliberately roughened. Though simple in design, they possessed a unique charm, radiating a rugged beauty. Dante slipped the rings onto the middle fingers of both hands, feeling an unusual sensation between his fingers. As he had never worn rings before, it would likely take some time to adjust. He arrived at the training ground, inhaled deeply, and suddenly brought his hands together with a resounding clap, accompanied by the sharp sound. The 2 iron rings collided violently, creating friction. In the midst of this friction, a barely noticeable spark was born from the void, quickly captured by the magician who had summoned it, establishing a connection. A breath later, a standard fireball floated before the magician, containing astonishing heat and destructive power. Gazing at the flame before him, Dante was beset with mixed emotions. Now endowed with the power to protect himself, he first thought, if only the 8-year-old version of myself could accomplish what I can now, would Aurora still be alive? Regrettably, such thoughts would forever remain mere hypotheticals. The only moment capable of transformation is the present. At lunch, Dante eagerly demonstrated the new fireball technique to Selena. The advanced version allowed for swift casting, relying solely on the rings on his hands, liberating him from the cumbersome fire steel and flint. Although the fundamental principles remained unchanged, its practicality was incomparable, significantly enhancing Dante's combat capabilities. At any moment, in any circumstance, as long as he clapped his hands, he could unleash the fireball spell almost instantaneously. This is the essence of engineering, a discipline that genuinely alters the world. Since he had to reacquaint himself with the technique of igniting with the rings, he succeeded only on his second attempt during the demonstration. But both he and Selena were elated upon achieving the summon. Dante proudly made the fireball circle the dining table, nearly striking the lemon tree beside it. He thought, how will Princess Alice, who claims to be able to combat 2 mid-tier magicians simultaneously, respond now? Selena's eyes sparkled with joy and admiration. For the first time, she felt that collaborating with the church had its advantages, that half serious and half joking. She remarked, My Dante is indeed remarkable when he puts his mind to it. He often surprises us. She added, from now on, I shall rely on you for protection. Dante, slightly more composed, replied, of course, that is not a problem. However, let's hope there will never be such a need. Selina chuckled lightly, saying nothing further, only gazing at him with affection. Dante averted his gaze, his eyes drifting to the distance where Camilla stood. He then recounted their conversation from earlier that day, hoping to glean more information from his mother. Upon hearing the tale, Selina's smile faded, and she casually remarked, what she means by liking you is not the kind of affection you might think. It is more likely gratitude. She was once astray, on the brink of death. And you, as a child, rescued her. After she arrived, we did not mistreat her. It is natural for her to regard you as someone special. Such a thing happened. I don't recall any of this. Dante exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. It is not surprising you do not remember. It was merely a whim of yours. Moreover, it was during the winter of your 8th year, before we returned to the Southern Territory. Selina gently sliced a piece of steak and placed it into her mouth. Dante began to understand. He had been in a terrible state at that time, consumed by memories of Aurora, shrouded in sorrow. Viewing the world through a gray lens, Selina continued. Regarding her, I had not intended to tell you. But now that you know from me, it is necessary to remind you. She is merely a guard, and you do not have feelings for her. Becoming too preoccupied with her is not beneficial. Dante, perplexed, asked, why? Selina countered with a question of her own. When you think of summer, which insect comes to mind first? That would be cicadas. Indeed. The cicada's unique life cycle and habits are captivating in the serene, sweltering atmosphere of summer afternoon. The loud cicada song possesses a distinct beauty. Cicadas are beautiful, yet no one ever considers them as pets. Do you know why? Because the cicadas live through summer, only to die in autumn. The nymphs emerge from the earth, shedding their shells to become cicadas, yet remain oblivious to the passage of the seasons. Dante began to grasp his stepmother's implication. The images that suddenly surfaced in his mind were those of his mother's death, the Duchess. Aurora could just as easily perish in an instant. How many guards, whose names Dante could not recall, met their demise that fateful night? It was precisely because of that attack that the family began to cultivate blood guards. The blood guards are the warriors concealed in the shadows, undertaking perilous and sinister missions, ever ready to lay down their lives to protect the prominent members of their families. Selina remarked, indeed, there are several thousand individuals serving her household directly. It is the blood guards who suffer the most casualties each year. I support your friendship with Ariana and Sylvia, but I would advise against developing anything beyond a conventional master-servant relationship with Camilla. Do you understand my meaning? In summer, the cicadas always sing. If one remains indifferent, their chorus merely becomes a commonplace backdrop. One does not ponder that each chirp signifies the final revelry before death. Yet, what if one becomes aware? Dante's expression faltered. I understand, but I still care for her. I can no longer view her as merely a maid or protector. Selina offered a complex smile. Is that so? Well, since this is what you desire, I will assist you, provided it does not endanger your life. However, the consequences, whether good or ill, you must bear alone, and my gaze shall remain fixed upon you. Thank you. No need for thanks. Just ensure that you do not regret it later. She lifted her wine glass, taking a delicate sip of red wine. The robust flavor perfectly complemented the taste of the steak, and the layers of flavor were rich and diverse. First, there was the deep aroma of grapes, followed by subtle hints of spices intermingled with faint notes of flora and earth. The aftertaste lingered long, gradually revealing a hint of sweetness. Even the vintner, prior to uncorking the bottle, could not predict the flavor of this year's new wine. After lunch, Dante received 2 pieces of news. The first concerned a follow-up from the Rossi family regarding the Rose Night banquet. After a day of careful deliberation, Duke Rossi finally decided to incorporate an unprecedented charity auction into the festivities. This meant that those gathered in the Rose Garden could commence their preparations. The second message came from the artisans at his estate, delivering the first batch of sample papers. The sheets, bleached with lime water, gleamed brighter than parchment. Although Dante deemed them still quite coarse, They were a revolutionary creation for the current era. Yesterday, he had ventured to the estate to convey the required dimensions to the papermakers. Everything was now in place. T3 in the afternoon, an opulent carriage adorned with the Rossi family crest slowly halted before the Copperfield family mansion. Dante awaited at the entrance to greet the invited Rossi siblings. Ariana wore a modest and elegant white gown, with a slight slit at the cuffs revealing a pale yellow silk lining. Her hair elegantly styled in a high bun, exuding youthful grace. The twins, Lucia and Luca, donned fresh green outfits, standing side by side in harmonious brilliance. Yet those familiar with them understood that this pair of little adversaries often engaged in playful banter, and their outward harmony might not endure for long. The four exchanged greetings. Luca and Lucia appeared delighted, clearly looking forward to their private gathering. Ariana, however, seemed somewhat subdued, lacking her usual vivacity. She had not anticipated that her aunt would be absent, leaving only her cousin a host, rendering her somewhat at a loss. Their gazes met briefly before parting, each recalling the previous day's awkwardness. Dante thought to himself that this would not do. He redirected his attention to Ariana, smiling as he spoke. "Cousin, your attire is quite fitting for you. You look lovely. Thank you, cousin." Hearing Dante's compliment, she felt a twinge of embarrassment, yet also a flicker of joy. Lucia chimed in cheerfully, "Cousin, you have a good eye. This outfit was selected by mother and me for sister. Isn't it splendid?" Dante silently gave her a thumbs up, smiling as he replied, "Your and Luca's outfits are also quite splendid. In just 2 or 3 years, the royal city will gain another pair of handsome and beautiful youths." She playfully stuck out her tongue. "Cousin, I am a beauty as well, am I not?" "Ahem, I misspoke." Dante felt a pang of embarrassment. Luca glanced sideways at his sister, clicking his tongue. Lucia shot her brother an eye roll. "What? Do you have an opinion?" "Lucia, how can a girl boast like that? It's so unladylike that you're the one who talks too much." She playfully pinched her brother's waist, and with his owl of protest, she adeptly lifted her skirt and dashed inside. Luca, having met Dante a few times, had gradually lost his initial shyness and, gritting his teeth, shouted, "Lucia," as he chased after her. Dante chuckled at their antics and turned to the eldest sister among them, Ariana. "Shall we go inside?" His face bore a refreshing smile, his eyes still holding a trace of warmth that Ariana appeared momentarily stunned. "What is it?" "Oh, nothing, cousin. Let's hurry along." Once seated in the courtyard, Dante naturally took a place beside Ariana, with Luca on the other side. Selena emerged to greet them before attending to family matters once more. The four engaged in conversation, primarily revolving around Luca's discussions with their grandfather regarding the Rose Night banquet and the charity auction. Although there was no precedent for such an event, after careful consideration, Duke Rossi agreed that it was an excellent proposal. After discussing this topic, Ariana mustered her courage to inquire, "Cousin, did you not mention having something fun prepared?" "What is it?" Lucia and Luca's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Dante confidently replied, "Our family has just invented a new type of paper, perfect for making kites, on which we can paint vibrant designs that I have invited a kite maker to join us today. We can make kites together." Upon hearing this, Ariana felt her heart sink. The mere mention of kites unleashed a flood of memories from that day, rekindling feelings of embarrassment and disappointment that, could we not speak of kites? However, both her sister and brother were brimming with excitement, leaving her with no reason to refuse, and she could only steel herself to participate. Before long, a servant arrived with the materials, accompanied by a master kite maker with over 20 years of experience. The siblings were captivated upon first encountering the plant-based paper, eagerly running their fingers over its smooth, lustrous surface, expressing their wonder. The master, equally astonished by the plant paper, touched, smelled, and carefully weighed the sheets in his hands, eventually unfurling the paper in the wind to assess its breathability. After a flurry of exploration, even the illiterate master could not articulate any polished praise, merely murmuring, "Truly wonderful. What a fine creation." Each of the four took a large sheet of paper to draw their favorite designs. The master, meanwhile, crafted kite frames from willow branches according to the sizes of their drawings. Luca chose to depict the droplet symbol representing water mages, a symbol that the Magic Association had proposed when two mages first met. Lucia opted to illustrate an adorable long-legged sea turtle. Dante, too, took a sheet of paper, deciding to depict his family's crest. Ariana, at a loss for what to draw, showed signs of distress. Noticing this, Dante suggested, "Cousin, apart from music, do you not also enjoy traveling? You could illustrate the landscapes or objects you've encountered during your travels." That Ariana's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and she resolved to draw a beautiful butterfly she had encountered on one of her outings. All four had received excellent education from a young age and were not strangers to drawing. This collective endeavor provided a novel experience. They occasionally engaged in casual chatter, exchanged brushes and paints, and sought each other's opinions on composition and color choices, thus enjoying a delightful passage of time. Luca was the first to finish, having chosen the simplest design that required only one color: blue. Upon completion, the master took over, adhering the paper to the frame. Seeing her brother finish so quickly, Lucia hastily wrapped up her drawing, handing the paper to the master as she pulled her brother along to find their aunt. Luca hesitated. "But isn't Aunt busy with important matters? It might be inappropriate to disturb her." Lucia replied, "We'll just say hello, then we can ask a servant to show us around the Duke's estate. We haven't explored it thoroughly yet." Remaining there seemed rather dull. It was far more enticing to venture out. Lucia cast a sharp glance at her younger brother, subtly gesturing towards the other two individuals. Connecting this with Ariana's unusually quiet demeanor today, Luca began to understand, obediently following Lucia as they departed. The long stone table now remained occupied only by Dante and Ariana. With the exit of the lively duo, the courtyard instantly fell into a serene silence. Dante, sensing the shift in atmosphere, discreetly observed Ariana across from him. Fortunately, she was wholly engrossed in her painting, entirely oblivious to the change in her surroundings. Painting on the smooth, pristine new paper was a novel experience. The brush glided effortlessly, colors vibrant, perfectly suited to depict the intricately patterned, vividly colored butterfly in Ariana's mind, with her naturally cheerful and lively disposition. She became completely captivated, meticulously adding color to the butterfly with a badger hair brush, unaware of her sibling's departure. The high-quality brushes in this world were crafted from natural hairs, such as those from squirrels, badgers, martens, and horses, each selected for its unique softness, firmness, elasticity, and delicacy, tailored for various artistic purposes. The hairs were tightly bundled, bound with thread, and embedded into wooden handles, finally secured with glue, resulting in a finished brush. The pigments were primarily derived from minerals and flora, such as the deep blue lapis lazuli and the rich red cochineal, mixed with egg yolk and other additives to create the lustrous and finely textured egg tempera paint. Egg tempera dried rapidly, necessitating a technique of applying only a thin layer at a time, preferably using cross-hatch strokes. When wet, the colors appeared pale, but once dried, they transformed into deep, glossy hues, revealing rich layers and a soft, ethereal effect that in this vibrant courtyard, surrounded by colorful pigments, pristine paper, and the dazzling dance of butterflies. Everything was just right, allowing her to unleash her creative desires. Each stroke was executed with utmost concentration, her heart both eager and anxious. She sensed that the painting she was currently creating might very well be her most satisfying work to date. Just as she applied a base layer with a badger brush and contemplated switching to a softer, finer brush, she noticed a freshly cleaned squirrel hair brush quietly resting before her. Lost in her focused state, she picked it up without a second thought. After painting for a while, when she intended to switch brushes to depict the wing patterns, she discovered a marten hair brush lying silently at her side. Thus, in an exceptional state of flow, Ariana persevered and completed her masterpiece with fervor. Setting down her brush, she beamed with immense satisfaction as she admired her creation. On the immaculate, lustrous paper, she had portrayed a stunning butterfly adorned with complex patterns and vibrant colors. Deep blues, bright oranges, and vivid reds intertwined, emanating a unique transparency from the mineral pigment sheen. The wings' textures were exceptionally delicate, as if natural light filtered through the thin membrane, revealing subtle color gradients. Through gentle brushstrokes and the layered quality of the egg tempera, the butterfly in her painting appeared poised to take flight, vividly showcasing the beauty of nature's creations. Suddenly, a voice broke the tranquility. "What a masterpiece! Cousin, I had no idea you possessed such painting prowess. Ariana looked up in the direction of the voice. Realizing that only she and Dante remained at the stone table, he gazed at her recently completed painting with admiration and awe, a freshly cleaned brush still in hand. That brush looked somewhat familiar. She mused, recalling the earlier moments and catching a glimpse of Dante's unfinished work out of the corner of her eye, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. "Oh, cousin, I apologize. I became too engrossed in my painting and failed to consider that you hadn't finished your own." "Not a problem at all, Dot. I can resume my work later. If you don't finish your painting, we won't have time to make the kite today, and Lucia and Luca's kites are already complete." Dante replied with a smile. He had observed Ariana entering a state of flow and, recognizing her talent, had quietly supported her as she painted. The result was indeed a remarkable piece of art. As the moment approached to submit her painting, Ariana felt a twinge of reluctance, for it was her most cherished creation thus far. However, she quickly reminded herself that once transformed into a kite, the butterfly could soar in the sky, allowing her family and friends to admire her work, and she imagined their praises, which filled her with delight. Thus, she happily handed her painting over to the kite maker. The two settled comfortably in the courtyard, sipping light fruit wine while gazing at the lush lemon tree adorned with unripe green fruits, engaging in endless, enjoyable conversation. Suddenly, Ariana lowered her head slightly and softly said, "Dante, thank you for today's arrangements. I had a delightful afternoon that I realized I spoke some odd things at the Rose Garden and then left without saying a word. Tea was quite rude of me." "I apologize." "Not at all. There's no need to dwell on it," Dante replied sincerely. "You were far braver than I thought upon returning. I mentioned this to Selena, and she praised you as well. Oh, really?" She felt her cheeks warm, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Noticing the impending silence, Dante made an effort to fill the void with other thoughts. "I genuinely wish to remain friends with you, Lucia, and Luca. And by the way, that day you twirled before the rose bushes was truly beautiful. I have not forgotten it." Ariana's face turned crimson as she covered it with her hands, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Oh dear, please don't bring up that twirling again. It's utterly embarrassing. You've revived all those mortifying memories. Stop mentioning it, and forget it." Dante, taken aback by Ariana's sudden outburst, initially stared in disbelief, but ultimately could no longer contain his laughter. Ariana, starting with a frown, gradually transformed her expression from covering her face to covering her mouth, joining in the laughter. Their joyful laughter echoed throughout the courtyard. The unripe lemons hung heavily from the branches, swaying gently in the breeze. A sight that brought joy to all who beheld it. The twins, who had just returned to the courtyard, couldn't help but smile at the scene. Luca gave his sister a thumbs up. Lucia puffed out her chest, raising her chin slightly, and proclaimed with an air of confidence, "It was nothing. I merely made a trivial contribution. Hee hee." Thus, the afternoon passed pleasantly. The three departed with joy, each carrying their hand-painted kites. Selena, along with Dante, bid farewell to her niece and nephew at the door. Observing the smile on her son's face, she remarked, "You seem to be in good spirits. It appears any lingering tensions have been resolved, and new relationships are being forged at, I suppose so," Dante replied, though he was not entirely certain. Selena inquired, "When you bid farewell, did Ariana look into your eyes and smile as she said goodbye?" "Yes." "And do you believe her smile was genuine?" "Indeed. Then everything is perfectly fine, Dada. Is it really that simple?" Dante asked, surprised. Selena smiled calmly. "Sometimes relationships between people can be just that straightforward." "Ah, yes, that's so." Dante remained somewhat incredulous. Her nature was inherently straightforward. If there were any lingering tensions, they would surely be reflected on her face. "I can't guarantee she won't harbor other feelings in the future, but since you do not have romantic feelings for her, be sure to maintain boundaries and avoid leading her on." "Of course," Dante replied with confidence. Selena chuckled lightly, casting him a knowing glance. "I will take that as a sign that you genuinely understand." Nevertheless, she added, "Even so, relationships can sometimes evolve in unexpected ways." As night fell, within the Rossi family estate, Ariana returned from her aunt's house in high spirits, especially when she unveiled her painted kite. Receiving unanimous praise from her family, her mood soared even higher. Even her grandfather, who was typically stern at home despite his outwardly affable demeanor, took a moment to closely examine the kite and offered her gentle words of encouragement. Before bedtime, for reasons unknown, Lucia insisted on sharing a bed with Ariana. Occasionally, her younger sister would cling to her, and at other times, to their mother. Ariana felt that her younger sister truly knew how to be endearing, living each day without a care in the world. Seemingly oblivious to when she would grow up, that moment. Both sisters were clad in silk nightgowns that reached their ankles, with sleeves that extended gracefully, somewhat cold. Ariana had donned a soft linen long shirt beneath, topped off with a nightcap, while Lucia wore her hair down in a carefree manner. The two young girls lay on the same bed, and it was hardly possible for them to behave and sleep quietly. Under Lucia's relentless inquiries fueled by the spirit of gossip, Ariana candidly recounted her interactions with Dante from that day. Lucia sighed. "Ah, cousin is truly a wonderful person, arranging today's gathering to reconcile with you. He will likely grow into a gentle and responsible husband in the future." Ariana wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed. And when we first met today, you and Luca rushed in, and the way he turned back to smile at me was simply dashing. Initially, I thought he was merely handsome, but rather aloof and distant. Now that I've gotten to know him better, I realize he is actually warm and considerate, capable yet somewhat mysterious. The more I interact with him, the more I wish to learn." Lucia pondered. "It's true. The disparity between his true self and the rumors is rather odd." "Wait, does that mean you have feelings for him?" "I send stepmother trying to find you a new marriage prospect?" She seemed somewhat troubled. "Oh yes, I nearly forgot. It's all cousin's fault. He looked so charming when performing magic, and when he took things seriously," she lamented. "You truly have a way of forgetting things. And this isn't entirely cousin's fault, is it?" Lucia replied, exasperated. Ariana, her expression twisted in thought, finally shook her head in resignation. "Oh, never mind. Mother is currently preoccupied with planning the rose night with father, so she won't have time for such matters. We shall discuss it later. Sister, you're already 16. When will you grow up?" "I just turned 16. "Huh. What did you just call me?" Upon saying this, Ariana pretended to be angry and began to tickle her sister, her fingers gliding lightly over Lucia's ticklish thighs, belly, soles, and armpits, causing the ever-ticklish Lucia to erupt into uncontrollable laughter. Under the continuous assault from her sister, she was nearly breathless with laughter. "Ah, sister, I surrender. Please spare me." Ariana regained her elder sisterly authority and, with a triumphant air, declared, "Humph. This time, I shall let you off. Let us see if you dare to be mischievous again." After a brief commotion, both girls lay in disarray. Especially Lucia. Ariana chuckled as she helped her sister straighten her nightgown, and they settled back down obediently. Lucia lay on her side, facing her sister, curiosity piquing her interest. "By the way, sister, did you ask him who he likes?" "I didn't ask. It feels inappropriate to do so. But it must be among us, right? Perhaps it's Julia? He seems to have mentioned getting along well with her." Lucia contemplated. Considering cousin's character, it's unlikely he would casually reveal his feelings in front of everyone. "Yet, I am uncertain. I think both Julia and Princess Alice are possibilities." That Ariana's eyes widened in disbelief. "No way. There are so many pursuing Princess Alice. I have never seen anyone manage to win her over. It is far too difficult, but cousin is quite exceptional, isn't he? Moreover, they have had a good relationship since childhood, and Princess Alice seems particularly close to him. It still feels like there is a chance." Lucia's expression reflected her eager anticipation for what would unfold next. Ariana nodded. Indeed, she mused to herself that if cousin's affections lay with Princess Alice, then she truly could not compare. In terms of looks, status, and talent, she fell short. Oh, and in talent, it seemed she lagged even further behind. With this thought, she couldn't help but feel somewhat dispirited, her lovely brows knitting together. Noticing her sister's expression, Lucia's eyes twinkled mischievously as she patted her arm. Whispering conspiratorially, sister, if you truly like cousin, I have a way to bring you two together. Oh, what method do you propose?" Ariana asked, puzzled that of course there's a way, and it's both far and near, Lucia replied confidently. "The solution lies with Aunt." Understanding dawned on Ariana, her eyes sparkling with insight. "Oh, I see. You mean to ask Aunt to help bring us together, right? Lucia nearly choked on her own saliva. She reached out to pat her sister's head. Sighing, alas, that's not it. Aunt would never pressure cousin, and besides, Lady Ferrero is also watching. What does that mean? Wait, why are you patting my head? Ariana couldn't quite articulate why, but she felt as though she had been wronged and instinctively raised her hand to tickle her sister again. Wait, sister, your hair is so thick and soft. I love to touch it, Lucia giggled. The method is the one Aunt used back in the day, regardless of whether the other party likes you, as long as they don't dislike you. You stick close to them, if marriage isn't possible, then you start as lovers. If even that fails, then you simply remain by their side every day. It's all about being persistent. Feelings will develop in time. After all, the guardian of the Southern Territory got married and had children. It was initially much harder, yet Aunt managed to win him over with this simple strategy. Ariana listened, dumbfounded, unable to refute, finally muttering, Lucia, you truly have a way about you. Oh, it's not me. It's Aunt who is formidable. I could never pull off such boldness, she said, waving her hands. After all, Aunt had left home over this matter, and the family was on the verge of severing ties with her. You know you can't do it, yet you want me to? Are you a devil? The more she spoke, the angrier Ariana became. Her fingers once again resting on her sister. Wait, I'm just offering a suggestion for your consideration. No one is forcing you. Just look at Aunt now. She is a legitimate duchess. Don't you think this method has merit? Lucia feigned innocence. Well, it does have merit, but I can't replicate it. Besides, Aunt was just lucky. The former duchess passed away unexpectedly. Otherwise, as the duke's eldest daughter, she would have had to spend her life as a lover. Ariana had already given up. Lucia whispered, was it really just luck? It's too coincidental. Aunt arrived at their home not long before the former duchess had her accident, and then Aunt and cousin became as close as mother and son. Naturally stepping into the role of duchess, Ariana paused in astonishment. You can't be serious. Aunt is such a good person. How could she do something so wicked? TSK, it wasn't Aunt who did it, but it could have been our family. After the assassination in the capital, many had suspected their family. That is even less likely. Our family's motto is with each new friend, a foe diminishes. How could we ever engage in such treacherous deeds that invite blood feuds? Ariana scoffed. Lucia shrugged. Usually, that's true. I merely find it too coincidental to discuss. Besides, which of the 5 great families hasn't engaged in some underhanded dealings? Even the recently risen Capafiel family wiped out the Manjone family 7 years ago without trial. When it comes to business, every family is ruthless when necessary. Ariana sighed. This is the downside of noble families. Occasional violence and various schemes. I dislike it and cannot comprehend such matters. That's why I don't wish to be a duchess. It is even harder if you're not a noble. Merchants must watch for the noble's whims. Artisans face peer rivalry and sabotage, and farmers suffer from layers of exploitation. In no matter the trade, one must pay taxes to the church, and you might encounter bullies on the streets. As she spoke, her voice grew softer until she gradually drifted off to sleep. Ariana chuckled softly, reflecting on how her younger sister, though not yet grown, had a lot on her mind. She gently tucked Lucia in, yawned, and slowly succumbed to slumber herself. The hardships of the world and the malice of human hearts seemed to lie far beyond their reach. Meanwhile, Dante, fully dressed, finally fell asleep. Once again entering a dreamscape shared only with the church's saintess, the outside world still adorned with a sky of azure and white clouds, alongside fields of lavender. He greeted her with a smile. Good evening. Am I being a bit too casual? She is the church's saintess, not just a classmate I agreed to study with. Dante pondered to his surprise. Irene seemed unperturbed, reciprocating his greeting with a smile. It dawned on Dante that since last night, her demeanor towards him had noticeably improved, even remarking on how obedient he appeared, and adding some peculiar comments about not blaming her if they ever clashed. Last night had left Dante utterly bewildered. In that fleeting moment, an epiphany suddenly dawned upon him, illuminating the underlying reasons. Perhaps she had heard about the words he uttered to Yulia on that day in the rose garden, and it was conceivable that she might misunderstand his sudden concern for Yulia as stemming from her suggestion. Surely not. Surely not? Dante felt a slight headache. He decided that this matter was beyond explanation. especially to Irene. He could hardly admit that he had spoken thus to test a relationship with Yulia. He sat down beside her as naturally as possible, resolving not to dwell on it any longer. For the matter at hand was of utmost importance. Irene, there is something I wish to discuss with you. While it is indeed convenient for us to meet here every evening, we must also have intersections in the real world. If we appear to have no connection in the eyes of others, yet can synchronize information instantaneously and collaborate effectively on certain matters, it would be exceedingly peculiar if we were to reveal a relationship that exceeds the ordinary upon our eventual appearance together. Dante faltered momentarily, uncertain of how to define his relationship with Irene. Friends, superior, and subordinate? Key members of a grand family and church hierarchy? No. Let us be more confident. A strategic partnership with a shared goal and mutual benefit. Irene's expression turned serious. Indeed, this is a concern I've already told you. Had you heeded my advice to remain in the sanctuary, we would not be facing any issues now. Dante firmly disagreed. That would be akin to the relationship between a warden and a convict. Wouldn't it? What nonsensical talk is that? What do you propose we do? She retorted with an eye roll. Dante had naturally contemplated this in advance. Our new paper has successfully undergone trial production. I will bring some samples to the sanctuary next Sunday. As the church gradually transitions to using our new paper, I shall visit the sanctuary at least once a week, which would appear more reasonable to outsiders. She nodded. That is acceptable. The price of the paper must not exceed that of the parchment we currently use. Dante responded with grandiosity. No problem. I shall also offer the church the best prices, with the most favorable treatment for clients. Regrettably, Irene remained unappreciative. Isn't that what you ought to do? Are you thinking of profiting from the church? How should the collaboration regarding the new weapons be explained? In a few days, we should be ready to test the new weapons, and your presence will be required. This matter must remain undisclosed to the outside world. There is no need to concoct any cover stories. Oh, after the successful trials of the new weapons, won't they be deployed in the war against the tree folk? Dante exclaimed in surprise. Irene rested her palm on her chin, her fingers occasionally tapping her lovely cheek. The church has discussed this internally. For now, we shall not engage on the battlefield. Firstly, the offensive pressure from the tree folk is currently minimal, making it unnecessary. Secondly, we are in a period of rapid development. Hastily deploying new weapons might provoke external forces, leading the enemy to intensify their attacks on us, which would be counterproductive. Dante concurred with her reasoning, but cautioned, testing and actual combat are not the same. Large-scale deployment on the battlefield is essential to thoroughly validate the strengths and weaknesses of the new weapons. Moreover, those wielding the new weapons will require time to familiarize themselves with them. He harbored a hint of selfishness in this statement, as the one guarding the southern fortress was his father, and he wished for his father to wield this power sooner. Irene cast a glance at him, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Rest assured, once the new weapons meet combat requirements, they will be incorporated into the ranks of the Holy Spirit Army, prioritized for use at the southern fortress. The cardinal in the south has already informed your father that the church is developing equipment armed with the new weapons. Although Dante could not decipher the emotions in her gaze, he could discern that her voice, typically delicate and melodious, held an extra touch of gentleness today. Thank you, he expressed earnestly. Irene nodded. Let us commence today's work. We must swiftly create powerful and stable new weapons to genuinely assist your father. Wait, there's one more thing, Dante quickly called after her. Irene rested her chin back upon her palm, tilting her body slightly, signaling him to continue. This demeanor of hers, in stark contrast to her usual assertiveness, possessed a certain charm. Dante suppressed his distractions and recounted the newly added charity auction for the Night of Roses, as well as the subsequent arrangements for distributing supplies in conjunction with the church. After hearing Dante's account, however, Irene's brows furrowed, her face reflecting displeasure. Involving the church in this matter is acceptable. However, haven't you been rather negligent? During the day, you either seclude yourself or indulge in frivolous gatherings with noble ladies, and now you wish to divert your energy to these superficial endeavors. You might as well come to the sanctuary during the day to assist me. Suddenly, she spoke earnestly. Dante, life is the most precious thing we possess, and each individual only lives once. Do you not fear that you will regret squandering your time when you grow old? Dante was taken aback by this sudden dose of wisdom, nearly choking on her words. What on earth? Faced with Irene's unexpected interrogation and heartfelt admonition, Dante, though momentarily overwhelmed, remained resolute and unyielding. He quickly asserted, "Hold on. First and foremost, the time I spend at home is entirely devoted to treating my obsessive-compulsive disorder, practicing magic, and honing my skills in illusion that I lead a fulfilling life, not one to squander. Is that so? Magic? You mean the tricks you perform for those noble ladies? Indeed, that is my passion and one of the methods I employ to combat my compulsions. Furthermore, my meetings with Alice and the others are arranged by the family. Marriage is a significant affair for every noble, deeply affecting the stability and continuity of the family. Thus, I cannot make hasty decisions that I could see this point." Dante's arguments were well structured, yet his conviction was noticeably waning. Fortunately, Irene did not notice. With a hint of resignation, she sighed. "Well, I suppose you have a point, right? Moreover, isn't a typical noble lifestyle characterized by revelry and indulgence? Previously, I was regarded as reclusive and arrogant. Now, with merely a few additional social activities, I appear more akin to an ordinary noble in the eyes of outsiders." She scoffed disdainfully. "I have never liked the so-called normal nobles. You must absolutely not become like them." With the matter of the noble ladies set aside, Dante regained his confidence and continued. "Moreover, the charity auction and subsequent relief activities are not mere window dressing. We intend to implement them seriously. On one hand, we aim to bridge the gap between the lower and upper tiers of the kingdom, and on the other, to genuinely assist the lower-class citizens, which can effectively enhance internal cohesion." Upon hearing this, Irene's expression softened somewhat, yet she remained skeptical. The royalty and nobility, if they can stabilize the secular world and reduce warfare, that would be commendable. Only the church and faith can truly enhance the internal cohesion of humanity. Dante was mildly astonished by her candid viewpoint. In an era of low productivity and sluggish information dissemination, religion and faith might serve as effective means to unite people, but this was merely a temporary solution. With societal advancement and improved living standards, the awakening of national and ethnic consciousness, and the recognition of universal values, true cohesion among the populace could only be achieved through these channels. Historically, Christianity had once hoisted the banner of holy wars and assembled the Crusaders, venturing out of Europe for 200 years, yet ultimately met with failure, achieving nothing. The crux of this failure lay in the fact that the Crusaders were but a disjointed assembly, with many participating solely for personal gain. In contrast, national and ethnic consciousness could rally countless individuals, fearlessly resisting formidable foes equipped with superior weaponry for 14 long years, ultimately achieving victory. In the information age, the dissemination of universal values has become even more potent, transcending national and cultural boundaries, remotely influencing hearts and altering political landscapes, epitomizing the new era's supreme stratagem. Dante considered his words carefully. In the present, as well as throughout much of history, religion has indeed been a powerful tool for maintaining social stability and uniting hearts. However, with the progress of time, more effective methods will inevitably emerge. Irene furrowed her brows. "What are you trying to say?" After deliberation, Dante resolved to speak his mind. He gazed earnestly at the church as saintess and said, "In a more advanced world, the influence of religion remains substantial, yet it is no longer a necessity but rather a choice for some. Ethnicity, nation, and values are intrinsically linked to each individual. From these perspectives, it is evident that they can more effectively unite people's hearts." The light in Irene's eyes flickered like a torch in the dark, radiating an imposing warmth. After a moment of shared gaze, she calmly replied, "We are vastly different from another world. Here, we possess the power of magic, the marvels of magical beasts, the Holy Spirit army, and formidable, ruthless outsiders. How can you be so certain that the events of another world will unfold unchanged in ours?" Dante chuckled wryly. "Naturally, I cannot be certain. I can only say that there is a significant probability of recurrence. After all, both sides are comprised of humanity, sharing the same spectrum of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and desire. rendering their thoughts and aspirations fundamentally alike. Ultimately, regardless of whether similar events will unfold in the end, it is prudent to prepare in advance, is it not? Irene nodded somewhat reluctantly. Dante was well aware that uttering such words to her might not sit favorably. Not to mention her exalted position within the church. Even on a personal level, he could perceive her profound love and devotion to the institution through her every word and action. Perhaps this was the very reason she had ascended to the status of a saintess. Nevertheless, Dante maintained that concealing the truth and only reporting good news was not a sincere approach to collaboration. Problems are not to be feared. Rather, it is the collective effort to resolve them that matters. What is truly alarming is when everyone acknowledges the existence of an issue, yet chooses to turn a blind eye and a deaf ear, akin to spectators of the emperor's new clothes, reveling in the misfortune. Fortunately, Irene exhibited a relatively open-minded disposition, not resembling a zealot whose mind was solely occupied by dogmatic doctrines, rendering communication impossible. Speaking of which, he realized that during their discussions, she had never cited scripture. As a saintess, her apparent enlightenment bordered on the excessive. When Dante regained his focus, he noticed Irene had been staring at him intently. "What is it?" he inquired. She spoke with deliberate clarity. "You make a valid point. However, Dante, you are incapable." Why the sudden insult? Dante's modern sensibilities flared, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Hey, one cannot simply speak like that. I merely have yet to engage with people." "How could you say I am incapable?" She interrupted him with an unusual gravity. "Dante, you occupy a pivotal role within the church, yet possess no sense of belonging, devoid of faith. How can that be acceptable?" Dante sighed in relief. "Oh, so that is what you meant. Why are you so nonchalant about this?" Her voice ignited with fervor. "Wait a moment," Dante hastily interjected. "What I meant is we've discussed this issue previously. Haven't we? When we first met, I stated that I could fulfill the role of a preacher without requiring faith, that I also promised you that I would earnestly carry out my duties as a preacher. Now that we have become friends, and you understand me better, why are we revisiting old grievances?" "Friends," she furrowed her brow, hesitantly questioning. "Indeed, we spend over 7 hours together each day, striving toward a common goal. You are privy to my 2 greatest secrets. Doesn't that qualify as friendship? We share a bond that surpasses that of ordinary acquaintances that by the way, your understanding of me far exceeds my understanding of you. Isn't that rather unfair? Should you share more about yourself with me?" By the end of his statement, Dante gazed at her with a smile, 3 parts curiosity and 7 parts jest. "Friends? Closer than ordinary friends?" Irene's gaze flickered momentarily. Yet soon, she regained her usual composed demeanor and asserted, "Friends are unnecessary. You are my subordinate." "Yes, my direct subordinate." Her expression bore no cracks. However, Dante, familiar with her tone and manner of speaking, discerned a slight increase in her pace and pitch. He mused that even a lovely girl was not necessarily adept at deception, that a sudden impulse to tease the contradictory Irene arose within him. Having been subjected to Selina's pranks frequently, he had also acquired a simple yet effective approach, one known only to those who employed it. With a face full of disappointment and dejection, he lamented, "Is that so? Alas, I thought of you as a friend. It seems it was merely one-sided affection. I poured out my life and secrets without reservation." Irene slightly parted her lips, seemingly at a loss for how to respond to this scenario. After a moment of silence, she begrudgingly replied, "Rest assured, you are my direct subordinate. I will not treat you poorly. Could you elaborate?" Dante pressed on. "Well, I will look out for you, and when you need assistance, I will help you. Once you make tangible contributions, I will apply for rewards on your behalf. That is all." Upon finishing, she seemed to lighten a great burden, her shoulders relaxing somewhat. "However, I do not require any rewards." "I would much rather be your friend," Dante expressed, his face etched with distress. In former times, such words would have never crossed his lips when addressing a woman. Fortunately, after reconciling with Ariana, he had experienced genuine growth, enabling him to naturally articulate his final sentiment. Yet, most importantly, he spoke from the heart. Compared to Ariana, he found a wealth of common ground with Irene. Although their initial interactions had been somewhat rocky, he had since become quite familiar with the saintess's temperament. Moreover, Irene possessed a certain radiant quality. Though Dante struggled to articulate it precisely, he felt an innate admiration and an involuntary inclination to look up to her. Upon hearing his words, Irene opened her mouth again, unsure of what to say. After a brief silence, her annoyance surged as she promptly began issuing commands. Stop with the frivolities. Get to work. We are not here to chat. Tomorrow, bring the new paper samples to the chapel. In a few days, we will test the new weapons, and your presence will be required. Furthermore, the Feast of the Holy Body is just over a week away. On the day of the festival, you will accompany me the entire time. From now on, I will personally cultivate your faith and loyalty to the church. Now, it was Dante's turn to be at a loss for words. He felt as if he had inadvertently crossed a line that he struggled to articulate. Actually, I do possess the seeds of faith and loyalty toward the church. After interacting with you, they have begun to sprout. If allowed to develop naturally, they will gradually flourish into a towering tree. Irene's gaze deepened, as if she were observing a weasel caught in a henhouse, adamantly proclaiming its vegetarianism. She inquired, "What is the procedure for the Feast of the Holy Body?" How could I possibly remember such things? Dante rummaged through his memories. This was a complete blind spot in his knowledge. Her voice turned frigid, akin to the icy shards that fall when a snow lotus trembles on a frozen cliff. The invitation for the ceremony has long since been delivered to your home. Yet you have not even glanced at it. With your attitude, if I do not keep a close watch on you, that seed will not sprout for 100 years. Dante had no retort. He indeed had neglected to view the invitation, and could only surrender. However, after the recent commotion, their relationship had effectively transitioned into that of friends. He felt emboldened to inquire directly, "Irene, I ask you sincerely, how long has it been since you last left the chapel?" She seemed slightly taken aback. "Why do you ask?" "Let me think, perhaps a year." He thought to himself, just as I suspected. Dante sensed a dissonance within Irene. On one hand, she tirelessly labored for the survival and prosperity of humanity, while on the other, she remained woefully unaware of the struggles and lives of the lower classes. He solemnly stated, "Irene, you must gain a deeper understanding of the real living conditions of the lower classes. Only then can you make wiser and more just decisions." Irene regarded him with an expression that conveyed disbelief, saying, "What qualifications do you, an heir of one of the 5 great families, have to say such things? My understanding of the people's lives far exceeds your assumptions. I receive detailed reports every month. For instance, the staple foods of ordinary citizens are rye and oat bread, supplemented with vegetables and legumes, with meat and fish being rare luxuries. Due to the contamination of drinking water, they often resort to drinking weak beer or diluted wine instead." Dante shook his head. "Reading reports and experiencing firsthand are entirely different matters. Though I hail from a noble family, my memories of another world come from an ordinary person who fought alone in the outside world for an extended period. Hence, I am aware of the hardships faced by the common folk. Of course, I wish to witness the living conditions of the lower classes with my own eyes. Why don't we go together?" Irene hesitated. "Every time I leave the chapel, I must deploy the church's military in advance, which requires significant manpower. Moreover, your public appearance alongside me could expose you to unforeseen dangers. Wait, didn't you say that on the day of the Feast of the Holy Body, I would accompany you the entire time? What danger could there possibly be?" he questioned, perplexed. "That day, I intend for you to wear a mask." She paused for a moment, then spoke gravely. "Due to the threat of assassination from foreign factions that I want you to conceal your identity as a preacher. And that is the reason. Can foreign factions really orchestrate an assassination in the royal capital? In that case, we could simply wear masks when we go out. Even if it requires some manpower, it would be worthwhile. Trust me. Whenever members of the 5 great families venture out, they always accompanied by a multitude of guards." Dante spoke earnestly. Irene felt a flicker of interest. Indeed, it had been a considerable time since she had ventured beyond the sanctuary. After a moment's contemplation, she neither acquiesced nor declined. "You may devise some plans. If you can persuade me, I shall accompany you." Dante clapped his hands in delight. "Splendid. Rest assured, I shall make your incognito visit both valuable and enjoyable." "What peculiar words are you uttering?" "I merely suggested you prepare your plans first," she replied with exasperation. Yes, leave it to me. The following morning, Dante arrived at the sanctuary bearing new samples of paper. Departing 2 hours later in the afternoon, the Coppofield family and the church, whether intentionally or inadvertently, disseminated mutually corroborative news. Subsequently, those concerned with commerce, as well as the movements of the five noble families, became aware of a rather significant piece of intelligence. The Coppofield family had developed an entirely new type of paper that did not require animal hide, drastically reducing costs. The project was overseen by the Duchess, with Dante responsible for communication and negotiation with key buyers, having reached a cooperative intention with the church. That evening, after dinner, Dante received an invitation for Princess Alice, requesting his presence at the Royal Commerce Guild the following morning. Later, within the Coppofield family's urban residence, Selina, clad in a light, flowing house robe, was perusing a letter sent by her husband from the Southern Territories. The letter was brief. Regarding the first matter, I reserve my opinion. Concerning the second, should Dante wish to, I am in agreement. That moment, her expression was a blend of perplexity and dissatisfaction. Just then, a series of urgent knocks resounded from outside her chamber. Her discontent morphed into irritation. Who dares interrupt her at this hour? However, she soon recognized a familiar voice. "Mother, are you resting? I have something to discuss." She gestured for a maid to open the door while she wrapped herself in a light woolen shawl. In the blink of an eye, her irritation dissipated, leaving only the warmth of a beautiful and cultured mother's affection. Upon entering, Dante instructed the maid to remain outside with Camilla, swiftly approaching Selina to sit before her. Noticing his stepmother's attire, he realized he had intruded upon her leisure. Yet, family members need not apologize for such trivialities. He proceeded directly to the point. "Mother, Princess Alice has personally invited me to the Royal Commerce Guild tomorrow morning. She expressed interest in our new paper and wishes to see samples. Alas, why did I not think of this sooner? She is bound to be intrigued by the new paper. I should have proactively mentioned it to her. In the past few days, he found himself in a quandary. Having resolved to pursue her, he now hesitated to meet her. Selina observed her son, lost in his own regrets, with keen interest, teasing. Is that all? You rushed over here, and I thought you were unable to sleep and needed me to tell you a story." Dante placed a hand on his forehead, slightly flushed. "I have not needed you to tell me stories since I turned 10. Enough with the jesting. I'm genuinely anxious," she sighed, reflecting. "What you are encountering now is akin to the tales of princes and princesses. How swiftly time passes. The child who once begged me for stories is now of marrying age." Dante interrupted her musings, adopting a tone of earnestness reminiscent of Lu Huangshu's 3 visits to the thatched cottage. "Mother, Alice's feelings remain ambiguous, and there are numerous competitors vying for her affection. Though I possess the resolve to end the contention, my experience is woefully inadequate. Without a capable guide, how can the common folk hope for a better fate?" Selina shot him a disapproving glance. "What strange words are you uttering? First, look at this." She handed him a small piece of parchment, a letter from his father. Dante obediently took the letter and glanced down. It contained only a fragmentary sentence. She promptly elaborated. "Firstly, he inquires about your pursuit of Alice. Secondly, he seeks your opinion regarding your collaboration with the church." Dante frowned slightly. "Regarding my pursuit of Alice." He neither endorses nor opposes. His attention was primarily on the first query, feeling a vague unease. Selina pondered that they had previously agreed that Dante would choose his own bride. She had clearly expressed her support for Alice in her letter. Yet his father provided a neutral response, likely indicating some reluctance. However, as long as her husband did not explicitly oppose, she had no intention of intervening. Selina revealed a smile akin to the warmth of winter sunlight. "Indeed. Perhaps your father has considerations he deemed unsuitable for inclusion in his letter. Nonetheless, this is of little consequence. Since he is not opposed, you should proceed as you see fit." Dante sensed a subtle support in her encouraging smile, causing his inner concerns to gradually dissipate. "Very well, that is reassuring." Yet in an instant he abruptly realized, exclaiming, "No, this won't do. Tomorrow morning, I am to meet Alice alone. Mother, please help me devise a strategy to pursue her." Witnessing her typically composed stepson display rare anxiety and distress, Selina felt a surge of satisfaction. Everything was unfolding according to her plan. She laughed with delight. How else should you pursue her? Simply confess your feelings. How could that be possible? You jest. Dante was entirely unconvinced. Selina composed herself and replied earnestly, I am not jesting. Setting aside Alice's own allure, her remarkable talent and esteemed position within the royal family are sufficient to draw any suitor's attention. Whoever wins her hand ascends to the pinnacle of the kingdom. Such temptation is nearly irresistible. You can imagine how many have sought her favor in recent years. Countless admirers, both openly and covertly, have endeavored to impress her. Some rely on intellect, others on valor, while some employ beauty, wealth, power, romance, or sincerity to win her favor. I assure you, every conceivable method has been attempted, often with greater finesse and perfection than you might imagine. Yet they have all failed, explicitly rebuffed by the third princess. She shows no mercy to those with ulterior motives. Conversely, she extends her kindness to those of lesser status, yet remarkable talent. Is it truly that exaggerated? Dante gulped, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Selina chuckled lightly. Indeed. Thus, when I discerned that she likely harbors feelings for you, I was taken aback. However, in terms of lineage, appearance, and capability, you are also quite remarkable. You have shared an irreplaceable bond since childhood and find common ground as you matured. Upon reflection, it is entirely reasonable for her to be fond of you. Feeling somewhat reassured, he inquired, Then how should I pursue her? Selina patiently explained, Precisely because your relationship is extraordinary, I encourage you to confess your feelings directly. Others seek her favor through various means, while you need not. Your connection is intimate, and you know each other well. Fostering mutual trust, simply express your feelings and take that pivotal step. According to noble etiquette, if she indeed harbors affection for you, even if she does not accept you on the spot, she will provide you with positive signals. Given Princess Alice's character, she will likely express her thoughts candidly. Selina shared a knowing smile. Dante, not clouded by the intoxication of love, asked, But what if she does not like me? Selina replied, In my view, that possibility is minimal. Should she truly reject you, only then should you ponder how to pursue her further. He remained unconvinced. Isn't it a bit too sudden? Shouldn't I first indirectly gauge her feelings toward me? Selina shook her head. She is exceptionally astute. What you perceive as clever probing might simply appear as self-deception in her eyes. That it is far better to speak your heart sincerely. Upon hearing this, he recognized the truth in her words, yet the prospect of confessing tomorrow left him entirely unprepared. Dante lamented, I shall contemplate it further. It feels rather unsettling. Moreover, if I am to confess, I ought to choose an appropriate setting and craft a romantic atmosphere. I cannot simply declare my feelings at the Commerce Guild. Ah, who would have thought you had such skills? You figure it out. I shan't interfere. Your father never did anything like this for me. TSK. As she spoke, a hint of unmasked envy and longing crossed her face. After all, she was the one who had shamelessly pursued him in the past. Dante chuckled, amused by his typically poised and elegant stepmother revealing a hint of childishness in private. What does that matter? To outsiders, your bond is enviable, whether in public or in private. While such words are spoken, there remains an elusive sense of something amiss, a feeling of regret that grows with each passing moment. Very well, do not disturb my rest any further. You should retire early as well. With that, she waved him away. Once Dante had taken his leave with a bow, she picked up the brief letter once more. Her heart a tumult of resignation and indignation. Point 2 matters. 3 individuals. Concerning Alice, 2 supported and 1 abstained. Regarding the church, 2 supported and 1 opposed. Ultimately, she was unable to prevent Dante's clandestine collaboration with the church. Compared to Alice, her greater concern lay with the church's affairs. The following morning, Dante returned to the grand entrance of the capital's merchant guild for the second time. Even though it was not his first visit, he remained awestruck by the opulence and grandeur of the guild's headquarters. The main structure, constructed from sturdy stone, boasted imposing high walls and defensive towers. It served as both a commercial hub and a vital component of the city's defense system. A lofty archway adorned the entrance, intricately carved with the guild's fortress emblem. The guild's majestic presence unabashedly showcased the power and influence of its masters, standing in stark contrast to the modest facade of the capital's magical academy. Upon passing through the archway and entering the guild's interior, Dante was immediately enveloped by a scene of bustling order. The office areas, archives, storage zones, and conference halls were meticulously arranged, with guild personnel moving efficiently between the various sections, embodying a remarkable level of discipline and productivity. Among the most striking figures were the royal guards, clad in exquisite armor and adorned with ornate feathered helmets, wielding shields emblazoned with the royal crest. The guild also employed guards whose equipment leaned towards practicality and agility, donning sturdy chainmail or leather armor, armed primarily with halberds, spears, or short swords. Outside the reception hall, Dante encountered Sir Ivan Pellin, the captain of Alice's guard. 5 years prior, he had been fortuitously discovered and recruited from the populace by the third princess, quickly rising through the ranks due to his exceptional martial prowess and unwavering loyalty. 2 years ago, he was formally knighted and appointed as Alice's captain of the guard. Despite possessing his own fief west of the capital, he rarely left the city, dedicating himself wholeheartedly to his duties. He was a taciturn, middle-aged man, exuding an air of resolute seriousness. Upon seeing Dante, he simply performed a brief salute, devoid of any unnecessary pleasantries. Dante returned the gesture politely, feeling reassured by the presence of such a loyal and dependable knight to protect Alice. Before entering the reception hall, Dante's gaze fell upon a young lady seated at the head of the long table, causing his heart to race. The dignified and beautiful Alice was engrossed in reading a parchment while gently stroking a long-haired creature with fur as white as snow. The morning light poured through the skylight, casting an ethereal glow over the scene, making Dante feel as though he were in a dream. Noticing the sound of footsteps at the door, Alice looked up and was met with a radiant smile that illuminated her porcelain-like face. The exquisite dream had transformed into reality as she rose to greet Dante joyfully. "Master Dante, you arrived quite early." Such casual conversation left him feeling somewhat anxious. He wondered, am I exhibiting any strange behavior? Indeed, it was rather soon to visit right after breakfast. According to etiquette, he should have waited a bit longer. "I rose early today and had no engagements this morning, so I came directly." He felt his lips dry. Alice seemed unfazed by his response, naturally extending her right hand, her expression warm and inviting yet silent. Dante smiled knowingly and knelt before her. The delicate hand of the third princess, exquisite as a work of art, was presented before him, her skin as pale as the first snow of winter, seemingly untouched by any blemish. Her nails were neatly trimmed, reflecting a pearlescent sheen. Her slender fingers were gracefully elongated, with soft knuckles slightly bent, exuding a natural poise and elegance. Dante marveled at how her hand seemed increasingly irresistible with each encounter, so beautiful that he could scarcely resist the urge to grasp it gently. Now, he felt capable of doing so. No, it was not yet the time. Even if he could touch her hand now, it would only be for a fleeting moment and would likely reveal his obvious discomfort. Better to wait until he could truly hold Alice's hand and surprise her then. Successfully banishing distracting thoughts, he completed the hand-kissing gesture as customary. Delayed gratification grants me the freedom to indulge, while discipline unravels like fine threads. Just as he stood back up, mentally reciting his mantra of self-discipline, he suddenly heard a question that resonated as if a great bell had tolled. "Does my hand have an odor?" "No, I didn't deliberately smell your hand," Dante stammered, nearly tangling his tongue. Alice giggled, covering her mouth. "What nonsense are you speaking? I meant that since I just touched it, it might carry some scent." As she spoke, she gestured lazily towards the long-haired creature lounging on the table. Dante exhaled in relief. "It was merely about that. No, I didn't notice any scent," he replied, suppressing the peculiar emotions stirring within him, striving to regain his composure. If this continued, he feared he would not need to confess. Alice would inevitably discern his unusual demeanor. As they took their seats and exchanged a few more pleasantries, Alice declared, "Let us discuss matters of importance first. May I see the new plant-based paper your family has developed?" Dante replied with a hint of pride, "Of course." Camilla placed the paper samples on the table before retreating to the doorway. At some point, Sir Ivan Pellin had also positioned himself not far from the entrance. Noticing this, Alice cast a few more glances at Camilla before examining the paper before her with great care. She meticulously assessed its thickness, weight, hardness, and texture, even testing it with a pen to observe the ink's behavior on the surface. Once she paused her examination, Dante seized the opportunity to explain, "This entirely new paper is made from plant materials. Currently, we're using flax, straw, reeds, and linden bark, with a specific formula still being optimized. However, once mass production begins, the costs will undoubtedly drop significantly below that of leather paper." Alice's eyes widened with genuine admiration as she exclaimed, "Incredible! To think that such unassuming plant materials can be transformed into paper. Moreover, the new paper is far lighter and more compact than the current leather paper. It is easy to foresee a substantial reduction in transportation and storage costs." Dante's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied, "Indeed, you are very perceptive." He folded the paper to a size reminiscent of common books in another world, proudly proclaiming, "We can cut and bind the paper into this format. Previously, a single holy text required dozens of rolls of parchment to transcribe, filling an entire wooden shelf. Now, with just a slim volume of this new paper, it could be transcribed completely, allowing a single shelf to hold 10 to 20 books. With a superior medium, the creation and dissemination of knowledge across various fields, language, religion, magic, medicine, and art would undoubtedly experience a renaissance, enhancing the literacy and cultural level of the kingdom's populace." That Alice's eyes sparkled like stars. "Precisely. This is a profoundly significant invention, and you have already envisioned this step. In the future, animal hides can be utilized for crafting warm clothing and protective gear rather than being wasted on paper production. The lives of the kingdom's citizens and the strength of the army will both see improvements." Subsequently, the two engaged in an enthusiastic discussion about the prospects of the new paper and plans for expanding production. Camilla, momentarily pulled back into reality by their conversation, glanced at the engrossed pair, but paid no mind, sinking back into her thoughts. Sir Ivan Pellin, however, felt astonished and perplexed. He rarely witnessed the third princess engaging so deeply in conversation with another. In truth, it could be said that in areas of interest to Alice, few could keep pace with her thoughts, let alone inspire one another in discussion. Yet Dante could. Alice also realized that Dante's ideas, while seemingly fantastical at first, upon closer examination aligned with the underlying logic of development and were brimming with foresight, providing her with plenty of inspiration. Yet, in terms of the specific operations of real-world commerce and the distribution of primary resources, he exhibited notable shortcomings. Conversely, the more Dante conversed with Alice, the more he marveled at her genius. For deeper inquiries, such as the influence of mediums on knowledge creation and dissemination, the significance of literacy rates for society, and the notion that scientific advancement is the primary productive force, Dante, armed with memories from another world, knew the correct answers. However, he could not necessarily articulate the principles behind them clearly. Even though he deliberately immersed himself in related materials every night during this period, he still felt somewhat inadequate. However, Alice, upon first encountering these concepts, was always able to swiftly grasp the essence of Dante's thoughts. Whenever he struggled to find sufficient evidence, she could immediately draw upon convincing examples from reality. She expressed her deep admiration for various proposals and plans put forth by Dante, such as the promotion of high-yield crops and efficient agricultural tools, the establishment of schools and hospitals, and the compilation of literacy materials. She offered some suggestions for improvement while directly pointing out unrealistic aspects of others. Their fervent discussions effortlessly made time slip away until they were interrupted by a servant bringing refreshments, at which point they exchanged knowing smiles. Dante, feeling content, remarked, "Alice, conversing with you is truly a delightful and enriching experience. By the way, may I come to you again when I have doubts? With your insights, I feel I can avoid many detours." Alice gracefully caressed the soft fur of her cat, Me, who stretched its neck comfortably. Half closing its eyes and emitting a contented purr, she smiled sweetly, saying, "I too have encountered many new and intriguing ideas, which have inspired me greatly. However, even if you merely wish to chat casually, I welcome you anytime." Just bear in mind that I may not be here every day. It would be best for you to send a message to the palace the night before, and I will inform you of my schedule in the morning." Dante was overjoyed. This meant he had a reason to visit her frequently. Of course. This was primarily for the prosperity and cohesion of humankind, a duty he felt obliged to fulfill as a preacher. As for any personal motives, he admitted to having a slight inclination, but it was merely a trace. Suddenly, Alisai playfully inquired, "Young Master Dante, if I help clarify your doubts, how should you express your gratitude?" Caught off guard, Dante responded with a composed French salute. "Well, whatever you desire, I can provide." Alisai tilted her chin slightly, feigning contemplation, murmuring, "Previously, when you struggled to sell your cherries, you eagerly sought my assistance, which I gladly provided. Now that the new paper sells like hotcakes, you've cast me aside without a word. This not akin to dismantling the bridge after crossing." Dante broke into a sweat. He felt wronged. Alisai, watching Dante's flustered demeanor with amusement, empathetically reassured him, "There's no need to be anxious. I was merely jesting that if you require assistance in sales, I can help, but if not, that is perfectly fine. The Merchant Association in the capital is not lacking in business. Simply visiting me for leisure is the best form of gratitude." Yet, Dante earnestly explained, "The church has already arranged for my family to supply directly, and I considered entrusting other sales to the capital's Merchant Association. However, I wish to keep the sales price of the new paper as low as possible. As we discussed earlier, paper as a medium directly impacts the creation and dissemination of knowledge and indirectly affects literacy rates and the pace of technological advancement. I aspire to provide new paper at a lower price to all who need it." Alisai was taken aback. "Currently, your family monopolizes this craft, holding absolute pricing power. By doing this, you are voluntarily relinquishing an enormous profit. This must be your personal idea, correct?" Dante nodded. "Yes, I persuaded my mother. Therefore, while this business may seem large in scale, the actual profits will not be substantial. If you were to represent it, it might only be a troublesome endeavor with modest returns." "That is not an issue. It hardly requires much effort," she replied, her curiosity piqued. "I had no idea you harbored such noble intentions, and not merely in thought, but you are genuinely willing to pay a significant price to implement them." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he said, "I suppose I have been influenced by certain individuals. Moreover, we have only just succeeded in producing the first batch of samples in the capital. The next step is to relocate the paper makers to the southern territories for large-scale production. To meet the church's paper demand alone will take at least a few months to promote grass, and with paper nationwide, I estimate it will require at least a year." Alisai keenly detected the oddity in his words. "Oh, you developed the new paper in the capital? Why there and not in the southern territories? Did you discover it yourself?" Hearing Alisai's question, Dante opened his mouth but could not provide an answer. His first impulse was to disclose the origins of papermaking and the collaboration with the church, not out of vanity, but because it felt unbearable to keep such a secret from Alisai. Yet this was not solely his affair. It concerned the church and Irene's secret, and he had promised Irene not to divulge any information. So, concocting an excuse to brush it off? No, he was even less inclined to lie to Alisai. Ultimately, he could only clumsily and nervously explain, "Alisai, I truly wish to tell you the whole story. However, I have promised others not to disclose this information. I am sorry. Please believe me, I do not intend to deceive you or doubt you." Alisai furrowed her brow, leaning forward, thereby closing the distance between them. She gazed into Dante's eyes, asking, "Dante, you seem a bit peculiar today. Given that you promised to keep secrets, it is quite normal not to tell me. Why are you so anxious? Do you think I would be upset over such trivial matters? And when we first met, what was wrong with smelling my hand?" Dante had not anticipated that she would perceive it this way, and his guilt-ridden conscience had inadvertently revealed his unease that, "I cannot quite explain it. Being alone with you today makes me a bit nervous." He endeavored to speak the truth while trying not to reveal his feelings prematurely. She retorted, "After years apart, have you grown so distant with me?" "Absolutely not. It is just that I perceive a significant change in you. Moreover, we have both matured. We cannot always interact as we did before." As he whispered the final words, Dante felt his cheeks heat up, silently praying that she would not notice. She smiled sweetly, reaching out her hand, but suddenly remembered something and withdrew in the end. She maintained her forward-leaning posture, resting her elbows on the table, her hands cradling her alabaster face like a blooming rose, gazing into Dante's eyes in an intimate and endearing manner. Her captivating visage was now in close proximity to Dante. Her arched brows and delicately pointed nose radiating warmth, her eyes filled with affection, and her slightly moist lips exuding a sweet breath as she spoke. Dante found himself at a loss as to where to direct his gaze. Just as he contemplated saying something to divert his attention, he suddenly noticed Alice's lips, akin to petals, softly parting and closing as she gently uttered, "Dante, you can always trust me, and I will always trust you." Rest assured that Dante's heart raced wildly, as if fireworks had exploded in his mind, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Was this a confession from Alice? He wanted to shout, but his voice was caught in his throat. His breathing stilled. He wished to rise, yet his feet felt glued to the floor, rendering him immobile. Ultimately, he could only respond softly. "Oh," she chuckled lightly, saying, "At this moment, you could say thank you. I have always trusted you as well." "Oh, right, thank you. I have always trusted you too." "Alas, you truly lack eloquence," Alice sighed, but soon her lips curved into a smile again. "Yet perhaps it is just fine this way," as Dante stepped out of the grand archway of the capital's Merchant Association. He felt as though he were still dreaming, the events around him playing at double speed, devoid of any real sensation. Behind him loomed the heavily guarded Merchant Association, as if it concealed the most precious treasures, while ahead stood a luxurious carriage emblazoned with the Blood Wolf emblem, with Camilla standing beside him. All around, the street was filled with unfamiliar faces, each oblivious to their destination. He felt as though he stood at the center of the world. Yearning to call out, "Selina, where are you? I need you." Meanwhile, after Dante's departure, Alice did not resume reading the previous parchment, but instead gently caressed the smooth, pristine new paper on the table, a gentle smile lingering on her face. Upon entering the reception hall, Sarah was greeted by this very scene. She remarked, "Your Highness, it seems you are quite pleased with the new paper." Alice smiled, replying, "Indeed, it is full of surprises. I have enjoyed a delightful time." Sarah, puzzled, asked, "Oh." Alice refrained from elaborating, gathering her expression to enter work mode. "Sarah, here are the samples of the new paper. News has spread that leather paper will soon be replaced by this new paper in the market. Stoke the flames and deliver the samples to the primary buyers. Thus, the prices of animal leather are bound to experience significant fluctuations in the short term, and we shall take this opportunity to procure leather in large quantities." "These materials will prove to be useful?" Sarah inquired, perplexed. "But wouldn't it be better if we waited for the new paper to gain popularity and for leather prices to plummet before making bulk purchases?" Alice smiled mischievously. "The Cobofield family currently lacks production capacity and will not have any substantial impact on leather demand for at least 6 months. Therefore, the leather prices will only fluctuate in the short term. And that will be our prime opportunity to buy." The experienced Sarah immediately understood. "I see now. Leave it to me, if only His Highness could bring back one such lucrative opportunity every day." In a good mood, Alice jested, "Why don't you retire early tonight? Dreams can encompass everything." Sarah smiled, her laughter akin to a gentle breeze caressing a ripened wheat field. At T37, she was well-preserved, her demeanor dignified, exuding an air of mature grace. After their light banter, Sarah added, "The transaction with the Iron Crow has been completed. We have secured 2 iron mines, and he has already departed from the royal capital." Alice nodded, refraining from further comment. The two discussed several other projects, each involving transactions worth tens of thousands of gold OS. The previous fruit project with the Cobofield family was estimated to yield only a little over 1,000 gold OS this year, entirely due to Alice's special support stemming from her connection with Dante. Once their conversation concluded, Sarah departed to attend to matters regarding the new paper samples and the management of the iron mines. At this moment, Alice suddenly recalled something. She summoned Sir Ivan Pellin, the captain of the guard, into the hall and curiously asked, "Is it made a covert guard?" Ivan placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Indeed." "Your Highness, she stands with her feet naturally apart when at rest, her body balanced and her center of gravity stable, her muscles relaxed yet brimming with tension. Particularly in her shoulders, back, and core, she possesses commendable control and explosive power, a testament to her long-standing rigorous training. Alice nodded, her expression somewhat unusual. No wonder her demeanor is not that of an ordinary maid. She then inquired, "Is she stronger than I am?" Ivan replied calmly, "I cannot speak to her prowess in horsemanship and archery, but she would likely excel in close combat." Upon hearing that she was superior, Alice revealed a look of reassurance. "Very well. That allows me to feel at ease." Ivan, inappropriately, remarked, "She poses a threat to you, Your Highness. I suggest forbidding Lord Dante from bringing her close to you in the future." Alice raised an eyebrow, slightly, and stated calmly, "I have complete faith in Dante Cobbofield. A knight would not easily concede. Even His Majesty the King had faith back then." She interrupted, "This is not then, and I am not him." Her tone brooked no argument, her gaze icy. Ivan silently endured the pressure Alice exerted. When she smiled at you, her beauty and poise could envelop one in a gentle warmth, instilling a desire to impress her, to bask in that warm gaze just a moment longer, even if it was merely fleeting. However, Ivan knew all too well that this was merely the illusion she wished to convey. When she scrutinized you with a blank expression, that was her true demeanor, radiating a formidable presence and an oppressive force, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing through layers of pretense to reveal the deepest desires of the heart. Those under her scrutiny would not feel warmth, but rather an inescapable chill, compelling them to flee or submit, just as he felt at this very moment. Fortunately, Ivan had long ceased to harbor any secrets from the third princess's eyes that he bowed his head, choosing submission. The man felt no humiliation. Many years ago, he had ceased to be a true knight. Instead, following her, he might reclaim the honor he had lost. Ivan reaffirmed that the Alice before him bore more resemblance to a true sovereign than even the king of Ur. At noon, in the Cobbofield family's inner estate, beneath the lemon tree and beside a stone table, Dante and Selina sat facing each other. Dante suppressed his impatience, his gaze following the servants as they brought forth dish after dish, including appetizers, main courses, side dishes, bread, olive oil, and cheese powder. Once the clamor settled, Dante eagerly opened his mouth to speak, only to be interrupted by Selina's gesture. She chuckled, "We haven't even received the salad yet." Dante fell silent, taking another sip of the light fruit wine. Before long, the dishes were finally ready, leaving only the mother and son in the verdant courtyard. Selina watched as Dante began recounting his experiences at the Merchants' Guild in the capital. Though her mind wandered, she envisioned a young wolf, on the cusp of adulthood, stepping out of its den for the first time, curious yet instinctively cautious, exploring the world step by step. It was no surprise that the first significant challenge he faced was the monumental matter of marriage. It was wise to proceed with caution. After recounting his experiences, Dante noticed his stepmother's rare distraction and curiously asked, "Mother, what are you thinking about?" She snapped back to attention and smiled. "I was thinking that our Dante is finally growing up." How swiftly time passes. Dante expressed his dissatisfaction with her words. "I'm already of age. Did you not just hear what I said?" "I did, rest assured." "What do you wish to ask?" She replied with a smile. In truth, she already knew what he sought to inquire, but she wished for Dante to voice it himself. Sure enough, Dante appeared somewhat embarrassed. Nonetheless, he managed to ask clearly, "What does it mean when she says I can always trust her?" "And she will always trust me? Is it her way of saying she likes me?" She gently guided him. "Trust is trust. It is not the same as liking, but it is a deeper bond. The infatuation of youth is fleeting, much like Ariana's feelings for you in marriage. Even couples who have sworn oaths may struggle to fully trust one another. Yet she claims she will always trust you and hopes you will always trust her. I believe this defines her expectations for your relationship." Dante fell into contemplation. After a moment, she continued, "Dante, when people communicate with words, the most crucial aspect is conveying their stance and emotions. What she said is less significant. You must recall the context in which she spoke, her expressions, and her tone, and consider what stance and emotions she wished to convey to you." An elusive breeze swept through the courtyard, its origins unknown, its destination uncertain. The leaves rustled as if whispering some sentiment. The unripe lemons gradually ripened, destined to leave the branch one day. After a lengthy pause, Dante finally spoke. She wishes to convey that we will always be as close as family, and that time and distance will not alter this fact. I need not concern myself with trivial matters. Selina beamed with satisfaction. Dante, you have indeed matured. Yet Dante lamented, but I still cannot ascertain whether she likes me. At times, I even feel that our close relationship serves as a barrier. He felt as if he had just unraveled a challenging mathematical problem, having grasped part of the truth, yet the final answer remained elusive. Though it is good, it sounds somewhat boastful, doesn't it? She comforted him. Moreover, close partners can also harbor mutual affections. After all, have you not grown fond of her? Upon hearing this, Dante regained some of his spirits. In truth, Selina harbored unspoken thoughts. When choosing a marriage partner, the disparities between individuals could be astonishing. Some make decisions based solely on fleeting passions and impulses, while others balance emotion and rationality, and some engage in cold, pragmatic calculations. The third type often attains superficial happiness, yet struggles to find true contentment within. The first type might not even achieve superficial happiness unless favored by the divine. Only the second type is likely to attain genuine and lasting happiness. In Selina's view, Alice was clearly not of the first type. Based on her observations, she was unlikely to be of the third type either. If she belonged to the second type, then Dante was undoubtedly a suitable choice for Alice. However, she decided not to share this insight with Dante, hoping he would come to understand it himself. Selina sighed and said, Dante, I actually think you should pay more attention to another thing she said. Which one? Dante replayed the conversation in his mind, but found nothing particularly noteworthy. Dante, you truly lack eloquence. Selina imitated the tone of a young girl as she uttered those words, and then she couldn't help but chuckle, affirming that Alice was indeed spot on. Selina, with her striking beauty and well-preserved appearance, had never borne children. Her demeanor was so natural that it did not seem at all contrived. She truly resembled a woman in her 20s. However, Dante, seated across from her, was not in the mood to admire her. Observing his mother's behavior, he realized he must have erred in some way, yet he remained perplexed. What could it be? You spent half the morning there. What on earth did you discuss? We talked about the advantages of new paper compared to leather paper, the impact of new paper on the dissemination of knowledge, the mass production plans for new paper, and so forth. She rested her hand on her cheek, her brow lowered in a gentle smile, and inquired, Do you believe you possess the art of conversation? The already astute Dante began to grasp the implications. It seemed something was amiss. We were quite engaged in our discussions and didn't sense any issues. Surely, she must have been interested as well. However, should I not delve more into personal topics about her, such as what she enjoys or what her passions are? Teacher Selina exhibited a look of mild approval for her student. You could also discuss the 8 years you've been apart, sharing the events that have unfolded in each of your lives. That would be an excellent topic. That Dante's eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, he was also curious about the reasons behind her significant transformation. She further advised, Remember, whether in attitude or manner of speaking, do not exhibit any sudden or blatant changes. She is quite perceptive and will notice immediately. Dante nodded in understanding. I comprehend. She has explicitly stated that our relationship is intimate and solid. I shall engage with her as effortlessly and naturally as possible. Experience is the best teacher, Dante mused, resolving not to repeat the same mistake. Selina shook her head, asserting, In truth, these matters hold little significance. Prolonged hesitation may lead to complications. I still believe the most appropriate course of action is to directly convey your feelings for her, expressing your desire to establish a deeper bond. Upon hearing her words, Dante instinctively recoiled, his mind racing with a plethora of reasons. My illness remains untreated. I'm unprepared. It would come across as abrupt. And I am still uncertain of her feelings, among others. Yet, upon calming his thoughts, he realized these were not genuine reasons. The true reason was singular. He was afraid of receiving an answer that deviated from his hopes. He self-deprecatingly sighed. Perhaps I should wait a little longer, at least until I am mentally prepared. From that day forth, He reduced his time spent on magical and illusionary practices, dedicating himself to therapeutic training with Camilla's assistance. The following morning, within the grand cathedral of the capital, Dante once again accompanied Selena to attend Sunday service. However, this time it was Selena who accompanied him. Today, Dante participated in the Mass in its entirety. He patiently listened to the hymns and the bishop's sermon, offered his donations like an ordinary parishioner, earnestly received communion, and finally recited the closing prayers alongside the other congregants. Thus concluded the nearly 2-hour-long Mass. Following this, there was a period for parishioners to greet and converse freely, also a customary social time among the nobility. At this moment, the bishop, having just officiated the Mass, approached Dante with a solemn demeanor, representing a prominent figure from the church, inviting him into the cathedral for a discussion. This action inevitably drew the attention of most of the noble attendees. Dante politely expressed his gratitude and, under the scrutinizing gazes of numerous nobles, graciously followed the bishop into the inner sanctum of the cathedral. This was part of his and Irene's plan. From this day forward, all nobles within the kingdom would be aware of the favorable relationship he had established with a high-ranking member of the church. The nobles would naturally speculate that this arose from the new paper collaboration between the Cobbofield family and the church. The church annually had vast demands for paper, being the kingdom's largest buyer. Thus, how to reduce costs was certainly a matter of interest for the higher dash-ups in the eyes of the nobility. Despite the Cobbofield family monopolizing the new paper technology and holding certain advantages, Dante's ability to manage this transaction effectively while simultaneously fostering good relations with the higher echelons showcased remarkable skill. The future protector of the South, Dante Cobbofield, was making his debut in the realm of the kingdom's aristocracy. The gazes directed at him were laced with a myriad of emotions: curiosity, admiration, envy, subtle jealousy, and notably, a palpable hostility. Dante turned in surprise to see André, the second son of the Colonna family, glaring at him with a look full of warning. Dante felt at a loss. He thought to himself, although our families are at odds, what reason does a mere second son, with no claim to inheritance, have to harbor such animosity towards me? This is the type of person who earns a meager living while harboring the mindset of a drug dealer. He dismissed the thought. Dante returned to the expansive garden at the heart of the cathedral, where an array of flowers bloomed even more vibrantly. There, in a gazebo, sat a young girl with beautiful, light brown hair, appearing as if she were an ethereal messenger of the divine. Dada. Is not the saint a messenger of the divine? Perhaps yes, yet perhaps not, for no religious texts document the origins and specific duties of the saints and their counterparts. Dante pondered. However, such matters were inconsequential. When she lifted her gaze and smiled at him, Dante found himself smiling in return, genuinely. What mattered now was that she had become his friend, a good friend striving towards the same goal alongside him. Regrettably, this sentiment could only be contemplated in silence, for if he were to voice it, she would surely refute it. Their meeting today was merely a display for the outside world, devoid of any substantial matters to discuss. Nevertheless, their interactions had become exceedingly natural and harmonious, allowing conversation to flow effortlessly. Dante, we can test the new weapon the day after tomorrow. You have no other arrangements, do you? The day after tomorrow, no problem. Dante thought, recalling that tomorrow was the gathering at the Rossi household. Conveniently avoiding a scheduling conflict, to his surprise, he found himself in a situation where he had to consider potential scheduling conflicts, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Irene, noticing the smile on Dante's face, remarked with pleasure, "Are you that happy? Just a couple more days. I'm also looking forward to it." Dante sensed she might have misunderstood something, but he dismissed it. He asked, "How shall we arrange ourselves for the day after tomorrow? Shall we meet outside the city?" Irene pondered for a moment before replying. Bringing a large entourage of guards outside the city would attract too much attention. Moreover, you must quietly make your way to the cathedral for the Feast of the Body a few days later. We need to devise a method for you to move discreetly. How about this? I will send a few church knights in disguise to escort you. You can take 2 or 3 guards with you, and use an unmarked carriage to exit. That's all it takes. Dante found it hard to believe, the shadow of his childhood assassination attempt still looming over him. Irene spoke plainly yet assuredly. Trust me, I care about your safety even more than you do. Dante reflected on this and realized it was indeed the case, so he nodded in agreement. All right. I trust you. She was quite satisfied with Dante's attitude and added, rest assured, as long as you are not targeted by external forces, the people I send will be more than sufficient to ensure your safety. Very well. Dante continued, the paper craftsmen have already set off for the south, and we have notified the south via carrier pigeon to commence the construction of the paper workshop. Production should begin in about a month. Gradually meeting the church's requirements. Irene nodded gently, not overly concerned. Dante then produced a sheet of paper and excitedly presented it to her. Since we are going out together the day after tomorrow, let us follow through with our earlier discussions and take the opportunity to explore the capital upon our return. Here is my plan. Take a look. Irene took it and scrutinized it thoroughly. And when she raised her head again, a smile adorned her face. She gazed at Dante, her light blue eyes sparkling with mischief. I shall look forward to it, but if I am not satisfied, I may have to dock your reward. Dante exaggeratedly exclaimed, Wow, what a heartless boss you are. She laughed. With rewards, there must naturally be penalties. Did your family not teach you this? Or did you simply not pay attention in class? Whether it's satisfactory or not is still up to you, he protested. Life is inherently unfair. The fact that I did not keep you from returning home and instead allowed you to go is already a considerable kindness. And yet, you still find it unsatisfactory? Irene's expression was cold and severe, her demeanor strikingly authentic. She acknowledged that there was a hint of jest in her words, but it was minimal. Wow, you have finally revealed your true self. Wishing to bind someone, truly the hallmark of an evil organization. Dante, in his naivety, believed she was merely jesting in feigned terror, genuinely portraying the semblance of being threatened. That moment, Camilla suddenly approached Dante from behind. Her face etched with wariness as she regarded Irene. Unable to hear their dialogue, she could only observe their expressions and movements, assuming that the conversation had soured and that Irene was threatening Master Dante. With her abrupt approach, two church guards stationed farther away also drew nearer, though they appeared more at ease, devoid of any palpable tension. Irene, taken aback, thought to continue her menacing banter but found herself momentarily bewildered. She first glanced in confusion at Camilla, and upon receiving no response, turned her questioning gaze towards Dante. Dante, however, could surmise the reason behind her bewilderment. With a gentle smile directed at Camilla, he reassured her. It's all right. We were merely jesting. There's no need for alarm. Camilla blinked, replied with an O, and bowed her head in acknowledgement before departing. As she left, the church guards exited the pavilion, their expressions more astonished than when they arrived. Irene frowned. That servant of yours, Dante, slightly anxious, interjected, she meant no harm. She is part of our household. She is quite loyal, daring to stand up for you in the chapel. She stated matter-of-factly. Dante exhaled a sigh of relief. I apologize on her behalf. Such an incident will not occur again. Irene waved her hand dismissively, indicating her lack of concern, and casually inquired, No matter. What were we discussing before? Dante hesitated. It seems we were talking about binding someone. Their eyes met, and an unexpected silence enveloped the air. One raised an eyebrow, while the other's lips twitched, both suppressing their expressions as they engaged in a silent contest of who would crack first. Eventually, one could no longer maintain their composure, and a smile crept upon their lips. Subsequently, they erupted into laughter, as though they had just heard the most amusing joke in existence. Although Dante and Irene frequently encountered each other, their interactions in the dreamscape were typically confined to serious discussions or solitary study, rendering such light-hearted banter a rarity. Perhaps, just perhaps, there would be more opportunities for such moments in the future. On their return journey, Selina had departed earlier to attend another engagement, leaving Dante and Camilla seated opposite each other in the carriage. Camilla, her head bowed, bore an expression of regret. Master, did I err today? Dante replied candidly, not wishing to comfort her with falsehoods. You did indeed offend her a bit. However, fret not. She is not one to take such matters to heart. It is also my fault for not informing you beforehand. Let us agree that when I require your assistance in the future, I will glance at you and make a fist with the hand closest to you. Is that understood? Camilla nodded. Thank you. Master, I understand. She thought to herself that her master was truly a good person, and she wished to protect him always. But regrettably, she still had her mother's tasks to fulfill. As the carriage swayed gently, Dante's thoughts fluttered like dust motes, drifting to a certain individual. If today, the person Camilla had offended were her, how would she have reacted? She, who was akin to family, might very well extend her forgiveness to Camilla. Yet, it was not certain. Her image within the noble circles was that of a noble beauty, yet distant and unapproachable. Once someone overstepped their bounds, she could become quite formidable. There was once an heir from a marquis family who fervently pursued her, only to be soundly dealt with by her. Now, he approached her with trepidation, haunted by an indelible psychological scar. Like at times, Dante felt he understood her well, yet at other times he felt utterly bewildered by her. It was a peculiar sentiment. Alice, what do you truly think of me? The moment that name vividly surfaced in his mind, Dante snapped back to reality. He turned to Camilla, speaking earnestly. Camilla, let us seize the moment and continue with our therapeutic training. She offered a gentle smile, her silver-gray eyes shimmering with a faint glow, as though enveloped in a delicate mist. Very well, master. The following day, Dante and Selina once again arrived at the Rossi family's rose garden as promised. The roses were now in full bloom, their splendor peaking just in time for the rose night banquet. Upon their arrival, the hosts, Lady Rossi and her 3 siblings, along with Sylvia, had already gathered. After exchanging greetings, the Rossi siblings enthusiastically engaged Dante in conversation, with Sylvia seamlessly joining the discussion. Dante, pleased to see them, felt a stark contrast to their earlier, somewhat awkward interactions. Moments later, Lady Ferrero arrived with Yulia in tow. After another round of greetings, Lady Ferrero scanned the seating arrangements and, unlike her usual practice of sitting beside Lady Rossi, chose to sit next to Sylvia, leaving the seat beside Dante for Yulia. Yulia paused for a moment, then sat down beside Dante. Once seated, she maintained her usual quiet demeanor, only offering polite responses when the conversation shifted to her. Dante, sitting beside her, could sense her unease. After contemplating for a moment, he inquired with concern, Yulia, is something amiss? You don't seem quite well. Did you not sleep well last night? Yulia turned abruptly, startled like a frightened doe, and managed a strained smile. Thank you for your concern. I did have a bit of a restless night, but there is no need to worry. Dante recognized that something was off, and it seemed to pertain to him in some way. However, since she was reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further, especially given the current setting was not conducive to discussing sensitive matters. After a while, Alice also arrived, prompting everyone present to rise in greeting. The women curtsied deeply, while Luca performed a proper bow. Yet, Dante stood somewhat awkwardly in place. Once the greetings concluded, Alice offered a polite and friendly nod, adhering to the royal protocols. She then approached Dante, smiling gently, and elegantly extended her right hand. Aside from Selina, the rest of the attendees were taken aback, their eyes widening in surprise. In their experience, they had never witnessed Alice actively inviting someone for a hand-kissing ceremony. Coincidentally, at previous gatherings, Alice had either arrived early or had arrived with Dante, so no one had seen their greeting ritual. Dante caught a glimpse of the others' reactions, and a faint, wry smile appeared on his face. This was indeed the style of Princess Alice. The third royal daughter, she did as she pleased, unperturbed by the gazes or opinions of others. With a mere thought, she orchestrated a grand enterprise like the capital S Trading Guild. With another, she delivered a lesson to any who dared offend her that would be long remembered. She was free-spirited, resolute, and dismissive of societal norms. Yet her actions were never wanton. There was always a rationale behind her behavior, rendering her beyond reproach. In social settings, she was regal and graceful, the Princess of Dawn renowned throughout the kingdom. The apple of the king's eye? Dante internally lamented, but I have yet to reach your level, sister. He composed himself and adhered to the formalities, executing the hand-kissing gesture. It remained a mere formality. And to outsiders, Dante's manner of salutation appeared exceedingly polite, albeit somewhat stiff. After rising, Dante's expression was peculiar. The act of bowing before the crowd evoked a blend of anxiety, awkwardness, and exhilaration within him. Suddenly, Alice stepped forward, closing the distance between them, leaning in towards Dante as profile, as if to whisper something. Observing this, Dante suppressed his discomfort and leaned slightly closer. A faint fragrance enveloped him, invoking a ticklish sensation as he inhaled. "Master Dante, you must adapt quickly," she remarked with a light laugh, straightening up to survey the gathering. There was a conspicuous gap between Sylvia and Lady Rossi. Naturally, Alice strolled over to her usual spot beside Lady Rossi. Seemingly unbothered by the shift, Selina, who had been keenly observing Alice's expression, felt an inexplicable sense of dissonance arise within her, yet she could not articulate the precise reason. The gathering has officially commenced. Lady Rossi began by introducing the current preparations for the Night of Roses banquet, expressing her gratitude once more for the assistance provided by everyone during the previous gathering. The affairs of the Rossi family are progressing according to plan, with ongoing efforts to invite representatives from various esteemed professions. The charitable gala has been incorporated into the banquet agenda, and a formal announcement for the solicitation of auction items will be made shortly. At an opportune moment, Dante spoke up, informing the group that he had reached a collaborative agreement with the church, which would become involved at the stage of material distribution. The Chamber of Commerce in the capital, being under Alice's purview, posed no concerns. Styles, materials, and cost estimates for the winter garments have all been finalized. Dante then extended an invitation for everyone to participate in pottery crafting 3 days hence, assuring that the Coppofield family would provide all necessary arrangements. As previously agreed, each participant will receive a set of pottery, with an additional 10 sets to be donated as auction items. At present, it appears that all preparations are progressing systematically, and it is anticipated that this year's Night of Roses banquet will be exceptionally splendid, perhaps the most anticipated in recent years. After discussing the preparations, the conversation naturally shifted to Dante, prompted by the earlier mention of the church. Lady Ferrero seamlessly transitioned the topic, saying, "Speaking of the church, there has been much discussion regarding the collaboration between the Coppofield family and the church concerning the new paper. Dante's performance in this matter has been remarkably commendable." Dante, recalling Selina's teachings, sought to avoid attracting excessive attention, modestly replied, "In truth, it is largely due to my mother's efforts. She facilitated the collaboration with the church." Alice gazed at Dante, a smile playing at her lips, as though witnessing an intriguing performance. Sylvia, however, felt a complex mix of emotions. As a scion of a merchant family, she understood the immense profits that could arise from monopolizing such technology. Perhaps the new paper alone could reverse the Coppofield family's commercial disadvantages. Observing the humble and amiable Dante before her, she felt an inexplicable affection, yet was acutely aware of the disparity in their social standings. Leaving her heart in turmoil, Ariana, having regained her lively and charming demeanor, excitedly inquired, "Cousin, is the new paper the same as that which we used to make kites the other day, after the news spread? Grandfather asked me to bring the kite to him for a closer look. He mentioned that he found it particularly special upon first seeing it, and was astonished to learn it was made with entirely new materials, exclaiming it to be miraculous." The others, unaware of the kite-making incident, expressed curiosity and requested details, eager to see the paper kites crafted by Ariana and her companions. Ariana, delighted to showcase her work, readily agreed. While waiting for a servant to fetch the kite, Lady Ferrero returned to the previous topic, asking, "Dante, which cardinal from the church has been liaising with you regarding the paper trade?" "My husband and I are devout believers and have some connections with several cardinals in the capital." Indeed, the Duke and Duchess Ferrero were notably pious nobles, attending the chapel weekly to study the scriptures or participate in Mass, in the presence of a devout head of one of the 5 prominent families. The church was inclined to dispatch a cardinal to offer personal scripture explanations. After a moment's thought, Dante replied, "I apologize, but I cannot disclose her identity. However, in due course, she will represent the church at social events, at which point her identity will be made public." A flicker of curiosity passed through Alice's eyes, revealing information even she was unaware of. Lady Ferrero nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Moments later, a servant returned with the paper kite, and the group examined the texture and feel of the new paper, praising the marvel of the new technique. Then, someone initiated the applause for the butterflies painted by Ariana, with a beaming smile. Ariana basked in the compliments, her posture straightening, and her smile becoming even more enchanting. Lucia observed her sister and suddenly felt that her cheerful demeanor was quite endearing. Simple-minded and optimistic, perhaps she would still look this beautiful at 40. Luca felt a pang of regret, wishing he had not chosen to paint that simple droplet pattern, for when he performed at his best, his eldest sister's artistic skills were not superior to his. He resolved to ask his cousin for more sheets of paper to create 2 pieces worthy of being displayed in the hall, ensuring that guests would notice them. Furthermore, he considered donating a piece as an auction item, combining the new paper with his artistic talent to capture everyone's attention. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned how he would gracefully respond to the accolades his work would receive. Lucia, catching a glimpse of her brother's expression, could easily surmise his thoughts without needing to ask. She sighed, reflecting on how exhausting life could be. After a leisurely chat, the 3 ladies took their leave. Allowing the young ones to converse freely as they departed, Lady Ferraro gently patted Julia's shoulder, saying, "Julia, I will step away for a moment. Do enjoy your time with your friends, understand?" Julia glanced at her mother and softly replied. Once the 3 ladies had exited, the 7 began discussing various topics of interest to the young aristocrats. Initially, they all engaged in a common dialogue, which gradually shifted to subjects of greater interest to the young women. While Dante and Luca discussed magic and the preparations for the Night of Roses banquet, Dante felt a twinge of disappointment, as this situation precluded him from speaking privately with Alice. He could only steal occasional glances in her direction, quietly admiring her poise in the social setting. Alice occasionally sensed Dante's gaze. When their eyes met, she would graciously smile, prompting Dante to respond with a shy smile of his own, feeling embarrassed to continue secretly observing her, instead turning his attention to others present. Yet, it wasn't long before he found himself unable to resist another furtive glance in her direction. In Dante's eyes, Alice's every expression was breathtaking, akin to the most radiant star in a shattered galaxy. Irresistibly drawing his gaze, Alice spoke sparingly, yet whenever she did, the others would instinctively listen attentively, inevitably captivated by her insights or wit. She did not actively steer the conversation, but naturally became its focal point. As their relationship deepened, Sylvia found herself happily engaging in the dialogue, occasionally emitting melodious laughter. Ariana remained her cheerful self. As long as she was present, there was never a lack of topics to discuss. Moreover, she particularly enjoyed sitting beside Alice, sharing laughter and occasionally engaging in light physical contact, creating a sense of intimacy. Witnessing Ariana's joyful and content expression, Dante confirmed once more that his cousin was indeed enamored with beauty. Julia maintained her usual calm and reserved demeanor. Seated beside her, Dante noticed a slight furrow in her brow, suggesting she harbored some concern. After an indeterminate amount of time, Julia suddenly took a deep breath. Quietly turning to Dante and whispering in a voice only they could hear, "Lord Dante, I would like to take a stroll in the garden. Would you accompany me?" Her voice trembled slightly, akin to delicate willow leaves swaying in the breeze. Dante, caught off guard by her request, momentarily failed to respond, instinctively repeating, "What did you say?" At this, Julia bit her full lip, appearing somewhat embarrassed. Yet, in her gaze, Dante detected a determination he had never seen in her before. She made another effort to speak. Dante, now processing her words, quickly interjected, my apologies, that sounds fine. I can accompany you." Julia exhaled a sigh of relief, her previously tense shoulders relaxing somewhat as she lowered her gaze and softly expressed, "Thank you." After confirming their plan, Dante and Julia rose, drawing the attention of the others engaged in conversation. The remaining 5 paused their dialogue, casting curious glances toward the pair, aware that he needed to say something at this moment. Dante noted Julia's unusual demeanor. Thus, he took the initiative to speak in the most casual tone possible, stating, "We're going for a walk in the garden. We will return shortly. You all may continue your discussion." Ariana initially expressed confusion, but then her eyes widened as if she had a realization. "Oh, all right, cousin, go ahead." Afterward, she secretly made a thumbs-up gesture. Sylvia forced a polite smile on her lovely face before turning away. No longer observing the two, Alice remained composed, merely nodding in acknowledgement, seemingly indifferent. Dante and Yulia strolled side by side, pausing before a rose garden. The figures of the crowd remained visible in the distance. Yet nearby, only the whispering of the wind through the rose bushes could be heard. Dante patiently awaited her to speak, harboring an unsettling suspicion in his heart that he struggled to believe. His greatest fear at that moment was the sight of a young, noble woman twirling in front of him, her skirts aloft in a fit of exasperation. Regardless of Dante's contemplations, Yulia broke the silence. Her voice slightly hoarse. "Thank you for accompanying me, Lord Dante." Her fingers absently played with the hem of her gown, emanating an aura of unease. Dante nodded, striving to maintain his composure, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her fidgeting fingers. His own heart inexplicably racing. Yulia's face was etched with tension, yet her words were strikingly direct, the very declaration Dante dreaded most. "Do you wish to marry me?" Dante's heart sank. His conjecture had proven accurate. Though he had never perceived himself as particularly charming, their acquaintance had been brief, so why were they both so forward? Before he could untangle his thoughts, Yulia's next statement surpassed all expectations. "That I know you may have feelings for me, but it is simply impossible." Her expression was sincere and anxious. "I do not like you, nor could I ever marry you. Thank you for your affection, but I am truly sorry." Dante's mouth fell agape, disbelief washing over him. The unexpected twist left his thoughts momentarily frozen, his body rendered immobile. They exchanged silent glances, time seeming to suspend in that instant. As Yulia's urgency transformed into anxiety, sincerity welling in her eyes. Dante finally snapped back to reality. "Wait, Yulia! Don't be so hasty. I don't have feelings for you. What exactly is going on?" Yulia had initially thought his silence indicated an inability to accept a rejection. Despair creeping in if he conspired with her family to pressure her. She feared the worst. Upon hearing Dante's words, a wave of immense joy surged through her, tears streaming freely down her cheeks. "Oh, is that so? How wonderful! I apologize, but why did you say I was the person you were most interested in? You mentioned we seemed compatible." Dante, now grasping the situation, surmised that her family, including herself, believed he was fond of her and had urged her to marry him, while she was resolutely against it, leading to her evident distress. Observing the typically composed and graceful Yulia, now beaming with uncontainable joy, he found it difficult to smile. Surely, he was not so undesirable that she would dread marrying him so intensely. He sighed. "I merely meant as friends. Never mind, it's just a misunderstanding. It hardly matters now." Yulia released the pent-up anxiety she had harbored, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. At least the immediate crisis had passed. Just as she began to regain her composure, the memory of her earlier behavior flooded back, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Lord Dante, please forgive my rudeness. I spoke some rather peculiar words earlier. If possible, kindly pretend you didn't hear them." Her voice trailed off to a near whisper as she bowed her head deeply. "If apologies had any weight, why would we need psychologists on this earth?" Dante chuckled softly. "It's all right. You seemed quite troubled earlier. Would you mind sharing what was bothering you?" She sighed. "Well, you might have guessed it. My family has inexplicably decided they want me to marry you. But I simply do not wish to. I am sorry. It's not you. I just don't want to get married. You are truly wonderful. This is my own issue." Dante, who felt he had been dealt a good hand, suddenly found clarity. It was not his fault. That was reassuring. And the fact that she did not harbor feelings for him was rather fortuitous, as he did not possess an inflated sense of self-worth to assume that a beautiful, noble woman ought to be enamored with him. A relaxed smile graced his face. "Oh, I see. If there is anything I can assist you with, do not hesitate to let me know." Yulia hesitated before replying. "Once I return, I will inform my mother that you do not have feelings for me and are unwilling to marry. Once my family learns of my unwillingness, they will likely send someone to confirm with you to take tea that time. I would appreciate it if you could reiterate what you said today." Upon finishing, she gently lifted her skirts. Deeply curtsying, her face radiating sincerity and gratitude, in that moment, she appeared poised and graceful, her features serene and lovely, reminiscent of a picturesque, delicate mountain peak. Yet, Beneath Yulia's tranquil exterior lay an unmistakable spirit of resilience. Akin to a ray of winter sunlight, warm and steadfast, impossible to overlook, Dante felt a genuine pang of sorrow for her. It was her parents, her family, who had driven her to tears before an outsider. It was unfathomable to consider the immense pressure the strong-willed Yulia had silently endured. Dante vowed, "Miss Yulia, I assure you, should your family inquire, I will indeed repeat my words from earlier. Furthermore, if there is anything else I can assist with, please do let me know." Yulia sensed the promise, concern, and support within Dante's gaze. Her eyes glistened as she lowered her gaze. "Thank you, Lord Dante." Dante smiled warmly. "If you wish to regard me as a friend, feel free to call me Dante. No need for titles." She responded with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with clarity. "Understood. Dante, please call me Yulia." Unbeknownst to Dante, on the other side, Selina and Alice were quietly engaged in a competition of their own. Not long ago, the three ladies, having sensed the time was ripe, made their way back to the pavilion together. That moment, while the occupants of the pavilion maintained a facade of casual conversation. Their attention was subtly drawn to the distant figures of Dante and Yulia, eagerly observing their interactions. Due to the distance, the details were obscured, resembling an audience seated at the back of a theater, watching a stage play unfold. However, this performance was genuine, the actors well-known and intriguing, engaging in a drama of emotions that captivated everyone present. At the T1 point, an unmistakable joy illuminated Yulia's face before she ceremoniously curtsied to Dante. Subsequently, the two strolled back side by side, their relationship evidently having grown closer. Madame Ferrero observed this with satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. Sylvia, though somewhat disheartened, accepted the situation with resignation, not feeling overly dejected. Conversely, Selina refrained from directing her gaze toward Dante and Yulia, firmly convinced that their relationship would not evolve beyond friendship, rendering observation unnecessary. Instead, she focused her attention primarily on Alice. Through meticulous observation, Selina sought to glean any hints of Alice's true feelings for Dante. Among the myriad of human emotions, anger and jealousy lay hidden like smoldering embers, capable of revealing the deepest secrets of the heart. These feelings often sprouted unnoticed, subsequently surging forth with an uncontrollable force that breached the walls of rationality. Yet, these two emotions were the hardest to conceal. Even the slightest misstep could cause them to overflow like molten lava, searing through the superficial facades. Should Alice harbor feelings for Dante, viewing him as a potential suitor, she would undoubtedly exhibit traces of jealousy, concern, or irritation in this moment. Selina recognized this as an opportune moment to gauge Alice's attitude. With a calm demeanor, she carefully observed Alice's expressions, gestures, and subtle changes in her demeanor. However, disappointment washed over her as Alice exhibited no signs of abnormality. She engaged in conversation with grace, her demeanor poised and effortlessly charming. Even when casting an occasional glance toward the distant figures of Dante and Yulia, there was little curiosity or emotional fluctuation apparent in her gaze. Noticing Selina's scrutiny, Alice even returned a flawless smile, her demeanor betraying not a hint of flaw. The only discernible difference was that in Dante's absence, Alice's words and expressions seemed to become more restrained, exuding an air of dignity and composure, akin to that of a quintessential princess. When Dante was present, the third princess appeared notably more approachable, almost causing one to forget her noble lineage. Selina reflected deeply on the various manifestations of the third princess. An inexplicable sense of dissonance surged within her, stemming from Alice's contradictory behavior. Viewed from a singular perspective, Alice's actions seemed easily decipherable. However, upon integrating conclusions from different angles, one would find them utterly lacking in logical coherence. It had been a long time since she encountered someone she could not unravel. In the kingdom, those who eluded her understanding were few and far between, all of whom were individuals of high status and deep cunning. Take the king, for instance. He concealed himself within the inner palace, rarely making appearances, orchestrating schemes silently, leaving others utterly perplexed until he chose to act. Similarly, her husband, when confronted with certain issues, would fall silent, impervious even to her inquiries as his confidant. Now, she found herself faced with the addition of the third princess. Moreover, her method seemed even more adept. She consistently showcased precisely the aspect she wished others to perceive. Without careful contemplation, even the most seasoned and discerning individuals would merely regard her as intelligent yet lacking experience due to her youth. However, after thorough observation and meticulous analysis, Selina realized that Alice's demeanor across varying occasions and situations, while seemingly impeccable, harbored subtle contradictions. These discrepancies, though not overtly apparent, were sufficient to suggest that she concealed certain secrets within her heart. Yet, the question remained, who would expend effort investigating a princess without a claim to the throne, a mere 16-year-old girl? Were it not for Dante, Selina would never have engaged in such a mentally taxing endeavor with little reward. She turned her gaze toward her approaching son, her expression complex, unable to suppress the thought. You certainly have a knack for selection. Among the countless girls in the world, you had to choose the one with the highest degree of difficulty. Didn't you? Upon Dante and Yulia's return, inquiries regarding their stroll inevitably arose. They could not divulge the truth, so they casually brushed off the matter with inconsequential remarks. Soon, it was time for Dante's magic performance. The last gathering in the Rose Garden had seen Alice leave early, resulting in an unpleasant parting between Ariana and Dante. Fortune and misfortune entwined, yet Dante had managed to evade any repercussions. This time, however, it was different. When the invitations were sent, the Rossi siblings had specifically added a note, expressing a desire for Dante to perform magic once more. Should he comply, his cousins would be immensely grateful, and the Rossi family would prepare the venue accordingly. With such a request laid forth, Dante could hardly refuse. Fortunately, as a magician, he possessed a wealth of tricks, especially when given the opportunity to prepare in advance. At that moment, the guests were seated in 2 rows on one side of the pavilion, while the magician, clad in a black long coat and adorned with pristine silk gloves, stood on the opposite side. Sunlight filtered through the rose branches of the pavilion's dome, casting a warm glow upon the magician, illuminating a tall and confident figure. He smiled and bowed to the audience, instantly silencing the crowd. All eyes drawn to him. The magician extended one hand, palm upward, while the other hand made a gentle sweep. Suddenly, a vibrant red rose materialized in his palm. The petals were layered and glistening with dewdrops, as if freshly plucked from the garden. The audience gasped in surprise, erupting into applause that he smiled slightly, raising the rose high to showcase it before the spectators, then gracefully handed it to the third princess seated in the center of the front row. Alice accepted it with a radiant smile, inspecting it closely and finding nothing amiss before passing it around for others to see. With a snap of his fingers, the magician produced a white rose from his sleeve, pure as snow and seemingly exuding a faint fragrance. With a flick of his wrist, the white rose fell to the ground, only for him to bend down and, as if by magic, pull forth a rare pale yellow rose, its color strikingly bright. Then, with a gentle flick of his hand, both the white and pale yellow roses abruptly vanished. The audience gasped in awe, applause ringing out once more to that moment. A mysterious smile graced the magician's face. He began to move through the crowd, sometimes walking, sometimes turning, his steps light and elegant, his hand movements imbued with rhythm. With each gesture, more flowers miraculously appeared, from the pockets of his coat, from his sleeves, and even from his collar. He conjured an endless array of fresh, beautiful flowers, only for them to vanish moments later. Each bloom was vibrant and exquisite, a surreal blend of reality and illusion. The audience's gaze followed the magician's hands as they attempted to unravel the mystery. However, his movements were too swift and deft, each transformation dazzling to behold. The crowd watched in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to applaud. Finally, as if the dance had reached its climax, the magician spun and ceased his movements with a graceful flourish. All the roses disappearing, save for the very first red rose still adorned with glistening dew. The audience erupted into applause and exclamations of wonder, with Ariana and Lucia excitedly standing to clap fervently, while Luca, though eager to rise, restrained himself out of a sense of propriety befitting the future head of the Rossi family. Following the performance, The guests engaged in lively discussion, some preferring the previous ball trick's enchantment, while others favored the current floral magic, which blended mystery with a dancer's grace. Ariana speculated that the flowers must have been hidden on Dante himself, attempting to coax her brother into searching for them. Fortunately, Alice smiled brightly and interjected, "That esteemed magician has gracefully exited, so do not trouble the Dante who remains here." Thus, she extricated him from the predicament. A minor mishap was inconsequential. What truly mattered was his inability to endure being touched by others. Dante cast Alice a grateful glance. She returned his gaze with a smile, as if merely fulfilling an obligation. At that moment, she appeared more beautiful than any flower Dante had conjured. After the magic performance concluded, the group chatted for a while longer, and as the time drew near, they began to take their leave, departing in high spirits. As they exited, Dante and Alice naturally walked together. Dante formally expressed his gratitude for her assistance. "Alice, thank you for helping me earlier. Otherwise, I would have found it difficult to extricate myself. I am quite reliable, am I not?" she replied with a playful smile. Dante nodded, offering praise.